Journey to the West, tearing down my Taoist temple and still wanting to get scriptures in the West. Synopsis: traveling through the West. Yi Yun inherits a Taoist temple. As long as one is in the domain of the Taoist temple, one is invincible. But after staying in one place for years, Yi Yun was really tired of staying there. So he traveled in the clouds for 3 years, taking in the sights and sounds of the Western world. But when the wandering clouds return, they find that the Taoist temple has been pushed. Chapter 1: The Temple of the Transfiguration in Xiangan. Exposition of the Scriptures by Xuanzang. Western World. Xiangan. Chen Xuanzang, the great exponent of the Venerable Master, gathered 200 Buddhist monks and opened all the wonderful sutras at the Temple of the Transfiguration. The Universal Life. The King of Tang led the civil and military officials, riding in the phoenix carriage and dragon car, out of the treasure palace, and came to honor the Buddha, only to see, above that heavenly dome, there were 1,000 streaks of auspicious qi and 10,000 paths of auspicious light. Thousands of officials ringed their bells and flags covered the sky. The burning incense curled up and almost covered half of Chang'an. At this moment, in addition to the Buddhist sect, the emperor, but also the people of Chang'an, eagerly awaiting, are clustered outside the Temple of the Transfiguration, listening to the many subtle method. I heard that this used to be a Taoist temple? At this moment, amidst the crowd, the noisy voices continued, and such a low murmur was vaguely heard. Yes. And as soon as his words fell, there were people who spoke, with a hint of regret in their voices. That one little Taoist master seems to have traveled in the clouds. If he returns and sees this scene, won't he be infuriated? So what? I heard that Our Majesty, who went to hell, seems to have something to do with that monk. Shoo! Silence! Don't kill yourself. These people's discussion was not loud, not obvious in this noisy environment, but it drew a lot of resonance from people, all calling out for the owner of that Taoist temple. Unfortunately, most of the people present were ordinary people. What can be done in the face of that strong and momentary Buddhist sect? One can only hold one's breath. Today, the poor monk preaches. Just then, that above the platform, Xuanzang is also hands together. The voice echoed in the Temple of the Transfiguration of the sky. The supreme virtue is small, and Zen is silent. Pure spiritual communication. Circumstantial flow of the three realms. A faint voice, with a hint of Buddha's light, surrounded from above the void. Vaguely, there were visions of golden lotuses, slowly extending. In the distance, finches circled, seeming to poo-poo the scriptures as if they were in a state of ecstasy. Nearby, the original noisy people is also quietly listening to the sutra around the ear. Seems to be immortalized. Even the Tang king, Li Shimen, nodded his head from time to time, seeming to understand the true meaning of Buddhism. It can be seen that this Xuanzang is truly a person of great wisdom. The scriptures that are taught are not obscure, though they are esoteric. On first listen, it is clear. It is like having the intention of universalizing the world. Ba. And at this time, that crowd mixed. An old monk holding a tin staff, looking at that high platform above the Xuanzang, nodding frequently. This, then, is the man who fetches the scriptures. This old monk, naturally, was the disguised Bodhisattva Guanyin. Not long ago, the world-honored one, Rudra, asked her to come to the east to find the scripture taker, so she disguised as an old monk. intending to test this Xuanzang and send him a few treasures for defense. After all, this great cause of fetching scriptures is related to whether or not the Buddhist sect will prosper greatly. The cause and effect of this is so deep that there must not be the slightest carelessness. And now, listening to that Xuanzang preaching, Guanyin is almost certain this person is the day fixed to take the scriptures. Also, the second disciple under Rudra, the golden cicada, was reincarnated. Tread. Thinking. Guanyin gently intends to try this Xuanzang. Only, before she could take a step, a figure directly crossed over the goddess of mercy, striding toward the front. A Taoist priest? Seeing the silhouette, Guanyin frowned and a trace of surprise couldn't help but flash across her face. After all, this sermon is a Buddhist assembly. A Taoist priest. What is he doing here? Thinking of this, Guanyin could not help but feel some curiosity in her heart. So she stopped her pace, intending to see what was going on. At this moment, amongst the crowd, there were also people who noticed this young Taoist. And they were all stunned. It's that little Taoist? Immediately, someone reacted, and a trace of surprise passed across his face. And he could not help but exclaim, "Little Taoist?" Hearing this, more and more people reacted and looked at the figure. There were exclamations of surprise. You know, the people of Datang still have the utmost admiration for this little Taoist master. In the beginning, there was a great drought. The Buddhists closed their doors and thanked the world. But this little Taoist priest took out the food accumulated in the temple, and also used the temple as a temporary disaster relief site. And I don't know how many people were saved. Plus, the people were quite vocal about such things as the Buddhist sect forcibly converting Taoist temples into temples. Now that he had seen the little Taoist master return, he was naturally a bit excited. So much so that even Xuanzang, who was on top of the high platform, noticed the cacophony below and couldn't help but frown. At this moment, he expounded on the Buddhist scriptures and was reaching the point of mystery. Naturally, don't want to be disturbed. And still, a Taoist. Amitba. Only to see Xuanzang stopped preaching the sutra. Hands together. Looking to that crowd of Taoists, slowly opened his mouth and said, "What is the reason for this visit of the scholar?" He could tell for himself that the Taoist in front of him was not here to listen to the scriptures. After all, what kind of person listens to scripture and walks straight toward the high platform? So Xuanzang couldn't help but ask. The Buddha and the Tao are at odds, as has been the case since ancient times. If, on the other hand, this Taoist came to disrupt the Buddhist assembly, Xuanzang felt that he could also prepare in advance. Chapter 2, Going Home and Asking for Incense Money. This bald donkey is too much of a bully. What is the reason for this visit of the scholar? A faint voice, unhurried, echoed over the temple of the Transfiguration. At this moment, Xuanzang, God's attitude. Even when he was disturbed from his sermon, his face was not happy or sad. It is like a real man who has attained the way. Nice. Look at this Xuanzang, so lightweight look. The crowd of Guanyin secretly nodded. The heart for the scripture people more and more satisfied. Only in this way, without being alarmed by anything, can we get through the 991 difficulties and obtain the true scriptures. It seems that a great Buddhist revival is imminent. Thinking of this, Guanyin was in less and less of a hurry to show herself. She would like to see how this Xuanzang would respond in the face of this suddenly appearing Taoist. Anyway, no matter what happens, there's still myself. It wasn't so bad that this one tiny Taoist could compete with himself as a quasi-saintly powerhouse. right? Phew. On the other side. After hearing this Xuanzang's unhurried voice, Yi Yun took a deep breath and was really exasperated and laughed. This Xuanzang. And have the face to ask yourself what's going on? Yi Yun, naturally, was the little Taoist master that everyone was talking about. Actually, he's a traveler. Come to this western world of the Great Tang and inherit a magical Taoist temple. As long as you are within the boundaries of the Taoist temple, you are invincible. Specifically, Yi Yun felt that even if that high and mighty Sing came, he himself would be able to slap him over. It's just so boring to stay in one place all the time. So he traveled around in the clouds and took in the sights and sounds of the Western world. Then, when he was tired of playing, he planned to come back and rest for a while. Finding your home gone? Moreover, a Buddhist temple stood out of nowhere where his own Taoist temple had originally been. Careful questioning. Yi Yun Fong just learned that this is the Buddha in order to open what the Land and Water Masters Conference forcibly demolished their own Taoist temple. Built this what the Temple of Transformation? At that moment, Yi Yun became furious and intended to come for a statement. But unexpectedly, just as he approached the Xuanzang temple, he was stopped by a bunch of monks, saying that he wanted some personnel? It is also known as the proverbial incense money. If not, you have to go back the way you came. This caused Yi Yun, who had thought that perhaps there was some misunderstanding, to completely blow up. These bald asses. Bully? However, since that was not yet part of the Taoist temple, Yi Yun was really helpless in the face of a bunch of aggressive monks and could only pinch his nose and throw down a few coins. And when after stepping on this Xuanzang preaching place, Yi Yun found that his familiar feeling of invincibility was back. So, he went straight forward, intending to have a good discussion with this Xuanzang about his own Taoist temple. That's an offense that has to be recovered. Otherwise, wouldn't you be bullied by these vultures? And Yi Yun did not expect is that he just arrived at this Land and Water Master Assembly, has not yet opened his mouth to speak. The results of this high-platform Xuanzang first opened his mouth. Thus, Yi Yun did not intend to be polite either. You bald donkey, occupying Master Tao's Taoist temple, and you dare to ask Master what's up? Only to see. Yi Yun took a deep breath and directly opened the spray. Why don't you hurry up and roll down for Master Tao? No wonder Yi Yun was cranky. After all, in the beginning, he did just want to make a claim. If this Buddhist sect has a good attitude, when the time comes to vacate their own Taoist temple, it is not without room for negotiation. But now, when one goes back home, one is still forced to demand incense money. Haven't even opened my mouth yet. Xuanzang side questioned on it. How could Yi Yun tolerate this? Curse his ass first. At this moment, Yi Yun's voice echoed. The sound was as loud as the great bell of the yellow lute. And it lasted for a long time. It was a moment that made everyone freeze. This Taoist, cursing? And still scolding an accomplished monk like Xuanzang? For a while, the crowd didn't slow down. You know, Taoist priests in the eyes of the people, although not as clean as monks, but also can be said to be indifferent and elegant. Swimming in the world is the person who has attained Taoism. However, this one Taoist priest who mouthed Master Tao had nothing to do with temperance and elegance. No matter what. Did he? And who is he cursing? That's even His Majesty, the king of the Tang dynasty, respected the great monk, Master Xuanzang. What's more, it's on top of this kind of land and water pagan event. It was as if the crowd could see that in the next moment. the Taoist priest would be thrown out of the assembly. After all, this is a Buddhist event. Where is the room for a dog to talk? However, there were some people who could not help but discuss it even after seeing Yi Yun's voice. The sound is still getting louder. Yeah. This used to be the Taoist temple of the young Taoist master. How did it become a temple? It's a pity. How can the young Taoist master fight against this Buddhist sect all by himself? Don't talk about it. Watch out for trouble coming out of your mouth. Though, these people were warned by the monks on the sidelines not to say much. But is it so easy to quell a long list of people? At this moment, even Xuanzang, who was on the high platform, heard these remarks and frowned slightly. Scholar, when did this Huasheng temple become your Taoist temple? After a long time, he spoke slowly. How did the temple of the Transfiguration, where he himself preached, become a Taoist temple in the mouth of this Taoist? At this moment, Xuanzang's heart, too, is full of doubts. Chapter 3: Which of these gods and Buddhas in the heavens is the poor Taoist's rival? Although Xuanzang did not become a monk in Huasheng Temple, but also heard the name of the temple. It is known to have existed for a long time. How? Is it related to the Taoist temple that this Taoist is talking about? At this moment, Xuanzang's heart has been slightly dissatisfied. He felt that this Taoist in front of him might have come specifically to disrupt this Buddhist assembly. This place, which has always belonged to the Temple of Transformation, has nothing to do with you? Seeing Xuanzang's brows knit, that Huasheng temple presided over Hui Silence Zen master hastened to beckon, calling around a few monks. Quickly! Drive this Taoist out. This Taoist, Xuanzang may not recognize, but he recognized it at a glance. You should know that a few years ago, this Huasheng temple was actually a small temple. It's not very big. And next to the Huasheng temple, there was a Taoist temple that seemed to have been passed down for many years. Although the door is dying, it has some old-world charm. With the expanding power of the Buddhist sect, a long time ago, Hui Silence had the intention of turning this Taoist temple into a temple. After all, that Taoist temple had been passed down until now, and there was only one little Taoist priest left. Occupying such a large territory gave Hui Silence a feeling of outrageous abandonment. How much more incense money would have to be collected if this was merged into a temple? Only, every time he went there, he was driven out by the Taoist priests therein. And as the presiding officer, he was not in a good position to force it. So he could only stop for the time being. Now, looking at that Taoist temple for a long time, no one, coupled with the Xuanzang master to carry out the Water and Landmasters Conference in this place. They naturally will not let go of this opportunity. So a bunch of monks hired some craftsmen and forced that Taoist temple to become a temple. And the place where they stood was the very place where the Taoist temple had been in the first place. But this was something that Hui Silence naturally wouldn't admit anymore. Right now, in his mind, hurrying to get this Taoist priest out was the right thing to do. The big deal was, after this Buddhist assembly was over, just give this little Taoist some money and let him make his own way. And as that old monk Hui Silence opened his mouth, at once, some strong and sturdy martial monks who were maintaining the order of the scene stood out and approached Yi Yun step by step. Little Taoist, hurry up! A good man is not a good man. These monks are powerful. Seeing this scene, some of the people who were originally favored by the Taoist temple couldn't help but open their mouths to dissuade them. This group of monks were aggressive. And at first glance, they were not that easy to deal with. Or avoid them as much as possible. In the distance, that high above the platform, Xuanzang, despite the heart feel somewhat inappropriate, but has not opened his mouth to stop. After all, for him, keeping this Buddhist assembly going was the most important thing. These monks, they still want to hit people? And looking at this scene, Yi Yun was happy. It's a real laugh. Is this an attempt to convince people by force? But the thing is, it's your own place. How dare you move your arms? However, despite knowing that this group of monks could not hurt him in the slightest, the anger in Yi Yun's heart did not diminish in the slightest. If this were a different place, without the blessing of the Taoist temple, wouldn't one have to suffer? Or, if one is just an ordinary Taoist priest, then wouldn't one's own Taoist temple be taken by force like this? It's too much of a bully. Thinking of this, Yi Yun could no longer hold back and directly took a step forward. Boo! In the next moment, those few martial monks who rushed over fell to the ground in response. It was simply not Yi Yun's opponent. Originally, I thought you were considered a high monk. But now it seems that you are nothing more than a moralistic, headstrong bald ass. Immediately after that, Yi Yun looked at Xuanzang on that high platform and coldly spoke. In the second year of Jean d'Arc, there was a great drought. The poor Taoist opened the Taoist door to help the world, set up kanji stores, and saved more than 30,000 people from disasters. In the 10th year of Jean d'Arc, the plague. The poor Taoist came out of the Taoist temple to save people with what he had learned. Women, children and children were all saved. Chastity. All this, the people of Chang'an know. How? This Taoist temple became some bullshit temple of yours? As a traveler, for this Xuanzang, Yi Yun heart also has some sense of admiration. Therefore, in the beginning, the idea of reasoning was upheld. As for cursing, it is also because this Buddhist sect is too shameless, which is human nature. This Xuanzang, however, does not ask questions and directly calls for his own expulsion. Solely, Yi Yun did not intend to give this Xuanzang any good face. To fight? Then let him see. Which one of these gods and Buddhas in the sky is his opponent? Boom! At this moment, Yi Yun's voice echoed above the Temple of Transformation for a long time. That's right. We can prove that this is the little Taoist master's Taoist temple. That monk, robbing someone's Taoist temple, not to mention beating them up? Perhaps it was Yi Yun's act of giving alms in the beginning that had accumulated some popularity. Or perhaps this act of Buddhist hegemony has drawn the displeasure of most people. At once, many of the people spoke up. The group is furious. Now, the monks present were a bit flustered, neither advancing nor retreating. There was a stalemate for a while. Was it really once a Taoist temple? On the other side, Xuanzang saw the scene and was also emerged a touch of consternation as well. Seeing the people's behavior, it seemed that the Taoist priest had not lied, nor was he deliberately making trouble. Rather, the place where one is preaching was once a Taoist temple? Chapter 4, Universal Sentience? You're not worthy of it. Xuanzang, somewhat frozen. He had a preconceived notion that the Taoist in front of him was either here to cause trouble. Now, seeing how the crowd behaved, it seemed not to be the case. However, Xuanzang also do not want to miss this assembly of land and water masters. Silent for a moment, which then spoke softly and said, "This monk, can you wait until the poor monk finishes his sutra and then talk about this Taoist temple? You know, in order to prepare for this Buddhist assembly, Xuanzang do not know how many times to pick the lamp at night to read the scriptures. Plus, it was a great opportunity to promote Buddhism, and he really didn't want to give it up. Master Xuanzang, who meant to universalize all beings, expounded the path of reincarnation to the next life. In this lies the subtle change that frees one from the sea of suffering, straight through to the supreme realm. When Xuanzang's words fell, that just a moment ago there was some uncertainty, Hui silenced Zen master. The expression of certainty. Yi Yun faintly opened his mouth and said, "Then it's better to talk about small things like Taoist temples later. Don't get tangled up in it." A faint voice, with a slight hint of disdain, echoed out. In Hui Silence's opinion, this Taoist priest chose this day to return, probably wanting to get a good price for his Taoist temple. After all, it had been a year or two since that Taoist temple became a temple. He didn't believe that this Taoist priest wouldn't know about it. The reason why they have been holding back is probably waiting for this day. Afterward, he would give him some money and settle this karma. Yeah. It's still important to hear the scriptures. Feng, listening to Master Xuanzang's sermon, I actually had a feeling that I had touched the true Buddha. Amitabha Buddha, please continue to preach the sutra. Master Xuanzang. Master Xuanzang Universal. That Taoist you led a little how? Is not just a Taoist temple? This big Buddhist sect can still renege on the debt, can't it? As Hui Silence's voice fell, some of the people whose hearts were toward Buddhism also spoke up. You should know that this was a Buddhist assembly, and most of the people who came were also incensed from the Buddhist sect. Plus, that Xuanzang preaching is really mysterious and unusual. Now that he was interrupted, he was naturally upset. What's more, some had already screamed and told Yi Yun to hurry up and get out. And there are some people, although they are eager to refute, feel that Yi Yun Taoist temple matter cannot be ended like this. However, in the face of a bunch of people who were eager to hear the scriptures, there was no excuse. This Taoist, you'd better leave first. Seeing that he had mobilized the emotions of the crowd with a few words, that Hui Silence couldn't help but flash a trace of satisfaction on his face, and spoke faintly, saying, as the presiding officer of the Temple of Transformation, the poor monk will never treat you poorly. In Hui Silence's opinion, when this Buddhist assembly was over, just give some random money to get rid of it. As for when the time comes, this Taoist priest is not convinced? Oh, today's Chang'an. But the Buddha's power. A small Taoist priest without background. Disobedience and how? Of course, if this Taoist priest continued to pester him, Hui Silence wasn't afraid. After all, Master Xuanzang has said to be after this Buddhist assembly, to this Taoist priest to solve the Taoist temple things. It would be a bit unreasonable to dwell on it any longer. At that time, one could even more legitimately kick out this Taoist priest. My Buddha is universal. You, a little Taoist priest, stay where you are. On what grounds? And in the face of this situation that was nearly 1,000 points, Yi Yun was calm and only spoke softly. However, the anger deep inside him had been completely ignited. Today, even if this Buddhist Rudra comes, he will not be able to end it easily. One's own Taoist temple inexplicably turned into a Buddhist temple. And when he tried to seek justice, he was blocked in 100 ways. First asking for incense money, followed by telling himself to go back and wait for news. No, wait. Just don't know any better. To be blamed and abused. In the former case, if it could still be explained with the word misunderstanding, then now, it was a complete tearing of the face. On what grounds? You have to pay to enter your own home? On what grounds? You have to look at other people to get your stuff back? This group of bald asses when it is really a little bit of face do not want to? Did you say universal? Only to see. Facing this crowd of monks and people, Yi Yun's voice was cold, slowly echoing out. Then in that year there was a great drought, and the land was red for thousands of miles. The plague was rampant and floating corpses were everywhere. What was the Buddhist sect doing? Closed for the world. Now that the people are stabilized and the government coffers are full, the Buddhist sect is instead holding some kind of land and water dharma assembly. Solicit incense. Even this Buddhist assembly has to pay some kind of incense money to get in. Is this what you call universalizing the world? Where are the beings? Full of benevolence and morality, with a belly full of male prostitution. Buddha's gold-plated body. Don't you realize that it's all forged from the blood and sweat of all beings? That's it? And you dare to talk about universalizing the world? And you deserve it? A faint voice echoed between heaven and earth. All of a sudden, the sky was silent. At that moment, the faces of almost everyone all changed. This is in blatant questioning of Buddhism? Is it possible that he really isn't afraid to die? Chapter 5, Knife chopping the Buddha statue to see if it's real gold. Bold? I, Buddha, will not allow you to dishonor me like this? After a short period of dead silence, that Xuanzang temple Hui's silence took the lead in reacting, and exited to rebuke and said, "What does a small little Taoist monk, who doesn't know about making offerings to the three Qing, intend to do by causing trouble in the holy land of the Buddhist sect? Get out of here. Otherwise, the old man will blow you out." Hui's silence was really scared. He didn't think that this little Taoist in front of him was this bold. You know, this is a Buddhist convention. I don't know how many accomplished monks arrived. And the number of Buddhist followers was even greater. To the extent that His Majesty the King of Tang, the civil and military officials were all present. How dare he be so licentious? Moreover, what made Hui's silence a little worried was that if he let this little Taoist monk go on, the matter of his forcible occupation of the Taoist temple would inevitably be revealed. When that happens, won't his title of always being compassionate be shattered? Moreover, it was in front of many senior monks and even His Majesty, the King of Tang. Therefore, after that Yi Yun's voice fell, he couldn't help but chortle, wanting to stop it. However, it was obviously too late. Only to see, when that voluminous voice fell, many monks present, including Xuanzang, their faces all changed. They stared at Yi Yun in death. Obviously, not wanting to be nice. They had spent their entire lives studying the Dharma. But now that they were being verbally abused by a Taoist pointing at their noses, how could they endure it? It is imperative to argue the case. This Taoist priest, he has some guts. In the distance, Tang Tai's only Shiman looked at the dojo, which had suddenly become solemn, and let out a light laugh. A trace of interest flashing across his face. It's just that I want to see him. How will it end? Previously, he had traveled to hell, and was accustomed to seeing unjust souls and severe ghosts, as well as the 18 layers of hell. The priest told him that he needed to do a puja to ferry the ghosts to the next life, and then he would be fine. Therefore, there is this Buddhist event. Otherwise, as the king of a country, he was exhausting himself. Would he not have the leisure to attend this Buddhist meeting? However, although thus worshipping the Buddha, Li Shimen vaguely perceived that there seemed to be a layout. It's just that out of necessity and in the way of the strongest man in the world, they have to comply. Now that I see this Buddhist sect, which seems to be defeated, I am naturally happy to do so. In fact, not only Li Shimen, Even if hidden in the crowd of guanyin, the face is also a bit gloomy. The essence of Buddhism lies first and foremost in the human heart. When people turn to Buddha and then take the Mahayana Sutra, they will be able to educate all things and realize the eastward transmission of the Buddha's teachings. Even more, the Buddhists are flourishing. However, the hearts of the people are so divided that it is difficult to convince the people even if they have the true scriptures. And nowadays, most of the people in this neighborhood are Buddhist. So if they are compelled by the words of that Taoist priest, it will never be a good thing for the spread of Buddhism. Look at this Xuanzang. How to deal with it? Contemplating for a moment, Guanyin did not rush to show herself. After all, in the face of a small mortal Taoist, if he himself personally made a move, wouldn't he make people laugh? The Western tour will start. She is aware that nowadays, the Great Tang seems to be calm. But it is already a target. The two religions of Buddhism and Taoism, the heavenly court, the earthly palace, and even that exalted saint might all be concerned about this place. In the past, when no one was around, it was okay to bully the little ones with the big ones. Now in this situation, Guanyin felt that it was better to have some face. What's more, Guanyin believes that, as a former second disciple under the seat of Rulai, this Xuanzang is bound to be able to cope with today's situation. Amit Ba. And when Guanyin's mind flowed, that Xuanzang also reacted. Hands together. Mouth slowly said a Buddha, which opened his mouth and said, "Scholar, the Buddhas are universal." Reflecting the dawn. The so-called incense is merely for the purpose of building temples, widely practicing the teachings, and spreading the Dharma. As for the golden body, mostly copper with just a layer of gold plating. I'm afraid there is some muse in what the monk has said. At this moment, Xuanzang's voice, not humble, really have the rhyme of Buddhist monks. Instantly, the many people who had originally been shaken by Yi Yun's words were instantly firm. Yeah. Although the Buddhist sect demanded incense money from them, it was for the purpose of extensively repairing the temple. And when the Dharma is propagated, one can gain merit oneself. That's a lot of people begging for something. As for the golden body, originally made of copper, and the people, who had become a little restless because of the lavishness of this Buddha statue, also woke up. This Buddha's true body, it turns out, is not made of pure gold. Ah! If this was the case, some of those who felt that what Yi Yun had said was reasonable and that the Buddhist sect was too greedy suddenly turned against him. What had been a little shaken inside calmed down. I only felt that my eyes were enlightened and I seemed to have seen the true meaning of Buddhism. This group of people is truly hopeless. Looking at the crowd's behavior, Yi Yun shook his head as a hint of helplessness spread across his face. This is typical. Being sold and helping to count the money. Glancing slightly towards the distance, he saw that one of the Taoist temples that he had originally frequented had become a Buddhist temple. And the three Qing phases had long since moved away. In place, only a few wisps of incense were left, as well as the Buddha on the stage. Copper? Although Yi Yun did not interact much with this abbot of the Huasheng temple. As a former neighbor, how could he not know the nature of this old bald donkey? In this city of Chang'an, other Buddhist temples might be bronze statues. But this temple of the Transfiguration, not so much. Moreover, as early as when this Huasang temple was a small temple, one had seen that Hui Silence robe many times, inlaid with many gems. Now that this temple of the Transfiguration has been restored to this point, this Hui Silence will change its disposition? How is that possible? Unfortunately, when this Xuanzang opened his mouth, almost everyone was convinced. At this moment, Yi Yun suddenly had a sadness that surged from his heart. In fact, as a traveler, Yi Yun was not saying that he was dead set against Taoism. Only, at the beginning of his crossing, he was still a child, wandering around, and was adopted by the old Taoist priest of this Taoist temple. When the old Taoist left the world, the only thing he didn't want to let go of was the dwindling Taoist temple and the Taoist heritage. Therefore, over the years, Yi Yun had always presented himself as a Taoist priest. And, in the event of a disaster year, he did not hesitate to go down to the mountains to help with the disaster. Nothing else. Just trying to fulfill that old Taoist priest's last wish. But I didn't expect that I had done so much. But in the end, it was not as good as a few light words from this monk? Sad. Sad. In that case, after a moment of silence, Yi Yun did not say anything more, but took a step forward and walked straight to the front of that Buddha. Immediately, from underneath that Buddha's sitting platform, he took out an axe. This axe, or when he left, specially placed here, was once used for chopping wood to burn fire. Or, when that monk Hui's silence moved the statue of the three pristine ones to be changed into a Buddha. He did not care about this sitting platform. And only then did he let it stay until now. So much so, Yi Yun casually took it out. It's just as well. Slightly appending the slightly rusty axe in his hand, Yi Yun glanced at the radiant Buddha statue in front of him. Then, without mercy, he slashed towards that Buddha. How dare you! Unbridled. At that moment, several angry shouts echoed out. Who would have thought that this Taoist priest would be bold enough to do this? In front of many senior monks, they are about to cut the statue of Buddha? Chapter 6, The Goddess of Mercy finally strikes. Might as well put it down. The axe chopped down with some air-breaking sound. Very sharp. Click. In the next moment, the axe landed steadily on top of the Buddha statue, revealing a deep, bottomless crack. At once, everyone was shocked. It was too late to react. Even Guanyin, who was in the middle of the crowd, was stunned. And then a trace of inexplicable color surfaced on her face. If it wasn't for the fact that she hadn't felt the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy on this Taoist person, she would have almost thought that this was sent by the Taoist sect to disrupt the Buddhist sect's conference. After all, Guanyin is in all her forms and travels through the mortal world. It is also considered extremely clear about the affairs of the mortal world. This Taoist priest, is he crazy? In any case, this is also a Buddhist assembly. This kind of provocation. Do you really think you can go back alive? Just as she was pondering, Guanyin suddenly noticed a flash of golden aura surfacing where the Buddha statue was cracked. Then, she pushed on a little and her face fell. This Buddha statue, after all, is really made of real gold? In fact, for the gods and Buddhas in the heavens, it does not matter at all what material the idols worshipped by mortals are made of. To put it bluntly, it's a matter of face. A statue cast in pure gold. Or to give some fame to the immortal god or goddess to whom it is offered. For example, even the statue of provision is of gold and silver, which shows the devotion of the devotees. But in reality, it's not very useful. What the immortal gods and Buddhas valued was the fact that when mortals made offerings, they generated some power of faith. If countless mortals, day and night, make offerings, even mud fetuses can be transformed into saints. This is the reason why Nozha, when he died, wanted to take on the form of a clay fetus. Only, due to the heavenly tribulation, was it destroyed by Li Jing? And only then did it eventually become the body of a lotus flower. And between the mortal world. The reason why many people to gold and silver casting gold body. In addition to some immortal god's good face. Into the dream to remind the other. It's more about satisfying the provider's own selfish desires. Like today. The Buddha enshrined in that temple was secretly built by Hui Silence. Who was the abbot? Just wait until later. When times may have changed and you can trade for a rich family status. At this point, the goddess of mercy only needs to do a little deduction to know everything. In addition to Guanyin, many monks and people who were originally furious also saw the golden aura in the Buddha statue. And then they were all dumbfounded. Surprisingly, is it really made of solid gold? Previously, Master Xuanzang explained that the golden Buddha enshrined in that Buddhist temple, in fact, are copper. Not that the Taoist said that the pure gold to build. This, the crowd naturally chose to believe. After all, Mr. Xuanzang is a person. Today's Tang dynasty only a handful of monks. Why would he lie and deceive the crowd? But now, some hesitation rose in everyone's mind. Is it hard to believe that it is really Xuanzang who is deceiving them? Thinking of this, the crowd's eyes couldn't help but look above the high platform. Most of their faces flashed a trace of doubt, waiting for a reasonable explanation from Xuanzang. On the other hand, Xuanzang was a bit confused when he saw this scene. Since he was a child, he has been a monk in Jinshan Temple, and also knows that Jinshan Temple, and even almost all of the temple's statues are made of copper. A few, even made of clay molds. Therefore, when he saw the statue of Buddha that was glittering with golden light, he also froze for a long time. At this moment, Xuanzang could not help but be a little silent. Thinking about his generous words just now, he said that the Taoist was in error. Without realizing it, he had misplaced himself. The Buddhist sect, it turns out, is not exactly a place of purity. Suddenly, Xuanzang's mind abruptly flashed through such a thought. In fact, a long time ago, he had heard that some monks in the Buddhist sect only knew how to enjoy themselves and amass money. It's just that, without having seen it for myself, I don't believe it in my heart. Now, see this scene? Intelligent as Xuanzang, where do not know the cause and effect. Amit Ba. Only to see. In the face of a crowd of skeptical eyes, Xuanzang lowered his head for the first time. At the moment, he was a bit flustered and actually didn't know how to face it. If the Buddhist teachings, Xuanzang confident, he can speak eloquently. And anyone to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. But also not the slightest fatigue. However, in the face of this ironic fact, silence has been the only thing Xuanzang can do at the moment. Among the crowd, see Xuanzang bowed his head. Guanyin knows that he must make a move. Otherwise, this Buddhist conference would all be a joke. Of course, being laughed at by mortals is nothing. Mortal man. Balk but dozens of years. Such as a white horse through the gap. The moment will run out of life. And the world is bustling with interest. All it takes is some small tricks to turn black and white upside down. However, it would not be as simple as that if one were to be laughed at by the immortal gods. To know. Crossing the 3 plagues powerful. Take the creation of heaven and earth. If no quantitative robbery. Basically the same life with the sky. Immortality. And among them, there were some immortal gods whose greatest hobby, besides cultivating in general, was to look around. Especially Taoism. In the beginning, when the battle to seal the gods was fought, the 3 Qing of Taoism fought internally. But the Buddhist sect took the greatest advantage. These people, in their hearts, are holding their breath. It's just in the way of a quantum leap and it can't kick in. Now. See, Xuanzang Buddha heart seems to be a little shaken. Guanyin really cannot sit still. If it is because of this little Taoist in the mortal world. The Buddha's hard work has been planning a long time to travel to the West. Is not to be these immortal gods laughed to death? Even these people, forced by the power of the Buddhist sect, did not dare to publicize it. But behind the scenes is not a good thing for the Buddhists. The main thing is that, as a man who is destined to fetch the scriptures from heaven, Guanyin does not allow Xuanzang to have the slightest wavering in his heart. Otherwise, how can this sutra be taken? And how else can the Buddhist sect flourish? So she walked out. Please also listen to the old line. Only to see that Guanyin stepped out from the crowd and looked around. Before speaking faintly, as a quasi-saint, Guanyin's words and actions are naturally in line with the way of heaven. Even now, in her disguise as an old monk, she had an aura that was enough to calm everyone down. All stared blankly at the walking out Guanyin. An old monk? On the other side. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Yun's brows were also furrowed and he immediately thought of some memories from his later life. Think that before Xuanzang scriptures, that the goddess of mercy will incarnate an old monk. Will become glossy robe? 9 rings of tin staff given to Xuanzang. This was once rumored. Now, seeing this old monk walk out, it seems it's a match? Kun Yum? Looking at the Guanyin who stepped out step by step, Yi Yun could not help but have a trace of coldness appear on his face. Immediately, it also stopped the movement of his hands. He would like to see what this goddess of mercy had in store for him? Gentlemen, why should you inquire into mundane things and forget the true body of the Buddha? And seeing almost everyone's eyes, all attracted to herself, Guanyin nodded with satisfaction. Then faintly opened her mouth and said, "The Buddha has a vajra, an angry eye. And the golden body is one of the 32 phases of the Buddha. Why be stubborn? Might as well put it down." The faint voice, which seemed to have a kind of extravagant Buddhist sound, slowly echoed out. Chapter 7. Since reasoning doesn't make sense, let's start a fight. Might as well put it down. The voice of the goddess of mercy slowly delayed. It wasn't big, but it echoed clearly in everyone's ears. At once, the people, who had been in confusion, were once again filled with firmness towards Buddhism. That's right. What harm is there in a golden body when the Buddha's heart is bent on goodness? According to what I have been told and known, there are still some temples that mold the Buddha's real body in clay tires. And according to me, they should all be cast in gold and silver bullion. Otherwise, what is there to talk about devotion to the Buddha? We are still afraid that the gold and silver of the mortal world will defile the true body of the Buddha. Several voices came, roaring continuously. As you can see, they were few in number, but extremely fervent. So much so, there are some people who want to open their mouths to retort. But seeing them in such a manner, they are also afraid of provoking these fervent believers. For a while, there was a lot of talk about how the Buddha should have molded a golden body. Still, on the other hand, looking at this group of angry people, that above the platform of Xuanzang, suddenly some confused. Granted, according to his position, he should agree with that old monk's words. Even so, from that old monk briefly between the words, Xuanzang actually have a feeling of great enlightenment. He was almost certain that the old monk who had suddenly appeared in front of him was a truly accomplished monk. But, for some reason, the confusion in his mind grew deeper and deeper. Is this really the right thing to do? For the first time. Xuanzang for Buddhism. Questioned. Amit Ba. See, Xuanzang is still bowing his head. That Guanyin know its heart confused. A slight frown. Then faintly opened his mouth. The world is foolish and somewhat confused only because of the lack of this Hinayana teaching. If one can take the coming Mahayana teachings to relieve all suffering, the Buddha's golden body, bronze body, and clay body are all made out of the public mind. Without any personal feelings, you can cultivate an infinite body. And you can make no coming or going. Mahayana Buddhism? When this Guanyin's voice fell, Xuanzang raised his head suddenly, swept away the previous disheveled. Couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. And, old master, is there really Mahayana Buddhism? Dare I ask? Where is it? The party scene. Xuanzang knows the ills of Buddhism, but cannot do anything about it. After all worldly people have desires. Even if you have disappeared, it is inevitable that you will reveal the selfishness of your heart. So that things like this have happened before your eyes. But with Mahayana Buddhism, wouldn't everything be easily changed? Mahayana Buddhism? On the other side, the crowd, which had been in some turmoil, also heard this goddess of mercy's statement and their hearts trembled slightly. This Buddhism? There's still Mahayana and Hinayana? Good. Seeing that the attention of all the people was attracted by this Mahayana Buddhism, Guanyin nodded slightly and continued to speak, saying that the Mahayana Buddhist Tripitaka can eliminate death and suffering, and the life and body will not be destroyed. Now, it is at the Great Thunderbolt Temple in the Great Western Heavenly Kingdom of Tianzhu, where my Buddha, Rudra, is. See, Xuanzang heard this Mahayana Buddhism mold. Guanyin heart slightly relieved. She was really worried that this Xuanzang was disturbed by the previous scene. No longer have once to the Buddha's heart. If this is the case, how else can this westward quantum leap unfold? The good thing is, everything is going according to plan. Slowly. They only need to that some monks greed. Said that the drawbacks of the Hinayana Buddhism, Xuanzang want to universalize all sentient beings. The heart for the pursuit of Mahayana Buddhism will be more urgent. In that case, it was a blessing in disguise. Unable to help herself, Guanyin glanced at Yi Yun, who was not far away, thinking that this little Taoist priest had even helped himself. However, it was not possible to sit back and watch this Taoist priest continue. Tread. Thinking of this, Guanyin gently stepped forward. There are auspicious clouds emerge, straight into the ninth heaven. All of a sudden, the Ruami was colorful. An auspicious light enveloped the area. In the clouds, the true body of Guanyin manifested. Wearing a necklace, dressed in clean and plain robes, holding a vase of willow in her hands, manifesting in front of everyone's eyes. At the same time, Venerable Huishur, who had been following the Bodhisattva and had melted into the crowd as a small monk, also manifested his true body and took on the appearance of a child, standing at the side of Guanyin with a stick, shaking with spirit. Bodhisattva? Seeing this scene, Xuanzang, the king of Tang, and even a dynasty full of civil and military, monks, nuns, Taoists and laymen, scholar and laborer, are all in great fear, and cannot help but kneel down and worship. Who would have thought that the Bodhisattva would show up in the world? However, among the many kneeling figures, there was only one that had not worshipped. Ya Yun. At this moment, he was like an immortal crane standing on a flock of chickens. Standing with his arms folded, looking at the figure above the dome with an indifferent expression. Looking closely, a hint of killing intent vaguely swept through the depths of his eyes. Just a moment ago, Yi Yun could clearly feel that a great consciousness had steeply descended into his mind, impacting everything in his sea of consciousness. No. There seems to be something wrong with the use of the word impact. That's destroy. That one consciousness. Extremely overbearing. As if destroying everything was enough to decimate one's own consciousness tens of thousands of times, turning it into mottled fragments. Unfortunately, today's self is still standing on top of the Taoist temple. Therefore, he is invincible. Naturally, Yi Yun also understands where this sudden emergence of consciousness comes from. Guanyin. There's no one else but her. However, Yi Yun was not in a hurry to have a seizure, and just wanted to know what exactly this Guanyin wanted to do. Thus, under Yi Yun's deliberate control, that strong stream of consciousness had completely occupied his sea of consciousness. And his own consciousness, he hides. This gave that goddess of mercy the feeling that she had completely destroyed herself. Immediately after, Yi Yun saw that the consciousness belonging to Guanyin, in that empty sea of consciousness, began to construct a brand new consciousness. Then, give control of the body to that one brand new consciousness. It could be seen that that brand new consciousness should be a part of Guanyin's consciousness split off. And when this new consciousness took control of his body, the result was predictable. Puppet. At this moment, in Yi Yun's mind, such a thought could not help but emerge. When that new consciousness took over the sea of consciousness, one was no longer oneself. It's just a puppet of this Buddhist sect. Or even, in a few more years, that Guanyin would withdraw this new strand of consciousness, and he himself would die silently. Right? No. When Guanyin chose to appear in her sea of consciousness, in this manner, if she was not invincible, I am afraid that she would have already been killed. Is this Buddhist? In fact, in the beginning, Yi Yun was not trying to use his power to suppress others. After all, being in the middle of the Taoist temple, he could greatly push everything across. Even if that high and mighty sage came, he could not help him. However, he did not do so, but intended to reason with this Buddhist sect first. Unfortunately, the reasoning doesn't make sense. In that case, let's see whose fist is bigger. Boom! Thinking of this, Yi Yun's consciousness, which was originally hidden, instantly exploded. Almost in an instant. The consciousness of that goddess of mercy that had manifested in one's mind was completely annihilated. Not a single trace was left behind. Chapter 8, The Taoist Temple. You want to leave before it's over? At this moment, the Guanyin, who was being worshipped by 10,000 people with a bland look, was suddenly stunned. Her face turned slightly white, and she stumbled a little. Bodhisattva. What's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, the venerable Huisher beside her was slightly stunned and hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. She had never seen Guanyin like this before, and her heart was in a state of panic. No harm done. Upon hearing this, Guanyin shook her head slightly. And then, with her face as usual, she spoke faintly, saying, "It's just, there's a few little things going on." On the surface it was calm. But inside Guanyin, waves of shock were raised. A wisp of one's own conscious detachment was annihilated. Just now. In order to prevent that little Taoist from talking nonsense again, she separated a strand of her consciousness with the intention of controlling that little Taoist. And the process, too, went well. That little Taoist, Being immortal, how could he block the might of the paramount saint? Therefore, within a few moments, this Taoist priest's consciousness had completely worn out. And the consciousness she had created to take over the body of this Taoist priest was already on track with its mission. Unexpectedly, however, an even stronger consciousness descended just as he was about to leave. At once, destroying the wisp of his own consciousness detachment. Who is it? At this moment, in Guanin's heart, she was filled with shock. As a quasi-saint level powerhouse, directly striking out to resolve the Taoist, there is a possibility that it will fall into the hands of the people. So she resorted to this quiet way. Guanin was confident that no one other than the saints could see her means. After all, because of his words and actions, that Xuanzang is going to be skeptical of Buddhism. It was so hard to lull myself back. There's no telling what will happen if we let it go on any longer. In this way, quietly resolving this one hidden danger will do no harm to the Buddhist sect. But now, something like this has happened. Who could it be? Could it be that some people from the Taoist church secretly made a move? Her eyes swept the surroundings. Guanin's face sank slightly. Being able to destroy her own consciousness split in a split second was by no means something that an ordinary Tao Lord could do. At the very least, it must be a quasi-saint. Moreover, it wasn't just any quasi-saint. Could it be that it's trying to stop the westward journey? After searching for a few moments to no avail, Guanin's gaze once again fell on that Xuanzang body. Now, the great work of fetching the scriptures has not yet begun. But the fetcher is set. And just a moment ago, the heart of this fetcher of scriptures was clearly shaken a bit. If he hadn't shown up in time, he might have actually caused some irreparable damage. And now, someone is trying to shelter this Taoist priest. Perhaps looking at his influence on the great westward journey. Of course, Guanin is not without suspicion that this Taoist in front of her is eccentric. But the problem was that just now, he, himself, had easily destroyed this Taoist sea of consciousness. Plus, there was not the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy in its body. How does this look like an ordinary mortal Taoist? There is definitely another great power that is making a move in the dark. I don't know which fellow Taoist, but please meet me. Thinking of this, Guanin's eyes looked around, lightly opened her vermilion lips, and faintly opened her mouth. This scene, naturally, was seen in the eyes of Venerable Hui Bank, who was on the side. And his heart was also turning over in shocking waves. A friend of the road? It's hard to believe that there's still a paragon in the vicinity of this great Tang. After all, Guanin was a quasi-saint. And those who could be called Tao friends by her were at least at this level of existence. Quasi-saints. Thinking about this, Venerable Huisher suddenly had a giddy feeling. In the flood, it is also a truly supreme existence. But I had never thought that this small mortal empire would have this kind of existence appear? Quiet. When Guanin's voice fell, the entire void was somewhat terrifyingly silent. Only the voice of the goddess of mercy echoed. However, when her voice echoed for a long time, and there was no living creature present. As for the other side, that mortal man, naturally, could not hear this voice of Guanin. Therefore, they were also extremely puzzled in their hearts. This bodhisattva, why has he remained silent after appearing? But despite the doubts in their hearts, they didn't dare to say anything more. Just wait patiently. Left. After a long time has not been responded to. Guanin's face also showed a trace of doubt. Then shook his head. His eyes once again fell on that Xuanzang body. No matter what. Nowadays it is still the great cause of fetching the scriptures. Which is the most important? Dang! With that in mind, she gently reached out and took out a brief post. In the next moment, that brief post floated down leisurely, carrying some Buddha's light, and fell down quietly. And in mid-air, it slowly unfolded. Only, on top of that simple post, a few lines of chanting were composed. Courtesy of the great Tang ruler. There is a marvelous text in the West. The journey is 180,000 miles. And the Mahayana enters attentively. This sutra goes back to the upper kingdom, and can surpass the ghosts. If there is one who is willing to go, seek the golden body of the right fruit. So sprawling, with Buddha's light, presented to all. Mahayana Buddhist scriptures. 100,000 miles. Looking at the description on that ode, the hearts of the people trembled. Unexpectedly this far away? And that ode, after unfolding, and then abruptly shrink, floating, landing in front of Tang Tai's only Shimen. I beg to differ. Receiving that ode, Li Shimen naturally did not dare to be slow, and hastily opened his mouth and said, I can send someone to the Great Thunder Sound Temple in Tianju to fetch this Mahayana Buddhist scriptures, and then Bing Dan Chang to repair the good fruit. Saying that, his eyes couldn't help but fall on Xuanzang. Nowadays, it seems that only Xuanzang can take up the mantle. After all, Li Shimen as an emperor. The ability to read people is also very human, can be comparable. He could tell that this one Xuanzang in front of him was genuinely trying to promote Buddhism. He is also extremely impressed by this kind of bare-heartedness. Naturally, the first thing that came to mind was him. After all, to hand over this great cause of fetching the scriptures to the monk Hui Silence, the abbot of the Temple of the Transfiguration. He dared to go? I'm afraid I'll pretend to be sick and resign the next day. Poor monk. I would like to travel to Tianju and seek the true scriptures. At these words, Xuanzang's face showed a hint of joy, and he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Until we reach the Western paradise and get the true scriptures, we will never turn back. Or else, be willing to fall into a sinking hell for all eternity. In fact, after learning that the Buddha's greed, Xuanzang's heart has also produced a wavering doubt whether the Buddha's teachings really persuade people to good. But now, hearing the folding of Mahayana Buddhism, it is natural to be excited. If we take it, will we not be able to truly teach the world? So, how dare you not go? Good. At this moment, above that cloud, Guanyin saw Xuanzang also slowly nodded. A trace of satisfaction spread on her face. This first step in the westward journey is sort of going to start. In this way, one's mission is accomplished. As for before, it didn't matter which of the great powers had made the move. After all, as long as Xuanzang successfully westbound, who can not stop the momentum of the great rise of Buddhism? Guanyin guessed that the person in the dark should also know this, and chose not to appear. Right? Thinking of this, Guanyin's auspicious cloud under her feet slightly swung, intending to leave on this, heading to the western heavenly spirit mountain to resume her orders. Do you want to leave before you're done with the Taoist temple? Just then, a faint voice caused the Guanyin, who was about to leave, to be slightly stunned. This is? Chapter 9, How Dare a Taoist Be So Reckless? Above the celestial dome, auspicious clouds swirled under Guanyin's feet, and she was about to leave. After all, the fetching of the scriptures was set. The demons and devils along that way, and even the 3 disciples of Xuanzang, made the rounds themselves. It was all as planned. It can be said to be taken by Xuanzang Customs' ultimatum. You can officially embark on the road to the west. Guanyin felt that this time, although there were waves, there were no great thrills. The next step is simply to return to Spirit Mountain. Only, what Guanyin did not anticipate was that when she was about to turn into a rainbow and leave, she was stopped by someone. Do you want to leave before you're done with the Taoist temple? That voice, with a touch of indifference. And there was something familiar about it. Is that the Taoist priest? Glancing down slightly, a trace of surprise passed across Guanyin's face. His sea of consciousness, wasn't it destroyed by himself? How can I still talk? To Guanyin, destroying a person's sea of consciousness was a bit too insignificant. Therefore, after that powerful stream of consciousness appeared and messed everything up, she naturally forgot about the existence of that little Taoist priest. Now, seeing that he was unharmed, there were a few moments of surprise in his heart. Could it be that it was that one paragon just now that made it recover? After thinking for a moment, in Guanyin's mind, she couldn't help but come up with this thought. Indeed, although he himself had destroyed this Taoist sea of consciousness with the means of an associate saint, it was still not much of a problem to let a tiny mortal recover. After all, this Taoist, no matter how one looked at it, was not some person with great chi. Just a regular guy. Even if his body and soul are all shattered, as long as he has not gone into reincarnation, there are countless means in the floodplains that can restore him to his original state. It was even possible that this Taoist himself did not know that he had experienced a life and death crisis. Only, even if he didn't know about the previous crisis, he still dared to speak out to stop it when he saw his true body manifesting? This Taoist priest. What is he thinking? Canon was a little confused. Could it be that it's a rash? Who are you? The great compassionate goddess of mercy. Even among the Taoist sects, it had a great reputation. Logically speaking, after seeing his real body in person, this little Taoist priest would no longer act the slightest bit wantonly even if he wasn't terrified. But now, it was this unceremonious opening. And then, when he thought about it, before, this little Taoist priest had used an axe to split the Buddha statue in front of many monks. Guanyin felt that this little Taoist might really be a rash person. Someone who couldn't tell the difference between priorities. Otherwise, where does one get the nerve to talk to oneself like this? In fact, it's not just Guanyin. Everyone present, one and all, was dumbfounded. That's the goddess of mercy? If anything, some of that little Taoist monk's actions earlier, exposing the greed and hypocrisy of some monks, made people feel somewhat relieved. Now, then, it was utter shock. This little Taoist, is he crazy? Nice guy. How dare anyone speak in that tone of voice in the face of a bodhisattva? How dare you? And compared to the shock and confusion of the people, the monks, almost all of them, were out of their minds with anger. Indeed, that Taoist temple thing, they were the ones who were at fault in the beginning. But he doesn't think about what's going on? And the Taoist temple? A small Taoist temple. Not to mention just being converted into a temple. Even if it is reduced to rubble, so what? It's nothing more than some mundane pile of bricks and mortar. This one in front of me is a real Buddha. Encountering the Buddha and not worshipping him had already made these monks' hearts indignant. And now it was even more wanton like this? If it weren't for the fact that great Taoist goddess Guanyin was here, they wouldn't have been able to resist moving forward and kicking this Taoist out completely. You Taoist priest! You are too unbridled. How dare you talk to the Bodhisattva like this? Your Taoist temple, a mere mundane thing. Why are you fiddling in front of the Bodhisattva? Get out of here! But even if they did not step forward, these monks were still furious, as if they wanted to swallow Yi Yun into their stomachs. Even Xuanzang. A trace of color flashed across his face. In fact, relative to a group of monks on this Taoist anger, Xuanzang's mood is extremely complex. Naturally, he's not annoyed. Because, as Xuanzang knew in his heart, it was he who was wrong. He, Xuanzang, is not a person who does not recognize the mistake. Moreover, it was precisely because of the appearance of this Taoist that he himself could not have faced up to the ills of the Buddhist sect and thus been given the opportunity to travel to the Western paradise and worship the true scriptures. However, this Taoist's actions today are indeed disrespectful to the Bodhisattva. A heart to the Buddha. Xuanzang. The heart naturally has a few grievances. Tread. On the other side, Yi Yun naturally didn't care what the crowd thought. Just gently put the axe aside. Then raised his head and walked forward step by step. He was light on his feet. But for some reason, inside all of them, there was a sinking feeling. It was as if this person in front of him was an untouchable existence. Even above that cloud, Guanyin frowned. For some reason, there was something vaguely disturbing in her mind. However, Guanyin had thought of countless possibilities, but had not found the source of this hint of uneasiness. At this moment, as her divine sense swept through her surroundings, she was almost certain that the unknown paragon who had struck out just now had already left. After all, the main reason why she hadn't noticed the previous obliteration of her own strand of consciousness was because she hadn't foreseen it in advance. It's a sneak attack. Nowadays, she had explored any corner of this surrounding area. Even the Weisher Venerable Mujia, who was by his side, was not spared. After all, she was really afraid that a paragon had manifested into Mujia and had come specifically to hinder her plans. This is, well, entirely possible. But as it turned out, it was nothing. Datong is still Datong. And Muza is still the same Muza. Under such circumstances, unless the person who had just struck out was far superior to himself, such a thing would never be possible. But the question is, how many people are there in the flood who can finish themselves off? Other than the high and mighty saints, there were only those few ancient paragon saints. However, Guanyin felt that these people were not so far gone. What's more, there are still 2 saints in the Buddhist sect. Although, these 2 saints were in Mount Sumeru and had not appeared even after the quantum leap. However, looking at the floodplains, who would dare to underestimate these 2? As for this Taoist, turning her gaze to Yi Yun once more, Guanyin's frown deepened. Could it be? Is he? Suddenly, an extremely absurd idea surfaced from within Guanyin's mind. Is it this Taoist person? Who is making trouble out of it? But as this thought flashed by, Guanyin directly shook her head and quickly dismissed it. No way. There's no way that's possible. No matter how you look at it, this is an unusual mortal. How could it have the slightest effect on a paragon of himself? Wouldn't that be a pipe dream? Chapter 10, Sihong. Do you really want to lose face? Gently shaking her head, Guanyin secretly said that she was overthinking things. How is that possible? She felt that, or the journey to the West would begin. And the Buddhist sect was extremely attached to it. So much so, that he himself, the one responsible for most of the matters of the Western journey, was a bit sketchy. Anyways, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy on this Taoist. Just a regular guy. Is a small mortal Taoist worth making such a fuss over himself? However, after a moment of careful contemplation, Guanyin felt that the trace of uneasiness in her heart should have originated from the Paraclete. That's right. It must be him. Ever since that one strike, Guanyin had never explored the slightest bit of its existence. This also proved that its strength was not weaker than his own at the very least. That's a shocking thing now. Although Guanyin would not feel that her strength was unique amongst the paramount saints and belonged to the strongest class. But in the end, it wasn't too weak. However, under these circumstances, it still allowed that one unknown paragon to retreat in one piece. Some of the causes and effects of this are worth pondering over. Perhaps it was a certain long-established quasi-saint in the flood. After returning to the Spirit Mountain, I still have to probe the news of that quasi-saint. At this moment, within Guanyin's mind, she couldn't help but have such a thought swept through her mind. She believed that with the strength of Spirit Mountain, it wouldn't take long for this one unknown paragon to reveal his true form. Was it a former disciple of the Interceptor sect? Or was it a certain well-known paraclete of the flood? By then, everything will be clear. And himself, he must make him pay the price for provoking the Buddhist sect. If you dare to be an enemy of the Buddhist sect, you must be prepared to pay the price. Otherwise, the crowd really thought that the Buddhist sect was easy to bully? At that time, if a few other paragon saints crumble out, then how can this westward journey still go? What's more, among the great religions established by the saints today, only the Buddhist sect is the strongest. The rest are no longer worth mentioning. In the previous flood, when it came to the strongest, it was naturally the Hierophant and Interceptor sect. Unfortunately, after the battle to seal the gods, these two religions had already fallen. Interceptions need not be said. Once magnificent disciples of the saints, dead and fled. Even if they survived by chance, they were on the list of sealed gods and under the control of the heavenly court. As for the hierarchy, although it is a god-sealing winner, but it hurts the enemy 1,000 times. But it also has 800 times of self-loss. And apart from these two religions, the human sect withered away, without many disciples at all. Manhwa closes about chaos and does not ask about the affairs of the Red Earth. Nowadays, the flood can be said to be dominated by the Buddhist sect. Even the heavenly court, which is nominally the co-owner of the three realms, has to sell the Buddhist sect a few favors. And, after the Western measure, the Buddhist sect will really flourish. No one can stop that vast momentum. That one paraclete, who dared to provoke the Buddhist sect at its most magnificent, when it's really like a death wish. And just when Guanyin's mind crossed several thoughts, she had not noticed that Yi Yun, who was regarded by her as a mole cricket, had already arrived on the high platform where Xuanzang had previously preached. You know, the Bodhisattva descended. Xuanzang sincerely salute the Buddha. Naturally do not dare to have the slightest disrespect. Plus, at the beginning, that goddess of mercy transformed into an old monk and led the way with Mahayana Buddhism. This made him walk down on top of that high platform long ago. At this moment, that high platform had long been empty. Only to see. Yi Yun walked up to the high platform and stood with his arms folded as he looked indifferently at the figure above the celestial dome. Like a tree in the forest, it stands in the storm, but it is immovable. Chi Han. In the next moment, Yi Yun opened his mouth. A trace of sarcasm flashed across his face as he spoke coldly. And, as a disciple of a former saint, is it true that you don't even want to lose face? A faint voice echoed out. But it froze everyone in their tracks. Who's Kiran? For the crowd of mortals. Naturally, the name Tsihan was extremely unfamiliar and somewhat overwhelming. None of them knew which of the Taoist priest's tendrils was wrong again. That he had uttered such a name. Could it be that he does not know that the one in front of him is the legendary goddess of mercy who saves the suffering of the great compassionate goddess of mercy? How dare you say anything about Cixi? However, compared to the doubts of these mortals, the guanyin above that mid-air was somewhat frozen. Naturally, she was no stranger to the name Sihang. That was the Taoist name she had used when she had been in the hierarchy. If you know, under the master of the hierarchy, the first heavenly father, there are 12 golden immortals. Tai and Jade Helm were among them. It belongs to the personal disciples of the saints. In the hierarchy's position, except for the saints as well as the deputy head teacher, it is almost supreme. And she, one of the 12 golden immortals, is Taoist Sihang. However, at the time of the battle to seal the gods, she would join several other of the 12 golden immortals and defected to the Buddhist sect. Thus, the world came to have the goddess of mercy, the great compassionate goddess of mercy, who saves suffering and distress. However, this was, after all, news from the time of the sealing of the gods, and belonged to ancient mysteries. What's more, it involves the two great sage sects, and no one in the flood would dare to say more. After a long time, no one knew about this matter except for some old men who had survived the battle of sealing the gods. But now, her own Taoist name back then was spoken by a small mortal Taoist, naturally making Guanyin's heart shake with some surprise. Immediately, she once again took a close look at Yi Yun, not detecting any fluctuation of spiritual energy. And the doubts in her heart became deeper and deeper. Of course, it wasn't as if Guanyin hadn't suspected that the person in front of her was a paragon. However, not only the spiritual power fluctuation, rules and traces of the great Tao. These, some of the most common signs on Tao lords and paramount saints, were absent. If it was a quasi-saint, it was definitely a quasi-saint that far surpassed himself. It was at least a late stage of paramount sainthood. Otherwise, if it was only slightly stronger, one would never be able to not notice it in the slightest. And the late quasi-saint. Looking at the floodplains today, I'm afraid that there are only a few of them. And all of them are the most ancient period. In the purple heavenly palace to listen to the Taoist ancestor preaching. It is a saintly peer. Among them, there was not this Taoist in front of him. Moreover, an existence like that knew the taboo of karma and didn't dare to easily wade into the robbery. Guanyin does not feel that it will deliberately appear in this great tang to disrupt the West. Rather underestimating you. After a moment of silence, Guanyin's eyes flashed with a trace of gravity as she looked toward that Yi Yun and spoke in a deep voice, saying, "Behind you, which paragon is standing? Let it out. Otherwise, this seat will obliterate you." In Guanyin's cognition, behind this Taoist priest, there should be a paramount saint supporting him. As for himself, odds are he's just a puppet. Therefore, Guanyin didn't talk nonsense and directly named the paragon behind this Yi Yun to come out. Otherwise, one would have made a strong move to exterminate him. After all, this no longer belongs to bullying the small with the big, but is a provocation to the face of a quasi-saint. It was thought that he would directly obliterate this Taoist priest with a thunderbolt. No one in the flood will say anything either. Chapter 11, Compassion of the Goddess of Mercy? What a joke! The man behind it? Paraclete? This time, the voice of Guanyin was not specially hidden. Therefore, even mortals heard that sentence clearly. At once, everyone was confused. As a mortal, as long as one is able to fly in the sky and hide in the ground, one is a godlike being. And that goddess of mercy, the goddess of gods, is revered by 10,000 people. Even some people feel that if they are in trouble, worshipping Goddess of Mercy will be enough. So much so that there are simply as many Guanyin Dharma phases enshrined in the mortal world today as there are people. Guanyin, Goddess of Mercy. Guanyin, Goddess of Suffering. Guanyin, Goddess of Nine Faces. Beach Guanyin, Goddess of Mercy. And Dream Violation Guanyin. And so on. Uncountable. But now, from the mouth of this Goddess of Mercy, the crowd heard a name. Paramount? What is this presence? Listening to the Bodhisattva, it seems that he can be equal to it. Ha! Paramount? On the other side, Yi Yun also heard the words of this Goddess of Mercy. His brows slightly furrowed as a trace of surprise surfaced on his face. This was treating the fact that he had just struck out and extinguished that wisp of consciousness as the means of a certain paragon? Also right. Nowadays, how can I see myself as just a mortal Taoist priest? How can I block a blow from Guanyin? So, it's a misunderstanding for her? And now, that paragon was going to be exterminated himself if he didn't step out? Oh, this Guanyin. She's quite bossy. Feng, didn't you already make a move once? Slightly raising his head, Yi Yun glanced at this Goddess of Mercy. The sneer on his face increased, and he faintly opened his mouth and said, "That one consciousness. But it didn't intend to let poverty live." Speaking here, a coldness surfaced on Yi Yun's face. The Buddhist scripture says, "Sweep the floor for fear of harming the lives of mole crickets, and love the moths that cover the lamps." However, this Goddess of Mercy had no mercy for herself. That is, with the intention of solving everything once and for all. It's a very neat thing to do. Eh? Hearing this, Guanyin's face changed again. This Taoist even knew about this? It seems that one paragon saint is still nearby? With such thoughts crossing her mind, Guanyin's gaze couldn't help but turn to the surroundings, carefully observing for a long time, before she uttered a Buddha's name under her breath, which made her open her mouth and said, "Amitba." Since this fellow Taoist is unwilling to show himself, then I won't blame this seat for being merciless. It's just that my Buddha is merciful. After all, it's a life. This seat happens to be short of a child. So you'll do a good job. Too much talk is too much. Previously, one of his own consciousnesses, invading the Taoist sea of consciousness, had actually done so extremely quietly. Even some paramount saints might not be aware of it. However, now that it had been told by this Taoist in a dignified manner, Guanyin felt that her face was a bit unrecognizable. It had already been decided that he would be sent to the 9 hells for eternity. Of course, as the heart of the masses of people to save the suffering of the great compassionate Goddess of Mercy Bodhisattva. Although the party has already shown the intention to kill, but cannot directly start killing. Otherwise, what is the point of talking about great compassion? So, she changed her words and planned to take this Yi Yun as a child. When it left the territory of the Great Tang, a throw from a random deep mountain would be enough to pulverize it. As for later? Where there is a later. In the eyes of the people of the Great Tang, this Taoist priest was taken in as a child by himself and traveled to the western paradise of ultimate bliss. I wonder how many people are envious. As for some gods and goddesses, who cares about the death of a mortal Taoist priest? Dang! Thinking that, a Buddha light swirled above Guanyin's body, enveloping almost everything. In the next moment, that Buddha light transformed into ripples, like a long rainbow, and swept towards Yi Yun. Ah! The boy! On the other side, many monks, The people of Datong saw this scene, and a trace of envy could not help but show on their faces. In their opinion, this Taoist in front of them, provoking the goddess of mercy in this manner, even if he was sent to the 18 layers of hell, was not too much. However, the Bodhisattva surprisingly took him as a child. What kind of chance is this? So much so that some people couldn't help but jump at the chance to gain this one step to heaven by also intending to provoke the Bodhisattva once in this way. But that's just thinking about it. No one would dare to provoke the Bodhisattva like Yi Yun like that. However, even if they did not dare in their hearts, they were extremely admiring of the Bodhisattva's actions. I told you how the goddess of mercy would take a shot at a mortal worthy of being the goddess of mercy who saves the suffering in the great mercy. If someone provoked me like this, I would certainly have to teach him a lesson. But for Guanyin to accept him as a child is simply a great gift. My Buddha is merciful. At that moment, the entire Huasheng temple, countless people, monks, and even civil and military officials were all shaken up a bit. It's a step up. That little Taoist, his luck is too good to be true. Isn't it? Even those who had previously felt some resentment toward the Buddhist sect in their hearts had all converged. Worthy of being the goddess of mercy, the goddess of compassion who saves suffering and hardship? And above the clouds, Guanyin, who was watching all of this happen, couldn't help but show a hint of satisfaction on her face. If the paragon behind that appeared, he would certainly be retaliated against by the Buddhist sect. And by not showing up, this one dowser today will live to see the end of his days. In this way, it would also be possible to warn that paragon behind the scenes to not provoke the Buddhist sect again. Otherwise, there will be murder. Humph. On top of the high platform, Yi Yun stood with his arms folded and looked faintly at the Buddhist light that swept toward him. After that incident before, if he could no longer see this Guanyin's mind, then his reaction would be too slow. Adopting as a child is false. I'm afraid it's true that I'm taking advantage of the opportunity to victimize myself. Isn't it? However, did this goddess of mercy really think that with the single Buddha's light, she could make herself be captured? If so, this invincibility of one's own is a bit too cheap. Isn't it? Boom! Only to see that the Buddha's light fell, almost annihilating everything. Its speed. Too fast. And just when everyone thought that Yi Yun would surely be taken away directly under that Buddha's light. That Buddha light, however, suddenly stopped. Click. In the next moment, the Buddha's light, which had just been so powerful that it seemed to be able to obliterate everything, suddenly dissipated. Without the slightest sign. What's going on here? Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned and somewhat unresponsive. Is it hard to believe that the Bodhisattva has withdrawn? Unable to help it, they looked up at the Bodhisattva Guanyin above that cloud, their faces full of doubt. In fact, compared to the hesitation of the crowd, Guanyin was also a bit frazzled at the moment. That Buddha's light, although it was just a casual strike, not any special means, it was enough to deal with ordinary golden immortals. Now, how it has dissipated. Even she didn't see how. Exactly. It had dissipated. This time, Guanyin was thoroughly solemn. He clearly sensed a hint of something wrong. Logically speaking, if there was really an associate saint making a move in such a situation, one should be able to detect it. However, one does not feel anything at all. This was really beyond Guanyin's expectations. It was a little hard for her to accept. Chapter 12 Jade Emperor. This Taoist priest is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. What's going on? At this moment, Guanin's mind was filled with doubts. She didn't understand what the hell was going on. That one Buddha light. How did it somehow dissipate? Actually, it's not just the viewer who is wondering. The rest of the beings who were paying attention to this place were also surprised in their hearts. Not seeing what's going on here. It is important to realize that the karma involved in traveling westward in a quantum leap is simply too great. And this Datong, as the initial place of the journey to the west, naturally attracted the attention of many gods and Buddhas. For example, heaven. Only to see that, above that Lingshao palace, there was a huge mirror of light, slowly sinking and floating. Its quality is not gold or jade, with ancient seal scripts in the shape of cloud dragon and strange birds on its back, as if it has the weight of 10,000 pounds. Fixed gaze. There is a greenish shimmering light, such as the morning sun shrouded, transformed into a rain of flowers. Vaguely wind, clouds, water and fire in which the flow of, turning illusory at any time. The changes are endless. Haotian mirror. This is a supreme treasure, which was personally given by the Tao Father Hongjun back then. It belongs to the innate spiritual treasures, which not only have amazing defense, but also can peep into the three worlds. Now, above this Haotian mirror, what is presented is precisely this great Tang realm. This Tsi Hong, when it really is getting more and more alive, can't even solve a mortal Taoist. Looking at the picture above that Haotian mirror, the Jade Emperor could not help but show a trace of mockery on his face, teasingly saying, "In my opinion, it would be better to stay honestly in the hierarchy and be her 12 golden immortals. Be a monk for what?" Over the years, Guanyin has taken on millions of incarnations and traveled the Red Earth. Even so, some of the beliefs that originally belonged to the heavenly court were all snatched away by the West. This made the Jade Emperor naturally indignant in his heart. Plus, that westward journey is about to begin and the Buddhist sect is flourishing. In this way, the majesty of the heavenly court is bound to be affected. There's no telling what will happen over time. Therefore, seeing this goddess of mercy defeated, the Jade Emperor's heart is naturally happy. Your Majesty, be careful what you say. Caution. Listening to the words of his own Jade Emperor, Taibai Jingxing carefully glanced around and saw that there was no one else but himself. Before wiping a handful of sweat from his forehead and opening his mouth with a face full of helplessness and saying, "As far as I know, there are quite a few Buddhists in the heavenly court. These words, known by the Buddhist sect, are not good after all." If His Own Majesty's words were to spread, the relationship between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect would, I'm afraid, drop a few more points. When the time comes, I'm afraid there will be no shortage of disputes. What? Hearing Taibai Jingxing's words, the Jade Emperor frowned and spoke faintly, saying, "I have to look at his Buddhist face? No. No." Hearing His Own Majesty's tone, which seemed to carry some dissatisfaction, Taibai Jingxing hastily shook his head. Before speaking, "Your Majesty is the co-lord of the three realms. So naturally you don't need to care about the Buddhist sect. But now, the great power of heaven is in the West. It's better to be cautious. The heavenly fixed amount of robbery. The Buddha's eastward journey. This is something that no one can change. And when this quantum leap ends, the power of the Buddhist sect will also reach its peak. It would never be a good thing if a suspicion arose with the Buddhist sect at this time." Humph. At that, the Jade Emperor snorted coldly, but did not go on to say. In fact, he had experienced many quantum robberies and was still clearer than this Taibai Jingxing about the horrors involved. Even high and mighty saints, when faced with that great calamity, would have to back down and not dare to compete with it. And this westbound robbery, really counting is a karma owed by the Taoist ancestor back then. In the past, the Taoist ancestor fought with Luo Shuhu, and the winner could be certified as a saint. And in order to win, Luo detonated the Western ancestral vein and fought Hongjun to the death. In the end, of course, Luo Shu died in battle. His soul scattered between heaven and earth, completely obliterated. However, the destruction of the Western ancestral vein had led to the barrenness of the West, and this cause and effect was just too great. Even Dao ancestor Hongjun had difficulty with it for a moment. Not only did he deliberately give up 2 holy positions, but he also had to make up for the karma of that one time with this journey to the West. Plus, when the battle to seal the gods was fought, the West helped the hierarchy, which is also a period of karma. In this way, this westward journey is in existence tacitly authorized by the sages, and even by the heavenly Tao. It was still slightly different from the time of the sealing of the gods, when the saints competed with each other fearfully. No one dares to stop it. If it were not for that, in the beginning, that fussing with the heavenly palace, one would not have acted in that play. However, understanding after understanding, the Jade Emperor was still extremely indignant in his heart. Only, how exactly did that Buddha light dissipate? And why is it difficult to see through even the Haotian mirror? Shaking his head, the Jade Emperor temporarily suppressed the dissatisfaction with the Buddhist sect in his heart, and his eyes fell on that image, murmuring softly, saying, "That strike wasn't too weak. The Buddha light that Guanyin wielded just now. Not to mention a small mortal monk. Even if it was an ordinary immortal god, it would be difficult to resist. And in this case, it was blocked by this one little Taoist priest. Is it the unknown paragon that Guanyin spoke of before? But what kind of paraclete can avoid the prying eyes of the Haotian mirror?" At this moment, in the Jade Emperor's heart, he was also extremely curious. After all, it was naturally a good thing to make the Buddhist sect suffer. However, in case some existences that were difficult for him to control appeared in these 3 worlds, not something to be happy about for the Jade Emperor, who was the co-lord of the 3 realms. Caution must be exercised. Thinking of this, the Jade Emperor catalyzed the Haotian mirror, only to see its greenish-mang shimmering light illuminated some ripples scattered toward the surrounding area, as if seeking the cause and effect of all this. Unfortunately, even though the Jade Emperor had pushed this Haotian mirror with nearly all his strength, he still found nothing. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the Jade Emperor was truly surprised. The Haotian mirror, being an innate spiritual treasure, was born before heaven and earth, and was an existence left over from the chaotic period. It has great power. It can see into the heavens and earth and monitor all the realms of the heavens. It can be said that all changes in the 3 worlds cannot escape the surveillance of this Haotian mirror. But now, this Haotian mirror, which had always been error-free, had malfunctioned. This made the Jade Emperor gradually realize the seriousness of the matter. It's just when the Jade Emperor wanted to sacrifice another supreme treasure to assist this Haotian mirror, suddenly noticed that Haotian mirror picture above. There is a figure abruptly flashed. Its speed too fast. Even with the Haotian mirror, the Jade Emperor could only see a mere remnant. Like a Taoist priest? At this time, that Taibai Jinxing also came over and stared at the remnants for a long time before he opened his mouth with some uncertainty. A Taoist priest? Hearing this, the Jade Emperor's spirit trembled, and he realized that the residual shadow was very familiar. As if it's the same Taoist priest who made Guanyin suffer just now. But how could a mortal Taoist have such a terrifying speed? And what is he going to do? Looking at the image above that Haotian mirror, the Jade Emperor only felt that he could no longer comprehend the scene in front of him. Pretending to be a pig in a poke? Suddenly, a thought emerged from within his mind. It's hard to believe that this Taoist priest is pretending to be a pig in a poke. Chapter 13 Guanyin, an unremarkable paragon? Advantage to me. This Taoist priest, by no means an ordinary mortal? Looking at the changes above the Haotian mirror, such a thought suddenly flashed through the Jade Emperor's mind. Somewhat shocked. That speed, at least, is a big RO. Even, it could be a quasi-saint. Now, the Jade Emperor really wasn't calm. Just before, even by himself, he had treated this Taoist priest as an ordinary mortal. Could it be that he also looked away? You should know that the Jade Emperor holds the Haotian mirror, which can survey the heavens and the world. There were very few existences in this flood that could avoid the probing of the Haotian mirror. But now, it's a miss. This Taoist priest, I'm afraid it's a bit more terrifying than expected. Who could it be? Unable to help it, such a thought flashed through the Jade Emperor's mind. Wanted to know the identity of this Taoist. However, it was impossible to think of when such an existence had come out of the flood. Wait. What's he going to do? Putting down the shock in his heart for the time being, the Jade Emperor's gaze once again fell on top of that Haotian mirror. And suddenly seeing the direction in which that man was traveling, he froze again and couldn't help but murmur softly, saying, "Is it hard to just start a fight?" That Taoist speed. Even the Haotian mirror had difficulty fully grasping it. But there was no doubt that he was headed toward the goddess of mercy. It's hard to believe that he wants to fight Guanyin in that detang. Suddenly, the Jade Emperor's expression was stunned as he thought of such a possibility. And then the face. A bit of a grimace set in. One must know that a battle between paragon saints could truly destroy the heavens and the earth. In the past, when Luo Shuji was at the level of a quasi-saint, he was able to detonate the ancestral vein of the West, resulting in the devastation of all living beings. Along with the entire West, it hasn't slowed down in billions of years. The karma involved is just too great. Therefore, in order to prevent the flood from being broken, some paramount saints dueled each other. And many of them would choose to be in the middle of the chaos. Otherwise, the flood would have been shattered long ago. And if these two quasi-saintly level existences were to fight in the skies above Great Tang, one misstep and in an instant, the entire Great Tang would be reduced to nothing. The karma contained in this. I'm afraid that even a saint would have a headache if he came. This Taoist priest. How dare he? In the meantime, Big Dawn, the goddess of mercy above the clouds. Her eyes also flashed with a hint of essence. And she suddenly coldly drank and said, "Paraclete?" Although Guanyin still hadn't felt the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power from Yi Yun. But just based on that speed, it was enough to rival a paramount saint. How is that possible? At this moment, Guanyin's heart was extremely shaken. She hadn't expected, no matter what, that the unknown paragon that she had searched for so long would be right in front of her. But why did he look as an ordinary mortal? In Guanyin's mind, there were too many doubts. However, in the face of a paramount saint bullying her, Guanyin simply couldn't wait to think about it in detail. And with Buddha's light surging out from her body, she couldn't help but drink, saying, "That Taoist, do you really want a battle?" Boom! Only to see, above Guanyin's body, Buddhist light swirled like a great sun. She was drinking low. Obviously, don't want to have a battle over this Great Tang. After all, now the westward journey will start. If it is due to the aftermath of the Battle of the Quasi-Saints, so that Xuanzang has an accident, it would be more than worth it. Only, when her words fell and she saw that Yi Yun's speed had not changed in the slightest, her face could not help but sink. In that case, this seat will fight you. Taking a deep breath, Guanyin raised her hand slightly and lifted the jade pure vase, intending to meet the battle. Paraclete? Guanyin had never thought, no matter what, that this one Taoist that she had never considered a threat from the beginning was actually a paragon. Moreover, it was clearly not a first-time paragon. It's very powerful. When we return to Spirit Mountain, we must inform His Holiness of this, she murmured softly, the hint of unease in her heart growing stronger. Above the flood. When was another quasi-saint born? One must know that the realm of the associate saints was not something that could be broken through cultivation alone. It belongs to the Great Luo, but is far beyond the realm of the Great Luo. To make a breakthrough, not only did one need natural talent, but more importantly, one needed to be empowered by qi. Without qi, it would be difficult to set foot in it for the rest of your life. In the beginning, when she was still in the hierarchy, she was unable to break through to quasi-sainthood, and at most stayed in the realm of the Great Luo. Even the saints can't do anything about it. It was only after arriving at the Buddhist sect and borrowing the Buddhist sect's qi that he broke through to the quasi-saintly realm. This Taoist in front of me. Where did this kind of luck come from? And can also step into this kind of field? However, even though she was shocked in her heart, Guanyin was still relatively confident in herself. Anyhow, it's a nameless Taoist. Perhaps he had obtained some heaven-defying chance, thus breaking through to quasi-sainthood. But, compared to the long-established veteran quasi-sainthood, it was still much weaker. Thinking of this, Guanyin's tense mind couldn't help but calm down somewhat. If now, the one who appeared in front of him was an existence such as Styx, who had already stepped into the realm of paramount saints in the ancient times, goddess of mercy, without saying a word, simply disappears. However, facing a newly promoted paragon, Guanyin had the confidence to fight against it. Even if something does go wrong, you can go from there. Dang! Thinking of this, the jade pure bottle in Guanyin's hand gently swung and hovered above mid-air. Its vaguely green and Mongolian light emerged. Seems to be connected to the avenue. Interpretation of the breath of life and death. In the next moment, this jade pure bottle transformed into a stream of light and swept towards Yi Yun. This time, Guanyin is no longer careless, directly offering this sheep's fat jade net bottle. In it contains both yin and yang qi, which can nurture life. And the willow branch above the jade purification bottle is also a supreme treasure. Although it is not innate, it is an acquired treasure and is very precious. Guanyin believed that with these two supreme treasures, it would be enough to stop that Taoist. Just see. Above the void, two pieces of supreme treasure blocking the way. Even if a quasi-saint sees it, he has to treat it with caution, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. However, what makes Guanyin not understand no matter what is that? In the face of the supreme treasure she offered, that Yi Yun, as if he didn't see it in general. Just like this straight continued to swipe towards herself. Even the speed, it didn't slow down in the slightest. Is he crazy? Seeing this scene, Guanyin instinctively felt somewhat incredulous. After all, one had sacrificed two supreme treasures, directly fighting against each other with their fleshly bodies. Even if they were paramount saints, they were bound to suffer some hardships. Could it be that he didn't actually have a supreme treasure? After thinking for a moment, in Guanyin's mind, Such a thought suddenly flashed through. Right. Back then, after Hongjuan's sermon, he set up the split treasure rock. In the flood, many supreme treasures and spiritual treasures, at that time, already had masters. Those who came later, even those with great fortune, could only obtain 1 or 2 Hotian spiritual treasures. As for such latter heavenly treasures as the jade pure bottle, they were also all too difficult to obtain. Plus, she has not felt this Taoist person. There are traces of the existence of any supreme treasure. Therefore, after a short period of shock, Guanyin felt that she had seen through everything. Obviously, this newly promoted paragon in front of him did not have a supreme treasure. In this way, this move of his confirms this one thing. It really is an unorthodox paragon. Looking at this rampaging Yi Yun, a trace of disdain flashed in Guanyin's heart. And she had already recovered her original aloofness. That's it? Still want to win? Chapter 14, This slap in the face hurts her too much. Heaven. Lingxiao Palace. When the Haotian mirror was continuously activated, the picture in it was presented. And the Jade Emperor also saw the scene. In his heart, a trace of doubt also crossed his mind. Why? Without using the supreme treasure? In fact, looking at that Taoist's methods, the Jade Emperor's first reaction was that this Taoist was carrying a supreme treasure that could conceal his breath. Only, it was not quite clear whether it was an innate spiritual treasure or a Hotian supreme treasure. It was important to know that in the flood, supreme treasures could probably be divided into innate and acquired. An innate treasure is an existence born in the chaos before Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth. It's too precious. Even the innate spiritual treasures are only in the hands of a very small number of quasi-saints in the floodplains. As for innate supreme treasures, only saints could use them. For example, the Taiji diagram of the Supreme Sage, the Pangu streamer of the First Heavenly Father, and the immortal execution 4 swords of the Tongtian sect leader were among them. Its power was indescribable. Enough to reenact earth, fire, wind and water, and open up heaven and earth again. Even saints would not use it easily. The latter-day treasures, on the other hand, were evolved after the birth of heaven and earth, or evolved by heaven, or refined by man. Although the power is not as good as the innate treasure, it is still an existence that countless powerful people in the floodplains are pursuing for. Of course, in addition to that, there is the treasure of merit. Only, it's too rare, and only people of great merit possess it. Once it was offered, anyone would have to back off. Otherwise, they will be tainted with karma for nothing, and there will be a great catastrophe to come. And in this flood, in a battle of the same level, a supreme treasure is enough to play a vital role. Nowadays, that Guanyin's offering of the goat jade purifying vase and the willow branch all belong to the latter day. However, due to being tainted with Buddhist merits, it has its own great power. But now, in the face of these 2 Hotian supreme treasures, that Taoist didn't even have the slightest countermeasure. Is it confidence? Or is it ego? Looking at the image above the sky dome, the Jade Emperor's mind couldn't help but float out. However, before he could think clearly about what was going on, suddenly his eyes flickered. Then, he saw an image that made the Jade Emperor, who was used to seeing changes in the 3 realms, freeze for a long time. Only to see that, in the face of the enchantment of those 2 supreme treasures, Guanyin was naturally extremely confident. Still standing on top of the clouds as before, he intended to see how that Yi Yun would respond. If there was an accident, the purple and gold bell on her waist could also withstand it for a while. As a matter of fact, After sacrificing the two Hotian supreme treasures, Guanyin was already invincible. The purple and gold bells are just a precautionary measure. It could be said that in anyone's opinion, this Guanyin's preparations had been extremely sufficient. Even a little too cautious. Even the Jade Emperor felt that it wasn't really necessary. With just two supreme treasures, it was enough. But the next moment, the Jade Emperor saw a scene that left him dumbfounded. Just see. In the face of that rapidly approaching Taoist, those two pieces of supreme treasure, which emits a hazy halo, seems to echo with heaven and earth. The infinite gods might ripples. It was as if in the next moment, the Taoist could be dissipated into nothingness. However, when that Taoist figure swept past, these two supreme treasures did not respond in the slightest. It was like not noticing the dog. What's going on? This scene really shocked the Jade Emperor. The treasure of the latter day, even if it is inferior to the innate, it shouldn't be able to play a role at all. One must know that even if the Jade Emperor himself were to take action and face these two supreme treasures, he would still have to be cautious and not dare to be careless. What? On the other side, that goddess of mercy similarly saw this scene, and her originally calm face was instantly replaced by one of shock. She couldn't figure out why her two supreme treasures, why had they failed? But time is running out for him to think about it. Subconsciously, Guanyin was like to offer up her purple and gold bell, intending to make a last stand. Snap! And at this very moment, a crisp voice suddenly exploded from between heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, Guanyin only felt some fiery pain above her cheeks. Drilling in general. Is this yourself? Beaten? At this moment, Guanyin's mind was filled with only such a thought. She's been hit. A slap. Before she could react, slapped it straight over. Canon was confused. Before the ceiling of the gods, she was one of the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy, the personal disciple of the saints, and had a prominent position. When it was weak, even when faced with a strong enemy, others would have long since fled in fear once they heard of her master's name. After she was ordained as a god, she joined the Buddhist sect and played a pivotal role in the Buddhist sect. Even the status surpassed some Buddhas and was in existence second only to the three-world Buddhas. But now, she was beaten? At this moment, Guanyin even had an unreal feeling. In fact, it's not just Guanyin. Now in the floodplains, the people who had been paying attention to this place were all confused as well. Heaven. Lingshao Palace. Good. What a Taoist. When really, the Jade Emperor was a little speechless. In fact, even he was speechless. That's pretty bold. If you say that this battle, Guanyin was injured and lost, it would be normal for the flood. Skill is not as good as it should be. When the battle to seal the gods was initially fought, she, who was still at Sihong, didn't know how many times she had lost. Along with the entire 12 golden immortals, the top 3 flowers were cut off and captured alive. But now, this is, I'm afraid, it's not going to end in death. Is it? Being a hallowed paraclete, but being punched in the face. The psychological shadow that this caused to Guanyin was feared to be far more terrifying than even making her fall away. This Taoist is really interesting and bold. After a long period of silence, the Jade Emperor looked at the figure manifested in that Haotian mirror, sighed slightly, and murmured softly, saying, "This time, the Buddhist sect is afraid that they have kicked a hard bargain." He has been using the Haotian mirror to observe all this, naturally knowing the cause and effect. If this matter That Taoist was just an ordinary mortal. It could be easily ended. But the thing is, he's not. Facing a paragon whose strength exceeded Guanin's, even the Buddhist sect would have to have a huge headache. Right? I'll just see. Thinking of this, the Jade Emperor couldn't help but smile. His face once again regaining its previous relaxed look. Muttering faintly. Saying, better yet. This Taoist priest can stop the Buddhists from traveling west. At the very least, it will disgust the vultures. Bald ass? How did that Taoist come up with this appellation that is so apt? Granted. The Jade Emperor felt that stopping the westward quantum leap was probably impossible. But it's ultimately good to have some influence. When the time comes, the two will fight each other. And he, the Jade Emperor, can even sit back and watch the tigers fight, letting them mess around. Even, it is possible to take advantage of the opportunity to get some benefits. Truly wonderful. Chapter 15, Yi Yun, this cheek. Really thick some. Big Dawn. Chang'an. A crisp sound echoed between heaven and earth. Stretch STH. There was even, vaguely, a hint of an echo running through it. Enduring. At this moment, even the most ordinary mortals could hear it clearly. Naturally, they can't see the movements between the paragons at all. It only felt like a flash in front of his eyes. And the little Taoist who was not cared for disappeared. Immediately afterward, this light sound came from above the sky. Then, they also saw that above the clouds, the Guanyin, who originally stood aloof, was full of gloom and seemed to be dripping water. At the same time, some people with sharp eyes saw that above Guanin's cheek, there was a reddish mark? It's like a slap mark? Looking at this scene, and combining it with that crisp sound just now, some people with quick minds had already associated something. Yet, it was a million times more uncertain. That's like the goddess of mercy? As for some of the monks who, earlier, had wanted to force Yi Yun out, they had already been scared out of their wits when they saw this kind of aptitude. Just like that, he fell to his knees, not knowing whether he was worshipping the goddess of mercy or shuddering at his earlier actions. At this moment, in their hearts, the only thing that flashed through was this thought. That one Taoist. What kind of existence is it? How's that for scary? Time, bit by bit, passes. Chang'an. There was still silence. Mortals, naturally, dare not say much. Even Mujia, who was beside Guanin, was staring blankly, his face full of shock. No one expected things to go in such a direction. You, looking for death? Finally, that goddess of mercy finally reacted. Buddhist light flowed all over his body. And the hint of injury just now completely dissolved into nothingness. She's a quasi-saint. Not to mention such a trace of injury. Even if the physical body collapses, as long as the spirit of the original spirit still exists, it can be restored. Still, the intense shame almost drove her insane. Now she was still a little incredulous. How dare a Taoist? Damn! After a short silence, a thought suddenly flashed through Guanin's mind. Definitely can't let this Taoist survive? Otherwise, wouldn't it become a shame that you can't wear out in your life? Boom! As he thought of this, a heavenly Buddha's light erupted from above Guanin's body. The might of a paramount saint instantly erupted. It's too strong. Guanin, as an existence that had been certified as a Tao Lord at the time of the sealing of the gods, had too much substance. after joining the Buddhist sect. He even borrowed the Buddhist sect's fortune to break through to paramount sainthood in one fell swoop. It could be said that she possessed the chi of both the Buddhist and Taoist sects. At this moment, it is even more containing anger. Its quasi-saint's might, unreservedly released. In a flash, the entire Great Tang could feel that vastness. If not, Guanyin still have a trace of reason, or in the way of karma, did not spread this quasi-saint's power. At this moment, the Great Tang is afraid that it has been reduced to ruins. In the meantime, the flood. After feeling the vastness of Guanyin's aura, the gazes of countless living beings all converged over. It is important to realize that, although the matter of the westward journey has received attention from many quarters, however, for most of the flood powerhouses, there was nothing worth caring about. After all, the heavens are set to plunder, and the West is prospering. In this case, all they had to do was to meditate on the yellow court, not get involved in karma, and wait for the quantitative karma to pass. After all, the terror of the quantum revelation had already been manifested in the previous battle to seal the gods. Even saints can't do anything about it. As for the saints below, they are all ants. So what if it's a quasi-saint? Once you get involved in a robbery, all hell breaks loose. Therefore, no one is willing to get into some karma at this time. However, the so-called risk seeks a fortune. There are some who still intend to wait until after the quantum leap and appear occasionally to assist in the westward journey and mix up some merits. However, those were mostly those close to the Buddhist sect, and even the heavenly court. And it was seldom the turn of others. And some ancient paragons actually didn't need this little bit of merit. At most, some of the latter disciples were sent forward to assist. Of course, there were also a very few flood powers that personally took action. For example, Jin Yuanzi. As one of the 3,000 guests of the Red Dust at one time, Jin Yuan de Xian's name was extremely loud. Only, when his old friend Red Cloud passed away, Jin Yuanzi did not have the heart to compete for supremacy. The Buddhist sect asked for its help, so it did a favor. But even so, Jin Yuanzi wasn't overly cautious about this trip to the West. In his opinion, when that scripture taker arrived, he could just casually go through the process himself. Anyway, in these three worlds, the saints do not come out, and the Buddhist sect has joined hands with the heavenly court. Who else can shake the westbound? But now, these originally did not care about the westward journey of the flood powers. Were all by this Guanyin revealed all over the body of the quasi-saint's power to wake up. What's going on? They all froze. One must know that, generally speaking, paragon saints would not conquest each other hastily. Like this. Unleashing his power without reservation was more like a duel to the death? This is a big deal? How many years? Ever since the sealing of the gods, there had been very few disputes between paragons. Plus, the owner of that breath is still the well-known goddess of mercy. Therefore, under the seduction of curiosity, these people's gazes, all cast down over. They want to know what the hell is going on? Cheeky. And at this moment, looking at Guanyin, who was almost on the verge of losing her mind, Yi Yin shrugged off his hand and then opened his mouth indifferently and said, "No wonder. After the apostasy, he still managed to make a good living. In fact, although the hermeneutical win rating is somewhat poor, especially that Yuan Shi Tianzun, who loves to bully the small with the big. It is really shameless. However, there is one good thing about the hierarchy. That's just patronizing. The disciple is being bullied. The master is really on it. In particular, This master teacher was one of the few saints in the flood. And this saint, with two brothers who are also saints, asked the entire flood, "Who dares to mess with the hierarchy?" It was also the sealing of the gods that caused the two religions to break up. Otherwise, what is Buddhism? Daring to provoke the disciples of the hierarchy? Yuanshi Tianzun shook his pangubanban and went on his way. If not, there's still the four swords of the immortal executioner and the taijutsu. Junti and Jain also have to kneel. Strictly speaking, the first Heavenly Father had really been merciful to these disciples of his. Pit your own brother against your disciple. But this Tsu Hang, however, chose to apostatize. It does make some sense. Especially after the apostasy, he is still doing well in the Buddhist sect. Quite a few tricks. It's just this cheek. It's really thick. Hearing this Yi Yun's words, Guanin's anger in her heart ignited once again. And she coldly opened her mouth and said, "You Taoist priest! Who on earth are you? How dare you stop the westward journey? Do you really not know how great a price will be paid for blocking the quantum rain?" Chapter 16 The Jade Emperor, watching the Buddhist sect's laughter. Doesn't he smell good? Stop the quantum leap. At this moment, Guanin's heart, in addition to anger, there is a trace of deep doubt. Ever since the sealing of the gods, any living being who heard the words quantitative catastrophe would be afraid to avoid it. Fear of being tainted with karma and ending up dead. But now, he was ordered to travel west. And a little Taoist man was stopping it? Even though she could see that the strength of this Taoist priest in front of her was extremely terrifying. It is a quasi-saint. However, even so, under the quantum of solace, it was still just a slightly larger mole cricket. Think about how many Paraclete saints there were in that sect of the Interceptors back then. Even an outer disciple could single-handedly challenge the Hierophant's 12 golden immortals. But in the end, still not the result of a miserable fall? Therefore, she was somewhat unable to see why this Taoist person in front of her appeared. As for the matter of that Taoist temple, it had long been thrown to the back of Guanin's mind. In her opinion, as a paragon-level powerhouse, how could she possibly care about a small mortal dust Taoist temple? If he wanted to, he could even open a Taoist temple in heaven. After all, if a quasi-saint level powerhouse joins the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor will surely be willing to fulfill this small request of his. Stopping the westbound? Hearing this, Yi Yun smiled faintly and spoke softly. So what? In fact, the matter of traveling west has nothing to do with him. He just wants to claim his dog and be happy as a salted fish. If there is a chance, perhaps it will also be like ordinary people, shedding this Taoist robe, marrying and having children. Ordinary life. In that case, it's not a bad thing. Unfortunately, this goddess of mercy was bitter and tried to kill one after another. If we don't give this Buddhist sect a lesson, won't we think that we are easy to bully? Anyway, he's invincible. Since this Buddhist sect chose to provoke him first, then this westward journey. Don't go. Hiss. What Yi Yun didn't know was that when this sentence of his fell, a sound of cold air being sucked backward came from the entire floodplain. These, naturally, were the flood world powers that had just dropped their gazes over. Most of them, as yet, do not know the cause and effect. But even so, after hearing Yi Yun's audacious words, he was still shocked. Who's this? Does he not know that the horrors of the quantum leap? At this moment, the minds of all the powers of the flood can't help but sweep over such a thought. That's a quantum leap. An existence that even a saint wouldn't dare to underestimate. This Taoist. What is the bottom line? At this moment, everyone's eyes cannot help but fall on Yi Yun. Want to find out. However, after looking at it for a long time, they realized this seemed to be just an ordinary person. Hey! At that moment, the entire floodplain was a bit confused. How is that possible? As they had just cast their eyes over, they did not see the scene just now. So much so that when they saw Yi Yun, who was covered in flatness, they were all a bit puzzled. Because they did not feel the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy on Yi Yun's body. Isn't that immortal? One must know that there was no shortage of quasi-saint level existences among the flood world powers who had cast their eyes over at this moment. Naturally, it will not feel like a lapse in judgment. After all, looking at the flood, under the saints, those who could conceal their perceptions did not exist yet. This Taoist priest, how do you think, is not a saint? There are those, however, who see this back and forth cause and effect. A frown. A deep frown. At this moment, they rummaged through the memories in their minds. But no matter how much they thought about it, they were unable to find an existence that matched this Taoist person in the slightest. Heaven. Lingxiao Palace. Being a quasi-saint, one shouldn't be this obscure? The Jade Emperor looked at the scene above the Haotian mirror. A hint of contemplation flashed across his face, and he murmured softly, saying, "But why can't I think of which one this is? In the flood. Not to mention the quasi-saint level of existence. Even the great Luo golden immortals. It is extremely difficult to witness the Tao. This required not only talent and chance, but also luck as well as the accumulation of a long period of time. Perhaps one or two unknown great Luo golden immortals existed in this flood. But how could a quasi-saint level existence be hidden from others? Its every word and action is in accordance with the way of heaven. It's hard not to draw attention to yourself. Even if they were acting low-key, they shouldn't be this obscure." And, thinking of this, the Jade Emperor's brow frowned again, looking at the picture above that Haotian mirror, and murmured softly, saying, "Would there really be anyone foolish enough to dare to harden against the karma of the quantum rain? Before the sealing of the gods, the entire flood for the quantitative robbery. In fact, do not know too much. All of them felt that they were strong enough to fight hard against the quantum of solace. An excellent example of this is the disciples of the Interceptor sect. They are indeed powerful. Not to mention the personal disciple, even if it is the outer disciple, also has the ability to single-handedly challenge the Hierophant 12 golden immortals. However, in front of the quantum of solace, it was still as fragile as a mole cricket. And that battle could be considered a wake-up call for the entire flood. So much so that no one dares to come out and mess around with karma in this Western quantum leap. But now, this inexplicable appearance of a Taoist priest is something to think about. It's not as if, at this point in time, there's still this kind of rash youth who is hardened against quantitative karma. Right? Perhaps someone is really disrupting the westbound. Unable to help it, the Jade Emperor thought of a possibility. Just who could it be? Daring to lay out a quantum leap at the level of a quasi-saint is all but impossible. Should be a saint. Triple clear. It should be one of them. Tong Tian, Yuan Shi, and even Taishang Laozi. There is no need to talk about the interceptions. Turtle Spirit Virgin Mother, one of Lord Tongtian's personal disciples, was taken captive by the West and died tragically at the hands of Mosquito Taoist. And there are many disciples of the Interceptor Church, also taken captive by this West, or collected as mounts, or directly killed. It's a hatred that doesn't run deep. And besides the Interceptor sect, the Hierophant sect also has a grudge against this West. You know, when that sealing of the gods a war. The Buddha's door is nominally to help the hierarchy. But after the fact, but lulled away a lot of hierarchy disciples. In response, the first Heavenly Father naturally felt resentment in his heart. As for Taishan Laozi, its sealing of the gods, although there is no disciple damage, but the three Qing was originally one, was guided by this Western hand and foot mutilation. The Jade Emperor felt that the Supreme Sage's senses should not be too good for the West either. Just, what am I doing thinking about this? After thinking for a long time, the Jade Emperor couldn't help but shake his head and decisively cast away the idea. Saints lay out the cause and effect of this. I am afraid that it is not too much less than the quantitative robbery. The Jade Emperor felt that it would be better for him to watch the fun in peace right now, in case he did something that upset the person behind the layout and gave himself a blow. He, the Jade Emperor, couldn't stand it either. Now, sitting in this Ling Xiao Baodian, peacefully watching the fun. Doesn't he smell good? Chapter 17 Guanyin escapes? The shocked flood powers. In the meantime, Big Dawn, Chang'an. At this moment, the goddess of mercy also calmed down. Her eyes were cold and indifferent, and she opened her mouth faintly, saying, Amit Ba, fellow Taoist, if you are so obsessed, aren't you afraid of dying without a burial place? The current Kuan Yin, still restrained. After all, just now, this Taoist had given her too much of a shock. Although already burning with anger, hate to kill this Taoist man. However, if you don't figure out why your supreme treasure is malfunctioning and hastily make an enemy of it, I'm afraid you'll make the same mistake again. This is not what Kuan Yin would like to see. Ha! And looking at Kuan Yin's face full of caution, a trace of impatience flashed in Yi Yan's eyes. And then he reached out slightly. He did, indeed, not have the heart to tangle with this Kuan Yin. Quantum of karma? That thing? For the next person, might be too heartbreaking to face. However, for Yi Yun, it was just like that. Boom! Only to see that, as Yi Yun probed his hand, he, who originally appeared to be plain and ordinary, instantly erupted with a terrifying force. In the next moment, this power swept through, causing the heavens to fall silent. How is this possible? At the same time, those who, before, had just probed their gazes over, not yet knowing what had happened to the flood world powers, had issued exclamations of surprise. After all, in their perceptions, this Taoist didn't have the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy in his body, and was immortal. But now, the truth has struck them hard and deep. Where is this mortal? Even amongst the paramount saints, it's not a weak one, right? Obsessed. In that case, prepare yourself for the wrath of the Buddha sect. Feeling this terrifying force, Kuan Yin's face lowered and her mouth slowly uttered a sentence. Immediately, the golden lotus rippled under her feet, and she even directly transformed into a stream of light, disappearing towards the distance. Speed. Extremely fast. So much so that it left most people in the floodplain unresponsive and nearly flashed their old backs. A moment before, it had spoken threats and looked like it would not end in death. But immediately afterward, it just went away? Looking at this Kuan Yin's appearance of not hesitating and resolutely turning around to leave, the people in the floodplains who had thought that they were going to witness a great battle between the paramount saints were all stunned and somewhat incredulous. Surprisingly, just avoid it? It gave them the feeling of, well, a fist hitting cotton. Lift it high and drop it gently. So much so that the mood is a bit low. That's the battle of the paramount saints. Surprisingly, out of sight? There were some people, however, who knew that Guanin's choice to leave like this was the right one. For example, the Jade Emperor, who has been observing this battle from the very beginning. He had used the Haotian mirror to monitor the Great Tang and knew the cause and effect of the battle before and after. Naturally, he also saw the scene where that Guanin's Haotian supreme treasure in her hand did not have the slightest effect on that Taoist. It could be said that if this reason had not been made clear, Guanin would only be making a fool of herself even if she insisted on a battle. This Taoist, why can he ignore that supreme treasure? Taking a deep breath, the Jade Emperor looked at the figure of Yi Yun presented above that Haotian mirror. His brows deeply wrinkled. Could it be an innate treasure? Steeply, a terrifying thought surfaced from within the Jade Emperor's mind. The innate treasure? You know, in the flood. In addition to the present control by the saints of the innate supreme treasure, there are still several unaccounted for. The most famous, naturally, was the chaos bell of the Eastern Emperor Tai at the time of that ancient demon court. It is rumored to be infinite in its mysteries and creations. It can confine time and suppress space. It can bounce any divine weapon, as well as attack and ignore all divine spells. Offense and defense in one. Innate, undefeated. The sound of the bell was so loud that the universe was brilliant. Heaven and earth lost their colors, and Xiankuan was shaken. More importantly, it had the ability to suppress the Hongmeng, reverse time and space, evolve the heavenly planes, and reenact the earth's fire. Simply put, it's a world unto itself. The laws of the flood, within the chaos bell, were completely ineffective. If this Taoist has this kind of treasure, just with that jade pure bottle and willow branch, it is indeed difficult to hurt the slightest bit. Moreover, in that case, the reason why there was not the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy or laws on that Taoist could also be explained. With the chaos bell, one can shield all heavenly chances since. It's weird to be able to see that. If there is an opportunity, I might be able to go down to the realm to take a look. After a long period of silence, the Jade Emperor murmured softly as such a thought crossed his mind. If one were to say that one is really in possession of the supreme treasure chaos bell, then maybe it's not a saintly layout. After all, the innate treasure this thing, even saints move, are cautious. And how? Would it be easily handed over to an unknown Taoist? Even if it is handed over, the supreme treasure chooses its owner, and it is feared that it will be difficult to manage. In that case, there is only one possibility. That is, this innate treasure was obtained by chance by this Taoist. As for the innate supreme treasure, it was an existence that even a saint would be moved by. At that time, I'm afraid that the entire flood, countless ancient existences will appear, come to fight for this innate treasure. The whole three worlds are going to be in chaos. Therefore, the Jade Emperor felt that if it was possible, he should still go and verify it himself. Of course, compared to the Jade Emperor with the Haotian mirror, will be before and after the cause and effect of a clear knowledge. Most people in the flood still don't see this. They only thought that perhaps a certain unknown paragon had appeared and clashed with the Buddhist sect. So much so that it's uncommon, but not too outlandish. Naturally, it will not associate towards the aspect of innate treasures and saints. Still, Guanin's defeat was a highly shocking event for the flood. After all, since the sealing of the gods, Buddhist forces have grown rapidly. Even some ancient paragon saints were unwilling to cross paths with them. Even the Taoist ancestor appointed the supreme of the three worlds, that the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court, also have to put up with some small actions of the Buddhist sect from time to time. Even they had to cooperate with them and let a monkey make a fuss in the palace of heaven and lose a lot of face. And this battle somewhat overturned the crowd's understanding of the Buddhist sect. Therefore, this battle quickly spread throughout the flood wasteland, known to countless people. In this regard, Guanyin naturally knew it all too well. But there was nothing she could do about it. For her now, the most important thing is to return to the Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain as soon as possible, and hand this matter over to the world-honored one, Ru Lai, to decide. Escaped? On the other hand, looking at the Guanyin that quickly left, a trace of helplessness also appeared on Yi Yun's face. This goddess of mercy has left the range of the Taoist temple. Going after them? I'm afraid I'm going to be cold. Just shaking his head, Yi Yun then no longer pay attention to this fleeing Guanyin, slowly walking towards the direction of his own transformation temple. He decided that he would first throw all the Buddha statues in the Taoist temple down the toilet. What the hell? It's tiresome to look at. It's better to throw it away before it's too late. However, what Yi Yun did not know was that his actions today had spread throughout half of the flood. Chapter 18, The Three Heavens. Sensing immortal nuns with the world. Heaven. There is a distance from the temple of the heavenly palace. Is considered a low place. There is a large hall, standing on top of the clouds. It was shrouded in auspicious light. Although the temple is not large, it gives a feeling of being left out of the world. Very amazing. And above that hall, above a vermilion plaque, the words Induction Hall were written. The font is elegant, but not overbearing. It makes it a little hard to look away. Hall of Senses. Compared to the many great halls of the heavenly court, this small induction hall was indeed somewhat worthless. Even many people did not know that there was such a great hall in this heavenly court. However, if the owner of this great hall was mentioned, most of the people who had gone through the battle of God's ceiling had some impression. Three skies. Both the clouds, the jonquils, and the bixiao. They, originally the outer disciples of the Interceptor sect, the sister of Zhao Gongming. In the original battle to seal the gods, a great shine had laid down the 9 curved yellow river array, captured the elucidation of the 12 golden immortals, hit the elucidation of the vice master of the lamp-burning Taoist. All had to avoid retreat. It can be very scenic. It was only a pity that at the final moment, the saints stepped in and directly suppressed it. 3 wisps of dead souls on the list of sealed gods. And after the sealing of the gods, the 3 skies will come to the heavenly court. When this with the world-sensing nuns, holding the mixed yuan gold bucket, ruling the earth fertility. This hall of induction is the place of the 3 men's priesthood in heaven. At this time, in that big hall, the youngest bixiao, a light mirror appeared in front of her, in which some images of the great Tang vaguely appeared. It could be seen that the light mirror was completely inferior to the Haotian mirror, and could only know some vague scenes. But even so, bixiao was watching with great interest. What are you looking at, little sister? Just then, a slightly gentle voice suddenly came, only to see Yun Shao stepped out with a hint of curiosity on his face, and laughed softly. And, with such unblinking eyes, could it be that you have your eye on some male immortal and need your sister to go and make peace? Only to see that Yun Shao was dressed in a palace outfit, with a stunningly beautiful appearance. And at this moment, her eyes were smiling, adding a few more moments of tenderness. Oops. Sister is joking again. Hearing this, Bixiao's gaze moved away from that light mirror and looked at Yun Xiao, who was walking towards her, and beamed and said, "It's just a Taoist priest." Saying that, he also pointed at Yi Yun, who was just about to turn back in that light mirror, tilted his head to think, and added a sentence. Some handsome one of the Taoist priests. That's all." With that, he twisted his head to stop himself from looking any further. "Dog?" Hearing these words, Yun Xiao frowned. A trace of surprise flashed across his face, and he spoke softly, saying, "What kind of Taoist priest deserves your attention?" For his own little sister, Yun Xiao still understands, although naughty and mischievous, but not so much as to be attracted by an unusual Taoist. It was thought that this Taoist person must have some special features. "It's like this," in the face of her own sister inquired. Bixiao naturally did not hide. Will they know all set out? In fact, Bixiao knows the westward journey. In the fun, this is to want to see that the scripture-taking people look like. But instead, the fetcher of the scriptures struck her as average. But she was attracted to the Taoist. Especially later. This Taoist decisively struck out and directly gave Guanyin a slap. That scene. But it made Bixiao's eyes full of little stars. You know, when the battle to seal the gods, even though they will also include the 12 golden immortals, including Xihan captured alive, and cut off the top 3 flowers. But it didn't dare to be like this. As for afterward, he was even counted by the saints and ended up with a soul returning to the god sealing list. Every time she thought about it, Bixiao was a little angry in her heart. Both the hierarchy and the Buddhist sect were disgruntled. As it happens, this Xiahang started out as a disciple of the hierarchy and then switched to the Buddhist sect. Naturally, Bixiao didn't have a good feeling about it. Now that he had seen him defeated, his heart was free. Karen got hit? Hearing his little sister's description, a trace of surprise passed over Yun Xiao's face and he couldn't help but murmur. That Taoist? Just what kind of god is he? You know. After turning to the Buddha's door, Sihang borrowed the Buddha's qi to add support. Has already broken through the quasi-saint realm. The strength, naturally, was far too powerful than during the time of the seal of the gods. Plus, after San Shao went on the god sealing list, he lost his physical body and his strength had been discounted quite a bit. Even if he rearranged the 9 quarters Yellow River formation, I'm afraid that when facing this Tsihai, it would be very difficult to get an advantage. And that Taoist, surprisingly, is this powerful? Even Guanyin didn't dare to compete with it. And after receiving that humiliation again, she chose to flee in haste. I don't know. Hearing Yun Xiao's words, Bai Xiao shook her head and spoke. It's someone I've never seen before. Back then, there were 10 million disciples of the Interceptor sect, and Bixiao felt that she had seen a lot. However, there was not the slightest knowledge of the Taoist steps. This couldn't help but somewhat pique Bixiao's curiosity. Who could it be? Shall we go and find out? At this moment, Bixiao's mind couldn't help but float out such a thought. Already planning something. That westward journey, which is still a quantum leap, must not be unauthorized and tainted with karma. Seeing Bixiao's eyes turn her head slightly, Yun Xiao frowned and couldn't help but reach out and gently scrape at her agaric nose, opening her mouth to warn. Otherwise, you know what happens. Measure of the robbery. At first, when the battle to seal the gods, Yun Xiao knew the horror of it. Listened to the order of the master. Tightly closed the door of the mountain not to go out. But how can the hatred of killing a brother be tolerated? In the end, it's still wading through the hijacking and getting on the God Seal. And this time, although it is not the interceptor's robbery, but Yun Xiao still instinctively do not want to be stained with karma. Hearing this, Bi Xiao nodded her head repeatedly like a chicken chattering rice, patting her chest and assuring that, "Don't worry, sister. No RIP. Yes?" Looking at his own little sister with a look of swearing, Yun Xiao's face didn't have the slightest color of relief, but only shook his head helplessly and slowly opened his mouth and said, "You must remember the lesson of that sealing." Regarding his own little sister, Yun Xiao still knew her extremely well. According to her quirky personality, it did seem to be an unlikely thing to make her stay honestly in this induction hall. And she couldn't either keep her eyes on this Bi Xiao. One could only politely remind Bi Xiao not to let her go astray. Measure of the robbery. It's something that you should not dabble in until you have to. Otherwise, who knows what some of the things that can happen. Upon hearing this, Bi Xiao's complexion, too, became somewhat grave. Slowly nodded and opened her mouth to say, "I know. For that battle in the beginning, for Bi Xiao, it is also a pain. Naturally, she didn't want to ever go through that again." Chapter 19, Bi Xiao, that group of monks? Not a single good thing. What are talking about? Just then, a dainty cry once again broke the calm of the great hall. Only to see that, outside of that great hall, a woman with quite a bit of heroic spirit slowly stepped in, with a sword hanging from her waist. Gives a few moments of valor. Joan of Arc. Ranked second among the three skies. His people have always been quick to anger and do things in a thunderous manner. Very decisive. Now, only when she returned, she saw her big sister and little sister frowning, seemingly discussing something, and couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire. My little sister saw a Taoist. Seeing Xiong Xiao coming, Yun Xiao shook her head and softly opened her mouth to explain that, seemingly, there was some conflict with that Buddhist sect. You know, because Bi Xiao, at the beginning, was only holding the idea of watching the scripture taker, not paying much attention to that Taoist. Therefore, she actually didn't know much about the causes and consequences. All I know is that the Taoist got into some conflict with Guanyin. Immediately following that was the battle. Taoist? Is it the one from the Great Tang? Hearing these words, Xiangzhao's face with a hint of Qi couldn't help but flash through a trace of doubt and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask. It seems to be called Yi Yun? Eh? This statement made Yun Xiao and Bai Xiao freeze. This Qiong Xiao. How do you know that clearly? Previously, someone who had violated the rules of heaven and was relegated to the mortal world was born in the vicinity of the Great Tang. Seeing this, Xiong Xiao opened her mouth and explained. I took a trip with the mixed golden dipper and helped it to be born smoothly. It just so happened that I saw the Buddha's light emerging near Datang. So I went there. The divine office of the three heavens is to rule over fertility on earth. Anyone who should be immortal, mortal, human, saint, vassal, son of heaven, noble, lowly, wise, foolish, landing first from the golden dipper to turn the robbery, shall not cross this. Of course, a normal mortal birth would not require the three heavens to personally take action. People who can be tainted with some immortal destiny are bound to have many visions once they descend into the world. In this case, it would be necessary for any one of the three heavens to hold the golden dipper of the mixed elements and help it to be born. Second sister. What's going on? Seeing that her own second sister was on the scene, Bi Xiao, who had been leaning against that blurry light mirror to eat melon, couldn't help herself and hurriedly opened her mouth and said, "Come on. Tell me. Due to that light mirror, it was completely inferior to the Jade Emperor's Hout-in mirror. Therefore, there were some details that Bishio was completely unaware of." She then saw, as if that goddess of mercy had struck a Buddhist light at the drop of a hat. Immediately after that, it was punched. And then, decisively disappear again. Although, the result was somewhat smooth. But not knowing the cause and effect, it still made Bishio's heart feel like ants crawling. Curious. Otherwise, the idea of personally traveling to that great Tang would not have arisen. It's like this. Seeing this Bishio's soft-spoken demeanor, Xiao let out a bitter smile and opened her mouth to explain. At that time, she was in the realm of the great Tang, so she naturally knew what had happened before and after. This time, he opened his mouth and told the whole story. Not to mention Bishio. Even Yunxiao was attracted. It's actually because of a Taoist temple. After listening to Xiao's narration, Yunxiao's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she couldn't help but sigh softly. This Zihong has gone to the Buddhist sect, but he's a bit more domineering than he was in the hierarchy. Although, Xiao did not know that Guanyin had used her divine thoughts, intending to invade the Taoist sea of consciousness. However, from this Xiao's narration, the change in the Taoist's attitude before and after, as well as what he said, he still guessed one or two. Plus after that Sihai was even more direct, clearly not leaving anyone a way out. So domineering that it was even better than when the gods were sealed back then. These monks, they really aren't good. And after listening to Xiao's description, Bishio also expressed her opinion. Originally, she didn't have the slightest good feelings in her heart for that Buddhist sect. Nowadays, it is even more difficult to see since. Well, enough of that. Seeing this Bishio with an exasperated look, Yunxiao couldn't help but show a hint of helplessness on his face and touched Bishio's little head before speaking, saying, "Little sister, remember not to cause trouble. See, this Xiao will be before and after the cause and effect of the road. To their own little sister is not assured of Yunxiao, or can not help but urge a sentence. Got it?" At those words, Bishio drooped her little head, and despite some reluctance in her heart, she nodded sullenly. She also understood the seriousness of the matter. And naturally, she wouldn't easily wade into the robbery and attract trouble. Soon, in this great hall, calmness returned once more. In the meantime, Big Dawn. When Yi Yun returned, the original high and mighty monks all lowered their heads and consciously stepped back. If it was said that the earlier ones were still treating this Taoist as a soft persimmon to be pinched at will, well now, everything is reversed. The existence that even the goddess of mercy has to avoid is not something they can mess with. Now these monks, their only thought was to hurry up and escape from this place. As for the rest, it was no longer a concern. Taoist. Even Li Shimin couldn't help but walk over, arching his hand at Yi Yun and speaking respectfully. The Taoist master of this kind of existence, with this place to leave home, I actually do not know. I hope the Taoist master will pardon me. In fact, Li Shimin was really taken aback. Granted, he knew that the stream of gods and goddesses still existed. Moreover, as an emperor, he is also blessed with the king's way of qi, and all evils are shunned. However, in the face of a great power like Guanyin, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. And in front of this one Taoist, although Li Shimin does not know exactly who it is, but its performance from just now, is definitely a hidden power. In response, Li Shimin naturally did not put on the airs of an emperor. What's more, in his heart he was already disliking the domineering nature of the Buddhist sect. And now he had a few moments of pleading. Your Majesty, there is no need to be courteous. The poor Taoist is just a scattered person, settling in this Taoist temple. Hearing this, Yi Yun nodded. For this Li Shimin did not have any other ideas. After all, in addition to some of the calculations of the Buddhist sect, plus that Wei Zhang beheading the dragon and some other things, the Li Shimin of this journey to the West world was no different from the Li Shimin in Yi Yun's memory. As usual, droughts beg for rain and locusts worship the gods. Occasionally, there's a sacrifice or something. However, compared to the world Yi Yun remembered, worshipping the gods and sacrificing to the heavens here really worked. After briefly exchanging pleasantries with Li Shimin, Yi Yun did not care about the monks. Straight away, he walked towards his Taoist temple. With a wave of his hand, the several golden bodies of the Buddha that had been enshrined flew to the sky above. Boo! In the next moment, the golden body seemed to be torn apart by a huge force, emitting a loud sound. Immediately, it transformed into countless golden showers that evenly sprinkled everywhere in Chang'an. Seeing this scene, the people of the original Chang'an were first stunned, and then frantically grabbed. After all, it was, in the true sense of the word, a rain of gold. Chapter 20 The Angered Buddhist Sect. Manjushri appears, only to see that the Buddha statue shattered and turned into a rain of light. Oceanic. It gives a sense of pomp and circumstance. It fell, but skillfully avoided the mortal. And just like that, it smashed down above the ground. It was a great deal of excitement. That's gold. Although, the people in the middle of Chang'an are considered to be a small rich family. But who has too much of this gold stuff? And in the process of scrambling, some of the people did not forget about Yi Yun and kowed out in the direction of that Taoist temple. The whole of Chang'an has become a bit more lively. It's. Seeing this scene, that Li Shimin's eyes gave a slight lurch. Then he couldn't help but shake his head and softly lamented, saying that, worthy of a man who has attained the way. So take from the nations and use for the nations. Dang it! It's in accordance with the way of heaven. For how this Buddha's golden body is cast, perhaps it can be hidden from the eyes of ordinary people, and even Xuanzang and other accomplished monks. But how could Li Shimin, who was an emperor, not know? If a monk, under his nose, easily gathered enough gold to cast a golden body without his knowledge, then Li Shimin, the emperor, will have to be the end. In fact, he was clear in his mind that most of these gold and silver were obtained by the monks of that Xuanzang temple, who had transformed them in many ways. The sheer number of them is staggering. However, due to the power of the Buddhist sect, Li Shimin never did anything. And now the gold, originally taken from the people of Chang'an, is once again returned to the people. It made Li Shimin's heart, for Yi Yun, recognize some more. He even decided that he would come to this Taoist temple often in the future. Not for anything else, but simply to ask for some advice. After all, after this one incident today, Great Tang might actually appear in the eyes of the gods and Buddhas in the heavens. And it's clear that it's hard for Datong to defend itself with just the strength it has today. In this case, it is necessary to find a backer. This one Taoist in front of him was both super strong enough to outshine the goddess of mercy. More than that, he has a heart for the world and distributes gold and silver to all. This state of mind naturally made Li Shimin's heart extremely impressed. Moreover, most importantly, daring to openly tear this Buddha statue apart. Then this Taoist, definitely had absolute strength as well. Otherwise it would never have dared to do so. You know, although Li Shimen was not an immortal god, he still knew about some of these regulations. Generally speaking, immortal gods that were worshipped by mortals were called dignified existences in these three realms. And the more dignified the gods are, the more they care about their face. If mortals do not worship the idol and allow it to decay, the gods will not yet do anything about it. However, the statue of their own god, if it was smashed, it would be a real offense to these immortals. How would that Taoist dare to do so if he didn't have a full backbone? What's more, that previous battle with Guanyin had proven the strength of this Taoist. A Taoist with a heart of gold and extremely terrifying strength. How could Li Shimen not know how difficult it was? Naturally, Yi Yun was also treated as the only backer of the Great Tang nowadays. However, compared to Li Shimen's wild thoughts, Yi Yun's own thoughts are much too simple. He just felt that if he found a random place and threw that Buddha statue away, wouldn't it be cheaper for those monks? At that time, when he had put this matter behind him, in case those monks found an opportunity to pick up this Buddha statue in the toilet again. How's that? Or better yet, just split that gold. Anyway, that was cast from the incense money collected by this group of monks. It's kind of like returning things to their rightful owners. However, what Yi Yun did not know was that this move of his own had caused shockwaves in the Buddhist sect. For these Buddhas, that was the most serious provocation. It was because the image of the Buddha enshrined in this Xuanzang temple was the three worldly Buddhas. This was the current Buddhist sect. Apart from the saints, the most revered Buddha. Granted, the power of faith generated by this Buddha statue was really nothing to this three worldly Buddhas. But there's a face-saving issue at stake. How dare a Taoist priest provoke like this? Plus, the goddess of mercy returned. After slightly adding to the cause and effect of the before and after truthfully told. The entire Buddhist sect. Completely enraged. At this point, Spirit Mountain. The Su Buddhist sound swirled. The voice was long, but it was a little more urgent and less calm than usual. Mahamudra. Canon. Has returned. At this moment, she stands at the side of the world-honored one, Ka, and softly speaks of her experiences in the Great Westbound blocked. The statue of Buddha was destroyed. A Taoist who dares to provoke the Buddhists like this? And as Guanyin recounted it, the entire Buddhist sect at once set off an uproar. Like Guanyin, the Buddhists present did not think that a paramount saint would make an enemy of their Buddhist sect for the sake of a mortal Taoist temple. What's more, it's during this quantum leap. So if there's any mishap, I'm afraid I'll be plunged into a place of no return. How menacing is this? For the sake of a Taoist temple, I'm afraid that if I tell the world, I'll be laughed at. Therefore, the Buddhas present all felt that there must be a conspiracy. Perhaps it was that Taoist who had been planning for a long time that had made this move. In order to do so, is it to disrupt the Western journey and hinder the great prosperity of the West? Amitba. And in the face of this somewhat noisy Mahamudra, the world-honored one, Rudra, did not look happy or sad, but only mouthed a Buddha's name and spoke faintly, saying, "Now that the fetching of the scriptures has been blocked, what do you all think?" He was calm. No pouting audible. However, those who are familiar with His Holiness know that such an expression already means that Ka is beginning to get angry. After all, among them, some of them but saw that Buddha statue shattered before. Once in the mortal world over the thatched toilets around. Even nearly fell down. That's Like, really humiliating. Even a man of clay has a few hearts. Not to mention the Buddha. However, they have selectively ignored the fact that Guanyin wanted to cause death in the beginning. Your Holiness, my Buddhist sect shall destroy the Taoist with the power of thunder. In the instant that Rulai's voice fell, there was a figure Tat stepped out, with a golden light emerging from his body, and spoke in a deep voice, saying, "Otherwise, the world will think that my Buddhist sect is easy to bully. When the time comes, there will be fewer disputes about traveling west." Westbound? Hearing this, many Buddhas secretly nodded. Indeed. In case this time, the Buddha sect chose to put things to rest and did not decisively resolve this Taoist. What would be the choice of some of the flood powers who were already foolishly interested in traveling west? At that time, it would still be unfavorable to their Buddhist sect. It has to be resolved though. Hearing this, even Guanyin couldn't help but nod her head. Spinning around, he looked up, wanting to see who had made such a statement. However, it was only at the first glance that the goddess of mercy was flabbergasted. Is this Manjushri? Chapter 21 The Confident Manjushri. Feeling in control. Manjushri? Seeing the person who spoke, Guanyin instinctively frowned. She and Manjushri were once one of the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy. After they were ordained as gods, they also turned to Buddhism together. Sort of. Same category. At the time of the hierarchy, although their relationship was not close, there was no animosity. Only, over the years, as Guanyin's status in the Buddhist sect rose, her relationship with Manjushri gradually began to break down. For Manjushri, when he first came to the Buddhist sect, he naturally wanted to improve his status in the Buddhist sect. What's more, with Manjushri's ability, he is indeed worthy enough to deserve a higher status. However, being overwhelmed by Guanyin at every turn led to some dissatisfaction in Manjushri's heart. In terms of strength, Manjushri felt that he was stronger than Guanyin. He did not understand why Guanyin and this Buddhist sect mixing in the wind and water. And he Manjushu can only do a accompaniment? Even this journey to the west, where great merit can be gained, the world-honored one has entrusted this Guanyin with the responsibility. It really disconcerted him in his mind. Thus, after seeing Guanyin suffer defeat, Manjushri did not hesitate for a moment and directly stepped forward. He intends to show the world-honored one the greatness of his Manjushri. At that time, this position of the first bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect will be his. Manjushri. Dare I ask Venerable Manjushri how it should be resolved? Just then, another Buddha stepped forward and performed a slight Buddhist salute to Manjushri before speaking, saying, "I'm afraid the strength of that Taoist is not comparable to an ordinary paramount saint." Right? Regarding Guanyin's strength, the many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas present were extremely clear. Paramount Saint's field. Looking at the flood wasteland, these kinds of existences already belonged to the pinnacle of the pyramid. And now, it was being suppressed by that Taoist, which really made the hearts of the Buddhas uneasy. Guys, think about it carefully. Seeing the gazes of all the people looking at him, Manjushri looked calm, looked around, and spoke faintly, saying, "If that Taoist, when he really had enough strength to crush Guanyin, why did he let him leave?" Although Manjushri didn't really see the battle between Guanyin and the Taoist. However, just through the slight description of the goddess of mercy, there was still a hint of suspicion seen. To know, from the description of Guanyin, that Taoist is able to completely ignore the power of the heavenly majestic treasure. And even Guanyin, who is at the early stage of the sainthood, has difficulty in resisting the existence of the slightest awe. With this kind of strength, at the very least, it must be the middle stage of the quasi-saint. Even, it was highly likely that it was the late stage of paragon. However, in the paramount sage realm, not to mention crossing a large realm, even a drop of a subtle difference would be enough to decide the winner of the battle. It was reasonable to say that if that Taoist, when he really had the strength of a late-stage paragon, then, by virtue of Guanyin herself, trying to leave without paying any price was an almost impossible task. But the fact is, Kuan Yin left anyway. Not even a hint of hindrance. This made Manjushri a little puzzled in his mind. Could it be that, among other things, there are some unknown secrets? And after careful thought by Manjushri, it was almost certain that the Taoist was definitely odd. What do you mean? At this time, that Guanyin also reacted, frowning slightly, and couldn't help but speak softly, saying, that Taoist, in fact, is not as powerful as we thought? In fact, there was still a shadow cast over Guanyin's heart regarding that Taoist. Though, before she left, she had let out some harsh words. However, if she were to face the Taoist once more, Guanyin still could not avoid a pang of apprehension in her heart. But now, listening to this Manjushri, there was some other deeper reason for this? That's right. Seeing Guanyin in this state, Wen Shu couldn't help but show a faint smile on his face, and slowly spoke, saying, in accordance with my humble guess, that Taoist is not trying to spare you, but cannot. At this moment, Manjushri's voice was filled with confidence, as if everything is under control. Can't? And upon hearing this Manjushri's confident words, the entire Maharishi treasure hall was shaken. Everyone's gazes revealed a hint of astonishment. What does that phrase exactly mean? After all, the strength of that Taoist, they were already shocked enough just by listening to this Guanyin's description. An existence that can't even be helped by the Hotian supreme treasure? This kind of strength was already considered to be the peak of the flood pyramid. But this Manjushri, what is he talking about? In my humble opinion, that Taoist should be in possession of some sort of supreme treasure that can hide his true realm. Seeing a hesitant gaze, Manjushri did not intend to hide it, and immediately opened his mouth and said, at first glance, it looks like a mortal. Doesn't draw attention to itself. And when it strikes, we naturally take it for granted that this one is hiding his true strength. And, due to not being able to see through his true realm, this idea would also extend in a terrifying direction. Manjushri slowly recounted the story, and it drew a chorus of voices of approval. Indeed, there are too many dangers in the flood. Generally speaking, when one encounters an existence that one cannot see through, it is natural to think that he is stronger than oneself, belonging to the instincts of the flood spirits that have been honed over the years. After all, if they were in the same realm, where did the situation of not being able to see through exist? Necessarily, it is better than oneself to be impervious to it. Manjushri's words really nailed some of the underlying rules of the flood. Belongs to, and is normal. Immediately after that, that Taoist showed that he was not even afraid of the supreme treasure. Seeing that the crowd agreed with his words, Manjushri couldn't help but nod his head, and then continued to speak. This reinforces that impression. Therefore, when it decided to strike again, you chose to retreat. Yes or no? The last words were addressed to Kuan Yin. That's right. Hearing Manjushri's words, Guanyin was silent for a long time, before slowly nodding her head and, "The jade pure vase and the willow branch are useless." The poor monk subconsciously thought that even if he sacrificed the purple and gold bell, it should not help. That's why they're leaving in a hurry. To this point, Guanyin really did not deny it. And there was no need to deny it. After all, two supreme treasures in a row are useless. And the other party is the existence of their own from the beginning to the end cannot see through. Anyone who encounters this kind of thing would, I'm afraid, choose to hold off for a while. Naturally, canon is no exception. What if, in fact, by that time, the dowser was also at the end of his rope? After listening to Guanyin's words, a hint of a confident smile spread across Manjushri's face again. And he spoke faintly, saying, "Everything he does makes you subconsciously think that he's better than you. And much stronger. In fact, he should have been seriously injured when he hardened himself against the supreme treasure. If I chase after you again, I'm afraid I'll reveal myself." That's what brings us to this scene today. In this moment, Manjushri speaks eloquently. What it says is a bit shocking at first. But, when thinking back carefully, it seems it does. Otherwise, how could it be explained that the Taoist had let Guanyin leave so easily? Chapter 22, The Great Westward Journey Unchanged? Manjushri is getting tangled up. Indeed. After hearing Manjushri's description, more and more people in the Buddhist sect had a trace of dawning realization flash across their faces. The look of panic on his face earlier had also completely disappeared. In its place, there was a calm. After all, if that Taoist person was really like what Manjushri had described, the Buddhist sect would be free of worry. No matter what, the Buddhist sect still has its own heritage. When the time comes, find a few paramount saints and descend to the Great Tang together. Are you still afraid that that Taoist won't submit? Then, has it ever occurred to your holiness that perhaps it was that Taoist who, on purpose? At that moment, Guanyin frowned slightly and couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, "For the sake of that, is it to lure my Buddhist sect into action?" Although, deep down, Guanyin also has some recognition of this Manjushri's words. But, for some reason, she was always a little uneasy. Is the Taoist really that kind of being? In her mind, recalling some images of that Taoist, Guanyin still couldn't help but open her mouth. In case that Taoist is not pretending, wouldn't it be a pitfall for the Buddhist sect? It's. At those words, Wen Shu's face sank slightly, and he was somewhat speechless. He really didn't think about this. However, Manjushri felt that it was absolutely impossible for his guest to be wrong. That Taoist was definitely a person of color. Otherwise, how could such a terrifying existence be born in this flood? Even they who were once disciples of saints and had defected to the Buddhist sect were now only in the early and middle stages of paramount sainthood. How could an unknown Taoist be a suspected late-stage quasi-saint existence? However, this is something that Manjushri can only think about in his mind. But there is no reason to say it. Otherwise, instead of confirming it for yourself, you're liable to get snickered at. And with Guanyin's opening, the entire Maharishi temple almost divided into two factions. On the one hand, led by Manjushri, he thought that the Taoist was nothing more than a paper tiger, and that there was no need to worry at all. The other faction, on the other hand, was vaguely dominated by Guanyin, and felt that the judgment should not be made so easily. Caution is also needed. These two existences were constantly arguing, causing the great hero hall to fall into a clamor. Amat Ba. Just when the two parties argued endlessly, that has been silent, has not uttered a word of the world-honored one. Rudra suddenly gently raised his eyes. Mouth recited a Buddha's name. Slowly swept over the surrounding. Boom! Only to see that there were golden auras flowing and Buddha's light overflowing. At that moment, everyone, all of them, quieted down and quietly looked at Rulai above that lotus platform. And no longer said anything more. That Taoist. This seed is also unable to deduce his past or future. And seeing all the people quieted down, that Rudra looked around. The vast voice slowly echoed above the great hall of treasures. As if, not within the three worlds. A sentence that made everyone freeze. All a little confused. Surprisingly, even the world-honored Rulai, who was at the peak of quasi-sainthood and possessed the Buddhist sect's chi, had difficulty deducing the true identity of this Taoist. Who is this Taoist? Then, however, no variation is born in the heavenly way. Seeing the faces of the crowd full of shock, Rulai's color remained unchanged and he continued to speak faintly, saying, "The road ahead. Still flat. No need to worry. To know." After hearing Guanyin complain, "Someone is preventing the westward journey," Rulai naturally do not dare to have the slightest carelessness. Directly got outside the sky, began to deduce the identity of that Taoist. However, no matter how this Rudra performed his calculations, he could only tell that the Taoist was immortal. As for the rest, it's a blur. Completely unreadable. It was as if there was some kind of existence in the underworld that had completely cut off this section of heavenly opportunity. This made Rudra, too, a little shocked in his heart. However, when he subconsciously wanted to deduce the great situation of the westward journey, whether it was changed by the appearance of this Taoist man, what was seen and known was almost exactly the same as before. The path to the west. The sky is still extremely clear. The journey to the west ended and the Buddhist sect flourished. Therefore, although it was not known why the Taoist was unable to deduce, but as long as the journey to the west can be carried out smoothly, nothing is a problem for the Buddhist sect. Perhaps that Taoist, indeed, has some supreme treasure that can shield the sky. This time, even Rulai could not help but agree with what Manjushri had said earlier. After all, if it were not for this reason, where else in these three worlds would there be an existence that he, Rudra, could not see through? How can it be so? On the other side, when they heard the Deo Father's words, the many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who had been a bit hesitant to speak, all of them immediately became excited. As long as the general trend of the westward journey remains unchanged, what kind of waves can a small Taoist make? It wasn't even necessary for them to make a special effort. This great change in the heavenly Tao was enough to kill it. At that time, they in the Buddhist sect only need to watch the fun. Amit Ba. God bless my Buddhist sect. Only to see, as the Rulai voice fell, just now there is some argumentative crowd. Suddenly is peace up. Face all with a smile. Restored before the light appearance of the clouds. But, at this time, that Prushya, who had not uttered a single word, suddenly took a step forward, saluted Rulai, and then spoke, saying, "That one Taoist, being in the Great Tang, is ultimately blocking the westward journey. Although the great trend of the heavenly Tao has not been changed. But if we let that scripture taker delay like this, it is inevitable that there will be changes. This is something that the world-honored one must not fail to guard against." Prabhupada had not spoken before. But now, for the first time, he has spoken. And he has hit the nail on the head. Indeed, Although the people feel that, according to the evolution of this heavenly momentum, that Taoist priest will certainly be reversed by it. But it's clear that the Buddhists can't wait. Nowadays, the Buddhist sect has already arranged for 991 difficulties, just waiting for that sutra taker to set off. In this case, this fetcher was delayed. In case some more variables arise from this, it would not be something that the Buddhas of the Buddhist sect would like to see. In that case, what should be done? And as Puxian's voice fell, another ancient Buddha stepped out, glowing with Buddhist light, and couldn't help but ask. Granted. Before that, Manjushri had already dissected the pros and cons and spelled out the true strength of that Taoist. In his opinion, that Taoist was a complete paper tiger. Not worth mentioning. But the problem was, he was an existence that outshone the goddess of mercy after all. If this were to go rashly, if there was the slightest mistake, it would be an unimaginably huge loss for the Buddhist sect. How should it be? As this ancient Buddha inquired, the entire Mahamudra hall, once again, fell into a state of silence. Even Manjushri, with his brows furrowed, couldn't come up with an idea for a while. In fact, according to his previous sworn appearance, it should be Wen Shu himself who should take action to resolve that Taoist. However, like everyone else, Manjushri is also afraid of. What if, in case, one has a lapse in judgment? Chapter 23, Can Westward Journeys Lead to Heavenly Merits? The boiling of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Quiet. At this moment, the entire Maharishi temple was silent. No one would be the first to speak. Everyone fell silent. It seemed that even the Buddha's light that shrouded the great hall had dimmed by a few points. Amitabha. Seeing this scene, Rulai frowned and uttered a Buddha's name under his breath, before speaking, saying, after fetching the scriptures, there will be heavenly merits falling on the Buddhist sect. When the time comes, the reward will be based on merit. Unable to do anything else, Rudra had no choice but to recount the matter of heavenly merits and virtues. To know, but all quantitative robbery, there are against the sky. Naturally, there is also Shunyata, the adversary. For example, the interceptor sect in the original battle to seal the gods. Unfortunately, the might of the heavens is vast, and those who walk against the heavens, how can they block the power of heaven and earth? There will be no bones left. And the end of the interceptors confirms this. As for those who are obedient to heaven, they can naturally be unharmed. However, it is seldom known that, in addition to being unharmed by heaven, one can actually be rewarded by the heavenly Tao by going along with it. The most common is the merits of heaven and earth. As far as Rulai knows, in the 991 difficulties of the heavenly determination, there are quite a number of great powers of the three worlds who bring their own children, disciples and the like to assist in the journey to the west. In this way, when the journey to the west is over and the heavenly merits fall, it would be good to get a share of the pie. This includes even saints. Of course, saints naturally don't need those heavenly merits. However, their disciples, monks and the like were extremely needed. And now, by pointing this out, Ka is informing all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. As long as they contribute their efforts, they will be rewarded at the end of the westward journey. And they will be rewarded without fail. And if they are negative, when the time comes, they will have to be liquidated as well. Of course, these are the underlying meanings of Ka. However, Ka believes that the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas present can definitely understand heavenly merit? And when Rudra's voice fell, The entire Maharaja's hall first fell silent. And then it completely boiled over. In fact, as early as earlier, they have some hesitation in their hearts. Why that Buddha's 991 difficulties? The heavenly court must be involved in afoot. Even the Saint Good corpse, that Tushio palace of the Supreme Old Man, also will be their own green ox. Children all released. Act as a difficult. And now, hearing this Rudra speak in this manner instantly clears away all doubts. Heavenly merit, ah? Looking at the flood, even saints wouldn't dare to say that they ignored merit. Right? Even. Rumor has it that Nuwa saint of the Nuwa palace was certified by merit. Fong became a saint. Although, the people did not feel that. With the merit gained during this quantum leap, they could reach that level of Nuwa in the beginning. But, at least they can refine them a few points. Right? No wonder. This goddess of mercy is so attached to the matter of traveling west. Even the eyes of some Buddhists could not help but fall on that Guanyin, with such a thought crossing their minds. It is important to realize that from the beginning of the westward journey was formulated, then planned, and even now the westward journey is about to start. This Guanyin, almost all of it, is interspersed without a single trace of it being left out. Originally, in the view of some Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, this Guanyin was doing this kind of thankless thing for her own position in the Buddhist sect. So much so, that she had even secretly laughed at her. But now it dawned on them. So, this goddess of mercy actually had this idea? I'm afraid she already knew that when the journey to the west was over, there would be heavenly merits coming down. Right? Otherwise, how could this be so unrelenting? This goddess of mercy. It's so shady. Looking at that Guanyin standing aside, full of calmness, some Buddhas couldn't help but complain in their hearts. In particular, Manjushri. Originally, he had also secretly laughed at that goddess of mercy after seeing her give up her cultivation and devote herself to the journey to the west. After all, knowing the rules of the weak and the strong and the flood, he understood the importance of strength. Without strength, it is simply impossible to gain a foothold in the Buddhist sect. And that goddess of mercy, giving up her cultivation time and constantly running around, was undoubtedly an extremely foolish thing to do. But now, upon hearing these words from world-honored one Ka, Manjushri really crumbled a little. The clown was actually myself? At this moment, Manjushri's heart was filled with remorse. Although, due to the fact that in the beginning to design the 991 difficulties, he also had his mounts and so on to take out to help. Strictly speaking, if there was any heavenly merit falling, there would be a share for him, Manjushri. However, compared to that goddess of mercy who, from beginning to end, was almost always assisting in the journey to the west, this sliver of merit was still too little. It can be imagined that when that westward journey is over, by means of that heavenly merit, this Guanyin's strength, I'm afraid, will instantly catch up with his own. This is definitely not something Manjushri would like to see. Originally, his status in the Buddhist sect was inferior to this Guanyin, only because he was a bit stronger than Guanyin. It didn't have much of an effect. However, if it's not even as strong as Guanyin anymore, that Manjushri felt that he was afraid that he would be more and more unable to raise his head in the Buddhist sect. Thinking of this, Manjushri knew that he absolutely could not wait any longer. Only then, he took a step forward, performed a Buddhist salute to Rudra, and spoke in a deep voice, saying, "World-honored one, disciple has a plan." Boom! When these words fell, they immediately drew everyone's attention. Even the Buddha's light, which was originally somewhat dull, became radiant in an instant. In fact, it was not that the many Buddhas present did not want to obtain the heavenly Tao's merits and wanted to come up with a foolproof plan. However, facing that Taoist who even Guanyin had to avoid and didn't dare to fight with him. In the hearts of these Buddhas, they really didn't have a bottom. If it fails, the humiliation is secondary. If he was counted by that Taoist, he was afraid that he would be in a place of no return. After all, it's a quantum leap. It's hard to be saved when you die in the middle of a quantum leap. Therefore, they did not expect that this Manjushri would come up with a solution so quickly. Speak. And seeing Manjushri speak, Rulai also nodded slowly and spoke in a deep voice. It was for this scene that he spoke of the matter of merit. In fact, in the face of that Taoist, Rudra had thought of personally striking out and suppressing it. He believed that with his peak associate saint strength, he should be able to deal with a tiny Taoist with ease. But if it was just because of an unknown Taoist, the Buddha himself. Who was the Buddha himself? Took action himself? Wouldn't this be admitting in front of the three worlds that there was no one else left in his Buddhist sect? And will the powers that were watching take advantage of the situation to make some small trips? And when that happens, he still strikes? Then what has he become? The ancestor of the 10,000 Buddhas? Wouldn't it be a laughing matter to go around checking and filling in the gaps? Therefore, Ka felt that he could not take any action. At the very least, one can't make a move until things are out of control. And now, this Manjushri walks out and says it's already got an idea. For Ka, it is the best situation. Then the Taoist who dares to provoke the Buddhist sect is bound to be punished? That is the bottom line of Ka. Otherwise, this journey to the West, before it even begins, has made the beings of the three realms underestimate the Buddhist sect. Now, he wanted to know what kind of ideas this Manjushri would say. Chapter 24 Manjushri's Scheme. Who is Zhao Gongming? Phew! Seeing Rulai open his mouth, Manjushri couldn't help but take a deep breath. And his eyes swept over the surrounding area before he slowly opened his mouth and said, "The strength of that Taoist. Exactly how? We don't know yet. Therefore, someone needs to be found to try it out." A faint voice echoed through the Maharishi temple. Enduring. Originally, many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, with a hint of expectation on their faces, were waiting for this Manjushri to say something insightful. However, after hearing his first sentence, everyone's face became extremely odd. Admittedly, Manjushri's words, very much to the point. But the problem is that everyone in the room, who knows this, it was able to ignore the latter-day Supreme Treasure and defeat Guanyin. And even the world-honored one could not deduce its existence. Isn't his strength unknown? This line from Manjushri is just standard nonsense. It doesn't make any sense at all. How is it not known? Didn't Venerable Manjushri just now say that Taoist strength was not worth mentioning? I only saw that when this Manjushri's voice fell, a Buddha stepped out, first glancing faintly at this Manjushri, and then saying in a somewhat conspiratorial manner that, "How about we trouble your holiness to make a trip and settle that Taoist? In that case, it would be good to make the trip west go smoothly?" Amit Ba. Exactly. For this trip, Venerable Manjushri must not excuse himself. Your holiness deserves it. And as that one Buddha stepped out, several more voices came from throughout the Mahamudra, seemingly enthusiastic. But in reality, one was eager to watch the hilarity of Manjushri. After all, no one is a cutie. This Manjushri, after his eloquent talk, was hesitant to go forward to fight that Taoist. Where could the crowd not see what he was thinking? It's simply trying to find a scapegoat to explore. If that Taoist really does not have any strength, then the people who go forward easily will that Taoist to solve. Most of the credit for this should naturally go to Manjushri. But in case the Taoist was planning to cast a long line to catch a big fish, then the Buddhists who went there, I'm afraid that none of them would be able to return alive. Manjushri, on the other hand, is still sitting still. The big deal is to apologize and say that he thought wrong. There was not the slightest loss at all. Now that this Manjushri had uttered such a useless nonsense, the crowd naturally couldn't help but fall on their swords and watch this Manjushri's jokes. Humph. And seeing the crowd in this state, Manjushri couldn't help but snort coldly, ignoring these Buddhas, and continued to speak, saying, "This strategy of my disciple is to find someone to go forward and test the Taoist. It's just that this person can't be my Buddhist congregation." When these words came out, the crowd of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, who were originally watching the fun, were a bit surprised. Can't be a Buddhist? What makes him, then, help the Buddhist sect to test that Taoist? After all, no one wants to get involved in a robbery during this quantum. He's safe and sound in his own mansion, escaping this quantum leap. Doesn't he smell good? Have to come out and get involved? How do I do it? Even Rulai, with a frown on his face, immediately looked at that Manjushri and spoke faintly. Ka knows that what Manjushri says is all correct. However, it was afraid that it would be extremely difficult to find someone outside of the Buddhist sect to wade through this mess. Not to mention, there may be some karma involved if one is not careful. For the Buddhist sect, instead of solving the trouble, it may cause a whole new trouble. Zhao Gongming. And seeing that his one sentence had attracted the eyes of the entire Maharaja's treasure hall, Manjushri couldn't help but show a faint smile on his face, and then slowly opened his mouth and said, "Though it's on the God's sealing list, its strength is still not to be underestimated. An ordinary paragon is no match for him. If he were to make a move, he could definitely test out the Taoist's true strength." Zhao Gongming? Hearing this, the entire Maharishi treasure hall was silent, and a hint of contemplation passed over most of their faces. They were naturally no strangers to this name. He is the big disciple of the outer door of the Interceptor sect under the door of Bayou Palace in the beginning. Strength, even more unfathomable. When the battle to seal the gods was initially fought, it could be said to have been a great success. With the sea-fixing god pearl in hand, all enemies encountered were killed instantly. This included the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy. Even Taoist Lantern, who was the deputy head of the hierarchy at that time, could only run away when facing Zhao Gongming. If not at that time, that burning lamp was lucky. When being chased to Wui Mountain, Zhao Gongming encountered Qiao Bao, Xiao Shang, two people's falling treasure money, so that the loss of the most precious, coupled with the burning lamp sneak attack, thus fleeing in haste. I'm afraid that at the time of that battle, all of the hierarchy's battle power under the saints had already been lost. Of course, if that was all there was to it, there were some people who only said that the sea-setting god pearl was powerful. So much so that can make this Zhao Gongming can reach this situation? But when then later, that Zhao Gongming borrowed the 3 Zhao's golden scissors, but also the battle got the sea god beads of the burning lamp Taoist, is still a sheer will be killed by his mount, and also recovered the sea god beads. This scene made all those who felt that it was the supreme treasure that was strong all shut up. To the treasure strong? Why then is this supreme treasure strong only in the hands of Zhao Gongming? And that then, whether strength or status, are only second to the saints of the hierarchy, deputy head of the burning lamp, but only fell into a hasty and fled the scene? The reason for this can be understood even without going into detail. Even at the end of the day, if it wasn't for Lu Press being involved in assassinating Zhao Gongming with the Book of the Seven Arrows of the Nail's Head, I'm afraid that battle to seal the gods ended in the hands of Zhao Gongming alone. But how to get this Zhao Gongming to make a move? Just as everyone was immersed in memories, Guanyin couldn't help but raise her head, look toward that Manjushri, and softly open her mouth to ask. With that Zhao Gongming's character, he definitely won't help the Buddhist sect. Right? This Zhao Gongming's death. To a great extent, the Buddhist sect also has to be tainted with some karma. It would be a fool's errand to ask him to make a move and test the Taoist? Guanyin wondered how on earth this Manjushri came up with this one idea. Yeah. This Zhao Gongming. What makes him help the Buddhists? After hearing Guanyin's words, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas above the entire Mahamudra hall also reacted one by one, looking at that Manjushri with a hint of doubt in their gazes. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. This Zhao Gongming, despite the loss of his physical body, has himself been on the list of sealed gods. However, he was, after all, one of the strongest few people under the saints in the flood at one time. How is it an existence that is at the mercy of the Buddhists? What's more, this Zhao Gongming had gone through a quantum leap and knew the horrors of it. Why wade through this mess when you know, potentially, that you could be involved in a robbery? Can't think of the slightest reason at all. Chapter 25, Woe to the East? Kitagarbha resolves that this plan is feasible. At this moment, the gazes of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the entire Mahamudra temple all looked toward Manjushri. There was some doubt in his mind. After all, the power of Zhao Gongming was obvious to all. Even now, it's lost its physical body and lost those 24C fixing god pearls. However, with the dragon binding rope, one can also travel across the floodplains. Fewer enemies. Even among the many Buddhas present, there were very few who felt that they could securely defeat Zhao Gongming. So the question came up. How could this powerful Zhao Gongming be the kind of being that would be at the mercy of others? This Manjushri's policy is something that the people can figure out. It is nothing more than a scourge to be drawn to the east. The reasoning is simple but extremely difficult to implement. If you are not careful, not only will you not be able to draw away the scourge, but you may also set yourself on fire. It doesn't pay for itself. How? When the Buddhas hesitated and were uncertain, the Rudra was silent for a long time, and his voluminous voice suddenly echoed above the great hall of treasures. Just 3 words on how to do it. At once, the originally somewhat noisy Maharishi hall instantly quieted down. Although the people were a bit skeptical about this Manjushri scheme. But even though the world-honored one has spoken, that proves that this Manjushri's words have their feasibility. In this way, they would like to know how this Manjushri will actually do it? On this point, the help of the world-honored one is still needed. Upon hearing this, Manjushri's expression remained unchanged, and he performed a Buddhist salute to Rulai once again. Before speaking, saying, "Borrow a supreme treasure that can blind the heavens." To the treasure? Hearing this, the entire Maharaja's treasure hall, too, was in a bit of an uproar. Earlier, that goddess of mercy had lost, and both of her Hotian supreme treasures were useless. Then, this Manjushri categorically cannot borrow the Hotian supreme treasure again. So much so, it's a treasure of the innate? One must know that innate treasures, each one of them was extremely rare and could not be obtained by those who did not have a great chance. Even now, even though the Buddhist sect has been restored for a while, there are not many innate treasures that have been obtained. Moreover, they were all innate spiritual treasures. As for innate supreme treasures, even Buddhist saints did not have a single one. This Manjushri directly opened his mouth to ask for an innate treasure. And it was still enough to shield the heavens. What's he going to do? How are you going to do it? After a long period of silence, Rudra spoke once more. No longer shying away from words, but inquiring earnestly. After all, innate treasures, each one of them was vital. If this Manjushri did not have a 10-point plan, he himself would certainly not risk taking it out. On the contrary, if it's really possible to solve the predicament of the Buddhist sect today, an innate treasure, he could still take it out. 3 skies. Seeing Rolai like this, Wenshu's face, too, became grave, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth, saying, "In the beginning." The reason why the 3 heavens answered the calamity at the time of sealing the gods had nothing to do with this Zhao Gongming. Its borrowing of a magic treasure has tainted the 3 heavens with karma. And then after that, Zhao Gongming died. And in order to avenge his death, the 3 heavens set up the 9 quarters Yellow River formation. In the end, the soul returns to the god sealer. Though, after the sealing of the gods, all karma is dissolved. But that Zhao Gongming will never let go of this. This cause, he owes. Only. Manjushri spoke eloquently about the karma of the year. In fact, too many years have passed since the sealing of the gods. Plus, it involved a number of saints. And many people were unwilling to say much. So much so that some of these hidden secrets are no longer known. However, as one of the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy back then, Wenshu personally fought with Zhao Gongming, so he naturally knew a bit more clearly. And as for Zhao Gongming's nature, Manjushri knew it even better. If something happened to the 3 heavens, this Zhao Gongming would definitely fight at all costs. In this way, it is just right to help the Buddhist sect to test that Taoist. However, there is also a huge loophole in doing so. That is, the Skype. Though, in the midst of the quantum of solace, the chaos of the heavens is untraceable. It is difficult for even a sage to know the cause and effect in a quantitative karma. However, Manjushri was not sure whether the Taoist was in the quantum of solace or not. Under such circumstances, having a supreme treasure that could cloud the heavens would be unavoidable. 3 skies? And hearing these words from Manjushri, the entire Maharishi's treasure hall, once again, fell into a heated discussion. They had naturally heard of the name 3 heavens. When the 9 curved Yellow River array, but kill the darkness, nearly extinct elucidation of the 12 golden immortals' life. In the end, it was only through the intervention of a saint that the 3 heavens were subdued. Strictly speaking, Sanjiao's strength was not much weaker than Zhao Gongming's. This Manjushri even hit the idea on their heads. This is, do not want to live? Of course not all 3 skies together. Just one is enough. Seeing the crowd's skeptical gazes, Manjushri snorted coldly and spoke faintly. And back then, these 3 heavens were ordained as the followers sensing immortal nuns, holding the golden dipper of the mixed elements, and ruling the 3 realms of fertility, where one should be immortal, mortal, human, holy, vassal, son of heaven, noble, lowly, virtuous, or foolish. The landing first turns from the golden dipper. These 3 worlds are vast, and they are each in their own way. So they are inevitably scattered. Just have to find an opportunity. Manjushri's plan was simple, to find one of the 3 skies that had fallen behind, and defeat him by using the most precious treasure to cloud the sky. Better yet, it could be a total knockout. Then, after that, it was the trouble that led to the east, making the Zhao Gongming think that the death of the three heavens had something to do with that Taoist. Surprised to hear the bad news. According to Zhao Gongming's impulsive character, he would inevitably go to ask for a statement. In this way, one only needs to add another firewood, and it will be enough to solve all the problems. This scheme. Seeing this Manjushri speak in this manner, the Buddhas looked at each other and all nodded silently. It does seem that this is an excellent idea. Only, the process of planning should be extremely careful. Once the slightest leakage occurs, the Buddhist sect will be in an extremely passive position. No wonder. It's necessary to borrow an innate treasure. Thinking about this, the crowd had some understanding of Manjushri's earlier words. Indeed, only by using an innate treasure and disrupting the heavenly chances could this be carried out perfectly. Otherwise, that Lord Zhao would only have to count with his fingers, fearing that he would be able to detect the loopholes and find something wrong. Only, would His Holiness say yes? Subconsciously, the gazes of the crowd all fell on that world-honored ruler. Wait quietly. Manjushri, in particular, was unusually nervous in his mind at the moment. After all, if this plan works and falls perfectly, not only would his status in the Buddhist sect rise, but even afterward, when the journey to the West was over and rewards were given, he could receive heavenly merits. It can be a double whammy. Amitba. And right in the middle of everyone's gaze, that Rudra was silent for a long time, saying a Buddha's name in his mouth, and only then did his mouth slowly spit out a word that. Good. This word alone represents Ka's attitude. This plan of Manjushri works. Chapter 26, 12 Golden Lotus of Virtue? Rulai has paid for it. Good. Faintly, one word echoed above the Maharishi's treasure hall. At once, it made Manjushri's spirit tremble, and an uncontrollable ecstasy welled up in his heart. It was clear in his mind that he had made the right bet. As long as this woe to the East strategy went on smoothly, then his position in the Buddhist sect, not to mention surpassing Guanyin, would be enough to have a greater say. And, more importantly, through this one incident, he could prove himself. It is not only the goddess of mercy that can assist in the journey to the West. He, Manjushri, can do the same. This seat will hand over this 12-piece golden lotus of merit to you, which can not only obscure the heavenly chances, but can also be of great use when fighting with others. Just as Manjushri was somewhat overwhelmed with joy, the voluminous voice of Rulai suddenly echoed in his ears once more. Dang! In the next moment, Manjushri only felt a distortion of space in front of his eyes. A golden aura surfaced, and the Buddha's light rippled. At the same time, there was a lotus platform, with 9 products in bloom, floating at his feet. Rumble. In just a moment, countless rules and Tao rhythms emerged from above the body of Manjushri. So much so that his strength, which was originally about to break through the middle stage of the Paraclete's life, was instantly boosted by a large amount. It was already going to be the late stage of quasi-saint. 12 pints of the golden lotus of merit? On the other hand, upon seeing the golden lotus underneath that Manjushri's feet, the entire Dexiang Baodian instantly fell into a deathly silence. Immediately afterward, a sound of sucking in cold air came continuously. They didn't expect that world-honored one would take out such a supreme treasure no matter what. It's like a superb innate spiritual treasure? Rumor has it that when Pangu opened up the heavens and created the earth, there was a supreme treasure, the chaotic green lotus. Back then, when chaos split into two, endless karma fell, causing this supreme treasure to dissolve into countless parts. Among them, a mature lotus seed transformed into a 36-item green lotus of creation. It is further divided into three. They are, respectively, the Pandragon flat crutch of the Supreme Sage, the three treasures jade ruin of the First Heavenly Father, and the Qingping sword of the Tongtian sect leader. There is a rumor in the flood that saffron flowers, white lotus roots, and green lotus leaves. The three religions were originally one family comes from this. And in addition to this one mature lotus seed, there were three immature lotus seeds, each transforming into three lotus platforms. Then, for the 12 products of the golden lotus of merit in front of everyone today, as well as the 12 products of the red lotus of karmic fire of the old ancestor of the underworld river of the underworld sea of blood, and the 12 products of the black lotus of world destruction of the devil ancestor Luo Shuhu in that year. Only, the devil ancestor was defeated in the battle that year, and the 12 black lotuses of extinction had disappeared into the floodplains. Now, only this golden lotus of merit and virtue, as well as the red lotus of karma flame, remain. As for the other parts of that chaotic green lotus, it is also transformed into various types of supreme treasures. The worst is the innate spiritual treasure. From this, one could see just how terrifying this 12-pin golden lotus of merit was. His Holiness, surprisingly, took it out. Unfortunately, when the battle to seal the gods was fought, the third product was lost. And after a short period of shock, the Buddhas also slightly eased their minds and looked at the 12 golden lotuses above, 3 of which were extremely dull in appearance, and couldn't help but shake their heads. A secret pity. If not, the 12 golden lotus blooming together. I am afraid that it can make this Manjushri's strength to the late stage of associate saints. Right? Granted. It was forced by the supreme treasure and not Manjushri's true strength. However, the terror of this supreme treasure was thus evident. Disciple. Thank you. World-honored one. At this time, that full of surprise Wen Shu also reacted. Hastily performed a Buddha salute to Rulai. Respectfully opened his mouth and said, "Please rest assured, world-honored one, I will not dishonor my mission." Ah! The 12 golden lotus of merit. Coming from the battle to seal the gods. How could Manjushri not know that this was one of the true underpinnings of the Buddha sect? Even if it were not for the fact that the Buddha sect requires an object to suppress the qi, that saint would not have handed it over to Rulai. After all, a supreme treasure of this level could only bring out its true strength in the hands of a saint. Even Ka, to some extent, has difficulty in harnessing it. But now, because of his own words, world-honored one could actually take out this supreme treasure. This is way beyond Manjushri's prediction. In the original hymn, it was already a blessing to be able to beg for an ordinary innate spiritual treasure. On this trip, he will certainly be able to get his hands on it. Nowadays, Manjushri was holding an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure and could be considered extremely confident. Even, he felt that if he encountered the 3 heavens together, he wouldn't need to avoid them. Perhaps it could also avenge the shame of the original 9 quarters Yellow River formation. After all, when the 3 skies was relying on that 9 curved Yellow River array, cut off their top 3 flowers. If not for the timely appearance of the saints, I'm afraid that the front road has been broken. This is a revenge that Manjushri has never forgotten. However, Manjushri also knew in his heart the importance of this trip for the Buddhist sect. Therefore, even though there was a strong desire in his heart to find that 3 heavens and settle the score together, however, he still endured it. Then it was decided. As in the previous plan, to find one of the three skies that had fallen alone to strike. Disciple. Go! Thinking of this, Manjushri no longer had the slightest hesitation. Bowed deeply to Rulai. And then, with the golden lotus rippling under his feet, he transformed into a stream of light and swept toward the sky above. It's too fast. In just a few moments, it had disappeared without a trace. And with Manjushri's departure, the entire Maharishi temple, once again, fell into a state of calm. The Buddha's light surfaced, emitting some ripples and looking extremely peaceful and tranquil. Only, underneath this peacefulness, it is unknown how many killing opportunities are hidden. In the meantime, the other side. Heaven. Hall of Senses. After the previous Watch the Fun incident, this induction hall has also returned to calm. Each of the three skies has its own role to play. As usual. How is it that another person with an immortal destiny has descended into the world? And at this time, Bi Xiao, who had just returned not long ago, glanced at the changes above the mixed golden dipper, frowned slightly, and murmured softly, "And could it be that some changes have been produced in this heaven and earth due to the descent of the quantitative tribulation? There were many mortals in the lower realms, but those who possessed immortal fate and were strong enough to attract the attention of the mixed golden dipper were extremely rare. It usually takes at least a few years for one to be born, and a day in heaven and a year on earth. In other words, it takes nearly 1,000 years on earth to give birth to a person with an immortal destiny. This includes even the immortals who have been relegated to the earth. After all, that Jade Emperor can't keep relegating immortals to the mortal world. Can he? If that's the case, then there's no one left in heaven. The Jade Emperor, too, would be pointless. Sister, I'll go this time. Seeing Xiao holding a mixed golden bucket, wanting to set off, that Bai Xiao snatched a step ahead and came over, with a hint of a petulant tone, saying, "Just in time. This induction hall is really too stuffy. I want to go out for a walk. Okay?" Chapter 27, Bai Xiao descends to the next world? Manjushri's layout begins. The lower world. In fact, ever since she saw that Taoist priest, Bi Xiao's heart yearned for the mortal world a little more. With just an occasional glance, he saw that people as interesting as that Taoist existed. Wouldn't she have seen more if she had come down in person? You should know that over the years, it has mostly been the second sister, Xiao, and the eldest sister, Yun Xiao, who have been responsible for holding the mixed golden dipper and holding the position of sealing the gods. As for him, Bi Xiao, most of the time, he stayed in this induction divine hall, organizing some volumes. It was easy, but it was boring somehow. And the first and second sisters had a good reason for stopping her. Too young. Their divine function is to be in charge of fertility in the three realms. Yun Xiao, Xiao, although also inexperienced, but at least has long been transformed. Seniority there. This Bi Xiao is different. She was the latest to take form and had been cultivating for years. So it was not easy for her to be considered cultivated. And then she encountered the God-sealing quantum jump, and died tragically in the Great Calamity. That is why, in general, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao seldom agreed to let them descend to the world. However, as time passes, over the years, occasionally, Bi Xiao has been allowed to descend to the world to exercise her divine duties. Only, not very often. Now, seeing this Bai Xiao pleading, Xiong Xiao didn't think much of it. However, Yun Xiao, who was on the side, had a frown on her face, glanced at this Bi Xiao, and faintly asked that. Just walking? For his own little sister. Yun Xiao really knew too well. She was also really a little worried that this little ninny would not be able to resist the curiosity in her heart and travel to the Great Tang. If they were to get involved in the robbery again, the karma of it would be too great. Absolutely not. I swear. At those words, Bixiao hastily shook her head. Then took a step forward, tugged on Yun Zhao's coat corner, and opened her mouth to say, "That's right. Go out for a stroll." Granted. Bixiao has a somewhat mischievous personality and is usually playful. However, there is still a clear distinction between right and wrong. That quantum leap, experienced once, is enough. Bixiao naturally didn't want to draw fire. Right now, she really just wanted to go to the mortal world to take a break and see the vastness of the earth. After all, if she was always allowed to stay behind this induction temple, sooner or later, she would suffocate. Okay. Looking at Bixiao's appearance of a verbal plea, Yun Xiao nodded helplessly, reaching out to scrape the tip of her nose in the process, and opened her mouth to say, "Come back early." Indeed. Yun Xiao carefully thought about it. All these years that his little sister has been staying in this induction god's hall. For her who has always been active, it is also a torture for her. What's more, the place where that immortal Fateborn was located was extremely far away from Great Tang. Generally speaking, there's not likely to be any problems either. Thinking about this, Yun Xiao really didn't have any more reasons to stop it. Here. Take it. Looking at Yun Xiao nodded. That overjoyed appearance of Bixiao. Xuanzang's face also could not help but flashed a trace of helplessness. Immediately handed over the hands of the mixed elements of the golden buckets to her. Opened his mouth and said, "All you have to do is to envelop that household with the golden aura emanating from the mixed elements golden dipper. Nothing else needs to be done. In fact, if it were not for the fact that the person with the immortal destiny is slightly different from ordinary mortals, it is very likely to cause all sorts of anomalies, thus destroying the growth of the person with the immortal destiny. The three heavens didn't even need to make a personal trip. Just letting this mixed elements golden dipper run on its own would be fine. However, even if it was her little sister who was going this time, Xuanzang felt that she still needed to give some instructions before doing so. Got it. Got it. Hearing this, Bixiao hurriedly nodded her head. And then her body transformed into a stream of light, heading towards the outside of that great hall. Finally, freedom. Only once out of the great hall, Bixiao couldn't help but have a smile spread across her face. And then without the slightest hesitation, she transformed into a stream of light and headed towards that lower realm. Little sister like this, there's no problem. Right? Looking at this Bixiao's hurried departure, Xuanzang's face couldn't help but flash a trace of worry and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, what should happen in case something goes wrong? Granted, Bixiao had been out a few times before, and nothing had happened. However, Xuanzang was still a bit uneasy. It's not a problem. With the mixed elements golden dipper in place, no ordinary paramount saints can do anything about little sister. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao shook his head, and a hint of favor flowed inadvertently from the depths of his eyes. And then he spoke faintly, saying, "Besides, I was the one who insisted on taking revenge against my elder brother in the battle to seal the gods. So much so that it even dragged my little sister and you both onto this god sealing list." Speaking of the past, Yun Zhao's eyes dropped and a faint trace of sadness appeared on his face. Although, for the matter of avenging his elder brother, Yun Xiao had no remorse in his heart. However, having dragged his own sister into this, Yun Xiao had some sadness in his heart. What's big sister talking about? Upon hearing this, Xiangzhao's expression became solemn and she hurriedly opened her mouth and said, "At first, shocked to hear the bad news of my eldest brother. It was my little sister and I who did not listen to your words and insisted on going to a battle. If it were not so, would you have answered the robberies? Sister? If you really want to blame that hierarchy. If it weren't for them, the interceptor sect would still be around. Where would the thousands of disciples die? The matter of that year, although it has already passed." But Xiang Xiao did not dare to forget for a moment. Only, nowadays, she has lost her body and sealed her priesthood. Not only was there no possibility for cultivation to improve, it was not even as good as it had been before the sealing of the gods. Ugh! Thinking of this, Xiang Xiao couldn't help but sigh. And was also sad. What Jin Xiao and Xiang Xiao don't know is that just as they were discussing, Bai Xiao, who had just left the hall of induction, had been silently followed by a person. And that person was none other than Manjushri, who had just arrived from Spirit Mountain. It utilized the 12 pieces of merit and virtue golden lotus to surround the area, obscuring all heavenly opportunities. Under these circumstances, not to mention Bai Xiao, even Yin Xiao and Xiang Xiao did not have the slightest awareness. It's actually Bi Xiao. At this moment, looking at the figure in front of him, a trace of coldness flowed from Wen Shu's face, and he faintly murmured. This seat thought that it would be Xiang Xiao. This so-called immortal fate person descending to the world is naturally the work of Manjushri. Originally, he wanted to victimize Xiang Xiao. After all, at the time in that 9-curved yellow river formation, Yun Zhao's heart is soft, despite the resentment in his heart, but also has not really dead hand. But Xiang Xiao is different. With only one sword, the 12 golden immortals were killed and all of them were captured into the formation. Defeat at the hands of a woman could be considered the greatest shame of the 12 golden immortals. Originally, Manjushri thought that the original grudge could be avenged, which unexpectedly, halfway through, Bixiao walked out. But it doesn't matter. Immediately, Wen Shu shook his head again and focused his attention once more on Bixiao. Anyway, his purpose was only to draw out Zhao Gongming. It doesn't matter who exactly is set up as a setup. This time, the woe is me ploy will start with Bixiao. Chapter 28, 12 Golden Lotus vs Mixed Golden Dipper? Battle between Bixiao and Wen Shu. Mortal. Bixiao held the mixed golden dipper and her body transformed into a stream of light as she walked across the vast expanse of the earth. She has not ridden the clouds. It just leapt forward at an extremely fast speed. In fact, generally speaking, no immortal would choose to rush in this way. Only those who have not yet fully learned to soar into the clouds do so. However, Wen Bixiao, at the time of the Bo Palace, has always liked to rush like this. Today, the habit has not been changed. In her opinion, advancing like this was the only way to truly feel the existence of heaven and earth. It is by no means comparable to prancing around in the clouds. I think this is the place? Soon. Bixiao stopped her pace. Her eyes swept over a green hill in front of her. A trace of hesitation surfaced in her eyes, and she softly murmured, "What man descends from such a place?" Only to see that the green mountains stretched out in front of them. Ancient trees stood in the forest, and there were countless beasts, insects and birds. Even, there were quite a few beasts that had already given birth to some spiritual intelligence and could be categorized at the level of demon. It was reasonable to say that few human races could survive in such deep mountains. However, the thought of that descending man with some immortal destiny. In the future, one may become immortal. The hint of caution in Bai Zhao's heart quietly dissipated. after all. But anyone with an immortal fate is bound to have something that is different from the norm. In Bixiao's opinion, that person who was about to be born should also have some special chances. Go on. Thinking of this, Bai Xiao slightly reached out and slightly pushed the mixed yuan golden dipper in front of her towards the front. Dang! In an instant, countless streams of light emanated from above this mixed yuan golden dipper, carrying a hint of vast power. Boom! Vaguely, this heaven and earth emitted a low sound, seemingly catering to this mixed golden dipper. Immediately after that, the stream of light enveloped the entire Green Mountain. At that instant, countless beasts, elves, and demons that had opened their minds, or had not opened their minds, had a hint of panic show up in the depths of their eyes. Granted, they can't see the vast stream of light, but still, it felt, instinctively, a little shaky. Time. Little by little, countless beasts trembled with fear and trembling. But not knowing what was happening, they could only prostrate themselves in place and did not dare to move. The stream of light, on the other hand, still did not dissipate. It's as if it's endless. Click. And just at this time, that stream of light was abruptly interrupted. And Bixiao took a step forward, holding that mixed golden dipper in her hands, a trace of hesitation surfacing on her face. No? Generally speaking, under the illumination of the light of the golden dipper of the mixed elements, any living being could be born without any problems. And it doesn't take long at all. Even for those who are endowed with great qi, a flash of golden light is sufficient. But now, the stream of light emanating from this mixed golden dipper has almost enveloped the entire Green Mountain. But there was not the slightest feedback. What's going on? Seeing this scene, a trace of hesitation surfaced in Bixiao's eyes. A bit puzzled. Boom! And just when Bai Xiao heart hesitation, want to explore which actually when, suddenly perceived a golden aura. From between heaven and earth emerged. Immediately, countless golden lotuses bloomed from the void. It directly blocked off all the space where Bixiao was. What? Seeing this scene, Bixiao was slightly stunned, and then reached out, holding the mixed golden dipper in her hand. Who is it? By this moment, where she didn't know that she was being counted. Boom! Only to see that, with Bai Xiao's mind turning steeply, there was also a golden aura pouring out from above that mixed elements golden dipper. The golden dipper of mixed elements is an innate spiritual treasure. It was given by the saints back then. The 9/4 Yellow River Formation is a famous killing formation in the floodplains. Granted, after the sealing of the gods, this mixed golden dipper had had some of its power chipped away. However, it is still one of the few innate spiritual treasures that can be called extremely strong in this flood. Now that it was offered, it naturally had a vast power. Boom! Only to see that the golden aura emanating from this hybrid golden dipper collided with that golden lotus in a matter of moments. The endless aftermath almost drenched the entire sky dome. The roar, moreover, was unceasing. It is? At the same time, that Bai Xiao also saw clearly the true face of that sneak attack on their existence. It is, surprisingly, a golden lotus? Only to see, above the void, a golden lotus slowly bloomed. One of the total of 12 products. Only 3 of them seem to have withered. And there is not the slightest manifestation of the divine. The remaining 9 products, on the other hand, seem to carry the power of the opening of the heavens, stretching across the void just like that. Just one look at it gives you a sense of heartbreak. This is the 12-pin golden lotus of merit? Upon seeing the true face of this golden lotus, Bai Zhao's cheeks instantly somber. For this object, she knew it. Even the reason why 3 of the products of this golden lotus are so dull, but also inseparable from a major grudge of her interceptor church. Now, having seen this golden lotus, she also naturally guessed who was actually sneaking up on her. Which bald ass? Why don't you show yourself? After thinking clearly about all this, Bixiao's gaze couldn't help but fall all around as she coldly opened her mouth and said, "If you don't show up, don't blame me for being ruthless." Saying that, the mixed yuan golden dipper in its hand emitted an infinite amount of divine light. Intending to battle with this 12 pieces of merit and virtue golden lotus before, Bixiao knew that this 12 pieces of golden lotus of merit was driven by someone in secret. The person behind that didn't want to make herself known to her. However, he had at least been a quasi-saint. Plus the mixed golden dipper in his hand. With just these 12 golden lotus of merit, it wasn't enough to outsmart himself. Boom! Thinking of this, endless streams of light flowing out from Bai Zhao's hands, like a world-defying female immortal, suppressed towards the 12-pin golden lotus of merit. On the contrary, above that golden lotus, there was also Buddha's light swirling. However, in front of that terrifying stream of light, it actually began to gradually dim. Seemingly falling off the wagon? Humph. And it was at this time that a cold snort steeply echoed from the void. Immediately afterward, a spatial ripple surfaced. Manjushri's figure slowly stepped out. He first glanced at the 12 pints of the golden lotus of merit, and a trace of regret passed across his face. Originally, she had planned to rely on just this one supreme treasure to defeat that Bixiao. In this way, the karmic consequences of not showing up yourself can be less. Even due to the special nature of that 12-pin golden lotus of merit itself, it was still able to achieve the slightest amount of karma. Such is the ideal state of Manjushri. But a supreme treasure is a supreme treasure. Without an owner, it would be difficult to outwit a paragon holding the same supreme treasure. And now, seeing that this 12-point golden lotus of merit and virtue was being suppressed, Manjushri knew that he couldn't help but make a move. Otherwise, his plan, wouldn't it be a complete failure? Thus, he stepped out, intending to defeat this Bixiao in front of him, in one fell swoop. Manjushri? On the other side, Bixiao also recognized the person in front of her and her face sank. Surprisingly, it's him? Chapter 29 Manjushri's acting. Zhao Gongming appears. Manjushri. Seeing the appearance of the visitor, Bai Zhao's face sank. And then thousands of anger surged in her heart. Surprisingly, it's him? Wen Shu. Today you set up a trap. Do you really think that the interceptor sect can be slaughtered by anyone? Taking a deep breath, Bixiao couldn't help but chortle. Granted, she knew deep down that those who could harness the 12 pillars of merit and virtue golden lotus were bound to come from the Buddhist sect. Yet, there was still a hint of hesitation within her. After all, nowadays, the 3 worlds are stabilized, and the karma between the interceptor sect and the Buddhist sect has been dissipated with the quantitative robberies. So much so, that even though they knew that a number of interceptor disciples were trapped in the Buddhist sect, the interceptor congregation could do nothing about it. The main thing is still cause and effect. Seal the quantum of God and liquidate everything. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. And when those disciples of the sect of the interceptors were taken captive by the West, it was a part of the quantitative robbery. Even saints cannot intervene. Plus, over the years, the saints were trapped in the purple heavenly palace, unable to manifest. the interceptor sect and the Buddhist sect. 2. Were considered safe. Now, this Manjushri strikes, which is tantamount to adding more karma. Could it be? Did he really think that the saints wouldn't make a move? Amit Ba. Seeing this Bi Xiao's angry appearance, Wen Shu, however, was calm, folded his hands together, uttered a Buddha's name in his mouth, and spoke faintly, saying, "The interceptor sect, long gone from history. Today, it is the calamity of the Taoist friends. Manjushri, here to give you a ride." Saying that, without waiting for Bai Xiao to react, he directly waved his hand and held that 12-point golden lotus of merit in his hand. In a flash, an endless golden aura once again enveloped the heavens and earth. A quick fight and a quick decision. Manjushri knew that if he delayed, there would likely be changes. Nowadays, one could only resolve this Bisho as soon as possible in order to allow one's plans to proceed smoothly. By then, everything will be settled. Even if the saints know about it. What? We must know that Manjushri was aware that after the battle of sealing the gods back then, the saints were forced to take the meteoric sacred elixir. Could it be that, for the sake of a disciple, a saint would risk the appearance of a fallen saint? Drink! Seeing this scene, Bai Xiao also let out a low cry. And the mixed yuan golden dipper in her hand emitted thousands of streams of light, colliding with that 12 pieces of merit and virtue golden lotus. However, this 12 pieces of golden lotus of merit was an existence of supreme power that existed before the heavens were opened back then. Although the mixed golden dipper was strong, it was difficult to fight against it. Plus, Bixiao's strength has been compromised too much by being on that god sealing list. Therefore, in the midst of the golden aura emanating from that 12-pin golden lotus, Bixiao quickly fell to the wayside. Rumble. One could only see that the 12-pin golden lotus of merit and virtue, standing between heaven and earth, suppressing everything. Steeply, the 9 of them that were the most radiant suddenly swept towards Bixiao. In just an instant, the stream of light from the mixed elements golden dipper in front of Bai Xiao's body completely dimmed. Immediately, her body was enveloped by that golden lotus, as if it was a golden cage that completely imprisoned Bixiao. The 12 pieces of golden lotus of merit belong to a part of the once created green lotus. It is a self-contained space that can suppress all things. Even Bai Xiao. It was difficult to escape the cage transformed by this 12-point golden lotus of merit. Next, it's blinding the heavens. Seeing Bixiao enveloped in golden light, Manjushri waved his hand, causing the 12-pin golden lotus of merit to encircle above the void, gradually becoming smaller. Then, only 6 of the 12 golden lotuses of merit and virtue were seen above that, and 6 of them swung slightly, with supreme might flowing through them. Then, together with Bixiao, they merged into that green mountain. Seal. With 6 of the 12 golden lotuses, it transformed into a heaven and earth cage, suppressing everything. Even for a paramount saint, it would be all too difficult to escape. After doing so, Wen Shu's eyes once again looked into the void. And then he took out 2 of the other 3 golden lotuses and began to disrupt the heavenly chants. What he was doing was simple, using the second-grade merit golden lotus as a foundation. He would completely erase this battle between himself and Bai Xiao. At the same time, create a virtual Skype. This was also an extremely difficult thing for a paragon to do. After all, how can the vastness of heaven be changed at will? Now, however, being in the period of the quantum revelation, and even with the 12 pieces of merit and virtue golden lotus, a supreme treasure that existed before the opening of the heavens and the earth, Manjushri was still able to slow this down to completion. Time. Bit by bit. Passes. Wen Shu quickly erased the traces of his battle with Bi Xiao, while also fictionalizing some of the heavenly chances. But whenever someone comes here and pushes through, they can see their fictionalized heavenly chances. But it's hard to know the truth that you're hiding. Next, it's time to find that Zhao Gongming. After this was done, Wen Shu glanced at his masterpiece with some satisfaction. And then his body directly transformed into a stream of light and swept towards the celestial dome. What to do? At the same time, that Bi Xiao, who was within the 12-point golden lotus of merit, also showed a trace of eagerness on her face. Intelligent as she was, she probably guessed some of the intentions of this Manjushri's move. But right now, she was trapped within this 12-pin golden lotus of merit and virtue, and she was unable to transmit any information outward at all. And, most importantly, 1 day in the sky and 1 year on the ground. Even if she delayed here for some time, Yun Xiao and the others wouldn't be the slightest bit aware of it. Now, the only thing to rely on is this hybrid golden dipper. After a moment of silence, Bai Zhao's gaze couldn't help but fall on top of the mixed golden dipper in her own hand. You should know that this mixed golden dipper was originally the treasure of the clouds. Due to the god-sealing cataclysm, and thus more priesthoods, they no longer belonged to the clouds alone. However, after all, it was a supreme treasure that it had been harboring for many years, and it more or less still had some connection with Yun Xiao. Right now, for Bai Xiao, the only key to breaking the game was this mixed golden dipper. The other side. Just as Bi Xiao was running the mixed golden dipper and starting to break the game, that Manjushri had already transformed into a stream of light, heading towards that heavenly court, the hall of the god of fortune. At this moment, he borrowed the last of these 12 golden lotuses, as well as the 3 that had withered and dimmed, but still had some power, and transformed himself into the appearance of a heavenly court divine general, easily entering the heavenly court. Then, come to this temple of fortune. It's not good. Something's happened to Queen Bi Xiao. Only as soon as he entered, this Manjushri stumbled and fell on top of the great hall, shouting under his breath, saying, "That Taoist, deceiving people too much. Quickly go save Queen Bi Xiao." Only the slightly miserable voice of Manjushri echoed in the Hall of Fortune. At once, it caused Zhao Gongming, who was originally within the great hall, to drink his sorrows away, to freeze. Bi Xiao? Buoyantly, Zhao Gongming rose. A hint of sternness flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he spoke coldly, saying, "Is it this bold?" Boom! In an instant, a vast might violently erupted above Zhao Gongming's body, almost toppled the entire God of Fortune Hall. Chapter 30. Angry Zhao Gongming. Manjushri's plan comes to fruition. In fact, since he was ordained as a god, Zhao Gongming always had a trace of guilt in his heart for the 3 skies. In the beginning, he did not listen to his master's words and went down the mountain to participate in the quantum revelation without authorization. So much so that Shibuya failed miserably. And after losing his magic treasure, instead of thinking of repentance, he went to the 3 immortal islands without thinking and went to borrow the golden scissors. As a result, the 3 skies were also tainted with karma. Then after that, he himself died. The 3 skies, in order to avenge his own death, laid down the 9 curved yellow river array, which led to the subsequent difficulties. Therefore, after the sealing of the god, Zhao Gongming spent most of his time hiding in the God of Wealth Hall to drown his sorrows in wine. He didn't dare to face the 3 heavens. Or perhaps the guilt in his heart made him choose to escape. However, with the passage of time bit by bit, Zhao Gongming's heart for the guilt of the 3 skies, instead of the slightest decrease, but more and more intensified. So much so that now, upon first hearing the bad news, his heart shook with anger, almost to an unspeakable point. Where? Only to see that, with a flash, he appeared directly beside the heavenly general in the guise of Manjushu, and coldly questioned that. Just what kind of person dares to bully my sister? Boom! Saying that, its pressure belonging to a quasi-saint filled the surroundings in an instant. It vaguely tugged at the great momentum of heaven and earth. How horrible! Seeing this scene, Wen Shu was secretly shocked in his heart, not realizing that after so many years, this Zhao Gongming was still this powerful. This breath. It's already at the late stage of paramount saints. Isn't it? You have to know that this Zhao Gongming has lost his physical body and his true spirit has been on the list of sealed gods. It was reasonable to say that not only would its strength be compromised, but more importantly, after the true spirit had made it to the list, it would simply be impossible to cultivate again. Or rather, it could not increase its strength through normal cultivation as ordinary immortals did. Generally speaking, gods like Zhao Gongming can only rely on earthly incense to enhance their strength. That is, the power of faith. This is similar to the current Buddhist sect. In a way. Only, the Buddhist crowd, in general, treats this incense and faith as an aid to cultivation. Even if you don't have it, you can enhance your strength by practicing on your own. However, as in the case of Zhao Gongming, a god who is famous on the God Seal list, there is only one way of faith. Therefore, generally speaking, on this God sealing list, it is almost difficult to improve on the cultivation level. Non-gifted issues. It was only because the God sealing list had already limited all of its possibilities of becoming stronger. But now, this Zhao Gongming's strength, in the view of Manjushri, instead of weakening, seems to be even stronger than when the gods were sealed back then. This is just a little too bizarre. Fortune. Unable to help it, Manjushri's mind thought of this Zhao Gongming's divine position as the god of wealth. It must have been because of this one divine position that Zhao Gongming's strength had increased so horribly. Right? However, because of this, it was hard to avoid some excitement in Manjushri's heart. Since this Zhao Gongming was so powerful, it would be perfect to let him be the pathfinder. At that time, if that Taoist was really able to resist this Zhao Gongming, it would mean that his strength before was never half false. If they could not, even if Zhao Gongming did not kill him, the Buddhist sect would take action. I'm asking you, how is she? Bixiao? Seeing this in front of the general of the sky, looks stunned. Seems to be scared by their own. Zhao Gongming, also convergence of the body's breath, once again opened his mouth and asked. Also, the Taoist in your mouth. Just who is he? Taoist? In Zhao Gongming's impression, there weren't too many Taoists in this flood that could outshine his little sister. After all, no matter how you put it, little sister is also a quasi-saint. Despite the loss of his body in the god sealing battle, his true battle power was not comparable to that of an ordinary Tao Lord. How did something happen? When Queen Bixiao was performing her divine duties, she encountered a Taoist. Seeing this Zhao Gongming open his mouth, Wen Shu hastily came back to his senses and hurriedly said the wording that had long been thought of in his mind. He seems to be a Datang. Manjushri's words were sincere and genuine, and he even squeezed out a few tears when he spoke urgently. It was really hard to see the slightest break. Eh? And hearing this, Zhao Gongming's face sank, and he said coldly, "What Taoist? Dare to bully little sister?" Over the years, Zhao Gongming, who had a guilty conscience in his heart, wanted to make amends to Sanxiao as soon as he could. However, he caused a few sisters to go on that God-fearing list. And how can it be repaid by unusual things? One can only drink away one's sorrows. But despite this, the existence of the three heavens was its antithetical scale to the present-day Zhao Gongming. Anyone who harms them is bound to be retaliated against by Zhao Gongming. As for this Taoist, who would he be? Could it be Hirosei? Suddenly, a figure flashed through Zhao Gongming's mind. At the beginning, after the sealing of the gods, the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy, with the exception of a few who defected to the Buddhist sect, the rest of them were free and easy. Among them, Huang Chengzi is the head of the 12 golden immortals. Plus that burning lamp left has become under the seat of the first heavenly father, deservedly the first disciple. It could be expected that during these years, that Huang Chengzi must have gotten a lot of benefits from Yuanshi. It's not unusual for strength to skyrocket if it strikes. Little sister, I'm afraid it will be hard to defend against it. Take me now. Thinking of this, Zhao Gongming didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly said to the heavenly general transformed by Wenshu, saying, "Where the hell is it? There must not be the slightest negligence. Carrying is messy." The current Zhao Gongming didn't even think about the possibility of whether or not this was a trap. Even in his eagerness, he did not even think to inquire about Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao, intending to head directly to that place and rescue Bixiao. "You come with me." Hearing that Wenshu heart secretly said, "The great thing is accomplished." Naturally not slow, and hastily turned into a stream of light toward the lower world to disappear. Seeing this, Zhao Gongming didn't dare to delay, took the golden whip, and went down to the world with it. Boom! On the other hand, Bixiao was still riding the mixed golden dipper, intending to break through the cage transformed by that 12-point golden lotus of merit. However, under the sloshing of this 12-pin golden lotus of merit and virtue, there was no spiritual energy at all in this cage. In other words, the current Bixiao was completely at a point where she had no spiritual energy to replenish. If it was an unusual time, it would be fine. After all, for beings of Bixiao's level, even without spiritual power, there was almost no effect. However, now that she had only just fought with that Manjushri, the spiritual energy in her body was already somewhat depleted. Nowadays, it was even more so that he was trapped in this place, unable to find the slightest replenishment of spiritual energy at all. Therefore, even the mixed yuan golden dipper in by Zhao's hand couldn't help but dim a bit at this moment. Originally, this mixed elements golden dipper was somewhat inferior to that 12-pin golden lotus of merit. Now, with the loss of spiritual power, it was even more difficult to match that 12-pin golden lotus of merit. Dang! And just as Bixiao was anxious in her heart, somewhat at a loss as to what should be done, the images flowed above that heavenly dome, and Bixiao suddenly saw two figures joined together. One of them he was extremely familiar with. That's brother? Chapter 31 Manjushri, Woe to the East becomes the East. The Buddhist sect can be at peace. I saw that Zhao Gongming was holding a golden whip and standing on the top of a green hill. The might of the paramount saint flowed. By its side, there was also a somewhat wretched-looking heavenly general. The two, just like that, stepped into the void, seemingly searching for something. That's Manjushri? At the first sight of that general, Bixiao's brows were furrowed, and she took in a deep breath of cold air. What the hell is he trying to do? Though, this Manjushri was now dressed like an ordinary soldier in the heavenly court. However, Bixiao, who was trapped in this cage made up of 12 pints of the golden lotus of merit, could clearly feel the aura belonging to that golden lotus of merit emanating from that general. This heavenly general is, of necessity, Manjushri. But now, what did he bring his brother here for? Reporting to the god of fortune. This is the place. At that moment, that Manjushri took a step forward, pointed in the direction of that one green hill, and slowly opened his mouth and said, Auntie Bixia fought desperately against that Taoist, and as a result, her strength was not enough. So she had no choice but to ask my little man to come and invite the god of fortune. And please, god of fortune, do it for the queen. Speaking of this, Manjushri even wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, as if he had been greatly wronged. This scene was naturally seen in the eyes of that Bai Xiao. However, no matter what, Bi Xiao couldn't believe that this guy in front of her was Wen Shu. Nice guy. What's he going to do? Bi Xiao was a bit confused. And so on. Taoist? While this Bi Xiao was hesitating in her mind, she suddenly noticed the Taoist spoken of in that Manjushri's mouth and froze slightly. Looking at the flood, there are countless Taoists. However, the one that could make Manjushri care so much and go out of his way to draw it out in such a way, it seems that there is only that one. Right? Suddenly, a figure appeared in Bi Xiao's mind. At first, when she saw that Taoist, her heart rippled and she had wanted to go down to the realm herself. Only, due to the quantum leap, it was delayed. Nowadays, it seems as if that Taoist has already made the Buddhist sect extremely fearful. So much so that, let this Manjushri set up such a bureau? At this moment, Bi Xiao's mind turned steeply and had already figured everything out. To know, although before Bai Xiao guessed that this Wen Shu laid such a bureau, must be for some reason. In all likelihood, the target was his own two sisters. Only, Bi Xiao had not yet figured out the real reason why Manjushri was doing this. But now, all is clear. It must be that the Taoist won over Guanyin before, and the Buddhist sect could not get the details of this Taoist. So they wanted such an idea, wanting to let her brother Zhao Gongming to find out the truth for them. What a hard heart! Thinking of this, a trace of unstoppable anger flowed on the face of Bi Xiao, wanting to use the power of the mixed golden dipper to break through a trace of that cage, so that the outside world Zhao Gongming know. Boom! Only to see that, as Bai Xiao urged, endless streams of light overflowed from above that mixed elements golden dipper, transforming into a mottled luster that surfaced in midair. In the next moment, like a meteor falling, that stream of light crashed into that barrier made of Buddha's light. Just a few ripples swirled, but they did not cause the slightest impact. And after delivering this strike, the spiritual energy contained within Bi Xiao's body was truly depleted. So much so that the mixed golden dipper, all of them fell from the void and no longer had streams of light overflowing from it. In the meantime, outside, this is the breath of my little sister? Above the void, Zhao Gongming was carefully searching for clues about Bi Xiao, when he steeply detected a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. His brows immediately frowned, and he softly murmured, My little sister has definitely been here before. It's just that, according to this hint of breath, it should have already left. That wisp of breath was extremely weak. In the square, if Zhao Gongming hadn't been paying full attention, he wouldn't have been able to notice it. Therefore, he felt that this wisp of aura belonging to Bi Xiao should have been left behind before. Moreover, this wisp of breath was extremely weak and mottled, so it should have had a fight with someone. Now, it should have been gone for a long time. In fact, What Zhao Gongming didn't know was that the faint trace of spiritual energy just now was a signal that Bai Xiao had poured out her strength to give him. As long as he used his great power to split that green mountain, he would be able to see Bai Xiao. Just let me see what's going on here. Feeling that wisp of breath, Zhao Gongming took a deep breath. And above his body, the pressure belonging to a quasi-saint flowed and slowly diffused. He decided that it would be a good idea to go back to Karma and see what was really going on here. Dang! Only to see that, with Zhao Gongming's movements, the surrounding space folded, and there was an aura of rules flowing and chains of order extending back to cause and effect. In fact, it is the means of the saints. For the saints, their certification of the mixed path, through 10,000 tribulations without being worn out, and stained by cause and effect without being stained. Clarity in all things. The eyes view the past, present, and future, and palpate the time and space, birth and death, and reincarnation. In other words, it is impossible for anything to be hidden from the sages in this flood. All causes and effects are manifested before it. And yet, it swims outside of things. Supreme. Looking at the flood, I'm afraid that only in the midst of the quantum revelation could a situation arise that would make it impossible for even a sage to deduce. And apart from saints, ordinary paraclete, if they deduce with all their might, they can also know some causal changes. However, this shall be extremely strong. And there is a price to pay. It was simply impossible for an ordinary paragon to do so. Nor was he willing to do so. And now, Zhao Gongming naturally does not care about some of this cost. Directly began to deduce. Just see. Above the void, Zhao Gongming took a deep breath. And many karma, rules, and order flowed in front of him. Soon, everything was deduced. A Taoist? At this moment, Zhao Gongming's eyes were extremely cold. In his mind, some remnants of the image flashed. It was deduced by him with great magic power. One could clearly see the appearance of a Taoist who had injured Bai Xiao, brought her on, and drifted away. Seek death. After a moment of silence, Zhao Gongming slowly spat out 2 words from his mouth. Immediately, his body directly transformed into a stream of light and swept away in the direction that the Taoist had left. It's done. Seeing this Zhao Gongming's hurried departure, Wen Shu's eyes slightly converged and he couldn't help but flash a hint of a smile. What this Zhao Gongming deduced was naturally his layout. The illusionary picture. Originally, Manjushri was a bit worried. After all, although that picture, is he borrowed 12 pints of merit and virtue golden lotus? Coupled with the evolution of the Buddhist chi, it is difficult to be recognized. However, Zhao Gongming was too strong. And if he looked closely, he might find the end. After all, there were very few parts about Bai Xiao in that picture. However, it clearly manifested the direction in which the Taoist had left. When you think about it, there's definitely something weird going on. However, if the complete simulation of the Bai Xiao battle, the price paid is already beyond the ability of Wen Shu to bear. It was already extremely difficult to barely make it this far. Good thing this Zhao Gongming was too impulsive. In fact, this is the weakness of Zhao Gongming that Wen Shu knew as early as the period of sealing the gods. If it was Yun Xiao who came this time, his strength might not be as good as Zhao Gongming's. But the chances of discovering that this was all his own layout were far greater. In fact, Manjushri is also gambling, betting that over the years, Zhao Gongming's character has not undergone a sea change. Otherwise, if Zhao Gongming was no longer impulsive, his efforts would be wasted. And very lucky. He bet right. Chapter 32, Bi Xiao will set off the table today. And after Zhao Gongming had completely left, above Manjushri's body, the last golden lotus manifested. At the same time, he regained his original appearance. There was Buddha's light flowing out from above Manjushri's body. That golden lotus transformed into a lotus platform and floated under Manjushri's feet, looking sacred and unusual, worthy of being an extreme innate spiritual treasure. Even Zhao Gongming couldn't detect the slightest hint of it. Seeing this, a smile once again appeared on Manjushri's face, and he murmured softly, saying, "In this way, the great power is accomplished." The journey had been generally as one had planned. It can be as smooth as can be. Next, only that Bi Xiao must be settled. Immediately, Wen Shu's gaze, again, could not help but fall on that not far away trapped in the cage Bi Xiao, murmured softly, saying, "In that case, even if it's a saint who pushes the envelope, this seat has no fear." In the midst of quantum karma, saints seldom shift their gaze to the lower realms in order to prevent being tainted by karma. Moreover, even if there were saints paying attention, it would be difficult to see in the midst of the quantum of solace. So, Manjushri felt that as long as he settled this Bi Xiao, then all the karma is irrelevant. Even if afterward a saint came to the door, it would be extremely difficult to deduce everything in its original form in the midst of this quantitative calamity. In this way, it is truly unmarked. Already exhausted your spiritual energy? Thinking of this, with a slight wave of his hand, Wen Shu drew out the cage formed by the 12 golden lotus of merit and virtue, glanced at Bi Xiao in it, and spoke faintly, saying, "Amit Ba. In that case, this seat will send you on your way." The Buddhists are universal, and the Amitabha Buddha in their mouths is also the sound of great kindness and great compassion. But now, this Manjushri mouth said Buddha. Not only the slightest Buddha light reflected, bright and magnificent. Instead, there was some indifference as well as eagerness. After all, if Bi Xiao didn't die, once there were any unforeseen circumstances by which it broke through that cage, everything he had done would be for nothing. Even, there is a possibility of attracting calamities. And after it is resolved, the Buddhist sect just has to sit back and enjoy the ride. Naturally, Manjushri is desperate for a quick fix. Humph. Thinking of this, Wen Shu grunted and gently probed his hand, intending to use Buddha's light to make Bi Xiao dissolve into nothingness. However, the moment this Buddha's light just touched Bi Xiao, Wen Shu was stunned. This? Suddenly, a wave of uneasiness welled up in Manjushri's heart. However, he did not know that the source of this trace of uneasiness, exactly where it originated from, only to feel as if on in the back, some fidgety. What's going on? At this moment, in the back of Wen Shu's mind, such a thought could not help but flash through his mind, and he subconsciously looked around, trying to find out the source of that uneasiness that made him feel uneasy. The first reaction he felt was that Zhao Gongming had gone and returned. Could it be that one is exposed? Thinking of the possibility that Zhao Gongming might go and return, Wen Shu was really a bit anxious in his heart. It was the thing he had been most worried about. However, when he looked in the direction Zhao Gongming had left, he found it empty. With Zhao Gongming's quasi-saint level speed, at this moment, he had already disappeared 10,000 miles away. And it was impossible for him to know what had happened here. If it's not Zhao Gongming, then who could it be? In fact, after determining that it wasn't Zhao Gongming, Wen Shu was secretly relieved. After all, as of now, he really couldn't beat this Zhao Gongming. You know, back then, this Zhao Gongming was a fierce man who chased the burning lamp everywhere. Can't afford to mess with it. However, while breathing a sigh of relief, new doubts sprang up in Manjushri's mind. What is the source of this angst? In the midst of his thoughts, Wen Shu suddenly noticed that the Buddha light he had just wielded that had been intended to kill Bixiao swung slightly. And then, inexplicably disappeared. Could it be? Subconsciously, Wen Shu's gaze went to that Bixiao, wanting to see what was going on. However, when his gaze only just managed to land on Bixiao, it was as if he had seen something incredible. What had been a puzzled, apprehensive gaze was instantly replaced by a wave of horror. Self-destruct? Slowly, two words came out of Manjushri's mouth with a hint of disbelief. Only to see. That is in the cage Bixiao. Body emitted a golden aura. With a destructive atmosphere. It was as if it was destroying the world. This is precisely a precursor to self-destruction? In any case, Wen Shu hadn't thought that this Bixiao would even choose such a path. One must know that in the flood, self-destruction is an extremely powerful method that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800. Generally speaking, no one chooses this unless they have no choice. Because, once you explode yourself, your flesh will shatter and your true spirit will be damaged. And in the middle of the flood, abandoning one's physical body was undoubtedly an extremely foolish act. However, if it was a normal fight against the enemy, blowing himself up in despair was not an impossible thing. But the problem now is that the person who blew himself up is Bixiao. An ordinary flood spirit that blew itself up would only be its body. And its true spirit could survive. With any luck, a borrowed body is not out of the question. Granted, this greatly depletes one's talent. And I'm afraid it will be difficult to glimpse the great Tao for the rest of one's life. But in the end, a life was saved. However, this Bixiao is different. She was ranked on the list of sealed gods and had lost her body, with only her true spirit surviving. Nowadays, the only way to self-destruct is to possibly self-destruct the true spirit. And once the true spirit explodes itself, this Bixiao is afraid that it won't even have a chance to reincarnate and will completely die out in the flood. How dare she? Manjushri was a little shocked. It was really inconceivable that this Bixiao was willing to risk the silence of her divine soul to blow herself up. Stop. In his eagerness, Manjushri couldn't help but speak in a low, cold voice that this seed will not kill you and will let you travel to the 6 paths of reincarnation. And why do you need to blow yourself up? At this moment, Manjushri was a bit anxious and spoke hastily. After all, if this Bixiao exploded itself, it would most likely attract the attention of Zhao Gongming and the others. By then, all the previous work will have been lost. Ha! And at this moment, that Bai Xiao looked at Zhao Gongming, who was full of anxiety. And a trace of mockery surfaced above her pale cheeks. She has not fired a single word. Only the power that was latent in the depths of the true spirit had begun to riot. Into reincarnation? She Bixiao, although plainly playful, but also is not a person who was greedy and afraid of death. Today, this Buddhist reckoning uses her as bait. Then, she would let all of this Buddhist sect's calculations come to naught. Bixiao lifted the table. Boom! Thinking of this, Bixiao no longer deliberately controlled the riotous true spirit in her body. Countless rules and orders pouring out. An endless berserk aura filled every corner of the entire cage. Vaguely, it has the power to break through everything. These, the fruits of Bai Zhao's cultivation. exploding so unreservedly, could be described as heavenly. Chapter 33, Manjushri is in a hurry. He blew himself up twice in a row. Can't he live? Dang. Only to see. In the cage transformed by that 12-point golden lotus of merit and virtue, there are thousands of streams of light flowing. Laws and order raged on, destroying everything in sight as if they were destroyed. This contained the Tao fruit of Bixiao. It is the accumulation of billions of years since the beginning of its transformation. Now that they were all sacrificed, they naturally radiated unrivaled power. And as this terrifying force flowed, the 12-pinned golden lotus of merit, which had originally emitted a radiant Buddha's light, had dimmed by a few points. There's even a vague sign that it's going to wither away. As for the cage that trapped Bai Xiao, it was also shaking, with some cracks surfacing on it. It's obviously going to be too much to bear. What a Bixiao! Seeing this scene, Manjushri took a deep breath. A trace of scorn passed over his face, and coldly spoke. However, do you really think that blowing yourself up can scare this seat? Boom! Saying that, above Manjushri's body, an infinite amount of Buddha's light filled. He was also offering up his own laws and Tao fruits. Although Manjushri knew in his heart that once he did this, he was bound to suffer great damage. Even more so, since the sealing of the gods, all these years of hard cultivation were all for naught. However, things have come to such a pass that there is no room for Manjushri to hesitate. What's more, as long as he or she resolves this matter perfectly, when the journey to the West is over, he or she will be able to obtain the merits of the heavenly Tao, since this is the only solace left in Manjushri's heart. Boom! Only to see that, as Manjushri moved, countless Tao and Dharma fought against the rules and order within that cage. At the same time, there were 3 golden lotuses floating above the void, gradually fusing with the 3 that made up the cage in one place. At this moment, the 9 lotus flowers, with their vast chaotic aura, together with that Manjushri's Tao, suppressed everything above the celestial dome. It's too strong. This 12 pieces of golden lotus of merit was worthy of being part of that one supreme treasure before heaven and earth opened. Only to see that as that vast breath fell, the cage that was originally nearly facing shattering began to gradually recover. Obviously, a definite advantage was gained. It worked? Seeing this scene, a trace of surprise also flashed through Manjushri's heart. Spinning around, he once again recklessly consumed the Tao and Dharma in his body, fully catapulted. And so, little by little, time passed. Finally, that Manjushri exerted great power at great cost and stabilized that cage. Looking at the cage that had returned to calmness, Wen Shu subconsciously wiped a handful of sweat oozing from his forehead and let out a long breath of relief. In that case, it should be possible to stop this Bixiao. Right? When a paramount saint self-detonates, the might is naturally unimaginable. What's more, this Bixiao had sacrificed her own Tao, her own Dharma, and the power caused by it was feared to have reached the late stage of paramount sainthood. At this moment, Manjushri couldn't help but be a bit thankful. Had it not been for the fact that the world-honored one had handed over this 12 golden lotus of merit to him when he had asked for the supreme treasure. I'm afraid that right now, even if he exhausted everything, he simply wouldn't be able to stop Bixiao's self-destruction. However, even this 12-pin golden lotus of merit was somewhat depleted in power at this moment. After all, it had lost 3 of its grades at the time of the sealing of the gods. And although it was still a supreme innate spiritual treasure, it was not as terrifying as it had been in the past. Plus, Manjushri is not strong enough to counteract that Bixiao's self-explosion. solely because of the power of this 12-pin golden lotus of merit. Naturally, it caused some damage to this golden lotus. Of course, Manjushri believed that with enough spiritual energy to replenish it, this 12-pin golden lotus of merit and virtue would once again blossom. This was, after all, an extreme innate spiritual treasure. It couldn't be that fragile. The interceptors. After settling all this, Wenshu's gaze couldn't help but fall on that Bixiao. A touch of coldness flashing through his eyes. Even after being reduced to this state, he still has this kind of guts. If it wasn't for the sealing of the gods in the first place, I'm afraid that there would be no other great sects in the floodplains today. Nowadays, it can be said that the sect of the Interceptor really exists in name only. When the battle to seal the gods was fought, those who died were killed and those who were injured. That Tongtian pro-big disciples. Except for a Wudang Saint Mother fled. Hibernating in the flood dare not show up. The remaining several disciples or return to the heavenly court, or return to the Buddhist. Originally, in Manjushri's view, that the Interceptor sect had been so. The disciples under his name may have long since lost the pride they had at the beginning. Plus, this Bixiao had already died once, so she shouldn't want to have to try that flavor again. But now, Manjushri realized that he was wrong. This Bixiao is really not going to live. Good thing. It's over. Relieved once again, Wenshu didn't dare to force this Bixiao any further, only intending to bring her into the Buddhist sect for the time being. Only to see that Wenshu once again reached out, intending to retrieve Bixiao, who had already been trapped by the complete 12-point golden lotus of merit and virtue and had almost become dead, and then take her to the spirit mountain. Suddenly, he heard a murmur, as if from the already weakened Bixiao. "Sister! I'm sorry." A faint voice echoed in Manjushri's ears, causing him to be slightly startled. "What sister?" Steeply, as if he realized something, he subconsciously looked towards Bai Zhao's hand. That one. Mixed golden dipper? She was trying to? At this moment, an extremely alarming thought echoed from within Manjushri's mind. Subconsciously, he wanted to sacrifice that 12-point golden lotus of merit. However, after that silent contest just now, Manjushri simply didn't have any strength left to harness this golden lotus of merit anymore. Rumble. Only to see, in the heart of Wenshu panic, some do not know what to do when that mixed yuan gold bucket steeply erupted a piercing light. This piece of innate spiritual treasure was also self-destructing. In just an instant, the cage that was transformed by the 12-pin merit and virtue golden lotus was filled with golden aura. You should know that the grade of this mixed elements golden dipper is not as good as the 12 pieces of merit and virtue golden lotus, but it is also a spiritual treasure that exists in the innate. Strictly speaking, it can be categorized with this golden lotus of merit. Now, this hybrid golden dipper was exploding itself under Bai Zhao's urging, radiating immeasurable divine might. And these two successive self-destructs had already caused the cage transformed by that 12-point golden lotus of merit to no longer be able to bear it. Almost instantly, the cage shattered. It turned into countless rains of light. The aftermath of the explosion of that hybrid golden dipper surfaced in this rain of light, extending above the void, seemingly destroying everything. Stop this seat. Seeing this scene, Manjushri jealoused, not caring about his own damage, and made every effort to control that aftermath. This was because he knew that once this aftermath spread out in the floodplain, the consequences that would result would be unpredictable. In particular, if that Zhao Gongming were to learn of it, everything he had done earlier would all be for naught. Thinking of himself, it had been so hard to make it this far. And Manjushri would never allow that to happen. So much so that Manjushri now has spelled out almost everything he has. Chapter 34, The Dust Settles? Many eyes converge on the Great Tang. At this moment, Manjushri's body. There is blood flowing. That was the precursor of a body that could not withstand the rippling of law and order, and thus was about to collapse. In fact, it was an extremely rare occurrence for an innate spiritual treasure to self-destruct throughout the flood. Even when the gods sealing battle, fighting that kind of incentive, there is no precedent of innate spiritual treasure self-destruction. The reason for this was still because a paragon-level being was too fast. In a moment, it could disappear thousands of miles away, and would not pose much of a threat to it at all. But now it is different. This Manjushri, in order to prevent the aftermath of the explosion to spread, can only desperately full strength? Hard to resist this mixed elements of the Golden Dipper emanating out of the immeasurable power. This was also an unimaginable challenge for a paragon. It could be seen that almost instantly, Manjushri's body was about to collapse. Even the true spirit was in some turmoil and could topple at any time. Even if it were not for the fact that behind this Manjushri, that 12-point golden lotus of merit and virtue sheltered. Nowadays, Manjushri has long been unable to support himself. However, even with this golden lotus of merit, this Manjushri is about to run out of gas. It'll have to. That's all. Watching that the aftermath of the explosion gradually expand to a point where he could not withstand it, that Manjushri took a deep breath and slightly waved his hand, making that 12-pin golden lotus of merit transform into a barrier to block that aftermath. At the same time, Manjushri once again sacrificed the Tao and the Dharma and poured out all his strength to catalyze that golden lotus of merit. He knew deep down that with his own strength, he would not be able to stop the self-detonation of this hybrid Golden Dipper. Only by means of the golden lotus of merit. However, Wan Shu also knew in his heart that he had used up too much energy just now to stop that Bishao from blowing herself up. If I forcefully push that golden lotus of merit with all my might again, I am afraid that it will cause a Tao injury that cannot be recovered without a great chance. But to do otherwise would only be a loss. Therefore, after a short hesitation, this Manjushri still made a choice. Rumble. Only to see, underneath that roiling golden aura, two extremely strong forces collided with each other. Snap. Steeply. There was a soft sound. And the 9 golden lotuses that were originally emitting an infinite amount of golden aura suddenly had one of them become dim. Spinning around, it shattered with a bang. There were streams of light that emanated from above that golden lotus and eventually returned to nothingness. This is 12 pints of the golden lotus of merit. One less? Seeing this scene, Manjushri's heart trembled. How could he not know what this represented? In fact, just before, the spiritual power contained in this golden lotus of merit had almost been consumed. Now, what he was forcibly urging was the most original power of this golden lotus of merit. And it was obvious that the power of origin contained above that one golden lotus had now been used up. This naturally made Manjushri extremely distressed. Spiritual energy is consumed and easily replenished. But it was as hard as heaven to make up for this origin. Strictly speaking, that third-grade golden lotus that had been sucked away by the mosquito Taoist in the first place. It was because of the depletion of the power of the origin in it that it had remained this dull, causing the 12-grade golden lotus to become a 9-grade one. Now, there is another pint missing. The 8 golden lotus. Looking at the golden lotus of merit that had only 8 pints left, Manjushri's face was as gloomy as water. However, before he could react, there was another golden lotus that slowly wore out. However, to Manjushri's slight relief, with the withering of this golden lotus, The aftermath of the explosion that had been raging was finally slowly brought under control. Granted, it was still powerful, but it was no longer as desperate as it had been earlier. Time, bit by bit, passes. In the end, amidst Wen Shu's gaze, which was almost dripping blood, another golden lotus, completely shattered. In its place, the aftermath of that hybrid golden dipper's self-explosion completely dissipated. The heavens and the earth, once again, returned to their original form. The power of law and order that existed all the time also all dissipated, no longer flowing with any other might. Finally, it's over. Watching everything return to calm, Manjushri was on the verge of tears, only to see that the current him, compared to before, was almost sky-high, dripping blood all over his body. He looked like a bloody man. Even above the true spirit, a bunch of dense cracks were created. After all, to control the operation of that golden lotus of merit, this Manjushri had also paid an extremely heavy price. At the very least, it would be impossible to recover for tens of thousands of years. However, Manjushri felt that it was all worth it. Finally, that Bishya was completely resolved, looked at the void above, and did not feel the slightest Bishya's breath. Wen Shu's heart quietly relieved. In his opinion, under that horrible aftermath, this Bishya bore the brunt of it, and I'm afraid that his true spirit would have long since been broken and turned into a part of the flood. Better leave first. Looking around with some trepidation, Wen Shu used the last trace of spiritual energy in his body to dissipate the traces produced by the explosions around him. Immediately, his body directly transformed into a stream of light and headed in the direction of that spirit mountain. What Wen Shu didn't know was that when he left a long time later, there was a golden aura that slowly overflowed from the originally empty green hills. Boo! In the next moment, within that golden aura, a figure fell out. This is a Bishya? It could be seen that at this moment, Bai Xiao was extremely weak, almost to the point of running out of gas. However, she is not dead. And at the moment, in her hand, she held a strand of golden on. It was, precisely, the golden aura that had just spilled out in the void. Only, after spitting out the Bishya, the golden aura also began to dim, eventually slowly transforming into the appearance of a golden bucket. Good thing. There's the core of this hybrid golden dipper. Looking at the small golden bucket, Bishya let out a bitter smile, and a trace of happiness could not help but appear on her face as she murmured, "Otherwise, this one is really dead." In fact, at the beginning of the time, Bishya will be setting up. She knew that once she blew herself up, that Manjushri would certainly do everything in his power to stop it. At that time, it might be possible to escape. Actually, it does. After stopping themselves from blowing themselves up, both Manjushri and that 12-pin golden lotus of merit had paid a great price. At such a moment, Bishya controlling the mixed golden dipper to self-detonate could be described as a blow. And the sorry she said was also to her sister, Yun Xiao. Because, from the very beginning, she had intended to offer this hybrid golden dipper. Now, to go. To stop, brother. Taking a deep breath, Bishya's gaze, slowly falling in that Datan direction, softly murmured, "Otherwise, something big is going to happen." Although, Bishya knew that her current self was extremely weak and it would be best to find a place to recuperate for a while. However, the thought of the Buddha's door set up, pay that price, but also to let the elder brother and that Taoist battle. Plus, his own elder brother was short-tempered. So it would be bad if he really caused some irreparable consequences. So, near as not the slightest hesitation, this Bixiao drove the clouds and stumbled toward that great Tang. She made this trip to stop Zhao Gongming. Chapter 35, The Crumbling Zhao Gongming. How to lose in one move. In the meantime, Heaven. Hall of Senses. Yun Xiao, who was organizing some volumes, suddenly got up, and a trace of gravity flowed out of her beautiful eyes as she looked down to the lower realm, murmuring softly, saying, "Just now. That was. Just a moment before." A throbbing, a strong uneasiness welled up inside her, as if something extremely bad had happened. Mixed golden buckets? In just a moment, Yun Xiao knew the source of that hint of unease. It's like a mixed golden dipper? Something's wrong with it. What's wrong? Big sister? Seeing this, Xiong Xiao, who was on the side, slightly froze and subconsciously opened her mouth and said, "What happened?" In the eyes of Xiong Xiao, his big sister has always been calm. Why has she ever shown this kind of expression? Something is wrong with the mixed golden dipper. In the face of Xiong Xiao's inquiry, Yun Xiao frowned slightly and opened her mouth in a deep voice and asked, "What a place for my little sister to go! That mixed golden dipper. Although since the sealing of the gods, there has been a priesthood ruling over fertility. It's no longer about me. But that is, after all, a magic treasure that I have been harboring for many years, with a trace of connection to each other. But just now, that faint trace of connection broke. At this moment, the clouds are worried. The mixed gold dipper is a close second. Although it is an innate spiritual treasure, which is an existence that countless people in the floodplain can only dream of. However, in Yun Xiao's mind, the value of this hybrid golden dipper was not as good as the value of his own little sister. The most worrying thing for Yun Xiao is that this little sister is holding the mixed element gold bucket out. And now this one supreme treasure has problems. What about the little sister? Will there be any accidents? What? Hearing these words, Xiong Xiao rose up with a flash of shock on her face and opened her mouth to say, "What kind of person could have done this?" In Xiong Xiao's opinion, although the little sister is usually naughty and mischievous, but the strength is still not to be underestimated. Together with that mixed element golden bucket, ordinary paragons simply cannot take the slightest advantage. This is also the real reason why she and Yun Xiao can let her little sister leave alone. But now, something is still wrong with my little sister? It must have been a quasi-saint level existence that had struck out. What could it be? In any case, first follow the direction where my little sister went. Taking a deep breath, Yun Xiao didn't hesitate for a second and directly spoke. "Whoever it is, this palace will make them pay." At this moment, Yun Xiao's voice carried a hint of a murderous aura, obviously moved to real anger. The three of them, after being ordained as gods, have been scrupulously abiding by their divine duties and have not committed any offense with others in the fall. Under such circumstances, there was even someone who had taken a shot at his own little sister. Do you really think they really don't have tempers? Today, if my little sister is unharmed, all is well. If anything went halfway wrong with her little sister, she, Yun Xiao, swore that no matter who it was, she would make them pay. Immortality. Boom. With this thought, Yun Xiao directly took a step and swept towards the outside of that large hall. Seeing this, Xiong Xiao naturally didn't hesitate. And with her always fiery temper, she chased after him with her sword. Soon, The two of them joined hands and arrived over that one green mountain. This aura. It's Bi Xiao. And elder brother? Only once they reached the ground, the two of them froze, a trace of doubt spreading across their faces. As before, the aftermath of the explosion of that mixed golden dipper was cleared away by Manjushri. Even with Yun Zhao's ability, he had not found the slightest trace. However, they clearly sensed the aura of Bi Xiao as well as Zhao Gongming. That's the direction of Big Dawn? Suddenly, the two of them glanced at each other, and a trace of gravity spread across their faces. 1 day in the sky, 1 year underground. Though they, with the fastest speed, came from the heavenly court, they were still a step too late. However, what made the two of them breathe a sigh of relief was that their little sister, Bi Xiao, should still be alive. That's the best news they've ever heard. Ever. Otherwise, if something really happened to their little sister, they wouldn't know what to do. It's just that. Why did elder brother appear here? Suddenly, Yun Xiao frowned and couldn't help but murmur softly that all these years, elder brother has been alone, rarely descending to the realm. The chances of coincidentally finding something wrong with your little sister are slim to none. At this moment, a layer of shadow hung over Yun Zhao's heart, always feeling as if there was an invisible hand that was manipulating all of this. However, exactly what the truth was, Yun Xiao couldn't figure it out. In any case, if we go to Datong and take a look, won't we know it all? At this time, Xiong Xiao couldn't help but speak up when she saw Yun Zhao's frowning appearance. That's right. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhao's brows stretched and he slowly nodded his head. It shall be so. Now, it's useless to think about it. The only way to do that is to find your little sister. Only to see that in a matter of moments, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao once again transformed into long rainbows and swept off in the direction of that great tang. And just as the two were marching with all their might towards the great tang, the other side, Big Dawn, Yi Yun's Taoist temple. Phew! Looking at the Taoist temple that was almost generally the same as before he left, Yi Yun took a long breath. After the last few days of organizing, it's finally finished. Only to see that at this moment, this Taoist temple no longer had the slightest trace of the Buddhist sect. The statues of Buddha above the main hall have all been replaced with statues of Taoism. This made Yi Yun extremely satisfied. After all, with this statue of the three pristine ones placed here, how could it be more pleasant to the eyes than that group of bald heads? As for that temple of transfiguration, it still exists. After all, Yi Yun only wanted to guard his own acre of land and had no intention of expanding the Taoist temple. However, that Li Er seems to want to curry favor with himself. Collected a bunch of evidence of corruption of those monks. One by one all sent to the northwest as hard labor. Of course, Yi Yun felt that none of this had anything to do with him anymore. Next, one more thing. Yi Yun, who was about to take a rest, suddenly frowned, as if he thought of something, and looked in one direction. This thief. What's the solution? Only to see, right in the middle of the corner of the Taoist temple, there is a huddled figure. Shivering. Zhao Gongming. If someone in the floodplain saw this figure, they would be extremely shocked. Because this person was no one else but Zhao Gongming, the great outer disciple of the Interceptor sect who had made a big splash in the battle to seal the gods in the first place. However, at this moment, this existence that had shaken the Floodwild was somewhat crumbling. The entire body, huddled in the corner, seemed to be imprisoned. Couldn't move at all except to blink. In fact, Until now. Deep down, Zhao Gongming was still in a state of disbelief. Himself. How simple it was to get tackled. Zhao Gongming swore that he had never encountered such a terrifying existence in his life. One move. It's just one move. He himself was defeated. Suffice it to say, defenseless. That Taoist? What kind of existence is that? At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, Zhao Gongming couldn't help but glance in the direction of that Yi Yun. And countless thoughts crossed his mind. He really couldn't imagine just how terrifying this Taoist was. When did such an existence appear in the flood? Chapter 36 Yi Yun, this thief. Physical quality cannot Zhao Gongming was really a bit numb. He even suspected that it was because the environment of heaven and earth had changed since that god-sealing battle, when he had not descended to the realm for a long time. It's hard to believe that the Taoists of the mortal world are all so strong nowadays. Thinking about him before, following the breath of his little sister, he came to this great tang. Then, the Taoist temple was seen. However, it was different from his impression that his little sister had perhaps been defeated by a quasi-saint level existence. In this Taoist temple, there is only a small Taoist priest organizing the 3 Qing statues. This made Zhao Gongming a little hesitant. After all, no matter how he looked at it, it was an ordinary Taoist. Plain and simple. Without the slightest hint of divinity. So he pinched a spell, intending to bypass the little Taoist priest and probe around. It was a simple little spell that could make people subconsciously ignore themselves. Although it is not surprising. But in his hands to perform it. A small mortal Taoist. Extremely difficult to see the end. However, Zhao Gongming had only just entered this Taoist temple, and hadn't yet had time to look around. The Taoist who was carefully polishing the statue of the 3 pristine ones suddenly appeared right in front of him. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Zhao Gongming was a bit surprised. Could it be that there was something special about this Taoist that allowed him to see himself? However, not much thought was given to it. Just about to open my mouth. However, in the next moment, the Taoist directly took out a wooden stick from behind his back and greeted him towards his head without hesitation. At first, Zhao Gongming didn't care. Ha! A mortal stick? With his strength. Not to mention this, even if it was a Hotian spiritual treasure, he would be able to directly resist it. However, he didn't intend to take it hard. After all, if word got out that he had been beaten by a wooden stick in the mortal world, wouldn't it hurt his face? Thus, Zhao Gongming moved his body with the intention of dodging. But soon, Zhao Gongming realized that he was wrong. And so wrong. When that stick went down, it was as if it had tugged at something in the underworld. And Zhao Gongming actually realized that he couldn't dodge it. It's not an ordinary stick? In just a moment, Zhao Gongming made a judgment. His body surging with spiritual energy. No longer as casual as before. Then, he watched as the wooden stick greeted him towards himself. Originally, in Zhao Gongming's eyes, or his own party's error in judgment, which led to some accidents. But now that he was going all out, unusual things couldn't hurt him at all. This was also Zhao Gongming's confidence. But in the next moment, Zhao Gongming only felt his mind shaking. And by that stick, his divine soul was about to collapse. Boo! It was a loud bang that knocked Zhao Gongming's eyes dim. Even. The pain is so great that Zhao Gongming can no longer tell whether he heard the loud noise first, or his head exploded. There was only one thought in his mind before he completely passed out. Is this Taoist priest pretending to be a pig in a poke? Ugh! Ending his recollection, Zhao Gongming looked at the small place he had promoted, as well as the surrounding restrictions that were ever present, and let out a long sigh. Some of them want to cry. You didn't save your own little sister, but you got yourself involved? At this moment, Zhao Gongming's heart is sad. He was already certain that his little sister's accident was definitely related to this Taoist. It's too cloudy. Obviously having so much strength, he had to pretend to be an ordinary person. There was also that wooden stick, which was definitely an innate spiritual treasure. After all, he felt he had reacted quickly enough. Almost in an instant, his body rippled with spiritual energy, forming a barrier. But it was still knocked right out. This Taoist obviously disguised himself with that spiritual treasure, dressed up as a harmless human and animal. Truly insidious. Tread. Just when Zhao Gongming was a bit rambling, he suddenly felt some movement in his ears and subconsciously looked up. Then realized that the Taoist who was supposed to be in the distance did not know when, but appeared in front of him. At the same time, he was carrying an axe in his hand. Was coming toward himself. If it was an ordinary time, Zhao Gongming wouldn't even look at such an axe. That's it? Still want to hurt him? It's a joke. However, after experiencing the lesson of that wooden stick, Zhao Gongming didn't dare to underestimate everything in this Taoist temple. With that wooden stick, you could just knock yourself out. This axe in front of me. Zhao Gongming suddenly didn't dare to think further. This Taoist, he wouldn't want to split me. Would he? Suddenly, a thought emerged from Zhao Gongming's mind. At once, it made his liver and gall blown away. With this axe, Zhao Gongming wasn't really confident that he could survive. Tread. Only to see that the Taoist walked forward, his feet stepping on top of the ground with a soft sound. But this was like a death wish in Zhao Gongming's ears. It's an utter despair. Even though Zhao Gongming used all his power, he had trouble breaking free. This is even more desperate than when facing Lu Press's Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Rest in peace. And just as the Taoist came to himself, Zhao Gongming had already closed his eyes and showed a necked-in look. He felt that even though he had planted himself, he was at least a disciple of a saint. Never be ashamed. Isn't it just a death? Afraid of what? At this moment, Zhao Gongming's mind was enlightened, and he only felt a great feeling of grandeur welling up within him. Already prepared. However, what made Zhao Gongming a little embarrassed was that he waited for a long time and did not notice the slightest pain. What's going on here? Subconsciously, Zhao Gongming's tightly closed eyes slightly opened a slit, and he saw that the Taoist had already walked away. Only to see that not far away, that Taoist was carrying a basket, placing that axe in it, seemingly going to chop wood? Chopping wood? Zhao Gongming looked odd, always feeling that something was wrong. Granted, for ordinary mortals, chopping wood and cooking, this would have been an extremely normal thing to do. But the problem was, this one in front of him was an existence that even he could easily defeat. What's the point of chopping your own firewood? And just now, himself, acting in a righteous and heroic manner, totally misunderstanding this dog? At this moment, even Zhao Gongming was a bit embarrassed. Hoping one's emotions brewing for nothing? On the other hand, Yi Yin did not care about this Zhao Gongming. It was nearing noon and I was hungry myself. In his opinion, after he had eaten, he would try to clean up the thief. Right. It's the thief. After seeing this Zhao Gongming's sneaky appearance, Yi Yun heart is sure of his identity. If you're not a thief, Do you need to climb over the wall into your own Taoist temple? It did seem, he thought, that he had been away too long to even dare to come to this kind of thievery. Moreover, the most infuriating thing for Yi Yun is that this thief does not know where to steal a Taoist robe, which still looks decent. Thus, the moment he came in, Yi Yun casually picked up a burning stick and greeted him. However, despite the fact that he had deliberately restrained his power, the thief was still knocked unconscious. This thief, he's not strong enough? The moment he knocked him unconscious, Yi Yun could not help but glance at his mouth. And then he casually remained in a place. By the way, despise him a little. How dare you learn to steal from someone with that kind of physical fitness? Chapter 37, A Bixiao Falling from the Sky? Yi Yun strikes. Go away. Shaking his head, Yi Yun took a step out of the Taoist temple and looked towards a green hill beyond that Chang'an. This is where he always went to chop wood. Now that 3 years are gone, the green hills remain the same. Even the axe in his hand, except for a little more mottled rust, was no different from before. Unable to help it, it made Yi Yun feel some emotion in his heart. Toodles. Himself back again. Naturally, being in the Taoist temple, Yi Yun is invincible and does not need to have 3 meals a day from the mortal world. Even after leaving the Taoist temple, he had studied some simple spells and could barely ride the clouds. In the eyes of the world, it is also considered a man of attainment. Although with being in the middle of the Taoist temple itself, it is completely incomparable. But it's still possible to do it with a simple parave. However, Yi Yun had always felt that there was always something to look forward to in life. If it is true that from now on, he will open up the valley and hide in this Taoist temple, doing nothing all day long, wouldn't that be, well, a little too boring? Therefore, whether he was in the Taoist temple in the past, or the 3 years of cloud travel, he was like a mortal, patiently preparing 3 meals a day. Now, back to the Taoist temple. Yi Yun naturally will not throw away this habit. After all, without these 3 meals a day, he himself felt that he would feel less alive. As for this chopping wood, it can also pass some time. Otherwise, in the middle of a Taoist temple, with a casual wave of the hand, there would be rootless fire. So much so, it's really no fun. Just like this, Yi Yun swayed his figure, enjoying the scenery of all the people along the way, while walking slowly toward that green mountain. In the meantime, the other side, not far from Datong, Bixiao stumbled and also came in clouds. At the moment, she was weak. His face was pale, and drops of sweat trailed down his cheeks. After a series of self-detonation, although Bixiao barely saved her life, but also to the point of exhaustion. If someone observes carefully, they can clearly see that the true spirit of Bixiao has begun to have the precursor of the collapse. It wasn't completely shattered, but it wasn't far off. This is the most serious injury. You have to know that this Bixiao has lost its physical body, and the true spirit originally has no roots. Plus, with the restrictions of that God's sealing list, a portion of its true spirit would be integrated into that God's sealing list. This also resulted in the fact that its true spirit was not complete. This was also the real reason why the beings on the God sealing list were generally weaker than before they were on the list. And now that she had suffered such a heavy blow, even if Bixiao was a quasi-saint, it would be difficult for her to hold on for too long. She's only struggling because of her older brother. She had to reveal that it was all a Buddhist conspiracy. In the beginning, in the battle to seal the gods, the Interceptor sect had already been counted too hard. Nowadays, Bixiao didn't want to see that miserable scene again. This is Bixiao's obsession. Even as a result of this obsession, she had forgotten the rest. Just like that, forcibly bracing his body, he approached step by step towards the great Tang. Is it going to arrive? At this moment, looking at the blurry outline of Chang'an in the distance, a trace of joy surged in Bixiao's heart. Finally, it's coming. Tread. Thinking that, Bixiao gritted her teeth and tried to continue forward. But she was too tired. Even the only reason why he was able to hold on was because of his obsession with the great Tang. Now, seeing this Chang'an, his heart was inexplicably relieved. And because of this, the obsession that had been keeping it going then dispersed a bit. So much so that now Bixiao felt a dimness before his eyes. The true spirit, which was full of wounds, was also slowly shattering. Can't hold on? Feeling her consciousness fall into darkness, Bixiao let out a bitter smile and took one last look in the direction of Datang. Right now, she only hoped that Zhao Gongming would be able to spot her and thus detect a hint of what was going on. Otherwise, one would really be caught in a Buddhist trap. At that time, the disciples of the Interceptor sect who had once survived the God-sealing battle might all appear. This was definitely not what Bixiao wanted to see. Damn it! Why can't you just hold on? Just hold on. A little longer. Boo! With a soft sound, Bixiao's body could no longer be supported and fell towards the ground. And just as Bixiao fell, Yi Yun also slowly came above the green mountain and just cut some firewood. Suddenly, he glanced above mid-air and frowned and, what's that? In his line of sight, a woman in a palace dress was coming towards himself with extreme speed. This caused Yi Yun to freeze a little. What the hell? A Sister Lin in the sky? At this moment, Yi Yun could clearly see that the woman seemed to have lost her consciousness and fell straight to the ground. Unsurprisingly, its head rushed to the ground. Yi Yun's brows were deeply furrowed, although he did not feel that he was any kind of abusive person. But letting such a woman go, with her head in pathos, the look was a bit dismal. He was always a kind man and didn't like to see things that upset him. After thinking about it, Yi Yun still took a flying leap and caught the woman. Hiss! When the arms to catch the woman's moment, Yi Yun had been ready to withstand the heavy blows, but did not expect the woman's body is extremely light. Into the hands of the extremely soft, as if the weight does not exist generally. This could not help but cause Yi Yun to freeze and subconsciously look at him more. Into the eyes. A delicate, absolutely beautiful face. Seems to be in a moment of closed eyes, in sorrow for something. It gives you a sense of visible pity. It's as if it doesn't belong in this world. Like a dream. A person who cultivates immortality? With just one glance, Yi Yun knew its identity. Over the years, Yi Yun had also collected some cultivation methods. And although most of them were crude, he knew some common sense. For example, this really cultivate the immortal to achieve the Taoist people. Fading flesh mortal body. The body seems to be weightless. Like goose feather. It is called the immortal body. This woman in front of me, again, fell from the sky above. I'm afraid it's a person who cultivates immortality. Forget it. Since I saved it, I'll be a good person to the end. Shaking his head, Yi Yun waved his hand and took the basket on, glancing at the firewood in it. It was barely enough. You can go back. Immediately, Yi Yun's gaze fell on the woman in his arms. silent for a long time, directly carried it on his shoulders. Then, up in the clouds. Yi Yun was not an immortal body now after all. And the art of Tang Yun was practiced by finding some messy spells when he was traveling in the clouds. If he were to hold the woman, his hands would be occupied and he would not be able to control the direction. And he was afraid that there would be an accident. It would be a little embarrassing to fall off again in the middle of the day. Solely, just carry on. It wasn't as if he hadn't thought to walk straight back. But after thinking about it, the thought was put aside. It wasn't so bad. Letting him, a Taoist, hold a woman in broad daylight and roam the streets. Was it? Still have to keep up appearances. Grace. He's a Taoist priest with high ideals. It's not good to make people misunderstand. Just like that, Yi Yun carried the woman and wobbled towards his own Taoist temple. And being shaken by Yi Yun, that Bixiao in the haze, slowly opened a sliver of eyes. Himself. This is saved? With such a thought flashing through her mind, Bixiao only felt a wave of dizziness and finally lost consciousness completely and utterly. Chapter 38, Zhao Gongming, this bastard Taoist. I must. Hey! Shaking all the way, Yi Yun swept towards the Taoist temple. Now! He couldn't help but be thankful that the woman he was carrying was light and almost weightless. Otherwise, in accordance with the use of those miscellaneous cultivation methods to learn to ride the clouds of their own, afraid that it is enough to be able to successfully transport it to the Taoist temple. Perhaps, when she wakes up, she can ask for a way to ride the clouds? Suddenly, such a thought swept through Yi Yun's mind. What's to say? It's an immortal body? This woman. She should know some spells. Right? It should be. Thinking of this, Yi Yun's mood could not help but feel a little better. Is this like good things happening to good people? Mostly. He does seem a little embarrassed right now. Within the Taoist temple, he was invincible. Anyone who comes along, a slap on the wrist. However, outside of the Taoist temple, it is only possible to fool some mortals. Even driving a cloud is not skillful. But the problem is, their own Taoist temple is in the Great Tang. With the Great Tang Luck Shelter, unusual small demons simply do not dare to enter the interior. This made it impossible for him to kill the demon and seize the treasure. As for his current method of riding the clouds, it was still something that he had painstakingly and with great difficulty obtained. Now that Mo Ming had saved an immortal body, he could naturally find a way to learn some of it. Still, it's better to wait until she wakes up. Shaking his head, Yi Yun glanced at the unconscious woman and quickly cast away the thought as he leisurely walked forward. Granted, he didn't understand this cultivation of immortality together. However, since he had fallen into a coma, he must have been seriously injured. Still, hurry up and give it a rest. When she woke up, her own method of riding the clouds would be at hand. Yi Yun wasn't worried about this woman denying it. After all, in her own territory, if she didn't recognize her saving grace, then she would fight until she thought it stopped. It's also just a matter of waving your hand. Simple. In this way, Yi Yun quickly returned to his own Taoist temple. And it was at this time that Zhao Gongming, who had been confined and somewhat screaming, also noticed Yi Yun's figure. At first, he didn't care much. After all, just as that Taoist left, he had thought of countless ways to escape. But as it turned out, they all failed. That confinement, it was just too terrifying. He used all his power, but it was difficult to shake it in the slightest. Now, as before, He can still only curl up in a corner and shiver. And after all that, Zhao Gongming had laid flat. Apart from his own little sister. He felt that how the Taoist treated himself couldn't shake him anymore. Big deal. It's a death. And not afraid to die yourself? Even. He had wondered countless times if he had died in the God-sealing battle in the first place. Would he not have been living with guilt all the time? It's just a shame that I didn't get to meet my little sister. At this moment, Zhao Gongming's heart was quite sad. His only thought now was to find his little sister. Other than that, no other thoughts. As for what the Taoist did, it was even more irrelevant to him. However, as Yi Yun wobbled along, Zhao Gongming still couldn't help but flash a trace of doubt on his face. Mainly, his cloud riding technique was too inferior. Wasn't it? No. And it's not just poor quality. This Taoist is extremely unskilled. It was like a beginner. Not even as good as an ordinary small demon. Moreover, the most important thing is that the figure that was carried on the shoulders of this Taoist priest, Zhao Gongming, always felt somewhat familiar. Unable to help himself, he opened his eyes wide and looked at it a few more times. But it was this move that confused Zhao Gongming. That seems to be the little sister? At first, the Taoist was a bit far away. Plus Zhao Gongming was already lying flat. So he didn't pay too much attention. But as Yi Yun gradually approached, Zhao Gongming fully saw the figure on its back. If not Bi Xiao, who could it be? At this moment, Zhao Gongming only felt a surge of anger that erupted from the depths of his heart. It can no longer be contained. Surely it's him? The moment he saw his little sister, Zhao Gongming had inwardly affirmed his previous guess. It was this Taoist who did this to my little sister. Nowadays, it's even carried right over? Outrageous. Zhao Gongming, out of his mind, was furious. Asshole. I'm going to kill you. Only to see. This Zhao Gongming was furious, cursing under his breath, his eyes glaring at Yi Yun. If eyes could kill, it was estimated that Yi Yun would have died 1,000 times over. Unfortunately, the eyes can't. Therefore, even though Zhao Gongming had a lot of resentment and hatred in his heart, he could only be honestly confined in place. Can't control anything but the eyelids. On the other hand, Yi Yun did not care about this Zhao Gongming. He first casually threw the basket to the side. And then, after a whirlwind of thought, he decided to find a place to put the woman down first. After all, you can't carry it all the time. Can you? What's more, he also sensed that the woman in front of him was extremely weak. Need to get some quiet time. Only to see that Yi Yun took a look around and found a side hall. Then, stepping forward, this scene was naturally seen by Zhao Gongming. At once, Zhao Gongming went crazy. This Taoist. What is he going to do? Asshole. This Taoist. If you dare to touch a single hair on my little sister, I, Zhao Gongming, will kill you. Master? Where is your old man? At this moment, Zhao Gongming jealoused his eyes, and countless thoughts crossed his mind. From anger at first, then sadness, and even thinking of the tontine. But all to no avail. Now he can only watch his little sister being brought into the side hall by that Taoist man. As for everything that followed, he was completely blind to it. Zhao Gongming, desperate. Even if he was defeated by that Taoist man and was powerless to resist, he was not as desperate as he is now. He couldn't even imagine what kind of torture his little sister would suffer. This asshole. If. Boom. At this moment, Zhao Gongming frantically operated the Tao and Dharma in his body, and even hardened himself to break a trace of the prohibition, and was able to barely lift his head up. This made Zhao Gongming's heart rejoice. He was already planning to sacrifice all the Tao and Dharma he had accumulated over the years to break through the confinement. Just when he was about to give up everything, he realized that at some point, the Taoist man walked out of the side hall again. And it was also at this time that Zhao Gongming, who raised his head, finally saw something in the side hall. My own little sister. Just like that, quietly lying on top of the bed. Seems to be sleeping? Moreover, looking at its breathing frequency, it seems that the true spirit was seriously injured not long ago. However, for some reason, the injuries that would have taken millions of years to recover were recovering at an astonishing speed. Looking at this scene, Zhao Gongming blinked and was a bit confused again. It was hard to believe that he had misunderstood this Taoist again. Chapter 39, How Can I Eat Food Handed Out in Contempt? Oops. That smells good. Zhao Gongming was a bit confused. Just like that. Frozen in place. Not knowing what to do anymore for a moment. Is this starving stupid? On the other hand, Yi Yin took a look at the dull appearance of this Zhao Gongming. His face could not help but show a hint of sighing. Indeed. It seems that since last night, when this little thief was knocked down by his own stick, he has not eaten. I guess it's a good idea to be hungry by now. Yi Yin felt that even though this was a petty thief, he could not let it starve to death. This is inhumane. After thinking about it, Yi Yin walked to another side hall and took out the leftovers he hadn't had time to throw away in the morning. Then, mixed with some water and put into a bowl. Casually, it was thrown in front of Zhao Gongming. Nah. That way you won't starve. Thinking, Yi Yin also did not pay any more attention to this Zhao Gongming. Yawning, self-centered toward a rocking chair not far away. Sleepy. Time for a nap. Boo. With a soft sound, the somewhat mangled rice bowl landed firmly in front of Zhao Gongming. It froze him in his tracks. Looking at this one in front of him and some water in the rice, Zhao Gongming blinked. His brain was a little down. Did not react. But soon, he realized something. This is for yourself? Granted. It's not clear what this Taoist exactly means. However, the mere appearance of the meal in front of him made Zhao Gongming furious. He, a disciple of the saints and a great disciple of the outer sect of the interceptors. In the beginning, the existence of the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy who fought with force and chased the burning lamp everywhere. Nowadays, I can't believe I have to eat this? Even Zhao Gongming suspected that even that roaring dog ate better than he did. He, Zhao Gongming, can't eat this? What's more, he had long ago abstained from eating grain. And it was just a matter of eating some agaric at ordinary times. This mortal meal didn't do a thing for him. Not eating. Just when Zhao Gongming felt that he would rather die than eat these things, suddenly a wisp of fragrance from the tip of his nose around. Endless. It's so fragrant. Subconsciously, Zhao Gongming gulped down a mouthful of saliva. That flavor was just too wonderful. Moreover, what shocked him the most was that just by taking a breath, the dark injuries that he had just forcibly broken through the forbidden system, resulting in suddenly it's mostly better? What's going on? At this moment, Zhao Gongming was a bit confused. Just now, with anger in his heart, he could be said to have done his best. And naturally, his body was inevitably somewhat damaged. Originally, Zhao Gongming felt that it would take at least hundreds of years to recover. But now, just a wisp of fragrance had saved himself nearly 100 years? Could it be? Is it this meal? Looking at the bowl of rice in front of him, which even the snarling dog didn't eat, Zhao Gongming's face was torn, but unable to resist the temptation of that hint of flavor just now. I still carefully tasted it. Strangely enough, as that bowl of rice was placed in front of him, Zhao Gongming suddenly felt that the ever-present prohibition had suddenly dissipated a lot. Granted, it was still not possible to leave this Taoist temple, but it was already possible to simply move around, only to see that the meal entered the mouth. And at first Zhao Gongming still looked a bit disgusted. But immediately afterward, he only felt a terrifying spiritual energy that spread out from all around his body. Almost instantly, the injuries he had just sustained were swept away. And it's more than that. In just an instant, Zhao Gongming actually felt that he had raised his strength more than he had done in thousands of years of bitter cultivation. At this moment, Zhao Gongming was dumbfounded. The hands holding the bowl of rice were shaking slightly. He was almost certain that this bowl of rice in front of him was at least in existence at the level of an innate spiritual root. Moreover, it is not the kind of peach tree that can easily be thousands of plants. It's just one bite. It's so effective? Only a true, innate spiritual root that had been contained for an unknown number of years could be so. Thinking of this, Zhao Gongming can no longer care about other. Directly wolfed down the bowl of rice into the belly. At the same time, the raging spiritual energy within his body, almost in an instant, caused his strength to rise to another level. This caused Zhao Gongming's heart to rejoice wildly. He didn't expect that he would be blessed with such a chance as a result of the disaster. Sure enough, I'm starving like crazy. At this time, Yi Yun, who had just laid down, glanced at the wolfish Zhao Gongming and could not help but skim his mouth. Granted, the little thief deserves no sympathy, but the look was certainly miserable enough. Perhaps the little thief should be handed over to Lier? Suddenly, Yi Yun thought of Li Shimen, the emperor of the Great Tang, who occasionally came to his place and wanted him to be the state master. Since the last Buddhist assembly, this Lier has come a few times, explicitly implying that he would let himself be the state master of the Great Tang. Titular? Whatever. However, they were all thrown out by themselves. But this Lier was persistent and totally got more and more courageous. Why don't we wait for him to come back next time and throw the little thief at him? And just as Yi Yun was struggling with what to do with this Zhao Gongming, Sai Nuga, Spirit Mountain, Mahamudra, Manjushri has returned. Naturally, its miserable appearance was seen by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, who were secretly shocked. Who did not expect this confident out of the Manjushri actually ended up like this? And after hearing that after Bishio blew herself up one after another, the 12-pin golden lotus of merit and virtue fell another 3 pins. The crowd was again shocked and then clamored. Originally, there were 12 golden lotus of merit and virtue, and 3 were already missing. Now, there are no more 3 pints. Doesn't it mean that there are only 6 grades left for this extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasure of the Buddhist sect? I'm afraid that its true power is already no different from an ordinary innate spiritual treasure. How is that not shocking? Even Rudra, the depths of his eyes showed a trace of heartache. That's an existence used by the Buddhist sect to suppress qi. Surprisingly, hardened and shaved off some more pints? However, what relieved Kai's mind a little was that this Manjushri was fortunate enough not to dishonor his mission. Finally lured that Zhao Gongming to the Great Tang. Granted, it's quite a bit more costly. But it's good to know that it wasn't in vain. Amit Ba. Thinking of this, Ka clasped his hands together, recited a Buddha's name under his breath, and spoke faintly, saying, "In that case, let's see what that Taoist has in store for us." After paying such a big price, Rudra felt that it should be possible to find out the bottom of that Taoist man. So, he directly waved his hand and transformed into a mirror of light. In it, some images of that great Tang were emerging. However, in the search for that Taoist knowledge, that image cannot go deeper. You can only see beyond the Taoist temple. This caused the crowd to be a bit surprised, but thinking that the Taoist might have something that obscured the heavens, they didn't care anymore. After all, they can be sure that Zhao Gongming has entered that Taoist temple. According to this Zhao Gongming's temper, I'm afraid that at the slightest word, they will fight and kill. All they have to do is wait patiently and watch the fun. Chapter 40, The Doubts of the Buddhas. Yunxiao and Xiongxiao have also arrived. See only. Above the Maharaja's treasure hall, that mirror of light swirled gently, revealing images of the great Tang. It's clear. It's as if you were there. At this moment, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were waiting with bated breath for that amazing battle. Especially Guanyin, who fought head-on with that Taoist. Knowing its greatness, it has to be at least the middle stage of a quasi-saint. However, there is some truth in what that Manjushri said. If that Taoist was really this powerful, it would have been impossible for him to leave so easily. At this moment, seeing someone exploring the path, one could witness the true strength of that Taoist. In Guanyin's heart, she was extremely looking forward to it. Time, so little by little, passes. At first, the eyes of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were glowing, staring at the image above the light mirror, afraid of missing the slightest bit. However, as time passed, everyone's faces became odd. How come there's no movement yet? They've been waiting for half a day, haven't they? Moreover, according to the time deduced at the beginning, that Zhao Gongming had entered that Taoist temple for at least a day. One day? Granted. When paragon saints fought amongst themselves, it was rarely possible to separate the winners from the losers in a single day. But the thing is, after all this time, there shouldn't be the slightest movement. Just this little Taoist temple can withstand a quasi-saint level battle? What's going on? At once, the hearts of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas could not help but cross a trace of doubt, subconsciously looking at Manjushri, with a trace of inquiry on his face. It's. Seeing everyone's gaze, Manjushri was also stunned, his brows deeply furrowed. Indeed, as the crowd thought, if that Zhao Gongming and that Taoist really broke out in a fierce conflict, now they should be able to see clearly through that light mirror. But now, everything is calm and quiet, like nothing happened. Is it hard to believe that they didn't actually have a battle? Or maybe Zhao Gongming made a trip here and left for unknown reasons? After all, before the world-honored one, Ka himself said that Datong had the breath of Zhao Gongming. It is certain that it did come to Datong. However, if you leave as soon as you arrive, His Holiness is not omniscient and will probably ignore it. Naturally, it wasn't as if Manjushri hadn't expected that this Zhao Gongming would fall. However, this thought, which had only just flashed through his mind, was subconsciously dismissed by him. After all, that Zhao Gongming's strength was at least at the late quasi-saint stage. And even if he had fallen, it would not be possible for him to be this silent. It's not like that Taoist is a peak paragon, right? Looking at the flood. Over the countless years, there have only been a few beings who could reach the peak of the quasi-saints? How could that include the Taoist? But what the hell is going on here? Looking at that peaceful picture, Manjushri's complexion, too, grew more and more grave. He panicked a little. It's not like. What part of the process is going wrong? Is it? And just as countless thoughts crossed his mind, somewhat at a loss as to what to do, two figures appeared one after another in that light mirror, causing his spirit to tremble. That's like three skies? Only to see, above that void, Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao joined hands and swept in the direction of that Taoist temple. World-honored one. Maybe the Zhao Gongming had some accidents. But since Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao have arrived now, I guess there won't be any more problems. At once, Manjushri arched his hand slightly at Rulai and spoke in a deep voice, saying, "That Taoist, he will appear soon. Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao." Manjushri didn't believe that these three people had appeared together and still couldn't make a ripple. Three skies? Hearing this, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas could not help but look up, only to see that within the corner of that light mirror, the figures of Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao had indeed appeared. Moreover, their purpose was simple, it was that Taoist temple. In that case, it should be okay, right? Seeing this scene, the thoughts in the hearts of the Buddhas were nearly identical to Manjushri's. Even if that Zhao Gongming really had any problems, this Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao, but they had watched with their own eyes into that Taoist temple. Categorically, there will be no accidents. Amitabha. Thinking of this, many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas once again regained their former calm. Eyes fell on that light mirror one after another, waiting patiently, no longer in a hurry. The other side. Big Dawn. The two of them, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao, transformed into streams of light and came over this Taoist temple. This is it. Looking at this Taoist temple in front of him, Yun Xiao frowned slightly and spoke softly, saying, "Brother's breath. Stop here." At first, they were following the scent of their little sister. However, Bixiao seemed to have suffered a serious injury, and her breath was too weak. Halfway through their find, they lost the trail completely. However, it's good to know that Zhao Gongming's breath is still. That's how the duo came to this place. Brother? In this one Taoist temple? With his character? Will he clash with this Taoist? Xiong Xiao frowned. Before she went down to the realm, she had seen the strength of that Taoist. Nowadays, the trail of the little sister is like a mystery. And if Zhao Gongming starts a conflict with him, he is afraid that other disputes will arise. I don't think so. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao frowned, then slowly stretched out, and softly opened his mouth to explain. Otherwise, this place would never be this calm. Let's just go ahead and check it out. Now. Yun Xiao had some worries in his heart. Earlier, my little sister had shown herself some images of this Taoist. Judging from his words and actions, that Taoist was by no means an unreasonable person. Even more, it was that Buddhist goddess of mercy who took the lead before he counterattacked. Now, the little sister's breath is dying. Obviously suffered a serious injury. And the elder brother Zhao Gongming, who has always been in the temple of the god of fortune and hardly ever goes out, has appeared in this flood. I'm afraid there's something odd about this. I'm afraid someone is setting up. Of course, all of this was just Yun Zhao's speculation. Nowadays, The truth of the matter could only be known by entering the Taoist temple first. Thinking about it, Yun Zhao's feet moved slightly and landed in front of that Taoist temple. Then, slowly knock on the door. Knock. Inside the Taoist temple. A knock on the door with a slight bit of urgency echoed in Yi Yun's ears. And who is this? Yi Yun, who just wanted to rest for a while, couldn't help but frown and shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid it's that Li Er again. Just in time. Let him clean up this little thief. For this Li Er's chatter from time to time, Yi Yun in the past few days is also used to it. The main thing is, this man who can be an emperor does have a thick skin. He has been turned away by himself many times and is still happy to come over. However, this time it's just right to use him. After thinking about it, Yi Yun still got up and opened the door. Only once he opened the door. Yi Yun was stunned and somewhat surprised. The person in front of you is not Li Er? Chapter 41, Yun Zhao's killing intent rushes to the heavens, directly pointing at Buddhist Manjushri. Only to see that there were two stunningly beautiful women standing at the entrance of the Taoist temple. Each of its knitted brows and smiles has its own posture. The woman slightly in front of her, dressed in a neon dress, bright eyes and white teeth. Her expression introverted but not losing her majesty. The other woman behind her, with a sword at her waist, looked quite a bit thunderous. The look. Something familiar? Looking at the duo, Yi Yun frowned, always feeling that he had seen such a costume somewhere. Is that the woman? Steeply, a flash of dawning realization flashed across Yi Yun's face. The woman he had brought back earlier bore some resemblance to them. Presumably, it was his family that came to his door? Also, that woman, after all, had an immortal body. When she was an immortal cultivator, it's normal to have some companions looking for them. Fellow Taoist, may I ask if you've seen my little sister and brother? Just when Yi Yun was in deep thought, that Xuanzang was impatient and directly spoke hurriedly. Sure enough. And hearing this Xuanzang's words, Yi Yun secretly nodded in his heart. It was really as he had imagined. Your elder brother has never seen it. But your little sister should be here. Thinking of this, Yi Yun pointed to the side hall in the Taoist temple and opened his mouth, saying, however, the current one, she is seriously injured. Originally, Yi Yun's intention was to wait for the woman to wake up and then ask for some payment. But now, since his family had come to his door, it was better. Just ask her family for it directly. He, Yi Yun, wouldn't be able to do a losing deal? Of course. Before that, it's better to make sure. Thinking about it, Yi Yun sidestepped his body, signaling that the two women could go in and look. By the way, it would be interesting to observe some of them, whether they know each other or not. It would save a lot of trouble if they were really sure that they were a party. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Seeing this, a trace of surprise immediately spread across the faces of Yun Xiao and Bai Xiao, and they hurriedly thanked him. Immediately, the two of them looked in the direction Yi Yun pointed to, and at a glance, they saw their little sister lying in the side hall. Little sister. It's really here. At that moment, the two of them did not care about anything else and directly transformed into a streak of light and entered the side hall. Although, there is some regret for not seeking the news of their elder brother Zhao Gongming. But in their opinion, their elder brother may not be here. After all, according to the character of the elder brother, let him come. I am afraid that there will be less disputes. It could not have been as quiet as it is today. However, even though Zhao Gongming was not there. It was already unfortunate that he might get news of his little sister. You know, on the way to the Great Tang, they are really feeling how weak the little sister is. Even the breath had almost dissolved and lost its trace. And upon seeing the movements of these two, Yi Yun's eyes lit up slightly. This method of driving clouds was so much better than the ones he had learned blindly. And he was right in his earlier guess. These few people, indeed, were cultivators of immortality. And, indeed, acquaintance with the woman. You know, during these years, although he said that he was invincible within the Taoist temple, but he really hadn't seen a few people who were cultivating immortality. Other than that goddess of mercy from before, there was only the woman she had picked up. And these two in front of her. At this moment, he had already made a secret decision in his mind that he would definitely ask for that cloud driving method later on. If you're lucky, you'll learn a few real immortal cultivation techniques. At that time, it wouldn't be so bad that after leaving this Taoist temple, he wouldn't even be able to defeat an ordinary small demon. That's so embarrassing. And at this point, inside the Taoist temple, seeing Yun Xiao and Bai Xiao appear, that Zhao Gongming hiding in the corner was first stunned. Then a trace of uncontrollable surprise appeared on his face. Naturally, he heard Xiang Zhao's inquiry just now and knew that they had come to find himself in Bixiao. And, up until now, Zhao Gongming has been a bit back on his feet. This Taoist man in front of him was most likely not the one who had harmed his little sister at all. Even, she saved her little sister. Because, as he carefully recalled, the picture he had deduced earlier had too many holes in it. Moreover, the timing of the appearance of that heavenly general was too opportune. It was all as if it had been plotted. Plus, when he left, he seemed to vaguely see a hint of a smile pass across the general's face. At first, Zhao Gongming thought that this was just seeing that he had found Bixiao. And that day the general was happy in his heart. But when you think about it, that's not the case at all. In all likelihood, it was that day that the general set up the trap. As for this heavenly general, what exactly is the person? Now Zhao Gongming still cannot understand. However, what made Zhao Gongming a little bitter at the corner of his mouth was that after he had eaten that bowl of rice, the imprisonment that had been there all the time was actually there again. And even more so than before. Even if he put everything he had into it, it was probably difficult to shake it in the slightest. At this moment, Zhao Gongming was a bit tearful. He was tempted to say that he was right here. It's all a misunderstanding. However, in that confinement, he couldn't even make a single sound. It was all you could do to watch, as your little sister swept past your eyes. Sure enough, it's my little sister. On the other hand, see lying on the bed, breath dying but temporarily not life-threatening Bixiao. Yun Xiao and Xiang Xiao looked at each other, both coincidentally relieved. Good thing. My little sister is still okay. They were really worried that when they saw their little sister again, they would be separated from each other. However, while breathing a sigh of relief, the anger in their hearts was completely ignited. Who is it? How could you hurt your little sister like that? That's like the Buddha's light? Just then, Yun Xiao frowned, carefully examined the true spirit of Bai Xiao. From its deepest depths, saw a faint trace of Buddha's light. That Buddha's light. It was faint. It was as if it had been purposely left behind by Bixiao. And if one looks closely, one can read two words from this faint ray of Buddha's light. Manjushri. Is he? Looking at the message transmitted in this ray of Buddha's light, even Yun Zhao's face sank as he coldly murmured, Lure someone to explore? At this moment, as she was associating it with her elder brother's inexplicable appearance. All of this seemed to have a perfect explanation. The Buddhist sect. Surprisingly as well as shameless to this point? Little sister. No matter what. This revenge of yours? Sister will definitely avenge it for you. Looking at Bi Xiao's weak appearance, Yun Xiao took a deep breath and spoke. Word by word. Who cares if it's Buddhist or Manjushri? Even if the sky is pierced through. So what? In fact, in the floodplains, if someone is familiar with the clouds, they will know that it is moved to real anger. Cloudy has always been kind. In the beginning, the battle to seal the gods. Even if the deployment of the 9 quarters of the Yellow River Formation captured the 12 golden immortals. However, she did not move to kill that 12 golden immortals. And not a single one of them has fallen. But now, the killing intent in her heart could no longer be contained. Chapter 42, Zhao Gongming. Who wanted to cry without tears? Was he so much like a thief? Manjushri. Yun Xiao was naturally no stranger to this name. When the gods were sealed in a battle, they had a grudge against each other. After that, Yun Xiao had thought that all karma was over. But he still forcefully harmed his little sister. Then this account. It must be settled. Thinking of this, Yun Xiao waved his hand and sheltered his little sister, intending to return to the Hall of Induction before going to the Spirit Mountain. Just when she had just swung out a spiritual power and had not yet had time to act, she suddenly glanced at the rest of her eyes and noticed a familiar figure among the corners of that Taoist temple. That's. At this moment, even with Yun Xiao's mind, he was out of his mind for a while and a bit confused. Sister. What's wrong? Seeing this scene, Xuanzang slightly froze and subconsciously looked towards the direction Yun Xiao was looking. Then she was confused too. Is that elder brother? Only to see, in the middle of the corner, a figure dressed in Taoist robes, huddled there. Beside him, there was a broken bowl that looked pathetic. If it was unusual, Xuanzang would only think that it was an ordinary mortal beggar. And maybe even a little help or two. But the question is, why is this beggar's appearance, which is generally the same as that of his own elder brother? Zhao Gongming? Nope. That's Zhao Gongming. But why? That Zhao Gongming, who was a quasi-saint, was reduced to the present state? At this moment, Xuanzang's brain was a bit down. It was really a bit hard to imagine what she was seeing in front of her. Finally, on the other hand, seeing his little sister finally noticing him, Zhao Gongming was simply thrilled with tears. A frantic wink signaled. He swore he'd never been so helpless in his life. That Taoist? What kind of existence is it? A prohibition. A paramount saint himself, who had exerted all his strength, could not break free in the slightest? Moreover, that prohibition was extraordinarily special. For example, when you eat before, it's automatically diminished. This is outrageous. At the very least, he, Zhao Gongming, hadn't seen a similar prohibition after living for so many years. Really, brother? Seeing Zhao Gongming in this state, Yun Xiao and Xuanzang looked at each other and really couldn't say anything. At this time, Yi Yun also noticed that the atmosphere was a bit odd. What brother? Could it be that? Is he? Unable to help it, he glanced at that Zhao Gongming, and the expression on his face became odd. Come to think of it, this guy seems to be a cultivator as well? After all, Usually thieves climb walls. And this one seems to fly right over them? Only, at the time, I didn't care about that at all. Decent people. Who climbed the walls? Moreover, due to the fact that he was in the Taoist temple, his strength was invincible. Didn't notice anything special about this guy either. Just thought he was a little hard-headed. Now that I think about it, maybe it's possible that I was mistaken? Ahem. Thinking of this, Yi Yun dryly coughed, and then slightly waved his hand, contacting the prohibitions around the Jiao Gongming. Anyway, let's loosen up and see. If you recognize the wrong person, just confine them again. I, Jiao Gongming, am alive. Right at the moment that the prohibition made contact, Jiao Gongming only felt a lightness in his body, as if everything was different. At the moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Himself. Finally saved. However, after a short surprise, Jiao Gongming was a little embarrassed. Himself. Instead of rescuing his little sister, he nearly caused a big trouble. After all, just now that ray of Buddha's light, although he is far away, but still see clearly, combined with a hint of something wrong that he had sensed earlier, guessed the truth too. Because of this, the look of guilt in Jiao Gongming's heart deepened. Brother, you're. At that moment, that Yun Xiao blinked and was silent for a long time before he couldn't help but speak softly and said, What's going on? She was well aware of Jiao Gongming's strength. Although, now that it is listed on the list of sealed gods, its strength is not as good as before. However, when looking at the flood, there were very few existences that could surpass him. How did it come down to this? Is it hard to believe that it was also counted by the Buddhists? Thinking about this, Yun Xiao's expression became completely grave. It's hard to believe that it was one of the 3 Buddhas of the Buddhist sect who struck. Otherwise, how could my own brother be so? Upon hearing this, Jiao Gongming was a bit tearless and let out a long sigh, glancing with the rest of his eyes at Yi Yun, who was not far away. The meaning of that was already obvious. It's. Seeing this scene, Yun Xiao was also stunned. And then many thoughts flashed through his mind. But in the end, it was replaced by a wave of horror. Surprisingly, it's the Taoist? In fact, for that Taoist's power, Yun Xiao also knows. At the very least, that goddess of mercy returned in defeat before it. However, when he first came to this Taoist temple, Yun Xiao had not felt the slightest sense of oppression. Subconsciously, also the Taoist, as a slightly stronger than the Guanyin quasi-saint. So much so, that when he saw Jiao Gongming, Yun Xiao didn't think in the direction of that Taoist. It is only assumed that this Jiao Gongming is the same as his own little sister, who was counted by that Buddhist sect and came here by mistake. But now it seems that this is by no means the case. To be able to effortlessly capture one's own elder brother, this strength, I'm afraid that it must be at least at the peak level of quasi-saint. Right? This was actually a great power at the peak of Paragon? Thinking about this, even with Yun Xiao's state of mind, he was throbbing and felt his mind go blank. This is incredible. Who could have imagined that such a supreme being was hidden within this plain and ordinary Taoist temple? Could it be that the Buddhist sect wouldn't dare to act rashly? Ahem. Is this really your brother? At this time, Yi Yun coughed lightly, breaking the 3 people's recognition. Appearances. Really? This is a bit awkward. Fellow Taoist. No. Senior. Indeed. Hearing this, Yun Xiao came back to his senses slightly and hurriedly bowed to Yi Yun before speaking. Elder brother. He has always been impulsive in his actions. If he has done anything to make Senior angry, I will apologize to you on his behalf. I still hope that Senior can release my elder brother. At this moment, Yun Xiao was also a bit rushed in his heart. After all, people had saved their little sister and had yet to thank them. It was then realized that his elder brother had probably provoked the Senior. Now, Yun Xiao did not know what to do for a moment except to apologize. It's all right. I thought it was a petty thief. Seeing this Yun Xiao in such a cautious manner, Yi Yun shook his head and casually said, I didn't realize it was your brother and sister? Little furry thieves? Hearing this, Yun Xiao froze and subconsciously glanced at Zhao Gongming. When did his own brother? When did he have such a hobby? On the other hand, looking at his little sister's suspicious gaze, Zhao Gongming only felt bitter. At the same time, he understood why the Taoist would greet him with a stick as soon as they met. This is completely treating yourself as a thief. At this moment, a trace of bitterness flooded Zhao Gongming's heart. Himself. Is that so much like a thief? Chapter 43 Golden Crow Rainbow Transformation Technique? Yun Xiao was also starting to get confused. Elder. I was looking for my little sister. That's why. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Gongming looked at Yi Yun with a look on his face that was on the verge of tears as he opened his mouth and said, I thought you are an ordinary person. He did have to cry. To kill Zhao Gongming, he wouldn't have imagined that this was actually a hidden peak paragon. Their own previous that spell. In the eyes of others, afraid as tender infant calling to learn to walk, which can't be seen. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun glanced at his eyebrows. Thinking carefully, when this Zhao Gongming arrived, he was wearing a Taoist robe, which did have a few hints of an immortal style. Okay. Seemingly, there was indeed a misunderstanding. In any case, many thanks to Senior for saving my little sister. Seeing that Yi Yun didn't seem to pursue the matter any further, Zhao Gongming's heart was slightly relieved. And then he once again bowed deeply to Yi Yun and spoke solemnly, saying, if not for Senior, my little sister's life would be over. He has seen, when his little sister first came, the appearance of that true spirit broken. If it wasn't for the fact that there seemed to be some special existence in that side hall. Nowadays, my little sister is afraid that she would have entered the wheel of reincarnation a long time ago. In Zhao Gongming's opinion, this Senior in front of him should have used an extremely rare and precious treasure, which saved his little sister's life. This favor, Zhao Gongming deeply remembered in his heart. Dare not have the slightest forget. As for the matter of getting knocked up yourself, he felt that as long as his little sister could be safe and sound, even if he got knocked up a few more times, it would be worth it. What's more, it's not as if he or she has nothing to gain. That bowl of rice still brings back some memories for him, now that he thinks about it. That's right. At that moment, Yun Xiao also saw the cause and effect and also bowed to Yi Yun and spoke in a deep voice. No matter what Senior needs us for, we will do our best. Now, Yun Xiao's heart is also relieved. The good thing is, this whole thing with my own brother was just a misunderstanding. And listening to Zhao Gongming, it was still the Senior in front of him who had saved his little sister. In response, Yun Xiao was naturally grateful in his heart. Granted. It was also clear in her mind that a paragon of her own level might be nothing to the Senior in front of her. However, this was the only way she could express her inner gratitude now. Upper Road. On the other hand, After hearing Yun Zhao's words, Yi Yun's eyes slightly lit up. That's what he was waiting for. Sure enough, this woman in front of me is just smoother than that sneaky guy. The main thing is to get on the road. Like that Zhao Gongming. What's the use of just giving verbal thanks? Gotta come up with some real ones. Poor Tao. There is indeed one thing. That cloud writing technique of yours from before. Can you teach it to me? Thinking of this, Yi Yun hesitated for a moment. Or decided to open the door. Ask directly for the method of writing the clouds. One must know that he had been eyeing this method of writing clouds for a long time. But the setting of one's own invincibility exists only within this Taoist temple. Out of the gate. It's a real warhorse in the truest sense of the word. It's really hard to get a good cloud ride. Even. One can only fumble around on one's own while looking for some small demons that have just been enlightened and that one can fight. It's just too bitter. Now that there is such an opportunity. Naturally, I will not be polite. Senior. We will do our best. Hearing Yi Yun's words, Yun Zhao looked solemn. Knowing that the matter commissioned by such a level of existence could never be trivial. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he abruptly froze when he heard Yi Yun's next sentence. The cloud writing method? Yun Zhao was a bit dumbfounded. Even suspecting that he had heard wrong. After pondering the matter for a long time, he looked up with some uncertainty and carefully added that the Senior. What you are talking about? Is it the technique of flying in the clouds? She was a little confused. In Yun Zhao's opinion, such a senior in front of him was already at the peak of a quasi-saint. How? Would you inquire about such a small tract as the method of driving clouds? Granted. What she was using now was what her master had taught her in the beginning, which was considered to be a saint's method. But not so much that this one senior would ask for it? That's right. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun nodded his head and suddenly frowned as he opened his mouth and asked. Couldn't it? Couldn't it? From the beginning to save the people. Yi Yun is playing such an idea. Now. The person was saved and her family was found. It's hard to believe that there will be another accident. No. No. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhao hastily shook his head and immediately took out a jade slip and respectfully handed it to Yi Yun while speaking. This name's rainbow transformation technique is comparable to the ancient golden crow. The art of transforming the golden crow into a rainbow. This one spell may be a bit strange to the current flood. However, at the time of the ancient celestial court, it could be said to be like a thunderclap. It was rumored that those two ancient heavenly emperors, Di Jun and Tai Yi, were the pioneers of this golden crow rainbow transformation technique. Its speed was even faster than the Kuanpang, who was recognized as the #1 speed in the flood wasteland. And Yun Zhao now take out the rainbow art. Is her teacher Tong Tian godfather? With that golden crow rainbow art as the basis, drilling out the new rainbow art, cultivated to the extreme. It is not inferior to the three-legged golden crow. Granted. This one cultivation method was extremely precious, and was even enough to draw a crowd of paramount saints to fight over it. However, it was nothing compared to the favor of saving my little sister. Nice. Seeing this jade slip, Yi Yun's eyes lit up slightly and he couldn't help but pick it up. Granted. He didn't quite understand why this cloud said that driving clouds was the art of transforming rainbows. However, it should be better than ordinary driving clouds. Right? For once. It's not a loss. Thinking of this, Yi Yun could not help but have a hint of a smile spread across his face and immediately opened this jade slip. Elder. This jade sketch is disposable. It's best to find a quiet place. Upon seeing this scene, Yun Zhao froze and then hurriedly opened his mouth. One must know that the rainbow transformation art contained in this jade slip was personally engraved by the Tongtian sage back then. One could almost say, use one for less. And if, after using it, you have not fully comprehended it, you cannot use it again. Therefore, before opening this jade slip, one should adjust the state and close the door to study. Otherwise, if you are interrupted by the outside world, you will have lost all your efforts. Back then, it was under the protection of Tongtian that she barely learned this rainbow transformation technique. The hardships are still fresh in my mind. Even the talent has always been the best duo Bao Daoren, but also found a place to submerge in seclusion. Cultivation for a long time. Originally, when he took out the jade slip, Yun Xiao wanted to remind Yi Yun. However, she didn't expect that this senior in front of her was in such a hurry that she directly opened that jade slip. But, before she could say this, she froze completely. Because, in their own words, fell a moment. That jade slip above the steep ripples out of a golden aura, which seems to have a three-legged golden crow hovering. Following that, there was a loud and clear sound. Then, it slowly dissipated. This is the sign of fully learning the art of rainbow transformation? Seeing this scene, Yun Xiao blinked, somewhat dumbfounded. Chapter 44, Yi Yun, The Law of True Fragrance. Never outdated. How is that possible? Looking at the scene in front of him, Yun Xiao only felt a wave of dizziness in his head and was filled with disbelief. It's not just her. Even Zhao Gongming and Xiong Xiao on the side looked dumbfounded. The art of rainbow transformation. They were naturally well aware of this spell. Even in the entire Interceptor sect, there were very few people who could learn this rainbow transformation technique. It's really, really hard. And there is only one chance per person. If you don't learn it the first time, then after that, you'll never get another chance. Moreover, even that person who had learned the art of transforming the rainbow was only slightly faster than the unusual art of driving clouds. At first, the only way to go deeper and deeper is to refine and study it later. The speed, too, accelerated. However, even so, wanting to cultivate to the extreme and reach a speed that was nearly that of a three-legged golden crow was still an impossible task. Because, after all, they were not three-legged golden crows. I'm afraid that only a saint would be able to simulate the speed of a true three-legged golden crow. But now, what do they see? This senior in front of me, in just an instant, had learned that golden crow rainbow transformation art? And also practiced to the extreme? At this moment, in their minds, they couldn't help but recall the words of Tongtian, who was a saint, when he drilled out this rainbow transforming technique. Back then, the sages sat down to talk about this method, which evolved from the rainbow transformation technique of the three-legged golden crow. When cultivated to the extreme, a golden crow will emerge, which is called the Great Accomplishment, comparable to the ancient golden crow. There was no doubt that this senior in front of him had cultivated to the realm of great accomplishment. And, still, it was easy to learn in a few breaths. It really is. Man to man. Not bad for a senior. At once, Zhao Gongming and the three of them looked at each other. And such a thought flashed through their minds. Granted, this whole thing is a bit off the wall. However, after thinking about the strength of this one being in front of them, they felt somewhat taken for granted. I think that this senior's request for the Golden Crow rainbow transformation technique is not simply for this method. Perhaps wanting to explore the hidden secrets of the ancient Golden Crow? But no matter what, it's not their business anymore. Senior's great favor with just a rainbow transformation technique. It's really insignificant. Only to see that Yun Xiao took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the shock in his heart before he spoke in a deep voice and said, "Afterward, I will surely come to the door again to thank you." She's leaving. She must ask for an explanation for what happened to her little sister. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun casually nodded his head and waved his hand. Feel free. Anyway, now that he had gotten the reward he wanted, it was natural that he wouldn't stop these few people in front of him from doing whatever they wanted to do. He still had to familiarize himself with that newly learned method of driving clouds. Mainly, being in this Taoist temple, he couldn't feel any changes at all. And perhaps a trip out? Elder, can you allow my little sister to be hosted here for a while longer? Just when Yi Yun thought that perhaps he could take the time to take a trip out of the Taoist temple, Zhao Gongming's voice suddenly came to his ears. Send it away? This time, not only Yi Yun, even that Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao were stunned. Is sending my little sister here really as good as the heavenly cave of heaven? After all, although there are seniors here, but the spiritual power is the same as the ordinary mortal land. I'm afraid it's not very conducive to recuperating. Is it? And just as they were puzzled in their minds, they suddenly saw Zhao Gongming's eyes signaling for them to take a look at their little sister. Subconsciously, the duo's eyes dropped and looked toward Bixiao. This look froze the duo in their tracks. They could clearly see that their little sister's condition seemed to be a little better than before. Could it be that, in this remote hall, there is some heavenly material that can play a role in my little sister's injuries? Suddenly, such a thought flashed through the minds of the two of them. Then, they suddenly thought of Zhao Gongming's words before. You know, just a moment ago, Zhao Gongming said that if it wasn't for the senior in front of him, his little sister's life would be over. But when Yun Xiao checked, the little sister was only seriously injured and her life was not in danger. However, as far as Yun Xiao's understanding of Zhao Gongming was concerned, he was not a person who believed in what he said. So, it was during this period of time that my little sister's injuries recovered most of the way? Hiss. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air in their hearts. I thought. Senior hidden in the red dust. This Taoist temple is just an ordinary Taoist temple. But now it seems that perhaps there are other secrets hidden within this Taoist temple? Thank you, Elder. At that moment, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao stood in awe and once again bowed deeply to Yi Yun, having a deeper understanding of the four words, the grace of saving one's life. This? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun could not help but have a trace of eccentricity appear on his face. And immediately, he was about to refuse. Joke. He saved the woman only with the idea of learning a way to ride the clouds. Now that she has learned, how can she be allowed to stay any longer? Senior. As a token of appreciation, similar to the rainbow transformation method from before, I can find more. Zhao Gongming saw Yi Yun's intention to refuse at a glance. And after thinking for a moment, he suddenly said, somewhat tentatively, moreover, there are all kinds of heavenly treasures that I can fetch right now. Granted. He, Zhao Gongming, could not see why this one senior in front of him needed that kind of spell. However, for the sake of his little sister, he could only try as much as he could. Said. Also took out a bunch of accompanying heavenly materials and treasures as well as the cultivation method. No. Hearing Zhao Gongming's words, Yi Yun, who had just wanted to reject it outright, was slightly stunned. Then he couldn't help but nod his head and spoke faintly, saying, in that case, let's leave it here for now. Those who cultivate Taoism prioritize saving people. Ahem. He Yi Yun, naturally, is not greedy for any cultivation method. It's just simply trying to save lives. That's all. Thank you, Elder. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming's face showed a look of ecstasy. He was able to clearly see how terrifying that formless supreme treasure in the middle of the side hall was. With my little sister's previous speed of recovery, I'm afraid it will only take a month or so for her to come to her senses. And if it was in the outside world, this injury would take at least tens of thousands of years before it could slowly recover. For this reason, not to mention the heavenly materials and treasures as well as the cultivation method, even if the saint's method, grace. Although Zhao Gongming couldn't get it out, he could go to Bo Palace to look for it. Maybe it can be found? With this in mind, after saying thank you, this Zhao Gongming seems to be afraid of Yi Yun's remorse in general, and hurriedly dropped the pair of heavenly treasures, his eyes signaling Yun Xiao. Xiong Xiao, hurry to leave. Elder, we'll take our leave first. Seeing this, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao did not dare to be slow and once again bowed to Yi Yun before leaving in a hurry. Phew! Gone? Seeing this scene, Yi Yun smiled faintly, then looked at the courtyard full of piles of heavenly treasures and nodded with satisfaction. Now, no worries about the method of cultivation. Chapter 45, The Buddhist Crowd. Could it be that this Zhao Gongming has moved to save his troops? The name of this Gongfu? The Great Grade Heavenly Immortal Technique? And the Art of Change. Oh, this one is also the method of vacating the clouds? After a cursory glance, the smile on Yi Yun's face became more and more obvious. He felt that after practicing these feats, he did not need to worry about anything even outside of the Taoist temple. Granted, perhaps not as much as some long-established presences. But if you can't beat it, you should at least be able to run. Big deal. Flee back to your own turf and fight all you want? That kid, he's quite a catch. Unable to help. In Yi Yun's mind, the appearance of that Zhao Gongming appeared. Originally, looking at it sneaky, Yi Yun still has some prejudice against it. There was always something about it that didn't sit well. But for now, the kid seems to be okay. If I'd known, I wouldn't have fed him leftovers. Thinking of this, Yi Yun could not help but glance at the broken bowl in the corner, shook his head and muttered, feed something nice next time. After feeling slightly guilty in his heart for a second, Yi Yun immediately threw it to the back of his mind and delved into those cultivation methods with relish. The other side. Zhao Gongming, 3 people out of the Taoist temple. Their faces are a little gloomy. It was mainly due to the matter of Bixiao. This revenge must be avenged. Only to see. Zhao Gongming took a deep breath. A hint of coldness flowed out of his eyes, and he spoke coldly, saying, however, during the quantum leap, everything must be careful. This matter, I think I need to report to Master. Master? Hearing this, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao were both stunned. And after a moment of silence, they slowly nodded their heads, though they don't want to bother their master. However, at this point, one could only pin their hopes on the master. After all, there were 2 saints sitting in the Buddhist sect now. Under the saints, they might be able to cope with it if they put their best foot forward. But a saint was no longer in existence that could be compared to at their level. Therefore, regardless of whether they want to or don't want to, they need to report this matter to their master. It's just that, after sealing the gods, the master never appeared in the floodplains again. At that moment, Xiao frowned and couldn't help but open her mouth and say, "Where to find his old man? The battle to seal the gods. The Interceptor Church nearly destroyed. Even as a Saint Tong Tian was taken away by the Taoist ancestor. I do not know where to go. Nowadays. How does one go about finding it? Janeo Island." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming was silent for a moment. And his mouth slowly spat out the words. Nowadays. That's the only place where it's possible to find master. It should be known that after the battle of sealing the gods, Janeo Island, where 10,000 immortals once came to court, has been deserted. However, it was still the only holy place in the hearts of the disciples of the Interceptor sect. Therefore, every once in a while, there are disciples of the Interceptor sect going there. Zhao Gongming is naturally no exception. However, although there was not a single time that anyone had seen Tong Tian on that golden Ao island. However, the only place that could connect with the saint right now was the golden Ao island. Janeo Island? Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao and Xiong Zhao's complexions were corrected. And then they silently nodded. Indeed. When it comes down to it, that's the only place to be. You guys go to the heavenly court and look for senior sister. Seeing their acquiescence, Zhao Gongming continued to speak. Then, Golden Ao Island. I'll just go there alone. Zhao Gongming felt that it was only right to split the army in two ways now. Yes. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao hesitated for a moment and slowly nodded his head. Brother, proceed with caution. She knew that what Zhao Gongming had said was undoubtedly correct. Traveling to Jinao Island may not lead to the master. What's more, even if they could be found, it made no difference if they went together or if Zhao Gongming went alone. Right now, the first order of business was to find eldest sister. Since this Buddhist sect was counting on them like this, then just wait for the Interceptor sect's retaliation. They, the Interceptor sect, have fallen. Though. But it's not dead yet. Boom. Thinking like this, the three of them glanced at each other. And then each of them transformed into a stream of light and swept away in their respective directions. And this scene, naturally, was also seen in the eyes of the Buddhist sect who had been paying attention to this place. Everyone froze. How? Is this a little different than what was planned? Originally, after seeing Yin Xiao and Xiong Xiao, they thought that it would be a good show and waited to see the fun. But as time passed little by little, these Buddhas and Bodhisattvas gradually sensed a hint of something wrong. It's too quiet. Moreover, that Cloudy was polite enough to knock on the door before entering. It was all very different from what they had expected. However, out of trust in Manjushri, they waited a little longer. Maybe that Yun Xiao was trying to be polite before he was aggressive? But until now, even Zhao Gongming has come out. They only saw the rites and not the soldiers at all? Even after leaving that Taoist temple, each left. What the hell's going on? Only to see a group of Buddhas face to face. Subconsciously look at that Manjushri. Can't figure out what's going on here at all? It's seeing everyone's gazes looking toward him. Manjushri was also a bit confused, and couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and opened his mouth with some uncertainty, saying, "Perhaps they went to get help? At ease. At ease. At ease." Manjushri felt as if his ploy was completely out of his control. However, he refused to die. Perhaps there is some kind of reversal? You've gone to get help? Hearing this Manjushri's words, a trace of suspicion could not help but appear on the faces of the Buddhas. However, If you think about it, that Zhao Gongming's appearance is indeed a bit wretched. Can it be that Zhao Gongming was defeated? That Sanshao. Was it to save him from getting out? Suddenly, a thought flashed through the minds of the crowd. Although, with the strength of this Zhao Gongming, the crowd cannot believe some of it's just like this defeat. But he was just too much of a mess. The robes are dusty and seem to have suffered some injuries? If you think about it in that direction, it doesn't seem impossible. Moreover, the direction that this Zhao Gongming was going seemed to be Janeo Island? Could it be that he was planning to be going to the Golden Ao Island and looking for the help of the Tontian sage? Boom! Having figured all this out, the Buddhas were near to having a feeling of sudden realization. That's it. That Zhao Gongming failed miserably. Yun Xiao. Xuanzang too hard to save him out. And then that Zhao Gongming heart is not convinced. And Yun Xiao parted ways. Nowadays, it goes straight towards Janeo Island. Amit Ba. Goodness. Good. Thinking of this, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas could not help but calm down, reciting a Buddha's name in their mouths and continuing to watch. Even Ka. He did not say anything more. Again, looking at the image above that, silently waiting. Only, he quietly spread the picture that was originally just shrouded outside the Taoist temple into the entire Datang. In this way, if other disciples of the Interceptor sect did appear again, they would be able to see clearly. Chapter 46, The Interceptor sect goes on a campaign. The heavenly court is in turmoil. The immortals are retreating. Heaven. The clouds return. Without the slightest hesitation. Directly to the Kan Palace Doom Palace. And the person she was seeing was none other than this Doom Palace Lord. The Kan Palace Doom Mother. If you mention the Kan Palace Fighting Mother, perhaps the floodplains crowd, most unfamiliar, do not know who it is. However, the mention of its other name is extremely familiar. The Virgin of the Golden Spirit. As a personal disciple under the Saint's Door and the big sister of the Interceptor sect, she is quite famous not only among the Interceptor sect, but even in the entire floodplain. Only that the sealing of the gods of battle was burning lamp to set the sea god Pearl sneak attack, resulting in defeat. From there, the true spirit went up to the sealing list. Eventually, he was appointed as the Kan Palace Do Mother Goddess, holding the Golden K, sitting in the Dofu, ranking at the head of the Zhou Tian Li Su, and commanding 84,000 group stars and evil spirits. To be honest, among all the gods on the god sealing list, it is the one with the highest status. However, since the battle to seal the gods, it rarely appeared in the flood. Over time, few people remembered that this one existed. And now, Yun Xiao personally went to the Kan Palace Doom Palace, is to inform the big sister of the Bai Xiao matter. At the same time, she also asked Xiong Xiao to call in the disciples of the once Interceptor sect. This time, it was imperative to break off the karma with the Buddhist sect. Soon, Yun Xiao arrived in the palace and met the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. And after briefly explaining one or two things, this Interceptor sect's Grand Master Sister, the Kan Palace Do Mother Positive God who now commanded 80,000 group stars, was completely enraged. What a Buddhist sect! Do you really think that this palace has no temper? Only to see this Golden Spirit Holy Mother slapped the case in front of her. A horrible mighty energy surged out from her body, and she coldly drank, saying, "Go! Settle the score with these vultures." As a former big sister of the Interceptor Church, the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother has a fiery temper. Doing things is even more reckless. When I think about it, In that 10,000 immortals formation, I directly struck out and killed the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother's daughter, Princess Long Ji. You know, that was the act she made when she knew that the Interceptor sect had lost its power and that she would be on the list of the sealed gods. From this, we can see how temperamental this Interceptor senior sister is. Over the years, she hibernated mainly because the sealing of the gods had become a foregone conclusion, and she was powerless to return to heaven. So she could only let the remaining disciples live as well as possible. As a matter of fact, over the years, the disciples of the Interceptor sect and the Buddhist sect, the Elucidator sect, and even the Heavenly Court have all been considered to be at peace with each other. However, the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother did not expect that even so, that Buddhist sect would still want to set up a plot. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Anyone from the Interceptor sect who is still alive, get the hell out. Only to see this Golden Spirit Virgin Mother held that dragon tiger Rui in her hand, directly stepped out of the hall, and shouted into the void, saying, "Someone is bullying us. Go fight with my mother." Boom! One could only see the rolling waves of sound that echoed in every corner of the Heavenly Court, enduring. At once, the entire Heavenly Court was startled. What? Ling Xiaobaodian. The Jade Emperor still intends to see the hustle and bustle of the Buddhist sect, but did not want to hear that the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother can be called pugnacious voice. Suddenly a shock. What's going on here? Who messed with her? Although he possesses the list of sealed gods, the Jade Emperor does not dare to treat the Golden Spirit Virgin Mary casually. First of all, it commanded 84,000 group stars, and if it directly rebelled, the Heavenly Court would inevitably be in turmoil. Moreover, most importantly, she was a disciple of a saint. Although, these years, the Tongtian sage hibernated in the flood and never appeared. But that doesn't mean the saints aren't there. In case the saint thought of his own disciple one day and realized that he was going to be too hard on the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Therefore, over the years, for the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother, the Jade Emperor really didn't treat her poorly. One might even say, courtesy. And since the sealing of God, the Golden Spirit Virgin has not done anything earth-shattering events, has always abided by her duties. This made the Jade Emperor extremely satisfied in his heart. But nowadays, what's going on? Could it be? It's going to go against the grain, isn't it? Unable to help, the Jade Emperor is a little worried. If it is really so, they really do not know what to do. Your Majesty, rest easy. It seems that something has gone wrong in the lower realms. At this time, seeing the Jade Emperor in this state, Taibai Jinxing hastily took a step forward and spoke in a deep voice, saying, "Before, 3 Xiao and Zhao Gongming came down to the realm one after another. That Golden Spirit Holy Mother's move should be because of this matter." Oh. Hearing this, the Jade Emperor's expression couldn't help but ease down. And resuming his previous majesty, he spoke faintly, saying, "Who has provoked them? Anything as long as there is no rebellion?" However, the Jade Emperor was also a bit curious as to what person in the 3 realms was so bold as to mess with this group of people. It seems to be a Taoist. Upon hearing this, a trace of eccentricity also surfaced on Taibai Jinxing's face. And after a few moments of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "And, as far as I know, the god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, has gone to Janeo Island. N. At first, the Jade Emperor was not too concerned and nodded his head casually. But when he heard that Zhao Gongming was traveling to Janeo Island, He was a bit nonplussed. Nice guy. What's this about? Bring in the saints? Your Majesty. What should be done if all these gods go AWOL? Do they need to be stopped? Seeing his own Majesty in this state, Tai Jingxing thought about it and still felt that he should ask for instructions on what should be done next. After all, that Golden Spirit Virgin Mother, as the great sister of the Interceptor sect, naturally had non-trivial calling power. This time, I'm afraid that a large portion of the heavenly court immortals will be involved in this matter. Stop. Hearing this, the corner of the Jade Emperor's mouth twitched slightly. How was he going to stop it? Without Zhao Gongming traveling to Janeo Island, he might have symbolically blocked. But now. Stop. My ass. It's unlikely. But what if that Zhao Gongming really invited a saint? Isn't that making things difficult for yourself? Let them have their fun. Love whoever stops it. Anyway, he, the Jade Emperor, would just watch the fun. The old minister understands. Seeing the Jade Emperor's silence, Tai Jingxing did not move and took 2 steps back, intending to order down and not to stop the gods of the heavenly court. On the other hand, in the midst of hearing the Golden Spirit Virgin's voice, the entire heavenly court, too, moved. Ministry of Thunder. When Zhong rose in a flash, his body was wrapped in thunder. There was a purple mist circling. The electricity flashed, and the wind and clouds were clustered. It's a teacher? He murmured softly. And then, without hesitation, he stepped out of the great hall and... Where are the 24 righteous gods of the Thunder Ministry? March with me. Ministry of Fire. Luo Xian. The Fire Virtue Star Monarch flashed a trace of nostalgia in his eyes and softly murmured. Eldest senior sister. Still as grumpy as before. Ha ha. On the orders of the Fire Ministry's righteous god. Go and see eldest sister. Plague Department. Luyu is covered with a cloudy wind. Miserable fog bleak. Suddenly glanced at the direction of the Can Palace Doom Palace. Turned into a cloudy wind to leave. Ministry of Water. Department of Tao. At this moment, all of the heavenly court's various positive gods were all moved. What's more, the 36 Big Dipper, the 72 earthly deities, and the stars and dippers of the circumference of the heavens. Together, they swept towards the sky dome. Ho hum! The group of immortals avoided retreating. Chapter 47, The Sage's Drooping Eyes. Changes in the chaos. Interceptions. It is a topless great religion. Once 10,000 immortals came to court, and was envied by countless living beings in the floodplain. All the beings of the flood had been proud to be among the Interceptor sect. Granted. After the battle of sealing the gods, this supreme sect fell. Its disciples either died in the 10,000 immortals formation or their true souls were on the god sealing list. There were even some who were received into the Buddhist sect, nominally for the purpose of transcendence, but in reality either imprisoned or directly became sitting ducks. Those who fled were few and far between. However, even so, there are still people who bully him. Interceptor? Can Palace Doom Palace? The righteous gods from all parts of the heavenly court were all enraged after hearing the Golden Spirit Virgin's account. All sorts of calculations and schemes just to let them. The Interceptor sect explore the way? Is this deceiving him that there is no one in the Interceptor sect? Boom! There was no hesitation. And almost in an instant, these former disciples of the Interceptor sect all had a near unanimous goal. Kill the Spirit Mountain and seek justice. Yes. Seeing that the group was furious, the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother did not hesitate and directly waved her hand. while opening her mouth and saying, "However, before we go to the spirit mountain, we have to go to a place first." Long before the gods came, Yun Xiao had already informed her of Zhao Gongming's trip to Janeo Island. And they also agreed to meet at Datong. Therefore, the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother felt that it was better to go to Datong first and wait for that Zhao Gongming. Master. Thinking of this, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was also a bit despondent. She hadn't seen her master for countless years. 2. Had she? And hearing the Golden Spirit Holy Mother open her mouth like this, that group of interceptor disciples naturally would not object. In this way, a group of gods and goddesses, in great numbers, headed towards the lower realms. Even before going out of the south heavenly gate, the 4 heavenly kings who guarded the gate were called on. In the end, these 4 heavenly kings had also been disciples of the interceptor sect. This scene, naturally, is also clear through the Haotian mirror, appearing in the eyes of the Jade Emperor. However, the Jade Emperor chose to ignore this blatant defiance of the heavenly rules. Who makes people hard backstage? Ugh. Unable to help, the Jade Emperor sighed and suddenly regretted somewhat sealing the gods. Though, after the sealing of the gods, the heavenly court, each in its own way, had been able to truly control the 3 realms. But the problem was that the heavenly court, where he had once spoken his mind, had also seen the emergence of some existences that made him fearful. For example, that Golden Spirit Virgin Mother. It wasn't that she was afraid of her personally, but the saint behind her. The pros and cons of this are not usually apparent. But when a situation like the one at hand arises, it is obvious. Offhand, he hadn't been able to stop it. It's really hopeless. When the Jade Emperor's heart is flooded with an extremely complex emotion, that Janeo Island air, Zhao Gongming figure is also surfaced. Ugh. Similarly, a long sigh came out of Zhao Gongming's mouth, only to see, before Zhao Gongming's eyes, a huge island, shaped like a golden AO, stood between heaven and earth. That distant palace seemed to bear witness to the splendor that had once existed. However, today there are only broken bricks and mortar. Nearby, there were some other small islands that embraced the Golden AO Island. Originally, this was the residence of the outer disciples of the Interceptor sect. But nowadays, there are few and far between. And it's completely gone. Though, this is not the first time since the sealing. But whenever he looked at that once 10,000 immortals came to court, magnificent and incomparable Janeo Island, now fallen to such a situation, Zhao Gongming's heart will be hidden pain. This time, however, Zhao Gongming also knew that he was not here for remembrance. He had to find his master as soon as possible. Mastermind. Thinking of this, Zhao Gongming looked up to the center of that Golden AO Island, one of the magnificent halls, and softly murmured in his mouth, saying, "Are you there? Bo Palace." Only to see that Golden AO Island's most central hall, which is engraved with the 3 big words Bo Palace, as if it is flush with heaven and earth, with a Taoist rhythm. After billions of years, there is not the slightest sign of weakening. This is when the Interceptor Church was founded. The saint himself wrote, which contains the sacred power. Therefore, although this Janeo Island has been deserted, but that Bo Palace is still brilliant, in which each Shilan, spiritual grass countless. However, no one dared to pick it because of the holy prestige. Over time, the chi orchids and immortal grasses have grown and crawled everywhere at will, just like the wildflowers and weeds of the mortal world. Over the years, Although Zhao Gongming had occasionally visited Jinao Island, he had never dared to enter Bio Palace. Even the other disciples, too. They were worried that, with the master there, they would disturb the master. There was also the fear that if the master was gone, then the only pillar within them would fall apart. But now, when the interceptor sect was in trouble, Zhao Gongming knew that he had to make a trip. Tread. Thinking of this, Zhao Gongming gently stepped into that golden Ao island. Only once inside, Zhao Gongming could perceive that a desolate atmosphere Su extended. However, he didn't care about that and just walked straight ahead. Along the way, the unusual spirit grass had disappeared. In its place, there were immortal grasses that were very rare even in the floodplains. And the further forward you go, the higher the grade of that immortal grass. Even by the time it was nearing the Bio Palace, the quality of that immortal grass could already move a paragon-level being. But none of this had caught Zhao Gongming's attention. With that, he took one step toward the front without looking away. It's like a pilgrimage. Knock. Finally, Zhao Gongming stopped in his tracks and stopped in front of that Bio Palace. Then, after a moment's hesitation, slowly pushed open the dusty door of this Bio Palace for an unknown period of time. Click. Just listen. A light sound. Is some dust fall? Scattered on the ground. Master? Looking at this once familiar Bio Palace, Zhao Gongming tentatively called out. But there wasn't the slightest response. Only a few echoes. A slow delay. Disciple Zhao Gongming. I beg to see Master. Once again, Zhao Gongming knelt on the ground and continued to speak. However, as before, there was still no response other than an echo. No? Seeing this scene, Zhao Gongming's heart was bitter. But he still didn't want to give up this only chance. Silent for a moment, he slowly got up. Toward that within the Bio Palace. Slowly walked. This is the place where Tong Tian was in seclusion back then. As a big disciple of the outer disciples of the Interceptor Church, Zhao Gongming did not come many times, but only occasionally entered when the saints were preaching. But even so, the memory of its internal display was still fresh in his mind. Nowadays, within this Bio Palace, everything is as it was. However, just above that foremost futon, a magnificent figure was missing. Mastermind. Subconsciously, Zhao Gongming called out. But in a whirlwind, he reacted to the fact that the once magnificent saint was no longer in the same place. The Buddhist sect bullied my interceptor disciples. Slowly, Zhao Gongming will be this period of time that the Buddhist sect's plot. A brain all set out, including Bixiao's serious injury, and that one mysterious Taoist. Just like that, everything was poured out. Master. Finally, this Zhao Gongming slowly raised his head, looked toward the empty futon in front of him, and earnestly opened his mouth and said, "This time, the disciples will kill the spirit mountain. How about the Buddhists? Quantum of solace. So what? He who has bullied a disciple of my interceptor sect will be made to pay a heavy price." Knock. Saying that, Zhao Gongming did not hesitate to the futon in front of him. Respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Then, turning away, he previously discussed with Yun Xiao whether or not to find the master. First gathered in Datong. Now he's going to go. Boom. Only to see a burst of flowing light emerged. This Zhao Gongming figure directly swept out of Jinao Island, toward the direction of that great tang. This time, he was going to battle it out. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Dang! And Zhao Gongming does not know is that in the moment of its departure, that originally empty futon above suddenly manifested a figure. The moment it appeared, it seemed to have triggered the entire Golden AO Island. At that moment, countless sesame orchids and immortal grasses danced crazily, as if they were greeting some supreme being. Stepping. And that one figure, without opening his mouth for a single glance, just faintly glanced at the direction that Zhao Gongming had left. Then it slowly dissipated. Those Qi-lan and immortal herbs, too, in an instant, restored the peace they once had. It was as if nothing had happened. In the meantime, in the midst of chaos, in the midst of that roiling earth, fire, wind, and water, there was a magnificent hall that sank up and down. Around it, there are 3,000 great roads manifested, eternally unfading. Looking closely, above the large hall, the words Purple Heavenly Palace were engraved. Just by looking at it, there were endless visions interpreted, as if the heavens were sinking, and palm karmas were being born and destroyed. Purple Heavenly Palace, the place where Taoist ancestor Hongjun preached. In the past, 3,000 guests from the red dust gathered here. It is easy to meditate and listen to the word within this palace. And in the Golden AO Island that figure disappeared for a moment. This palace corner, a figure, also slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 48, The Sacred Tribulation of the Fallen Saints? Hongjun manifests. Telling karma. Purple Heavenly Palace. It stands in the midst of chaos and is eternal. All sorts of laws and Tao rhythms filled the air. A truly supreme place. And at that moment, within the great hall of that Purple Heavenly Palace, there was a young man, with a green ping hanging from his waist, slowly opening his eyes. Boom! In a flash, that chaos, the original calm earth, fire, wind and water, with this youth eyes open. Instant riot. Endless thunder rolled over as if it was the end of days. At the same time, inside that purple sky palace, countless Tao rhythms, laws, also began to turbulence, become muddled. As if it was going to tear apart everything within the great hall. And it was only because that one youth opened his eyes. There was no other movement. But is that alone enough to turn the world upside down? Looking closely, the youth, with an extremely young face. However, his eyes were filled with a sense of vicissitude, as if he had seen the changing of the years and the catastrophe of heaven and earth. This is an extremely special state. However, on this youth, it fit extremely well. As if born to be so. Through the sky. If anyone saw this one youth, they would definitely be extremely shocked. It was no one else but the saint who had completely disappeared from the floodlands since the seal of the gods. Sect leader Tong Tian. Also, once the lord of the Interceptor sect, Zhao Gongming wanted to find the master. In fact, ever since the sealing of the gods, he had been in the Purple Heavenly Palace and had never stepped out. Naturally, no one knows where it went. Buddhist. At this moment, in Tong Tian's eyes, there was divine light flowing, slowly looking in one direction. Madaka. And the sword of the green ping at his waist was also slightly rippling, seemingly to cut through the universe and obliterate everything. Although he has been in seclusion in the Purple Heavenly Palace. However, the means of the saints are endless. How does he not know about that Janeo Island? At this moment, seeing that some of his remaining disciples were also counted by that Buddhist sect, He was also moved to true anger. The most obvious manifestation is that the sword of Qingping. This sword, which he had possessed since before he was certified, was connected to his mind. Even more than that immortal execution four swords. He was more accustomed to wearing this sword of Qingping. Now, the sound of that Qingping, the sound of the sword whispered, filled with killing intent. It is evident that in the heart of Tong Tian, it is also the same. Tread. In the next moment, Tong Tian raised his hand and gently gripped the hilt of the sword. At that moment, that Qingping sword intent instantly dissipated. At the same time, that Tong Tian, who was sitting on top of the futon, slowly stood up. When a saint is angry, hundreds of millions of corpses are ambushed. This statement, by no means, is an empty one. Dang! And just at the moment Tong Tian got up, the uppermost part of that purple heaven palace, a heavenly Tao wheel, slowly manifested. At the same time, an old man in rough linen slowly manifested, appeared in the purple heavenly palace. The moment it appeared, everything that had been in turmoil before, no matter if it was earth, fire, wind, water, or Tao rhythm or law, all subsided. Heaven and earth. Back to silence. The other side. Big dawn. Numerous disciples of the Interceptor Church gathered. Although not manifested in the eyes of mortals. But how to hide from the flood of the strong? For a time, the entire floodplain, all set off a furor. No one has ever thought that since the sealing of the gods, has always been low-profile interceptionism, but made such a move? Could it be that someone has offended the Interceptor sect? For a time, speculations continued all over the flood. But who knows what is going on? And just at the moment when the disciples of the Interceptor sect gathered, that great hall of treasures, many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, one by one, a look of relief spread across their faces. In their eyes, this was naturally Zhao Gongming's rescuer. Amitabha, Manjushri Bodhisattva, truly a great contributor to my Buddhist sect. This move, it actually attracted half of the Interceptor sect. For a time, all the Buddhas spoke up with extreme praise. Although, some of these Buddhas felt that there might be something odd about this. However, in the midst of the roaring praises, there will be no more words. In just a few moments, Manjushri was hailed by a host of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas as the first Bodhisattva, the greatest contributor to the westward journey, etc. Even Manjushri himself was a bit fluttery. Amitabha, it's all luck. Luck. Only. Manjushri hastened to speak, with a hint of humility. However, the smile that piled up on his face signaled his inner joy. After all, this was the first time he had received such praise since he came to the Buddhist sect. That goddess of mercy has worked so hard and planned so much for this journey to the West. But she is not as good as she is now. Is she? Thinking about this, Manjushri's mood became more and more relaxed. Quickly look. That Zhao Gongming is coming. Just as Manjushri was getting a little exuberant, one of the Buddhas pointed to a figure that had suddenly appeared in the middle of that image and couldn't help but whimper. And as those words fell, the gazes of almost everyone looked over, only to see Zhao Gongming stepped in and quickly blended into the crowd of Interceptor disciples. This time, it should be a showdown with that Taoist? Seeing this scene, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas could not help but cross this thought in their minds. Earlier, that group of Interceptor disciples had only arrived in the sky above that great tang without the slightest movement, as if waiting for something. Now, All is clear. So you're waiting for Zhao Gongming. In their opinion, since Zhao Gongming had returned now, this battle was inevitable. Amitabha. All of a sudden, the entire Buddhist sect was once again filled with a harmonious atmosphere. They had already been waiting with bated breath to see this interceptor disciple fight the Taoist to the death. Anyway, whoever wins or loses, it's him, the Buddhist sect. Who picks up the slack? Why not? Wait. Something doesn't seem right. Just when nearly everyone, immersed in a piece of joy, that goddess of mercy suddenly frowned. A trace of gravity flowed on her face, and urgently opened her mouth to say, their target, it seems, is not that Taoist? When this statement came out, it immediately made the entire spirit mountain abruptly quiet. The Buddha, Bodhisattva face of the joy has not yet receded. We'll see that the picture, a group of interceptor disciples, after a short stay, have swept toward the void above. Soon, it was gone. What's going on? At that moment, everyone froze, full of confusion. Amitabha. Even that lotus platform above the Rudra, eyebrows are wrinkled. Then slightly waved his hand. Will be that light mirror range expansion. At once, everything in the vicinity of the Great Tang was revealed to the eyes of all. But this time, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, all of them couldn't laugh. Because the direction in which this interceptor disciple was advancing seemed to be Spirit Mountain? How is that possible? Everyone was confused when they saw the scene. Didn't we agree to bring the trouble to the east? How is it that this group of people, still coming towards the west? All of a sudden, a gaze, all fell on that Manjushri. Then, Manjushri was also dumbfounded. Could it be that one's plan had been recognized? At the moment, the only thought that echoed in Manjushri's mind was this. The rest is blank. And when the entire Buddhist sect are extremely shocked, some did not figure out exactly what happened when. Chaos. Purple Heavenly Palace. Teacher. It was as if Tong Tian had anticipated the old man's descent. And he only slightly owed his body and greeted him. Although the identity of the old man was not named. However, looking at the flood, there was only one who could be addressed as teacher by a sage. Daozu. Hongjun. This was a supreme being, the first to be certified as a saint, and to merge with the body. Since then, the way of heaven is Hongjun, and Hongjun is not the way of heaven. It represents all the rules and order of the flood. Tong Tian, have you forgotten the lesson of sealing the gods? Seeing Tong Tian like this, Hongjun's ancient unperturbed eyes did not carry waves. Just faintly opened his mouth and asked. One sentence made Tong Tian think of the god-sealing battle. The Tanto has not forgotten. After a moment of silence, Tong Tian slowly opened his mouth and. It's just that. In his lifetime, Tong Tian set up the interceptor sect. It is to intercept a ray of life in the vastness of the heavenly Tao. This. My way. Humph. Hearing Tong Tian this, Hongjun coldly hummed. Although still on the calm, but also flooded with some waves. The way of heaven is to make up for what is lost. The matter of the interceptor sect is determined by heaven. Now all karma is dispersed. Therefore, even though you intervene in the quantum of kulpa, you have not fallen. But this time, it is the calamity of the West. Unauthorized intervention. Fallen saint. A faint voice echoed through the purple heavenly palace. Enduring. However, Tong Tian's figure had long since disappeared. Chapter 49, Yi Yun, Tong Tian? That's just a waste. Measure for measure. As Tong Tian left, Hongjuan's eyes dropped to the flood. A long, faint sigh. At the same time, the heavenly Tao will behind him slowly dissipated. The entire purple heavenly palace, once again, returned to peace. Only, on top of the futon in the corner of that large hall, there was a figure missing. Big Don. Chang'an. At this time, a group of interceptor disciples have left. Granted. For the people of the Great Tang, they were completely unaware that there were that many immortal gods that had ever descended into the world. But for some reason, their hearts were inexplicably lighter. Soon, the entire Chang'an, once again, regained its previous calm. There were vendors weaving in and out of the crowd, constantly hawking. The urchins frolicked. A peaceful scene. And just at this time, a young Taoist, waist hanging the sword of Qingping, appeared in this lively street. The people present, however, seemed to be familiar with the manner in which this one youth appeared. And no one stopped. It was as if he was supposed to be here. Is this that Taoist temple? Only to see. The youth gently stepped. Soon came to a Taoist temple front. Stopped the pace. He, naturally, is Tong Tian. In fact, at the beginning, he planned to head directly to Spirit Mountain. But for some reason, there was a sudden change of heart. That Taoist. Before coming here, Tong Tian had deduced and wanted to know that the Taoist existed. But a blank slate. Even if not before that Zhao Gongming informed. He did not know that this Taoist and Buddhist disputes. As such, it naturally made Tong Tian curious in his heart. So here he is. Click. And just when Tong Tian wanted to knock on the door of that Taoist temple, however, abruptly opened. Into the eyes. A young Taoist. Mortals? It was only at the first glance. In a trance. That Tong Tian was close to thinking that it was an ordinary mortal. However, carefully observed. But found that the person in front of me, like a fog. Even as a saint, one cannot see through it. This could not help but make the curiosity in Tong Tian's heart. A few more points. Moreover, nowadays, that interceptor disciple has not yet arrived at Spirit Mountain. Tong Tian felt that he could delay for some time to explore this Taoist. At that time, it would not be too late to rush to the Spirit Mountain. On the other hand, Yi Yun, who had just wanted to test out that rainbow transformation technique, looked at the Taoist man with a long sword dangling from his waist in front of him and frowned slightly. Granted, it is normal for a Taoist priest to carry a sword. However, it was extremely rare for one to appear in front of his own Taoist temple in a dignified manner like the one in front of him. Fellow Taoist, is it possible to rest your feet in this Taoist temple? Looking at Yi Yun's frowning appearance, Tong Tian smiled faintly and said casually, as with the Buddhists, Taoist temples generally do not turn away fellow travelers who are resting. As for this Taoist friend word, also not like in the flood, that mutually address the people who cultivate immortality, implies friends of the same way. It's just friends of the road. Of course, if one were to know that the hallowed saint had even addressed our friend, one would certainly have their jaws dropped in shock. Even if it's not the normal meaning of the flood, it will leave a piece of the population stunned. Unfortunately, no one was lucky enough to see this scene. Good. Hearing this, Yi Yun hesitated for a moment. then nodded and opened his body sideways, signaling Tong Tian to enter. He knew for himself that Taoist temples had never turned down a Taoist priest. As for that Zhao Gongming from before, he actually came in brightly and Yi Yun would not stop him. Who let him? In favor of going over the wall? So much so. That one is taken for a thief. It was well deserved. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Seeing this, Tong Tian smiled, and then took a step into the Taoist temple. Only just entered the Taoist temple. Tong Tian frowned. Instinctively felt that there seems to be something wrong. However, after scrutinizing it for a long time, the source of the difference was not found. And that's just as well. Just in the middle of thinking, Tong Tian suddenly looked up and noticed the several clay statues enshrined above the main hall. One of them was none other than himself. Fellow Taoist. Also offerings to the three Qing? Unable to help it, Tong Tian opened his mouth and asked. And it was this sentence that caused Yi Yun to frown, always feeling that this Taoist priest in front of him was a bit odd. First, he froze as soon as he walked in the door. And then, to ask such a stupid question. Taoist temples don't worship the three pristine ones. Is it hard to worship those bald asses? This Taoist priest. He's not out of his mind. Is he? Seeing Yi Yun's suspicious gaze, Tong Tian guffawed, knowing that his sentence was really abrupt. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but change his story. Fellow Taoist, how do you feel about these three purities? Said Tong Tian. Eyes cannot help but show a trace of anticipation. How many years since becoming a saint? He is near omniscient. Apart from the quantum revelation, everything in this flood has no more secrets in front of it. As for expectations, that was the emotion that occasionally flowed out of him when he was not sainted. Endless years ago. But now, looking at this one existence in front of him that he couldn't see through no matter what. In Tong Tian's heart, there were a few more moments of curiosity and anticipation. He wanted to know how this Taoist in front of him evaluated himself? Evaluating the three Qings? Hearing this, the color of dissimilarity on Yi Yun's face increased. And he was almost certain that this Taoist priest in front of him did have a problem. Otherwise, what kind of cultivator would have nothing to do with idly evaluating the three Qings? Isn't this looking for excitement? Ahem. The poor Taoist is just curious. Don't think too much, fellow Taoist. Seeing this, Tong Tian coughed dryly and opened his mouth faintly, explaining that what you and I say is just a game. Just trying to connect with people. No need to be serious. And forgive the poor Taoist for speaking on a whim. Tong Tian's words were earnest. This time, it was Yi Yun's turn to be a little embarrassed. After all, it had been a long time since he had seen someone from the same path. Now, looking at the humility in the words of this Tong Tian in front of him, a trace of goodwill was born in his heart. What's more, when he traveled in the clouds for those few years, mostly by looking for Taoist temples resting, before being considered clothed and fed. Now that someone had come to rest their feet, one had to do one's part as a landlord anyhow. 3 clearings? Thinking about it, Yi Yun randomly found some unusual drinking crushed tea, brewed a cup for Tong Tian, and took a cup for himself. Then gestured for Tong Tian to sit on the side. And only then he opened his mouth and said, "Of this I know little. One can only know a generalization." He's telling the truth. Yi Yun's understanding of the 3 pristine ones, apart from some simple descriptions on the Tao collection, was derived from memories of his later life. As for the rest, really nothing. And straighten up. Seeing this, Tong Tian was not polite and directly sat down, speaking in a deep voice. And the poor Taoist said it was just a joke. He was also on a whim and had no desire to hear any real insights. Only with the general curiosity in his mind as he said, "Yes." Seeing this, Yi Yun nodded his head, then pointed to that Taishan Laozi, one of the three Ching, and spoke in a deep voice, saying, "Let's start with this Taisho. It's also known as Taoist Heavenly Father. And it preaches in action. The Tao begets one. One begets two. Two begets three. And three begets all things. This exposition. The way of the origin of heaven and earth. All from the simple to the complex. The way of heaven is to make up for what is not enough. In the way of man, the loss is not enough to make up for the surplus. This is the root of the heavenly Tao. The difficulties of humanity. A great sound. An elephant in the room. There's no such thing as human beings. And there's no such thing as water. There is nothing in the world so soft and weak as water. And there is nothing that is strong enough to attack it. Weakness overcomes strength. And softness overcomes hardness. This is the change of offense and defense. There is nothing to be done. And nothing to be done. And nothing to be done. This is the way of the Supreme Being. A faint voice echoed within this small Taoist temple. At that instant, it caused the heart of Tong Tian, who was originally still not very concerned, to tremble and be completely shocked. The way of the Taishan was clear to him. However, Tong Tian in any case did not expect. In front of this Taoist, actually will be the reasoning, one by one to tell out. Even, in some ways, surpassing that one older brother of his own. Such insight is simply appalling. Fellow Taoists' words are truly thought-provoking. After a long period of silence, Tong Tian slowly opened his mouth and taught. This time, the friend of the road was really a hint of a friend of the same road. Well, what about the first Heavenly Father? After hesitating for a moment, Tong Tian couldn't help but point at that Yuanshi and ask again. What would this Taoist say about this Yuanshi? Genji? Seeing this Tong Tian inquiring, Yi Yun thought for a moment, then opened his mouth and said, "But just go with the flow." Saying that, as if he noticed that his sentence was a bit too simple, Yi Yun continued to explain. The first Heavenly Father established the hierarchy, allegorizing the exposition of the way of heaven. The way of heaven has always been formless. How can it be expounded? Only go with the flow. Go with the flow. All changes is not the word heavenly way. This Yuan sure Tianzun to elucidation for the religion. They want to use this religion. Know the changes in the heavenly way. Thereby raking in some favors. Articulating the way of heaven. Hearing these words, Tong Tian's heart once again set off shocking waves. In the beginning, when Yuan Shi became a saint, he mentioned one or two things. However, not in depth. However, what he said in the beginning, though slightly different from this Taoist, had the same meaning. That is, to go with the flow of heaven. Tong Tian was truly shocked. This Taoist in front of me actually knows so much about the saints of the flood? If this were to be rumored, I'm afraid even Hong Jun wouldn't believe it. Right? So, where's Tonto? Taking a deep breath, Tong Tian became even more curious in his heart as to what this Taoist would say about himself. I couldn't help but ask. Even he himself did not notice how eager he looked. It was like when he was not a saint. When he listened to Hong Jun expounding the great Tao, he was so serious as well as urgent. Tonto? And hearing this, Yi Yun changed his previous calmness, skimmed his mouth. A trace of disdain flashed across his face, and faintly said, "That's a waste." Chapter 50. When the gods were first sealed, the saints regretted in their hearts. Waste? Hearing this, Tong Tian froze. The brain was a little down, and didn't respond for a moment. Is this, in fact, talking about yourself? After a moment of silence, Tong Tian frowned, his heart somewhat displeased. Even the saints have reached the state of not being happy or sad. However, seeing one of his more admired Taoists talking about himself like this, there were also a few grievances in his heart. However, in the way of the game talk earlier, Tong Tian was not in a good position to have an attack. Moreover, what concerned him the most was that when mentioning Taishang as well as Yuanshi, this Taoist priest described it as normal. How come it was his turn to be a loser? What? Feeling unconvinced, looking at this Tong Tian's frown and silent appearance, Yi Yun could not help but smile and could not help but open his mouth and said, "Think the poor man is wrong?" Fong. The urgency in this Tong Tian's words, Yi Yun also detected some of it. He estimated that this Taoist man in front of him plainly worships Tong Tian. It is important to realize that although the average Taoist worships the three purities as their Taoist ancestors, however, each Taoist temple has its own focus. Some honor the ether, some favor the first of the first, and still others mostly worship Tong Tian. These are the lessons he has learned while traveling in the clouds. It's kind of a Taoist specialty. In front of outsiders, naturally, he would not show it, but in the face of people of the same path, it was inevitable that he would have to fight for it. In Yi Yun's opinion, this Taoist in front of him was clearly biased in favor of Tong Tian. Seeing himself open up like that, his heart was naturally displeased. Fellow Taoists' words are indeed a bit biased. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian didn't deny it, but nodded his head and spoke in a deep voice, saying, "On the creation of the church. In the past, the Interceptor sect was the most magnificent sect, and 10,000 immortals came to court. On strength, that Saint Tong Tian set up the immortal execution sword formation and fought the four saints alone. On talent, before he was a saint, he was already at the top of the flood. How? Is that the trash?" In fact, when mentioning Taishang and Yuanshi, Tong Tian was still extremely agreeable, thinking that this Taoist had some insight. But now, mentioning himself, Tong Tian disapproved. Call yourself a loser? Today, if you can't say anything, you'll have to fight for it yourself. In fact, as a saint, Tong Tian shouldn't be so. The words of ordinary mortals are but a laughing matter. However, it is obvious that in the face of this one existence that even he could not see through, Tong Tian took it seriously. Solo battle against four saints? Looking at this Tong Tian in front of him, Yi Yun was not in a hurry to retort, but only faintly asked a rhetorical question. Winning? One sentence directly caused Tong Tian to choke on the spot. It's only to see. Tong Tian's face was stunned, and then he slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No. The four saints can break the immortal execution sword formation." Tong Tian failed miserably. That battle. Even now, Tong Tian is still fresh in his memory. But defeat is defeat. He was not a sore loser. However, if he was called a waste because of this, Tong Tian was still unconvinced. But looking at the flood, There aren't many people who can battle the four saints. Are there? Thinking of this, Tong Tian was silent for a moment before speaking again. And that Tong Tian's strength, at the very least, should be stronger than the two saints of the West. When did I say that Tong Tian is weak? Seeing this Tong Tian's retorting appearance, Yi Yun couldn't help but flood his heart with a hint of laughter and couldn't help but shake his head as he got up and patted Tong Tian's shoulder and opened his mouth, saying, Tong Tian's strength is enough to rank in the top 3 amongst the saints. But there are some things that cannot be measured by strength. Just for example, why did Tong Tian lose miserably in the god-sealing battle? First, pride. Knowing that the sealing of the gods is descending, he just informs his disciples not to go out, and completely fails to notice that his own disciples have been involved in the robbery. Secondly, after knowing that the first foundation had entered into the calamity, bullying the small with the great, the first reaction was disbelief. It wasn't until even that pro-disciple fell that it drew attention. But at that time, everything is settled, and even the saints are powerless to return to heaven. Thirdly, while knowing that the tide had turned, he still laid down the 10,000 immortals formation, causing 10,000 immortals to fall. Yi Yun's voice was not big, but every word was like a big yellow bell, echoing in the ears of Tong Tian. It made him, a saint, not be able to help but slowly lower his head. In fact, these years in the Purple Heaven Palace in seclusion, Tong Tian has also been thinking about the reasons for the defeat in the battle to seal the gods. Back then, it wasn't as if there were no disciples who traveled to the Purple Heavenly Palace to inform themselves of what had happened to the Interceptor sect. However, he did not take it seriously until Zhao Gongming and San Shao fell one after another, which awakened him to lay down the immortal execution sword formation. He often regretted that if he had realized it earlier, where would the Interceptor Church have fallen to such a state? And that battle of the 10,000 immortals formation, Tong Tian was also extremely sentimental. It's not a big deal for those who are on the list to join in the calamity of the God Seal. After all, the true spirit had made it to the God Sealing list and barely survived. However, those disciples, they really had their gods and souls destroyed. And originally, they didn't have to. As for the friendship of the three Qings, Taishang and Yuanshi set up a situation to lure the Western saints to war, deluding themselves that they had still taken into account that brotherly love. At this moment, Tong Tian was dumbfounded by the dislike and had no way to refute it. That's right. After a long period of silence, Tong Tian let out a miserable laugh and spoke in a deep voice. And in that case, Tong Tian's name of waste is well deserved. The reason why the Interceptor sect has fallen to this state. He is the head of a sect. The responsibility occupies 70%. Now, being spoken to in this manner, he could not refute it. That's not true at all. Seeing the Taoist in front of him with a depressed look, Yi Yun felt some intolerance in his heart. At least he was a fellow Taoist, so he should give him some relief. So, after some thought, he continued to speak. Passing through the sky for a lifetime, intercepting the heavenly way, and going against the sky. It was not meant for heaven and earth. It's not easy to get to this point. That's also true. During that quantitative robberies, Taishang, Yuanshi are thinking about how to go with the sky. Just you Tong Tian is stupid to go against the sky. Heaven is merciless, yet it can weigh the pros and cons. What's more, there's a Hong Jun behind it to advise. All the saints plus Hong Jun ganged up to count on him alone. It would be strange if he didn't lose. And so, Tonto rightfully failed miserably. Fellow Taoist, If you were Tong Tian, what would you do? At that moment, as if he thought of something, Tong Tian's eyes lit up slightly, and a sentence came out of his mouth. Right now. After the ceiling. If we want to break the game. By what means? At this moment, Tong Tian suddenly had a sudden thought. Since this Taoist in front of him knew himself that well, if he were in his place, what should he do in the face of such a situation today? Hearing this, Yi Yun's brows furrowed as he glanced at this Tong Tian. It's like too deep into the movie? Chapter 51, Yi Yun, if I were Tong Tian, I would abolish my sacred throne. If you are a passerby yourself? Glancing at Tong Tian, who had a hint of anticipation on his face, Yi Yun was somewhat speechless in his heart. How come the more you talk, the more energized you get? First, he evaluated the three Qing. And now another one. If he is Tong Tian? This Taoist priest, really not afraid of the Heavenly Father to send down a thunderbolt, split him off. However, if you think about it, now is the time of the westward journey. And the sealing of the gods has long since become history. Even a saint can't do anything about it. Can he? What's more, as far as Yi Yun knew, that Tong Tian should have been directly taken away by Han Jun after sealing the gods, and ate a fallen saint pill. Although, Yi Yun was not sure if that thing could really make a saint fall. But I'm afraid no one will bet on it. Of course, both if I were Tong Tian, I would immediately abolish my holy position and establish the intercept sect again. Looking at this Tong Tian's face full of anticipation, Yi Yun thought for a moment and opened his mouth with a single word. So, disturb the heavenly way. Fight for the silver lining. What? Hearing this, Tong Tian was stunned at once, raking in the saint's state of mind, but was also stunned. Abolish your own sainthood and re-establish the interceptors? He didn't hear me wrong. Did he? You know, between this heaven and earth, the holy position is constant. Throughout the ages, countless living beings in the floodplain have competed to become saints. For example, that ancient demon court of Emperor Jun, the East Emperor. They were all at the top of the floodplains in terms of talent and substance, and had the appearance of saints. Especially that East Emperor Tai Chi, holding the innate treasure Chaos Bell. Innate, undefeatable, nearly invincible under the saints. However, it was impossible for any being as stunning as that to become a saint. This had nothing to do with chance, talent, or luck. It was simply that the environment of heaven and earth did not allow it. But now, he heard something. This Taoist in front of me. He even asked himself to abrogate his holy position? Fellow Taoist, do you know? What are you talking about? Taking a deep breath, Tong Tian's complexion became a bit grave as he looked at Yi Yun in front of him and spoke seriously, saying, but then, saints. Granted. Tong Tian was expecting in his heart that this Taoist in front of him might say something earth-shattering. But now, it was full of gravity. Even, he wondered if he was overthinking it. This Taoist in front of me didn't really know much about the flood saints? Looking at Tong Tian's face full of shock, Yi Yun drank a mouthful of tea unhurriedly before he leisurely opened his mouth and said, in the battle to seal the gods, the interceptor sect is broken. The chi that belonged to Tong Tian has also been severed. Now is the time for the great revival of the West. What do you think? How likely is it that Tong Tian wants to break the game? A faint voice echoed in Tong Tian's ears. Then it silenced the latter. And he knows it. Even if it were not for this time, The remaining interceptor disciples were at stake. He's still in seclusion in the Purple Heaven Palace. However, something like abrogating one's own holy position was too shocking for him to accept for a moment. Nowadays, the quantum revenge of the flood is the heavenly Tao that breeds. And the saints, in turn, are heavenly saints. How does a heavenly quantitative calamity? How does a heavenly saint break through? Seeing Tong Tian, who had fallen into deep thought due to his own words, Yi Yun couldn't help but shake his head again and continued to add. To abrogate one's own holy position is to break away from the control of the heavenly Tao. The re-establishment of the intercept sect is a true interception of the 50th heavenly diffusion. That last ray of life. After all, only by breaking the pattern of today's flood can a new life be birthed. The so-called authorities, coming from the latter days, on top of some insights, perhaps not as good as that saint. However, when it comes to the big picture, I'm afraid no one can match it yet. What's more, he was looking at that God-sealing battle from an almost omniscient perspective. Naturally, it is also possible to jump out of the realm of quantitative robberies and analyze the God-sealing catastrophe. Come to think of it, saints of Tongtian's category are saints of the heavenly Tao, with their Yuan Shen resting in the heavenly Tao. And that quantum leap, in turn, was conceived by the heavenly Tao. Then how can this Tong Tian, imposing against the quantum revelation, not be defeated? Thinking of this, Yi Yun also became somewhat serious. No longer as casual as before. After all, though, he unceremoniously berated Tong Tian and directly called him a waste. But inside, more than anything else, he also hates it. The disciples of the Interceptor Church are of mixed quality. It is not like that hierarchy, which strictly selects its disciples. Those 12 golden immortals, no matter in the heel, talent, or fortune, are the strongest handful of people in the flood. However, the combined strength of the Interceptor sect is far superior to the Hierophant sect. There are a number of reasons for this. The most crucial point is that there is education for all. Anyone who should be an immortal, monster, demon, or spirit, and who is endowed with qi, will naturally enjoy smooth sailing and reach a level that is difficult for ordinary people to look up to. But all this is a matter of God's will. The Interceptor sect recruits disciples without focusing on qi. Among them, there may be people who have lived a life of bumbling, but as long as they grow up, they can all be called the recluse one. To be precise, it was an existence beyond the control of the heavenly Tao. Plus, that God-sealing measure, there was a need to find some people. Logically, the Interceptor was topped. Even Yi Yun guessed. When that battle, Tong Tian even in the beginning perceived. Full response. I'm afraid I'm not immune to defeat. Who made all this? All of it? God's will. Heavenly quantitative calamity. Heavenly saints. And after listening to Yi Yun's words, that Tong Tian did not say anything for a long time, only feeling that he vaguely grasped something. Yet, nothing was seen. But how can one become a saint after abrogating one's sainthood? Unable to help himself, he looked up at Yi Yun and opened his mouth seriously to ask. Now, Tong Tian was completely unaware that he had already substituted himself on the level of student. It's like listening to the sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace in the beginning. The holy position can be abolished, but in order to recertify the mixed yuan, cannot be to the past general. To the Hongmeng purple qi as the foundation. Set up a religion. Send a grand wish so simple. Even the possibility of recertifying the Tao was, well, slim to none. At this moment, Tong Tian was expecting in his heart. Since this Taoist in front of him knew the great momentum of heaven and earth that well. Can you point to a way out? I don't know. And looking at this nervous Tong Tian with some expectation, Yi Yun shook his head very baldly and casually said, "If I were truly Tong Tian, I would have disbanded the Interceptor sect before the sealing of the gods began. With the Interceptors gone, let's see how they can seal the gods. As for now, unless that Tong Tian can prove the Tao by force. Otherwise, difficult." What Yi Yun said was the truth. The Interceptor Church is gone. And the saints ate the sacred pill of the meteor and were imprisoned. What's the point of turning over? Hurry up and get cleaned up. Fellow Taoist. You're. Hearing this, Tong Tian's expression was stunned, followed by a bitter smile. Not really knowing what to say. Indeed. Abolishing one's own holy position. After all, it's impossible. Thinking about it, Tong Tian seems to cover up the frustration in his heart. One hand picked up the cup of broken tea. Gently sip. It was this bite that made Tong Tian's eyes snapped open. This is? Chapter 52. Tong Tian shocked. Visions before the opening of the heavens. This cup of tea? After a light sip, Tong Tian only felt a Taoist rhythm emerging from his body. It was a shock to his heart. In just a moment, Tonto ruled that this is by no means unusual. When Tong Tian just wanted to explore the source of a trace of the Tao rhyme when suddenly felt a burst of bucket shift. The scene in front of them all changed. No longer a Taoist temple, but instead a land of the unknown. Vaguely, he seemed to see a magnificent figure standing between heaven and earth. No, not heaven and earth. When you looked closely, it was a pale, sprawling land with no distinction between time and space. Yes. Chaos? In a trance, Tong Tian finally recognized the unknown place as chaos. The land of true chaos and disorder. And now, in such a place, a figure stood in it. Not a single movement. It seemed like eternity. And just like that, time passes. Tonto doesn't know how many years have passed. Now he seemed to be completely immersed in that image, forgetting everything. Until one day, the great figure suddenly moved. Its indescribably vast body slowly stepped forward and probed forward, seemingly grabbing something in the void. Just that one grab seemed to obliterate everything. The vastness of earth, fire, wind and water filled every corner. Is that like an axe? Taking a closer look, Tong Tian noticed that the one great figure in his hands at some point more than an axe. This is what he grabbed out of the void. Suddenly, such a thought flashed through Tong Tian's mind. However, before he could react, that unknown figure suddenly held an axe and gently swung it towards the front. In a flash, chaos tore apart. The endless divine awns and thunder first fell silent, and then completely rioted. Any one of these divine awns may cause a saint to be seriously injured. And now, this power, which was enough to exterminate saints, ravaged every corner of that chaos. It's too vast. In front of such a horrible power, even Tong Tian heart are slightly trembling. Dang! And just as Tong Tian was somewhat unable to withstand the impact of that terrifying power, a green lotus manifested out of thin air. It exuded the light of endless life, spilling out into this unknown land. At once, the raging chaos slowly subsided. The turbid sinks. The clear rises. It's like groundbreaking. Watching the scene, Tong Tian only felt appalled in his heart, finally realizing the significance of it. Isn't this, in the legend, the scene of the opening of the sky? And then after that, the flood was born. Right? Tong Tian did not think that he would have the opportunity to witness such a scene. Only a cup of tea. But it contains the image of the opening of the sky? It's just unbelievable. Just as Tong Tian's mind was flowing, he wanted to find out what was going on. Suddenly, all the visions in front of him all dissipated. It's like it never even happened. Only the cup of herbal tea in his hand was showing Tong Tian that it was all just an illusion. But, being a saint, would one be able to hallucinate at will? Tong Tian could be sure that everything he saw was all really happening. Groundbreaking. Dare I ask you, what kind of tea is this? After a moment of silence, Tong Tian's eyes couldn't help but look ahead and asked in a deep voice. At this moment, Tong Tian was really cautious. He had thought that the Taoist in front of him was perhaps born due to a quantum leap that prevented him from deducing it. But now, Tong Tian decisively cast aside this thought. Measurements are determined by God. And the scene he had just seen was the scene before the birth of heaven. How could such a being be born in the midst of the quantum of the world? In front of this Taoist person is by no means as simple as one imagines. Moreover, there was that vision, which he felt should be greatly related to the cup of tea in front of him. Therefore, Tong Tian looked urgent, wanting to know the origin of this cup of tea. He realized a possibility. The possibility of becoming a saint again after abrogating his own sainthood. To know. Just now. Although Tong Tian saw the opening up of the sky and the earth a little after. But for which the rhyme, rule changes, but completely in a hazy state. If one could truly witness the opening of the heavens and the earth, then witnessing the Tao with power seemed not an impossible thing. This idea, since it made Tong Tian's heart excited, as if he saw a clear path. This tea? On the other hand, looking at the shocked look on this Tong Tian's face, Yi Yun had thought that he had thought of something to discuss with himself. As a result, just ask for a tea? The lotus flower planted earlier and crushed into tea. Skimming his lips, Yi Yun still opened his mouth to explain. Not anymore. That group of vultures pulled out all the lotus flowers I planted in the backyard. Or I could still give you some. Thinking of this, another flash of nameless fire flashed through Yi Yun's heart. When he left the Taoist temple, he put some lotus seeds in that backyard pool, intending to come back to make some lotus tea. As a result, all those assholes have been ruined. Now this bit of crushed tea was still what he had turned up in one of the side halls. Lotus? Hearing this, Tong Tian's heart shook, and he subconsciously thought of the green lotus that suppressed chaos. Perhaps the lotus flower has something to do with it. And as Tong Tian was about to continue saying something, he heard Yi Yun's next words and became enraged. Bald ass? He had also heard Zhao Gongming say before that the Taoist temple of the Taoist in front of him seemed to be occupied by a group of monks. Originally, Tong Tian hadn't taken it seriously. After all, since this Taoist was able to defeat a paragon, his strength was naturally terrifying. Some mortal monks are nothing. But now, when the tea that he was so incredibly looking forward to was ruined by those monks? Moreover, listening to the meaning of this Taoist person in front of me. If not, he can also send himself some. This was about his future path after he had abrogated his sainthood. To be cut off like that? These vultures, indeed, deserve to die. Taking a deep breath, Tong Tian coldly spoke. For the first time, Tong Tian had a killing intent even for ordinary monks. You must know that under saints, all are ants. not to mention ordinary mortals. Even if it was a quasi-saint. In Tong Tian's eyes, it was nothing more than that. But now, for those ordinary monks who had forcibly occupied Yi Yun's Taoist temple, an unprecedented killing intent arose. Even if he wasn't in the middle of the Taoist temple right now, he would have already been unable to resist striking out. God knows how thrilled he was deep down when he realized that a breakthrough was possible. Now, everything is cut short. Come on. Don't be so pessimistic either. When that new lotus blooms, the poor Taoist will just give you some. On the other hand, looking at this Tong Tian full of gloomy appearance, Yi Yun also some in the heart cannot bear it. It's just some crushed tea. What's the point? He carefully thought about it. Although the Taoist in front of him was a bit eccentric. But it was good that he also talked with him. So, pointing to the side of the Taoist temple, a pool in that secluded little courtyard, signaling him that he had planted a new lotus. Moreover, this thing, Yi Yun did not know what was going on. Its growth is slow, but it germinates extremely fast. Just in the last few days, there have been some shoots growing. And after hearing these words, Tong Tian subconsciously looked in the direction Yi Yun pointed to, only to see, in the middle of a not-so-large pool, a green-colored lotus leaf, quietly lying there. A little breeze rippled through it. Lap after lap. Chapter 53, This Axe. It can't be the heaven-opening axe. Right? Green lotus? Just one look and Tonto was hooked. Only to see. There is a breeze. The green leaves extended. Above the pool. A ripple. It gives a pleasing feeling to the eye. However, when Tong Tian took a closer look, he realized that it was an ordinary green lotus. There is nothing remotely special about it. Overthinking. Perhaps? At this moment, looking at the green lotus, Tong Tian was slightly hesitant in his heart. If it's really a supreme treasure, as a saint himself, should not have the slightest notice. And if it wasn't, then what was the matter with the vision he had just seen? At this moment, several thoughts crossed Tong Tian's mind. But in the end, it was a slow shake of the head. Gave up on continuing to probe. Thinking about it, if this green lotus is really the one in his imagination, I'm afraid that even this heaven and earth can hardly accommodate its existence. Right? How is that possible? When this green lotus matures, don't forget my cup. Thinking of this, Tong Tian came back to his senses. Then glanced at Yi Yun and continued with his previous sentence, saying, "My name is Tong Taoist. I wonder, what is the name of the Taoist friend?" Granted, that green lotus was not that one supreme treasure as one might think. However, in Tong Tian's heart, he still wanted to be acquainted with this Taoist in front of him. After all, not only did he know extremely well about that sealed god, but even the three pristine ones. Even. The words were shocking. Telling the hidden secrets of the saints. Plus, that self-abolition of the Holy Throne is appalling at first hearing. But when you think about it, it may not be unreasonable. Of course, due to the previous teasing, he was not in a good position to indicate his true identity. Thus, the name of a Tong Taoist was personified. It's kind of like traveling through the red world and transforming the saints into mortals. Yi Yun. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun did not doubt it and spoke faintly. "Don't worry. I'll save some for you when the time comes." This Tong Taoist, although it sounds a bit funny, but when you think of this place as the floodplain, it is normal. He had seen a lot over the years. He had heard a lot of the more eccentric Tao names. As for that lotus tea, just by myself, I couldn't drink it anyway. It wouldn't hurt to give him some. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Seeing this, Tong Tian bowed his hand slightly and thanked him seriously. Although, that green lotus he had not seen the slightest phase of divine difference. But what if? If it is really that the existence left behind before the opening of the heavens and the earth? The reason why this Taoist person cannot be deduced can be explained clearly. With that kind of supreme treasure, even the heavenly Tao was difficult to control. It's all too normal to cloud the sky and all that. And now, this Taoist in front of him was going to give himself some. So naturally he deserved this thank you. In that case, the poor Taoist has other things to do. So I'll take my leave for now. And after thanking him, Tong Tian glanced at Bishio in the side hall. His eyes sank slightly, and he slowly opened his mouth and said, "After a few days, the poor Taoist will come back. At that time, I hope that fellow Taoist will not close the door." Ha! In fact, if there is enough time, he really wants to discuss with Yi Yun that self-abolition of the holy position matter. After all, he thought carefully, maybe this really was the only way to break the game. For now, though, he had another thing to do. Buddhism. The karma of sealing the gods back then has already been broken. Nowadays, one would no longer, as in the case of the feudal god, get in the way of the saint's feelings and refrain from striking out at the juniors. At the beginning of the battle to seal the gods, Tong Tian consider the face. Did not directly Hierophant disciples shot. But on the contrary, most of his own disciples lost to saints. Now, he would also let the Buddhist sect learn how terrifying it would be when a saint struck out without regard for his face. Oh, is this a fight with someone to go? Looking at this Tong Tian in this appearance, Yi Yun frowned, sensing something, and faintly opened his mouth to ask. Not that he's observant. Mainly, he was invincible in this Taoist temple. Although he didn't explore carefully, he still felt a killing intent if anything. And it's not even himself that's being targeted. To be able to make a Taoist priest, who had always been quiet and uninvolved, reveal a killing intent, one would think it should be something that should not be underestimated. This made one glance a little curious, and asked casually. Someone bullied a few disciples of the poor Taoist. Of course the one who was a master has to go and retrieve the offense. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian shook his head and spoke faintly. And otherwise, wouldn't it be as if the poor Taoist is easy to bully? Hearing this, Yi Yun's eyes lit up slightly. But he evaluated this Taoist a few points higher. It was a temperament that was to his liking. Thinking of himself, he was one of those. You honor me 3 times, I'll let you fight. In normal times, they stay in this Taoist temple and don't cause any trouble. However, when someone bullied his head, then naturally no second thoughts. Directly fuck him. Whatever he has backstage. Let's get comfortable in our hearts first. Since you're going to fight, you can't use a sword. That thing doesn't work well. Moving his eyes downward, Yi Yun glanced at the Qingping sword on Tong Tian's waist, shook his head in some disgust, and spoke. This stuff, it's all used by some of the children of the world's families to put on a show. It's no use at all in a fight. When it comes to fighting, it's still about the hard guys. Use this and no one will mess with it. Said. Casually took his axe out from the side and handed it to Tong Tian. Sword this thing. In addition to the kind of thick sword specially built for the war. The rest are literati. the nobility of the world used to support the facade of the thing. This was something that Yi Yun had heard a lot about in his later life. Thinking back then, that Han Xin will be fine carrying a broken sword, but really encountered the brutal, or suffered crotch humiliation. If, in the beginning, that Han Xin wandered around blindly with an axe in his arms, what other ungrateful person would dare to mess with him? Looking at the axe that was stretched out in front of him, the corner of Tongtian's mouth twitched slightly. This was treating himself as if he was a mortal punk fighting? Even the green ping sword at his waist was trembling slightly and seemed to be resisting. But Tong Tian pressed right on it. Still, Tong Tian didn't want to take the axe. But when he wanted to open his mouth to refuse, he realized that the axe had already been shoved in front of him by Yi Yun. Unable to do anything about it, Tong Tian still picked it up. And after a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Now, he was really crying a little. What? He was a saint. An existence that could decide the life and death of hundreds of millions of living beings with a single thought. Surprisingly, to carry an axe and fight like a punk? Just in the middle of thinking, Tong Tian suddenly noticed the axe, which seemed somewhat familiar. This look. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere before? And just a little while ago. This time, Tong Tian couldn't help but freeze. Steeply. An extremely shocking thought flashed through his mind. This thing? Shouldn't it be? Chapter 54, Interceptor Sect and Buddhist Sect in a Battle? The shock of the great powers of the flood. An open axe? At this moment, looking at his hands, this handle looks a little rusty axe. Tong Tian's mind flashed through such a thought. It's really too similar. Fang himself had seen the opening of the heavens once in that illusion. At that time, that magnificent figure was the one who held an axe and opened up the heavens. And now, looking at this axe in the hand in front of him, with that in the illusion, almost exactly the same. What's going on? At this moment, holding this axe, Tong Tian could clearly feel that it was an unusual mortal's axe. It's not even sharp. Generally speaking, unusual woodcutters don't always get a look in. However, the appearance of that magnificent figure in that illusion from before was always echoing in Tong Tian's mind. Lingering. This caused Tong Tian to hesitate in his heart, feeling somewhat incredulous. In the world, is there really such a coincidence? It is important to realize that although Tong Tian has not really seen the opening of the heavens and the earth, however, he is the original god of Pangu. And in his deepest memories, there are some traces left behind by the great god of Pangu. He was 90% certain that the scene he had seen before was the scene that opened up the heavens before the birth of the flood. Now, he saw another one. An axe that was nearly identical to the one in that vision. All of this, Tong Tian felt that it could no longer be explained with the simple word coincidence. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Tong Tian carefully put away the axe. Then, it was only then that he solemnly arched his hand at Yi Yun and spoke once again. And, thank you, fellow Taoist. When I return, I will give it back without the slightest loss. Putting everything aside, the appearance of this axe alone was enough to make Tong Tian delve into it for a long time. Even, it could be the key to attaining sainthood again. However, now he had to go to Spirit Mountain. It's already been delayed a bit. And it can't be delayed any longer. Thinking of this, Tong Tian no longer stayed. And after thanking him once more, he slowly exited the Taoist temple. Gone? On the other side, looking at Tong Tian's departing figure, A trace of oddness flashed across Yi Yun's face. What's so solemn about just an axe? Guess. It must have realized that the sword was too weak? After thinking about it, Yi Yun felt that it seemed to be the only possibility. Also, with such a long sword, it's too dull to chop vegetables, let alone fight with someone. It's better to have your own axe. Thinking about it, Yi Yun also stopped thinking about this Tong Tian's behavior and just sat leisurely on top of the rocking chair, squinting his eyes. Planned to take a nap. As for experimenting with the rainbow transformation technique, it's too late today. We'll talk about it later. Beyond the Taoist temple. The moment Yi Yun leisurely closed his eyes, that Tong Tian figure, too, gradually faded. In the meantime, the interceptor sect's line of people, vast and majestic, naturally made the powers of the flood wasteland a burst of shock. And when they realized that this interceptor church crowd, the purpose of the West directly after the face of the expression, have become a little playful. You know, the West has been expanding extremely fast over the years, spreading the Dharma to carry out the so-called universalization of life. It can really offend a lot of people. Even some ancient great Luo golden immortals and paramount saints were infested with some impatience. However, the forces that were in the way of the Buddhist sect were just too terrifying. Therefore, almost everyone have chosen to put things to rest, do not want to fight with the Buddha's front. And after seeing that there was no one to stop them, the pace of the Buddhist sect's expansion, too, became faster and faster. In just a few hundred years, the goal was shifted from spreading Buddhism only in the Western Nuga continent to several other continents. So much so that the powers of the flood were full of complaints. But there's nothing to be done about it nowadays. Although I don't know because of what. But that the Interceptor Church is traveling in a furious manner. I think there must be lively to see. Just like that, the many flood world powers, one after another, turned their eyes to the west with some anticipation. And in the west, Spirit Mountain, in that Maharaja's hall, there was silence. What the hell? What's going on? At this moment, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Lohans were all dumbfounded. Nice guy. What's with the rushing yourself? Earlier, when looking at the clouds of disciples of the Interceptor sect, gathered on top of that great tang, they first perked up and felt that the big picture was coming together. On the one hand, they weeded out the Taoists who were hindering the westward journey. On the other hand, it may have weakened the power of the Interceptor sect. But now this situation. How is it a little different from what one imagined? Who could tell them why this group of Interceptor disciples came towards themselves? This. Seeing many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas looking at him, Manjushri truly panicked. Only feeling a blackness in front of his eyes, nearly falling to the ground. Done. At the moment, the only thought that flashed through his mind. Finished with myself. After this time, not to mention wanting to improve his status in the Buddhist sect, I am afraid that he will not even be able to keep his position as a bodhisattva. With a bit of luck, you might descend into a robo-rocker. If you're not lucky, I'm afraid you'll only be able to work as a handyman in the Maharishi temple. How could one's own plans be recognized? Manjushri had already realized that it must be his own previous plotting that had been detected. But the problem was that he had already been careful enough, and even had that 12-pin golden lotus of merit as a supplement, and had thought that it was foolproof. How can something still go wrong? Amit Ba. When Manjushri's heart was in a mess, that Rulai gently raised his eyes, and in the midst of a moment's silence, he uttered a Buddha's name. and slowly opened his mouth, saying, "Gentlemen, follow me to greet our guests." Granted. The Manjushri ploy failed. However, Ka was not panicked about the situation before him. Big deal. Just don't admit it. During the quantum revelation, coupled with the fact that there were 12 qualities of merit and virtue to cover up the mysteries of the heavens, even if one was a saint, it would be very difficult to deduce the cause and effect before and after. With just the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother, Zhao Gongming, and the others, it was simply an impossible task to know everything. What's more, after being on the God's sealing list, their strength had been greatly discounted. Does it really think that it's still the time of the feudal gods? Still think the Buddhists can be deceived? Now, the most worrying thing for Rulai is that Tongtian sage, if it made a move, everything would become extremely troublesome. However, Ka just found it a little tricky. After all, behind his Buddhist sect, there stood two saints. That Tongtian saint, after the interception of the destruction of the church, the Qigong would have folded some. Nowadays, his strength was no longer enough to rival that of a sealed god. On the other hand, the two Western saints, after they were sealed as gods, were blessed with endless Buddhist qi. And they even refined the Brahma world in an attempt to go even further. This is the opposite of the other. The strength of the Buddhist sect was no longer fearful of Tongtian. Amitba. And after hearing this from Rudra, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who were still a bit flustered and felt that the sky was collapsing, one by one, their hearts were shaken. And then they all said the Buddha's name. Then, countless golden lights swirled, only to see the golden lotus under that Rulai seat slightly swirled. And behind him, countless Buddhas and Lohans surrounded him, slowly walking out of that great majestic hall. It is also at this moment, outside of that spirit mountain, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and her group, too, arrived. In an instant, the two auras exchanged blows. Even the heavens and earth, it seemed, had become a bit dimmer. Chapter 55, Interceptor Disciples. Are they all this strong? Boom! Only to see Rulai walked out of the Maharishi treasure hall and directly met with a group of interceptor disciples. At that moment, the entire sky dome was silent. Then the flood powers who were paying attention to this place, one by one, also subconsciously held their breaths, waiting for things to unfold. It's so exciting. No one thought. That has nearly broken most of the disciples on the list of God-sealing interceptor. But directly to kill now is the day of the Buddha above. Amitba. Just when the entire floodplains were paying attention to this spiritual mountain, that Rulai looked as usual, lightly glanced at that foremost Golden Spirit Virgin Mother, and softly opened his mouth and said, "Gentlemen, why have you come to my spirit mountain?" The sound is delayed and there is a slight flow of Buddha's light, with a touch of sanctity. It was as if, completely unaware of the reason why this interceptor congregation had come here. On close inquiry, Duo Bao. Rulai? Looking at the figure in front of her, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother looked slightly dazed. She could no longer tell how much this monk in front of her with a full head of meat in a bun was similar to Taoist Duo Bao, the big senior brother of the interceptor sect who was kind to people but occasionally revealed his sharp edges. Back then, in the middle of that 10,000 immortals formation, Duo Bao held a sword and chopped at the saint. Unfortunately, it was taken away directly by a wind and fire bushel from the Taishan Laozi. Later, for some unknown reason, he became the Rudraksh Buddha of the West. When she first heard the news, The Golden Spirit Virgin Mother shook in her heart and had personally come to the Spirit Mountain. Unfortunately, things have changed. At that time, Duo Bao, looking at his own eyes, then there was no longer the slightest trace of teacher's love. Nowadays, it is even more indifferent. Rulai, why are you bullying my senior sister? Slowly suppressing the thoughts in her heart, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother took a step forward. The dragon and tiger Rui in her hand emitting an infinite amount of micromangles as she coldly questioned. Bi Xiao. But because of this Buddhist sect, she nearly buried her life. This time, she came here to seek this one justice for her little sister. Amat Ba. The senior sister you speak of is not known to the poor monk. So why deceive each other? Seeing this, Ka's color remained unchanged. And he simply spoke faintly, saying, furthermore, the Buddhist sect is a place of purity. So I hope that you, fellow Taoist, will not be reckless. Goodness. Good. Said. Hands clasped together. Looks really a look has nothing to do with it. Yeah. Hearing these words, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's face became even more chilly. And she suddenly turned her head, looking at Wen Shu, who stood behind all the Buddhas, with a hint of a sneer spreading across her face. And she coldly opened her mouth, saying, Buddha is really forgetful. That matter of Manjushri using the 12 golden lotus of merit and virtue to trap Bishio, intending to lure Zhao Gongming into a battle with others. So soon. Oblivion? Originally, the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother thought that even though this Duo Bao became the Buddha, but the heart should be once the disciples of the intercepting church. There is a point of friendship. Maybe he doesn't know about his little sister? But now, looking at its appearance, the Golden Spirit Virgin knew that she was still overestimating this Rulai. He must know. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this now. Thinking this way, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother naturally no longer had the slightest bit of politeness. Her body's quasi-saintly might flowed. And she had already decided to kill a painful one. When these words came out, the entire floodplain trembled. Earlier, the crowd was still a bit puzzled and couldn't figure out how that Buddhist sect had provoked the interceptor sect. How dare you provoke them to do so? After all, these years, the interceptor church and the world, if not the name of the Tongtian Saint Inn, the crowd nearly forgot this once incomparably magnificent religion. Like this low-profile interceptor sect, now nearly collective mobilization. There must be a reason. It all seems clear now. It turns out that that Buddhist design to wreak havoc. However, I don't know what the reason is. This scourge is leading to the top of our own head. Never. And after hearing this, that Manjushri tore his voice and cried out unexpectedly, Golden Spirit Holy Mother, don't you want to falsely accuse me? Who knows what's going on with that Bishia? What kind of evidence do you have? Now Manjushri. It is quite a bit of a straw man. In a frantic retort. But unbeknownst to him, anyone who saw him like this would be able to detect a hint of oddity. However, there is one thing this Manjushri said that is not bad. During the period of the quantum reign, the heavenly Tao is in chaos and everything is not deducible. That Golden Spirit Virgin. Perhaps there is really no evidence. This is a strand of fragmented memory taken out of my little sister's divine soul. Seeing this, the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother casually waved her hand and a spiritual light emerged. Following that, it expanded extremely fast and turned into a light mirror. Then some images began to evolve in it. This was the fragment of memory that Yin Xiao had extracted from that ray of Buddha's light when she examined Bixiao's divine consciousness earlier. Also, before Bishio lost consciousness. Or rather, the backhand that had been left behind at the beginning of the self-destruct. After all, Bishio has never done such a thing as blowing up an innate spiritual treasure. And as a precautionary measure, a wisp of the memory of it, along with the Buddha's light with the name Manjushri written on it, was integrated into the deepest part of his divine consciousness. In this way, in Bishio's view, even if she unfortunately died, as long as Yun Xiao or Zhao Gongming could detect the existence of this strand of her divine sense, they would know the truth about everything. And now, naturally, it has become the best evidence. Just see. The image flowed slowly. First, the 12 pints of the golden lotus of merit and virtue were transformed into a cage. Then he transformed into a celestial general and attracted Zhao Gongming. Then, there were 2 self-destructs. This scene was all presented in the sky above Spirit Mountain. Also seen by some of the powers that follow here. At that moment, the entire floodplain was inevitably plunged into an uproar. An innate spiritual treasure exploding itself? Wu Zhuangwen. Jin Yuanzi looked at some of the fragments in that picture. Subconsciously sucked in a mouthful of cold air. And slowly murmured. This is something that has never been done before in the flood. Right? This Bishio, worthy of being a saint's disciple, is able to do so? In fact, among the 3 skies, it was the cloudy skies that were the most famous. She's powerful. Plus she's always calm and treats people extremely well. Not only in the Interceptor sect, even in the flood. It was quite famous. Back then, that 9/4 Yellow River formation was presided over by her. It really amazed the flood crowd for once. And that Xiong Xiao, too, with a sort of green light, cut down the 12 golden immortals. It is being talked about. Comparatively speaking, Bi Xiao, who was her younger sister, was somewhat of a nothing. For the floodplains crowd. For this Bi Xiao's consistent impression. Is it's quirky? From time to time not according to the common sense of the cards. But now it seems that even this most unappreciated Bi Xiao has the same overachievement. Interceptor disciples. Really scary. All the people in the floodplains who saw this scene couldn't help but cross such an emotion in their hearts. Worthy of the Interceptor sect. Chapter 56, A Battle at the Highest Level Under Saints? Spirit Mountain. That light Buddha light. Embracing some images. Slowly rippled some ripples. Eventually, it was presented to all. That was once the scene of a battle between Manjushri and Bishio. Paramount saints self-destructing. Innate spiritual treasures self-destructing. All of this was revealed to all. It's not just Spirit Mountain. But all the flood world powers who saw the scene were all shocked. That Bishio, surprisingly, is also this ruthless? It's true. You can't judge a book by its cover. At this moment, the consistent impression that the flood world crowd had of Bishio was completely changed. It's a tough guy. Bishio. Not dead yet? Not far away. After seeing this scene, Manjushri also froze. Just felt a roar in his head. If Bishio divine soul is extinguished, even if she has a backhand, it is impossible to be detected by this golden spirit virgin mother. And now, there was only one possibility as to why this ray of Buddha's light had appeared. Bishio is not yet dead. But how is that possible? Manjushri's heart shook with a twinge of disbelief. One must know that although that Bishio's self-detonation was stopped by him, he was also greatly injured. In this situation, it was simply impossible to escape the might generated by the explosion of the innate spiritual treasure. This is the real reason why Manjushri was relieved to leave. But now, looking at the scene in front of him, Manjushri realized that he had made one of the biggest omissions in his plan. That is, Bishio is still alive. Not only did his plan, which he thought was calculated, go down the drain, I'm afraid it will also lead to an unimaginable disaster for him. Rudra, what else do you have to say? With a slight wave of her hand, putting away that ray of Buddha light, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother slowly raised her head and indifferently opened her mouth and said, "Today, this palace will seek justice for my little sister. Those who bully my interceptor sect will pay the price," said the man, his eyes looking at Manjusri. The dragon and tiger Rui in its hand emitted an infinite amount of micromangles, carrying an awe-inspiring killing intent. In fact, she'd been unable to resist for a long time. From the time when the battle to seal the gods began. For that Hermetic and Buddhist sects, there has always been a nameless fire in her heart. It's just that, due to karma, it hasn't kicked in. Now, this Manjushri, who was once one of the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy and a bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect, has even injured his little sister. New accounts, old accounts, settled together. Amitba. And in the face of this Golden Spirit Virgin Mother's questioning, that Rulai was very calm. As before, faintly said a Buddha's name, and softly opened his mouth and said, "During the quantum rain, all heavenly opportunities recede. This seat, how can I know if this image is true or false? If everyone gets some images and comes to my spirit mountain to ask for a fair deal, won't this pure place of the Buddhist sect be left to be dishonored?" Kao's faint voice echoed, already showing the obvious. "Not recognized? How is this picture? And what does it have to do with you?" Hiss. Watching this scene, the flood's powers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This Ka, to the extent that he has directly denied all this? You know, in the midst of seeing that picture in the Buddha's light, the crowd subconsciously chose to believe. After all, it was too dangerous to do some tampering in the true spirit. One bad move and I'm afraid I'll be in the middle of nowhere. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, no one would ever do this. What's more, looking at that Manjushri's wretched appearance, the crowd guessed a generalization. But now look at Ka's meaning. Not going to recognize it? Rudra? Seeing Rulai speak in this manner, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's face grew even colder. This Ka, when he really speaks nonsense with his eyes open. Look at that Manjushri. His breath is disorganized and he has obviously just gone through a big battle. In this Ka's opinion, then nothing happens? It's shameful. Thinking about it, the Golden Spirit Virgin could no longer contain the killing intent in her heart. Boom! Only to see. She slightly waved her hand. Above the dragon and tiger Rui, there was an endless sharpness revealed. Heaven and earth, it seems, are drenched in that sharpness and become dim. In the next moment, that sharp edge transformed into a golden light and swept straight toward Wenshu. It seems to be destroying the world. Seeing this, Wenshu was startled and subconsciously tried to dodge. However, the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother struck out too decisively. Moreover, this Golden Spirit Virgin Mother was the great sister of the Interceptor sect and was extremely powerful. Nowadays, even though it is on the list of sealed gods, it is still not to be underestimated. Manjushri was already seriously injured. So how could he escape this blow now? Click. And just when everyone all think that Manjushu cannot resist this blow, a Buddha light abruptly came, blocked the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother's dragon tiger Rui. In an instant, all power dissolves. At the same time, a slightly vast voice slowly echoed above the firmament. Fellow Taoist, Do you want to randomly injure my Buddhist disciples just based on such inconsequential images? A faint voice, echoing slowly, without the slightest hint of anger. However, it made all those who heard it shudder in their hearts. Is it Rudra? Only to see. The crowd followed that a voice looked. Then see Rulai do not know when. Appeared in front of Manjushri. That Buddha light just now was exactly what he had wielded. As the peak of a prospective saint. Rudra's strength is naturally unfathomable. Even when the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother was in her heyday, she couldn't even match it. Let alone now. And now, with a slight swing of the lotus platform under his seat, he stepped in front of Manjushu, and with his eyes calmly looking at the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother, he continued to speak, saying, "If so, please pass this seat." At this moment, Rudra's voice did not carry the slightest killing intent. Yet, it made everyone hear a hint of coercion. Peak Paraclete? Looking at the floodplains today, who can match it except for the saints? Quiet. When Rudra struck, the entire spirit mountain fell into a dead silence. No one dares to say more. All watched in silence as this happened, only to see that the light of this Rudra's eyes was still extremely calm like a clear pool. The Buddha's light swirled around his body, and he just looked ahead. Granted, Rulai was also extremely dissatisfied in his heart about this one mistake in Manjushri's scheme. But discontent is discontent. If he was in this situation, he would still have to step in and stop this Golden Spirit Holy Mother's attack. Otherwise, if you let an outsider, in your presence, hurt Manjushri, then he, a Buddhist supreme being, would be too non-existent. Rest in peace. Looking at this scene, quite a few beings in the flood wasteland silently sighed. They felt that since this Rudra was insistent on favoritism, they were afraid that this matter would end here. After all, the peak paragon realm, in the absence of saints, basically represented invincibility. On the contrary, the Interceptor sect, although it came with a great deal of vigor, but the battle force that can really fight against the paramount saints. In fact, there are not many. If Rulai insisted on favoritism, then this Interceptor congregation would be in some danger. And just when everyone, all for the Interception Church, pinched a sweat, that Golden Spirit Virgin Mother face showed a trace of coldness. Faintly looked at that Rulai, opened his mouth and said, "In that case, then, we'll just have to fight." Boom! The same calm words sounded like thunder in the ears of the flooded masses. The Golden Spirit Virgin Mother even wants a battle? After the sealing of the gods, a battle of this level had never happened before. Had it? At this moment, the entire flood wasteland, countless living beings, had a slight tremor in their hearts. Numerous thoughts crossed his mind. Although, for the disciples of the Interceptor sect to come in such a high profile, the people were already prepared for the great war to descend. But no one had expected that the strongest of these two parties would really go to war at the drop of a hat. This is really shocking. Chapter 57, Wudong's Arrival. The last disciple of the Interceptor sect. There was no doubt that this was the highest level of battle in the floodplains under the saints. Tread. Only to see. After the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's voice fell, the lotus under that Rulai's seat slightly swung. An endless Buddha light surged forth. Good. At the same time, the word good came out of Rudra's mouth. Represented. This battle is about to begin. Amitba. At that moment, many Buddhist voices and bodhisattvas all folded their hands and recited a Buddha's name under their breath. Then, slowly back away. Only Rudra was left alone, standing at the forefront. You can all go on together. Sweeping a glance at the only a few paraclete saints on the scene, Rulai's voice remained calm and spoke faintly, saying, "This seat, I'll take it all together." Now, he could tell that this golden spirit Holy Mother in front of him was truly strong. At the most, it was only the late stage of quasi-sainthood. As a quasi-saint at the peak, Rudra has his own pride. He let these few paragons come together so that on one hand, he could strike the confidence of the interceptor sect, and on the other hand, it was also a way to make everyone in the flood wasteland realize that how horrible the Buddhist sect is. But wherever the Buddhist sect is provoked, a devastating blow is bound to come. And all this without much cost. He alone was enough to do it. Afraid of you? Seeing this, the golden spirit Holy Mother's face turned cold as the dragon and tiger Rui in her hand emitted an infinite amount of shimmering light and spoke in a deep voice. Boom! Only to see that on this golden spirit Holy Mother, there were likewise thousands of golden auras surging, directly referring to Ka. At this moment, the two had yet to go to war. But the ever-present terrifying power almost annihilated everything. However, if you look closely, this golden spirit Holy Mother's aura was slightly weaker than Rulai's. And the quasi-saintly battle, just a hair's breadth away, is like a rift in the sky. As a matter of fact, the golden spirit Holy Mother was prepared to put up a fight when she faced Rudra. Just as she had thought before. One has been muddling through for too many years. This battle is bound to be a battle. Ha ha! A tiny Rudra. Why do you need a hand from eldest sister? I shall kill it with one force. Just when everyone thought that this battle between the golden spirit Virgin Mother and Rulai was inevitable, suddenly, a voice that drew everyone's attention. That is, subconsciously, everyone's gazes looked towards the source of that voice, only to see a figure, white as snow, stepped in. All over its body, the same vastness flowed. Surprisingly, it's also a quasi-saint? Holy Mother Wu-Tang? And at that moment, there were some people in the floodplains who recognized the identity of the visitor. It was the Wudong Holy Mother, who was one of the sage's personal disciples in the interceptor sect back then. In the beginning, in that battle to seal the gods, Wu Dang felt that the power was gone and left on his own. So much for preserving a life. Now, among the famous disciples of the Intercept Church, the only one who exists in the flood, the true spirit has not been on the list of gods. She actually came? Looking at this figure of the Wudong Holy Mother, the hearts of the flood wasteland powers trembled slightly, feeling a hint of disbelief. After all, after the original sealing of the gods, Wu-Tang's sacred mother, in order to avoid retiring karma, never again appeared in the flood. Some people speculate that the pawnless virgin is actually dead. Otherwise, how could there be no news at all? Of course, some people who are well aware of the hidden secrets of the flood know that this Wudong is actually incognito and has changed his identity. But who would have thought that this Holy Mother of Wu-Tang had appeared again at this time? Could it be that she no longer fears quantitative karma? Wu-Tang? Sister? Sister Wu-Tang? Upon seeing the visitor, the people of that interceptor sect were first stunned. And then they opened their mouths. Since the sealing of the gods, they had also not seen Wu-Dang. I didn't expect to see you here. Eldest senior sister. All senior siblings. Seeing the situation, Wu-Dang's sacred mother stopped her figure. Looking at the figure in the memories of the past, the mind is also surging out of the memories of the past. A moment is also full of emotions. However, she also knew that now was not the time to catch up. Only to see Wudong took a deep breath, looked at the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother, and spoke in a deep voice, saying, "Eldest sister, leave this traitor to me to clean up." Traitor, naturally, means Ka. On her way here, she already knew the general course of events. That Rulai had been the big brother of the Interceptor Church. That after the battle of sealing the gods, was taken away by Taishan Laozi. And then did this Western heaven Rulai Buddha. Now, to have done such a poisonous thing to his own senior sister. Wudong originally thought that senior brother Duobao was helpless in his heart, which led him to convert to Buddhism. But now, that last thought was completely cut off. This time, she was going to clean up after her master, Wudong. Upon hearing this, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother frowned and was just about to speak. But she was interrupted by Wu Dang. The Interceptor sect cannot be separated from eldest sister. Only to see. The Holy Mother Wu Tang slowly raised her head. A trace of seriousness flashed in her eyes. And she spoke in a deep voice, saying, "So let me fight him." This is the moment when the words of Wu Tang are earnest. Within those eyes, it was even igniting boundless battle intent. Wudong, be careful with everything. Upon hearing this, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was silent for a long time before she slowly nodded her head and then spoke, saying, "He is no longer the Duobao senior brother of that year." She understood what Dangless meant. Don't want to put yourself in a fight for your life. It was conceivable that if one fought, one would inevitably be immortalized with that Rulai. And there is a high probability that it is his own death. The Golden Spirit Virgin is not afraid of death. Having already died once in the battle to seal the gods, what was there to fear? However, thinking about the Interceptor, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother sighed slightly, still acquiescing to this move by Wu Dang. In fact, the only disciple who still has a physical body in the Interceptor sect today is Wudong. Moreover, she was originally a quasi-saint. After all these years, the strength must have refined. If there is anyone in the Interceptor sect who can stand up to Rulai, it is her. Yes. Seeing this, a trace of joy flowed from the face of the Holy Mother of Wu-Tang. Then her beautiful eyes flowed, looking toward Rulai who was not far away. And her cold voice slowly echoed, "Rudra. This time, let me see how powerful the ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas is." With that, Wu-Tang took a step forward. Boom! Immediately, an aura that was straight out of the peak of paramount sainthood roared and extended. Over the years, Wudong never dared to forget the shame brought about by the battle to seal the gods. Therefore, she had hardly stopped for a moment and had been cultivating bitterly. The strength was even more powerful than before the sealing of the gods. I don't know how many times more powerful. This time, facing her former eldest senior brother. Her obsession over the years finally had a place to vent. Just one word. War. Amitba. Looking at the Wudong Holy Mother in front of him, Rulai's expression also became a few points more grave. And with a Buddha's name in his mouth, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "How can the light of a glowing fire compete with the white moon?" Good. With that said, the infinite amount of Buddha's light was already charging towards Wudang. The dome of the sky, all dyed gold. This is, truly, an amazing battle. Chapter 58, Spirit Mountain Melee. Future Buddha Maitreya appears. Boom! In just a moment, that Buddha's light rippled and transformed into a stream of vectors that swept towards Wudang. This was a strike that belonged to the peak of a paramount saint. Enough to shake heaven and earth. Any living thing shall also be silent. Drink! And in the face of this strike, The Holy Mother of Wu-Tang looked indifferent. Suddenly reached out. There is a green and white light surfaced. Upon closer inspection, it was a long sword. The greenish-white color in it entwined, giving off an aura of destruction. In the next moment, Wu Dang held this greenish-white sword and chopped forward. At that moment, the endless Buddha light broke and turned into a rain of light that fell from the sky above. Oceanic. This sword. It actually chopped down the Buddha's light? The crowd was shocked. Subconsciously looked up and saw that this Wudong body spiritual power stirring. Actually not weaker than Ru Lai a few points? At that moment, the entire floodplain shook. This Wudong actually has such strength? Just see. See that Wu Dang sword chopping Buddha light scene. The floodplains all over the world. Countless cries of alarm ceaselessly. Although the crowd speculated before that this Wu Dang dared to call out Rulai. His strength was definitely not weak. But I didn't expect it to be this strong? One must know that in that God-sealing battle back then, Wu Dang's performance could be described as extremely average. As a saint's personal disciple, that Duo Bao, Golden Spirit Virgin Mother, Turtle Spirit Virgin Mother, are the power to fight the group? Or the saints directly out of the way, rolled away from them, or be attacked and die with a grudge. All sort of killed the heck out of it. But that Wu Dang was different. She left in a hurry during the battle of the 10,000 Immortals formation and didn't leave behind too many legends. Originally, in the hearts of the people in the floodplains, or feel that this Wudong at that time, the strength of the low, so escape. But now it seems clear that this is not the case. It's actually can with body quasi Saint Peak Rilai fight 1 or 2. Do not fall into the wind? Even though there was a relationship between these years of bitter cultivation, it was definitely not as weak as the flood wasteland crowd imagined it to be at the time of sealing the gods. I'm afraid that her battle power at that time was no weaker than that of the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother and the others. The 5 shovels. It is said that when Nuwa saved the earth to create man, she modeled herself after herself. Looking at that Wu Dang Holy Mother, a trace of thought flashed through Jin Yuanzi's eyes. And after a moment's meditation, he softly murmured, "But Nuwa's human head and snake body doesn't resemble a true human race. Therefore, there are rumors that the real prototype of the creation of man is taken from the first judgment of the Hongmeng, the intersection of heaven and earth to give birth to a spiritual creature. And that spirit object is this Holy Mother of Wudong, which is tainted with the merits of sainthood and produces sublimation. Nowadays, it doesn't seem to be an empty rumor. Under the seat of the interceptor sage, there are 4 major disciples. Duo Bao Taoist. Legend has it that it is the first rat cultivated into essence, also known as Duo Bao Rat, the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother. On the other hand, was related to the Phoenix lineage in a few ways. And that turtle spirit of the Virgin Mary, since needless to say, is a 10,000 years of spiritual turtle cultivation, had assisted Sangjie to create words. Heaven and earth descended great merit. All of these people, all of them, have been examined. All the beings of the flood, who also know their archetypes, are not people of great blessing or great fortune. Therefore, the interception sect of the disciples, there are not divided into hair with horns of the people. What life oviposition of the generation. All can be the same group of coexistence. This kind of gossip, however, there has never been an accurate answer to the question of what kind of existence the Wudong Holy Mother was transformed into in the flood. Jin Yuanzi has been cultivating for many years, through the Taoist ancestor, to become a saint, preaching in the purple heavenly palace, and then to the quantitative hijacking of witches and demons, where all the saints stood side by side. He knew some of the hidden secrets of the flood. For example, The true identity of this Wu-Tang Madonna. Of course, even he was only speculating. What the truth is, I'm afraid only the saints know. He. But all of this has nothing to do with the old Tao. Nothing. Shaking his head, Jin Yuanzi resumed his old, self-satisfied appearance, faintly stroking his beard. And then the Buddhist sect and the interceptor sect. Let them fight. It's best to invite the saints here, so that the westbound won't be able to make it. Saves me from having to toss my ginseng tree. For that westbound to do one of the robberies with their own ginseng fruit tree. Jin Yuanzi on the surface of the immovable. But deep inside the dissatisfaction is very. Not so much for the westward journey itself. Rather, they simply care about their own ginseng tree. Westbound on the westbound. To their own ginseng fruit tree set up as a few meanings? Granted. Some merit can be mixed in after it's all over. But in case something goes wrong with your own ginseng tree, what does this tiny bit of merit matter? Therefore, in Jin Yuanzi's opinion, this group of monks typically had nothing to eat and were looking for their own amusement. Now, instead, let him amuse these monks first. And just when the flood beings, each with their own mind, Spirit Mountain, only to see, after cutting down that Buddha light, Wu Deng killed up again with his sword. Immediately, countless greenish-white lights filled the air, seemingly obliterating that spiritual mountain. Facing this Wu Deng attack, Rulai was not careless. The Buddha light rippled, and then disturbed with that sword on. On the other side, that golden spirit Holy Mother's gaze also once again fell on that Wenshu. Killing intent filled the air at once. She felt that, although her little sister's encounter, it is likely to be Rudra's default, the Buddhists plotting. But in the end, it was this Manjushri who did it. Now, it's time to get some of that back first. No good. Seeing the golden spirit Virgin Mother's eyes looking at her, a chill abruptly arose in Wenshu's heart. Although he was a quasi-saint, he still didn't have the courage in his heart to face the golden spirit Virgin Mother. What's more, he hadn't recovered from his injuries. And now that he was fighting this golden spirit Holy Mother, he was almost certain to lose. Subconsciously, Manjushri wanted to find someone to ask for help. However, everyone on the scene, including the two paragon saints, Guanyin and Pruxian, chose to remain silent. Now that the world-honored one was being pestered by that Wu Deng Holy Mother, no one was willing to face that furious golden spirit Holy Mother at this time. Back then, this golden spirit Virgin Mother's beheading of Princess Longji was still fresh in my mind. This one, there will be no mercy. Amitba. Goodness. Good. Just as Wenshu's heart crumbled, somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Above that spirit mountain, another rushing Buddha's light surfaced. Immediately afterward, a somewhat naive voice echoed slowly. That? Hearing this voice, the hearts of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas trembled, and they subconsciously turned back, only to see that a smiling fat monk was slowly striding in. He didn't seem to see the saber-rattling atmosphere and smiled cheerfully as if it was none of his business. However, as this fat monk took one step forward, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas made way. Then, salute respectfully. At the same time, a respectful voice, constantly coming. Buddha. Greetings to the Buddha. Maitreya. On the other side, looking at the visitor, a trace of gravity passed across the golden spirit Holy Mother's face as she slowly spat out a few words from her mouth. Maitreya. The future Buddha of Buddhism. Did he show up too? Chapter 59, the three Buddhas of the Buddhist sect come out together. Zhao Gongming sheds his light on me. Maitreya Buddha. This one, to the beings of the flood, was like a thunderclap. It is important to realize that there are 3 Buddhas in the Buddhist world. That is, past, present and future generations. This Maitreya is the future Buddha. In the Buddhist sect, the status is extremely high, far exceeding that of a host of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Even when Rudra retires, he is the real lord of the Buddhist sect. Now, this one future Buddha, too, has appeared? Looking at Maitreya Buddha's smiling appearance, a trace of gravity flashed across the faces of most of the flood world powers. It seems that this is one thing that really can't be made good. Spirit Mountain. Maitreya Buddha slowly moved forward. And after he had come to the forefront, the smile on his face did not diminish. And he softly recited a Buddha's name before he spoke, saying, Amitba, why are you getting so angry? Xuanzang, why are you getting so angry? Certainly, if the mage wants to compare himself with someone, the poor Taoist can accompany him. Goodness. Good. At this moment, Maitreya Buddha's voice still did not carry the slightest killing intent. It's very peaceful. If it was an outsider seeing this Maitreya Buddha in such a posture, he would have thought that he had come to persuade him to fight. However, those who were familiar with Maitreya Buddha knew that he was smiling. Even some people who observed carefully could clearly feel that the original calm Buddha light on this Maitreya Buddha's body had already taken on a few sharp edges. Cut the crap! Seeing this, the Golden Spirit Sacred Mother did not hesitate and urged the dragon Tiger Rui to kill directly. There is no point in talking too much. At this point, only true strength could determine everything. In that case, seeing this, Maitreya still had a smiling look on his face as he mouthed the Buddha's name and spoke faintly, saying, Then let the poor monk come and learn the means of the scholar. Saying that, the Buddha's light extended and similarly bullied his way up. In an instant, the 2 figures erupted with terrifying aftershocks, causing Spirit Mountain to tremble. We're in. Seeing this, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao glanced at each other and swept towards the direction of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Wudang Holy Mother respectively. That Rulai and Maitreya. Both of them are the supreme Buddhist monarchs, possessing Buddhist qi. Under such circumstances, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to resist with just the 2 of them. Wudang and Jinling. Naturally, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao were not entangled people and directly charged up. The poor Taoist is here too. Not far away. The golden whip in Zhao Gongming's hand emitted a golden aura. And he similarly let out a low cry. The power of a paramount saint flowing. Boom! However, the moment he swept away, another Buddha's light emerged from the Spirit Mountain. And vast power flowed. It almost obliterated everything. That is, subconsciously, all eyes looked towards that direction, only to see that the top of the spiritual mountain, a dry and thin old man, body entwined with the Buddha's light, stepped. Burning lamp? All of a sudden, there were cries of shock from all parts of the floodplains. Because this dry and thin old man was no one else. Exactly. The Buddhist past Buddha. He was also once the deputy head of the hierarchy. Light-burning Taoist. The 3 Buddhas of Buddhism, surprisingly, have gathered together? The moment he saw this burning lamp, the entire flood, once again, was in an uproar. Ka appears. Sensibly. It would only be a surprise to the crowd if it did not make a move. However, no one expected that the other 2 Buddhas of the Buddhist sect, which had been hidden from the world, had also come out? Burning lamp? On the other side. Looking at that one dry and thin old man. A cold look flashed across Zhao Gongming's face. And he suddenly laughed loudly and raised his voice, saying, I haven't seen you for many years. But I can't forget the flavor of your plum blossom, dear. Poor Taoist. Now, what kind of meat is being sent? Plum blossom deer. Which was the mount of the burning lamp during the time when the gods were sealed. In the battle to seal the gods, Zhao Gongming borrowed the golden scissors and chopped the lantern's mount with one cut. Even the lantern himself was seriously injured. He could only hastily flee with his kizuna technique. And the plumed deer, which he brought straight back to the camp, was shared with the crowd. After all, this plum blossom deer, which was cultivated by the burning lamp with a lot of heavenly materials and treasures, is a great tonic. Zhao Gongming naturally wouldn't waste it. Now, when he saw this burning lamp, Zhao Gongming could not help but taunt him twice. Fellow Taoist, long time no see. Upon hearing this, the burning lamp did not get annoyed, but just nodded lightly and opened his mouth, saying, after the sealing of the gods, this seat devoted itself to the study of Buddhism, and finally refined the 24 heavenly Buddha kingdoms with the sea-setting god pearl. This time, I'll have to ask for some more advice from fellow Taoist. The sea-fixing pearl is the greatest treasure of Zhao Gongming. It was left behind in the battle to seal the gods and was obtained by the burning lamp. This exchange between these two, just a few words, was sharp. Boom! In the next moment, the two of them had no other communication and fought with all their might. At the same time, the other disciples of that interceptor sect, such as Wen Zhong, the 10 heavenly monarchs, Luo Xian, and others, also moved with them. Seeing this, the people of the Buddhist sect knew that they could not be left alone. For a while, all sorts of treasures and Buddhist lights were offered. The entire Spirit Mountain had become a mess. The entire Spirit Mountain is in chaos. Over the top. Dang. It's over the top. 5 Zhuangguan. Jin Yuanzi was still leisurely watching the show, and even couldn't help but laugh out loud. The three worldly Buddhas had come out together. This Buddhist sect was really in a hurry. In the end, the skinny camel is bigger than the horse. Although that interceptor church has fallen, but a group of disciples add up, is also a force that cannot be underestimated. Simply because these years, they stayed in the heavenly court peacefully. The people of the flood wasteland are almost forgetting the fear of being dominated by the interceptors. Nowadays, there is something of what it was like before the sealing of the gods. But, thinking of this, Jin Yuanzi's brows suddenly frowned, pondered for a moment, and softly whispered to himself, saying, nowadays, the Buddha sect is in the ascendant, and most of the disciples of the interceptor sect are on the God sealing list. This is the end of the line. I'm afraid it won't last long. As for the strength of the interceptor sect, Jin Yuanzi knew it all too well. If there was no restriction of the God sealing list, with the current few hundred disciples, it would be possible to lift the Buddhist sect. But the problem is that the sealing list is too restrictive. Under these circumstances, I am afraid that it will not be favorable to the interceptor sect. And the truth, as Jin Yuanzi guessed the general, soon, in the face of the attack of the three Buddhas, the Wudong Holy Mother and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, one after another, showed signs of defeat and were struggling to hold on. Even with the help of Yin Xiao and Xiong Xiao later on, the pressure on them lessened a lot. However, anyone can see that it's just barely enough to get by. Between paramount saints, although they were in the same realm, However, a tiny gap was enough to cause a complete crush. However, to everyone's surprise, that Zhao Gongming did not show the slightest sign of defeat in his battle against Burning Lamp. Even that Zhao Gongming holding a golden whip. Quite a trend of getting more and more courageous. Even the Burning Lamp was extremely shocked. Even all sacrificed his recently refined 24 heavenly Buddha kingdoms. However, under these circumstances, Zhao Gongming was still able to fight against it? No falling off the wagon. There is a great sense of give me a break. Chapter 60, who says this seat's interceptor sect will be overthrown. This Zhao Gongming, when did he become so powerful? Seeing this scene, the hearts of the people in the floodplains were shocked and felt some disbelief. Although this Zhao Gongming is not weak, and he was even more brilliant in the battle to seal the gods. However, he had lost his physical body after all. Plus there was no supreme treasure. How can you resist the attack of the burning lamp? It's hard to believe that over the years, he's secretly gotten stronger. In fact, even Zhao Gongming himself was extraordinarily shocked at his current state. He only felt that the spiritual energy within his body was abundant and almost unceasing. With a wave of his hand, his spiritual power rioted. Heaven and earth, it seemed, were annihilated. However, his opponent, the burning light ancient Buddha, was not a generalized person either. Facing the Zhao Gongming's attacks, the 24 heavenly Buddha kingdoms flowed in his hands, diffusing them one by one. At the same time, 10,000 fathoms of Buddha light surged forth. And it seemed that among those 24 heavenly Buddha kingdoms, there was a supreme Buddha with different postures, either fat or thin, old or young, slowly manifesting. Amitabha. Immediately afterward, that lantern-burning ancient Buddha clasped his hands together and uttered a Buddha's name. Then, they saw that originally different postures of the Buddha have opened their eyes, and at the same time mouth said the Buddha. Actually from that Buddha out of the country. Amitabha. In a flash, 24 figures directly surrounded Zhao Gongming. And each of them had a strength no less than that of the burning lamp. Just like that, all together, they suppressed towards Zhao Gongming. As for the other side, the battle between the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother, Xuanzang, and Maitreya Buddha had also entered a white-hot stage. Only to see that the two sides were fighting furiously and were no longer on Spirit Mountain. Rather, they are in the middle of the Spirit Mountain and chaos. There was earth, fire, wind and water flowing and thunder exploding. It seems to obliterate everything. As the future Buddha of the Buddhist sect, Maitreya Buddha was endowed with the Buddhist sect's chi, and his strength was naturally incomparably powerful. Under such circumstances, that golden spirit Holy Mother in Xuanzang, divine light flowed above their bodies. It's gotten to the point where it's a fight to the death. And not far from them, the breath of the Holy Mother of Adam was also somewhat disorganized. Yunxiao was even bleeding from the corner of his mouth. They are facing Ka, the ancestor of all Buddhas. In a sense, he was the single most powerful Buddha under the saints today. The past is past. The future is still the future. Only now is the true Buddha supreme. Rulai occupies most of the Buddha's fortune, and his strength has reached an unimaginable level. This was still the case when Rulai was worried about exposing the 12 pillars of merit and virtue Golden Lotus and purposely didn't utilize the supreme treasure. After all, nowadays, that Buddhist sect's supreme treasure, the 12 pieces of Golden Lotus of merit, only had 6 more. If it was offered, there would inevitably be more gossip. Though he was fearless, there was no need to be so. Of course, If at the beginning, this Rudra offered the supreme treasure, this battle, I'm afraid, has long been over. Even without utilizing the golden lotus of merit, this battle was nearing its end. Amitabha Buddha. Do you still want to be obsessed? Looking at the Wudang Holy Mother and Yun Shao, who were still struggling to resist in front of him, Rulai's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, and he opened his mouth faintly and said, "The Interceptor sect has become a thing of the past. The heavens are set to plunder and the west to prosper. You and others, if you insist on being enemies of the Buddhist sect, you can only end up dead without a burial place. All of them. The true spirit is broken, and the sealing list is removed. All. Rest in peace." His voice was calm, even with a hint of great compassion. It was as if, truly, he was pitying the person in front of him and was patiently counseling him. The movements of his hands, however, did not pause in the slightest. Infinite Buddha light flowed from above Rudra's body, and there was a Su chanting above it, transforming into the image of the Buddhas of the heavens, tearing everything apart. Afraid of you? Seeing this, the sacred mother of Wutang laughed, and without the slightest bit of fear on her face, she coldly opened her mouth and said, "Today, even if you die, I'll make it hard for you." Boom! As the words fell, above Wu Dang's body, a terrifying aura once again erupted. Granted, she was near the end of her rope. However, the spiritual energy that was raging all the time informed Rudra as well as everyone in the flood. She is pawnless and can still fight. And beside her, although Yun Shao did not say much, her cold eyes had already made everything clear. Just one word. War. Kill. As the voice of the Wudang Holy Mother fell, that Zhao Gongming also bellowed, and even caught a Buddha illusion with one hand and ripped it apart. Pale golden Buddha light scattered all over the place. Big deal. It's a death. The Golden Spirit Virgin Mother and Xuanzang also looked at each other and simultaneously bullied their way up, completely abandoning defense, only on offense. As for the other disciples of the Interceptor sect, they were also fighting a bloody battle with everything they had. It's too intense. No one had expected that the Interceptor sect, which had long ago shown its decadence, could again erupt with such a terrifying power? Since that's the case, then the Interceptor sect is afraid that it will be destroyed today. Seeing this scene, a cold light gradually flashed across Rulai's face, and after a few moments of silence, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Amitabha." A faint voice echoed between heaven and earth. Then, Rulai no longer had any reservations, and that power that belonged to the peak of the paramount saints erupted in an instant. That was enough power to obliterate every enemy in sight. In the meantime, the Maitreya Buddha, who had been wearing a smile on his face, also became cold, and just folded his hands and said, "Goodness. Good." In the next moment, the golden body of the Buddha of 10,000 feet stood on the top of the Spirit Mountain. Then, an unimaginably huge hand was stretched out and slightly probed towards the front. Burning lamp ancient Buddha. Also read a spell. That 24 heavens Buddha country. Actually like 24 real world general. Within each of the Buddhas that originally existed therein, a complete world was birthed, in which the living beings go back and forth, walking with ease. There are even foot soldiers and traders. Dynasties rise and fall. Immediately after that, all the living beings in that 24th heavenly Buddha kingdom suddenly all folded their hands and looked up silently above the firmament, and then recited the Buddha's name in a soft voice. Amitabha. A collection of voices, as if endless. In the end, it turned into a indescribably magnificent sound. When the three Buddhas come out in unison, who can resist? Looking at the greatness of those three Buddhas of the past, present, and future, the hearts of the entire flood world beings, all of them, trembled. It's too strong. Each of these three world Buddhas, each of them had offered up arcane methods and were pouring out their strength. Under such circumstances, the disciples of the interceptor sect, who were already vulnerable, were afraid that they were truly in danger. Boom! And just when everyone thinks that the interceptor church is in danger, suddenly, a green aura flowed. Swiftly, in an instant, that Maitreya Buddha's 10,000-foot golden body fell apart. The 24 heavenly Buddha kingdoms in front of the burning lamp also broke in an instant. As for Rulai himself, he even staggered backward. And even the Buddha's light all over his body dimmed. What's going on? For a moment, everyone was confused. And just as the crowd, all a bit at a loss for words, a faint voice suddenly came out. Who said, "This seat's interceptor sect is going to be destroyed?" At once, the floodwaters were silent. This is Chapter 61, Saints Descend. Buddha's sect begins to panic. It is important to realize that, in the midst of the flood, the people know one thing deeply. Buddhist sect, not to be messed with. Its rapid expansion after the sealing of the It had replaced the Interceptor sect and the Hierophant sect, becoming the only supreme great religion in the floodplains now. In the eyes of the crowd, that person from the Interceptor sect, although not a weak person, is still somewhat unimpressive in front of the Buddha sect. Of course, this is not to underestimate the Interceptors. At the time of the sealing of the gods, the Interceptor sect was the first and foremost religion in the floodplains. And 10,000 immortals came to the city. For the disciples among them, even now, deep down, the crowd still carried a trace of respect. But those three Buddhas, all of them possessed the Buddhist chi and ranked at the peak of quasi-saintly existence. Although the Interceptor disciples are strong, but the true spirit is on the list of sealed gods. No longer before. It's just not comparable. And under these circumstances, the fact that they were still able to battle the three world Buddhas to this point was enough to shock the flood. After all, if the three world Buddhas join forces, I'm afraid that even that heavenly court, which is the co-owner of the three realms, would find it difficult to resist. Right? But just when the entire flood, countless living beings, thought that everything was going to end, suddenly, a green aura cut through. He had actually broken all of the strongest strikes of the three world Buddhas. It only leaves that one voice. It resounded through the heavens. Quiet. When that voice fell, the entire floodplain fell into a dead silence. All confused. Even the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who were fighting on Spirit Mountain subconsciously stopped moving. No one dares to speak. Only that one faint voice remained, echoing above the sky, without the slightest ripple. Whisper STH. Interest STH. After a short period of silence, the entire floodplain completely boiled as if it had been detonated. Countless living beings, with shock on their faces, in doing his best to look in the direction of Spirit Mountain. Even the countless ancient existences that originally didn't bother to pay attention to this battle. Just one more glance toward this place because of the quantitative descent. However, after hearing that one voice, they all shook. West Kunlun, the Sea of Blood, and so on. In all of these places, there was vast power flowing. And there were ancient beings opening their eyes. Simply because. This one voice. Suspicious for St. The 5 shovels. Jin Yuanzi, who was originally watching the fun and looking relaxed, rose up suddenly, a trace of shock spreading across his face. And he couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "Saints?" Surprisingly, it really appeared? As one of the few oldest living beings in the flood wasteland nowadays, Jin Yuanzi had since heard the owner of that voice. The saint, Lord Tong Tian. Before him, the word was a saint appearing. Or a play on words. Because Jin Yuanzi had experienced the sealing of the gods. He knew that Tong Tian had swallowed the meteoric sacred elixir and had been taken away by the Tao ancestor. Even though over the years, Tong Tian had been free. How could he come to face the danger of falling saints? But now, to Jin Yuanzi's surprise, this saint really appeared? This matter? It's going to turn into a battle of saints if it's not good. Looking in the direction of that spirit mountain, a trace of gravity flashed across Jin Yuanzi's face as he kept pacing in the courtyard, muttering in his mouth that, if that's the case, this flood, I'm afraid it's really going to be chaotic. Nowadays, the fights under the saints wouldn't cause too much of an impact yet. Even if a few paragon saints were killed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Although, to cultivate to the level of quasi-saints, it requires great perseverance, great chance and great fortune. But still, a lot of them have been born in these billions and billions of years. A few deaths. Not much of a problem. But a saint? Not so much. Since the beginning of time, there were only those few saints in total. Plus, after the battle to seal the gods in the flood, heaven and earth were already extremely fragile. If it strikes, the sky will be turned upside down. Old Tao. It's better to make some preparations earlier. After a moment of silence, Jin Yuanzi glanced at his own ginseng fruit tree, then greeted the 2 Taoist children not far away. And clear wind, bright moon, close the mountain gates tightly. These days, don't walk around freely, and stay honestly in the 5 Xuanzang. Said. There are some uneasy. Slightly waved his hand, offering a few formations. Well, that ginseng fruit tree inside and outside wrapped a few circles. That's the end of it. The other side. Spirit Mountain. Ba. Rulai took 2 steps back. And his face was no longer the same as before, becoming somewhat grave. Then, with his eyes looking around him, he folded his hands and spoke softly, saying, "A saint has descended. I apologize for the poor monk's failure to welcome him from afar. In this world, if there existed an attack that could obliterate 3 peak paragon saints in a single move, I'm afraid it's only the saints. Plus, that one green aura, suspected to be a sword aura. Everything is obvious. The interceptor Tong Tian Sage is here. Saints?" Upon hearing these words from Rulai, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect, who were originally still in a state of shock and uncertainty, were suddenly startled in their hearts and felt a chill. Surprisingly, it's really a saint? If just now, the saint that a sword on is wielded against them. Thinking of this, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas did not even dare to go on thinking about it. Especially Manjushri. He was really intimidated. Manjushri did not expect, in any case, that this one plan, which he had initially proposed in order to improve his status in the Buddhist sect and thus caused such a great reaction. Even the saints are here. This time it's a big mess. After thinking about it, Manjushri carefully stepped back and hid at the end of the group of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Even if it weren't for the remaining shred of sanity holding him up, he would have been unable to resist fleeing this place of wrongdoing. It's just horrible. And pardon me. At this moment, Rudra's voice is still echoing above the spirit mountain. But no one responded. As if, just now, that one green mango, not the saint, wielded. Everything seemed extremely silent. But even so, no one dared to break the silence. Just like that. Quietly waiting. Tread. I don't know how long it took. But suddenly there was a soft sound that echoed in the ears of the crowd. Immediately afterward, some ripples rippled above that void. Slowly diffuse. It was as if it had disturbed the entire spacetime, giving people a sense of trepidation. Here we go. At this moment, in everyone's mind, such a thought flashed through. Then he saw, in the midst of the ripples, the figure of a young man slowly manifested. Its back was turned to the crowd, and it seemed to be hanging a sort of qingping at its waist, just standing still for what seemed like an eternity. That's it. Saints? When that youth manifested, the flood beings no longer had the slightest hesitation. This is the saint. Lord Tongtian. Master. Master. Not far away. Looking at that one back. A group of interceptor disciples couldn't help but have tears in their eyes. They were too familiar. Many years ago, the master preached at the Bo Palace. And this is what he looked like. It was a memory engraved deep in their hearts that could not be forgotten no matter what. Now, how many years have passed? And the master is still the same as before. Greetings, Master. Suddenly, all the interceptor disciples, almost without the slightest hesitation, made a deep obeisance to Tongtian's back. How many years have passed since the sealing of the gods? Master, at last, has appeared again. Chapter 62, Rudra, this Tongtian. Not according to the rules. Greetings to the Master. At this moment, a group of interceptor disciples bowed toward the front. All faces showed excitement. Master, has he finally shown himself? Before coming here, Zhao Gongming had visited Janeo Island. And because of this, a sliver of disillusionment in their hearts was shattered. Master is not on Janeo Island. To think that that once magnificent supreme great religion had completely fallen and become a thing of the past. Combine this with some rumors in the flood that said that Master Teacher had been taken away by the Tao Father. The people of the Interceptor sect, naturally, were low in their hearts. There was even a secret speculation as to whether the Master had abandoned them. Otherwise, why has it never appeared in the flood for so many years? However, even so, the crowd still came to this spirit mountain. At this moment, they all had an obsession in their hearts. Although the Interceptor Church has fallen, it has not reached the point where everyone can be deceived. This Buddhist sect is counting on them for no reason. And they will be made to pay the price. It's been hard on you all these years. Looking at the once 10,000 ferries to the Interceptor Church. Now only these hundreds of people. Tongtian eyes drooped. The heart has also flashed a trace of sadness. What would have happened if he had not signed the seal of the gods himself? Saints have remorse. If he was given another chance, even if he had to fight to the death with the saints, he would definitely not sign the god sealing list. For some reason, Tongtian suddenly thought of the Taoist named Yiyun that he had seen not long ago. He had trolled himself. At that time, he was still quite unconvinced in his mind. But when you think about it, why not? Now, this seed is back. Tongtian looked calm and spoke to the disciples. Then his eyes shifted slightly. swept a glance at the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas present, and spoke faintly, saying, Feng, who said they wanted to destroy my interceptor sect? At this moment, within Tong Tian's voice, there still hadn't been the slightest ripple surfacing. But it gave all those who heard it a shuddering feeling. This saint, is he going to make a move? Quiet. When that voice of Tong Tian fell, the entire spirit mountain fell into a dead silence. Everyone fell silent. No? Seeing this, Tong Tian's complexion remained unchanged. Only that a sword of Qingping, already suspended in front of him. Then, this seat will sword level spirit mountain today. Madaka. As the words fell, a sword roar tumbled from that Qingping's sword. Even the heavens and earth seemed to be reduced to rubble under the sound of this sword. A sword of a saint. Who can resist in the flood? This is a battle under the paramount saints. And once the Tao ancestor had said that saints must not. After a long period of silence, a Buddha hesitated for a moment. Could not help but take a step forward and tried to speak. But it has not yet finished. Will only feel a sharp pain in the shoulder? That the green ping sword on. Do not know when to cut down. He even chopped off one of his arms, causing this one Buddha's brain to sweat. He miserably backed away, never daring to say another word. When they saw the scene, the people in the floodplains were all shocked. The saints, when they really struck out? You have to know that back then, after the sealing of the gods, the Tao ancestor had stipulated that saints could not intervene in the affairs of the flood without authorization. Tong Tian's move clearly defied the intent of the Tao ancestor back then. He's this. The crowd fell silent. When a saint made a move, then there was no longer any point in discussing why it made the move. Spirit Mountain. The sage chopped off the Buddha's arm with a sword just because he said one more word. This scene really made the hearts of the Buddhists tremble. Manjushri, in particular, being the source of everything, was scared silly. Sage, is this for real? Sage, my Buddhist sect has no intention of turning against the interceptor sect. At that moment, the Rudra, who had been silent, hesitated for a moment, slowly moved forward, and spoke in a deep voice, saying that it's just that these disciples of the interceptor sect rashly intruded into the spirit mountain. There is no choice but for the poor monk to defend himself. When the battle gets heated, it's inevitable that one or two words will slip out. I beg the saints' understanding. Kata's words, seemingly humble, are not humble. With the saints, he explained clearly that it was the disciples of the interceptor sect who first came to Spirit Mountain, and they were seeking to protect themselves. As for what was said before, when the interceptor sect was destroyed, it was just the words of haste in the heat of the moment. It doesn't count. You're a saint. You can't be bothered with a junior like yourself over such a trivial matter. Can you? So much for looking too graceless. What if this seat does not understand? Just when almost everyone felt that the saint would choose to back down in front of this sentence, a playful smile emerged on that Tong Tian's face as he faintly asked back. No understanding. The crowd froze when this statement was made. It's not going by the book. One must know that even the two saints of the West, Jain and Junti, were not too kind to make a move under such circumstances. What's more, it's the ever-so-proud Tonto now? In the eyes of everyone, when that Rolai sentence fell, Tong Tian couldn't say anything more. But now, it is clear that this is not the case. No understanding. With this one sentence, Rudra was blocked in place, unable to say a word for a long time. If the saint says so, the poor monk is willing to bear all the blame. Just don't involve the Buddhist sect. After a long period of silence, Rulai took a deep breath. His body was filled with Buddha's light. His hands were folded together. His mouth said a Buddha's name. And he respectfully opened his mouth to Tong Tian and said, Amat Ba. If I don't go to hell, who will? The light of the Buddha, reflecting this Rudra, gave a sense of sacredness and abnormality. Buddha. We, for one, are willing to die with the Buddha. Amat Ba. When Rudra's words fell, the sky behind him was filled with Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, each reciting Buddha's name and chanting under their breath. There is a great sense of, give up your life for righteousness. The 5 shovels. This Buddhist sect. It's so shameless. Jin Yuanzi, who had just cleaned up the affairs of the Guan and was planning to take a rest, suddenly saw the scene and couldn't help but skim his lips, muttering, retreat to advance. Now, that's going to make things difficult for the saints. Although Jin Yuanzi doesn't ask about the world, he is at least the ancestor of the earth immortals. Over the years, it's long since been mixed up. This move by Rulai, nominally taking the blame for the crime, was actually forcing Tong Tian to. He couldn't, really, cut down half of Spirit Mountain with a single sword. Could he? There's too much karma in that. I'm afraid that the Taoist ancestor will come from the Purple Heaven Palace. What's more, he, Rudra, has lowered his stance like this. And you, a sage, are still being so catty? And being a saint? N. Just as Jin Yuanzi was musing, pondering what the sage would do, he suddenly froze. A flash of uncontainable shock flashing across his face. Completely confused. Only to see, on top of that spirit mountain, facing a group of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, Tong Tian grinned. Then he reached out and held that Qingping sword in his hand. The sword is ringing in the 9 heavens. The might of the saints resounded through heaven and earth. In that case, this seat will fulfill you. At the same time, Tong Tian's faint voice also echoed. At once, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, including Rudra, were dumbfounded. This saint? How can this be? Chapter 63, One Sword to Chop Spirit Mountain? Junti has finally appeared. Hearing Tong Tian's words, the entire Buddhist sect, all of them, were dumbfounded. It's so wrong. The saints are supreme, having endured 10,000 lifetimes without perishing, and tainted with cause and effect without being stained. There were very few things that made them care anymore in this flood. Therefore, existences such as these were extremely concerned about face. Generally speaking, it doesn't strike out at the flood crowd, especially the Tong Tian sage. He has always been proud of himself. And even before he was a saint, he only challenged the strong and never made trouble with the weak. After becoming a saint, it was even less likely to be easy. Like the battle to seal the gods, Tong Tian only fought with the saints, without involving a group of Hierophant disciples. Now that they have lowered their stance in this way, how is it that the saints still want to fight? And to overthrow Spirit Mountain with a single sword? As far as that goes? At this moment, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were filled with incomprehension. They couldn't figure out why this Tong Tian had changed so much. Madaka. However, it was no longer possible for the Buddhist crowd to think too much. As thousands of streams of light emerged from that sword of Qingping, pointing directly at the spirit mountain. Sword chimes flowed from it. It was as if the next moment, the entire spirit mountain would be annihilated under this sword aura. Sage, is that really necessary? At this time, that burning lamp was somewhat unable to sit still. Took a step forward, slightly saluted Tong Tian, and spoke in a deep voice, saying, "You mustn't forget that this is the period of the quantum rain. And the cause and effect of this, the spirit mountain, which is the foundation of the Buddhist sect. That day, quantitative robbery. Xuanzang traveled west to get the scriptures. The final point is the spiritual mountain. If he was cut by Tongtian's sword, then the karma of the westbound quantum rain would be unimaginably great. I'm afraid. Many karmic consequences. This seed takes them all." Not yet waiting for the burning lamp voice finished, Tongtian hand Xingping sword has already moved. At the same time, Tong Tian's voice, which was slightly indifferent, echoed slowly. Boom! Only to see that as Tong Tian swung his sword, thousands of sword-ons surged. Eventually, it converges into one place. It was an unimaginable sword aura, spreading from the void and transforming into a long rainbow, slashing down towards that spirit mountain. It could be imagined that if this sword fell, Spirit Mountain would definitely be torn apart. Even the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas present will be affected and die. And as that sword swung and chopped down on Spirit Mountain steeply, another rushing golden aura enveloped the Spirit Mountain, fighting against that one sword aura. It was only heard that, above the sky dome, the sound of roaring was unceasing. Gradually, the sword aura and the golden aura gradually cancelled out and turned into nothing. In the meantime, a figure appeared on top of that golden on, with a dry and thin face, a Taoist appearance, bowed to Tong Tian, and spoke faintly, saying, "Good. Fellow Taoist. Why be angry?" His voice was calm, as if a strike from a saint would be a rarity in front of him. Moreover, it was a Taoist dressed up. Taking the form of a Taoist, he appeared in the Buddhist. It looked rather out of place. However, some of the truly ancient existences of the flood wasteland were shocked in their hearts when they saw this one dry and thin Taoist. There was some clamor. Junti 5 Zhuangguan. Looking at that Buddhist sect's sudden appearance of the Taoist, Jin Yuanzi's face could not help but show a trace of gravity. Murmuring softly, saying, "Sure enough, Western saints. Still pressing on. Buddha was originally the way. Back then, when the Purple Heaven Palace listened to the Tao, there was actually no such concept as Buddha. Whether it's Gue Yin, Junti, or Sanchang and so on, most of them study the method of cultivation. Therefore, the two of them are also Taoists. Later, in order to become saints, this guiding in Junti made a great wish to certify the way with merit. It is only today that the concept of Buddha has come into being. And now, although the Buddha is incomparably magnificent, to receive the guide, the prospective two people, is still a Taoist appearance. Paramount Sage. Spirit Mountain. Looking at the suddenly appeared Taoist, the Interceptor Church people are also shocked. They had all experienced the battle to seal the gods. It is clear as to what Junti looks like. Now, this saint has descended? And since now, this Western Paramount Sage appeared, I am afraid that the guiding Taoist is also in the vicinity. Right? This is yet another saint. Thinking of this, originally just a little relaxed Interceptor disciples, The face cannot help but heavy up. Amidst the ceiling of the gods, the Buddhist sect rose to power and became incomparably grand. Guiding and Junti both made great wishes and proved to be saints of merit. Their strength is closely related to the flourishing and declining of the Buddhist sect. Now, it is no longer the time to seal the gods. Can Master Teacher alone really stand up to the two saints of the West? Good. Only to see. Junti gently stepped, landed in front of Tong Tian. Once again played an audit. Faintly opened his mouth and said, "Fellow Taoist, can you put away this sort of Qingping? There is something to discuss. There's no need to get angry." In fact, when the group of interceptor disciples came, Junti already knew the cause and effect before and after. However, it was not forthcoming. After all, in his opinion, the interceptor sect had already fallen. So much for the interceptor sect, none of which can fight the Buddhist sect. And what made Junti unexpected was that this Tong Tian, who was supposed to be in seclusion in the purple heavenly palace, had appeared. And, without saying a word, to slash down with a sword and make the spirit mountain overthrow? So, without thinking about anything else, he just showed up. Otherwise, if this spirit mountain is really gone, even if the Buddhist sect will not have its roots cut off, it will still have to suffer a great deal of vitality. This is not something that Paramount would like to see. As for the reason for Tong Tian's visit, Junti also had a guess in his mind. Just undefined. Anyway, in Junti's opinion, this Tong Tian shouldn't be so bad that he wasted so much effort just to get justice for a disciple. There are some other reasons for this. Junti, looking at the figure of this dry and thin Taoist in front of him, the sword of Qingping in front of Tong Tian, there is still a sword surging. The color of his face is calm. And he opened his mouth indifferently and said, "You Buddhist disciple insulted the saints and wanted to destroy my interceptor sect. This seat is just teaching you a lesson for you. In that case, why did you still appear and stop the seat? Murphy, is there favoritism?" A faint voice, echoing above the sky. Then, everyone's expression was stunned. A lesson? You have raised your sword to destroy the spirit mountain. You call that a lesson? And blaming Junti for favoritism. If Junti does not appear, I am afraid that now the Buddhist sect has become a ruin. Right? Is this still Tonto? Looking at Tong Tian, who was explaining in a serious manner on top of that spirit mountain. The faces of all the people in the flood wasteland flashed with a trace of eccentricity. From the one-word direct fight just now, to this teaching a lesson now. For some reason, the crowd seemed to have a familiar feeling as they listened to this Tong Tian's words. This is typically backwards. It seems to be a favorite thing for Western saints to do. Hearing this, Junti also froze a bit. Nice guy. How did he get a suspicion of favoritism when he just said he would discuss it? And he saw it clearly from start to finish. Who insulted the saints? Chapter 64, Tong Tian, yes. Yes. I'm just bullying the little ones with the big ones. Fellow Taoist, where did this verbal abuse come from? Thinking of this, Junti's face sank and he couldn't help but open his mouth and say, "How dare I, a disciple of the Buddhist sect, insult a saint? This is not a small fault. The saints are supreme. This is a rule established by the heavenly Tao that has remained unchanged for ages. An ordinary mortal who curses a saint twice may not be tainted by karma, because they are too weak. It's simply not enough to get the attention of the heavenly Tao. However, at the level of paramount saints, every word and action is closely related to the heavenly Tao. If one insults a saint, one has to bear some karmic consequences. At that time, even if the heavenly Tao wouldn't send down punishment, a single sword from a saint would be enough to overthrow any paramount saint. Moreover, by striking out in such a situation, the saint did not have to be tainted with any karma. It is important to realize that this thing called karma is extremely subtle. Although the saints can be left behind, but that karma cannot be eliminated. Unless like the Tong Tian that directly themselves to bear all the karma. Otherwise, the karma would eventually fall on the disciples of the saints. But if one voluntarily takes on karma, there is some price to pay for the saints. If karma accumulates to a certain level, heaven abandons it. Even, it is possible to fall off the holy throne. Therefore, generally speaking, saints are unwilling to get involved in karma. Of these, the most representative is naturally the sage Manhwa. It has never been involved in the disputes in the floodplains, for fear of being stained with karma, which will ultimately fall on the demon race. Now the demon race has long since gone back to the era of the demon emperor. Can barely survive. Has not been easy. Some more karma and I'm afraid we'll really have to exterminate the family. This shows how important this statement of cause and effect is. Even saints have to be afraid. How about that? You still don't want to admit it? Hearing this, Tong Tian frowned. Then his eyes fell on that Rulai. And he spoke faintly, saying, "You, people of the Buddhist sect, want to destroy this seat's interceptor sect. Wouldn't it be demeaning to the saints and insulting to me? How can this seat stop?" With regards to Rudra's origins, Tong Tian was clear in his mind. Although it was conceived in the body of Duo Bao, it was not Duo Bao. In the beginning, Taoist Duo Bao, armed with a sword, chopped at the saints and was swept away by the bushel of Taishan Laozi. Afterwards, they were brought to the West for transmigration. After that, Doppel has been completely silenced. The Rudra that remained was nothing more than a new one of the living beings that had been birthed through Duobao's body. Therefore, Tong Tian did not intend to be polite. If he sat back and watched the insults, he would be able to avenge his Duobao apprentice by chopping him off with his own sword. You. Seeing this Tong Tian with a murderous look, Junti's face sank and he was somewhat speechless. He could sense that this Tong Tian in front of him would really make a move. Even though that Rulai's current body was his former disciple, Taoist Duo Bao. However, in his heart, Junti was still holding his breath. That's shameless, isn't it? Because of that, he's going to destroy his spirit mountain? Phew! Taking a deep breath, Junti tried to calm himself down, glanced at this Tong Tian, and spoke in a deep voice. And, fellow Taoist, this is just a small matter. Why do you have to hold on to it like that? Granted, Junti feels that this Tong Tian is just looking for nothing. It's a perfectly normal thing for two conquests to put harsh words in each other's mouths. Generally, no one cares about that, let alone a saint. However, if this Tong Tian insisted on saying that someone had insulted him and directly struck out, it's really a bit of a bad idea. At the very least, this cause and effect was not on his side. And even if he did land a sword, he probably wouldn't pay too much. At this moment, Junti was a bit torn. One can only draw the line as far as possible. Junti, cut the crap. If you don't give this seat an explanation today, then this spirit mountain can cease to exist. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's expression remained unchanged, still looking bland. However, the sword of Qingping that was in front of him radiated sword aura. Hidden pointing to the paraclete. There was a big talk of war. Seeing this scene, Junti some short of breath. The heart cannot help but resent that Rulai mouth. How to get into such a thing? Eldest sister. Why does the master keep grasping at this point? In the distance, that Wudong Holy Mother looked at this scene and couldn't help but come over to the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's side and transmitted a voice, saying that, "Aren't we here to get justice for our little sister?" She was a little puzzled. There was always a feeling that Master Teacher had become a bit different compared to before the sealing of the gods. Thinking back then, the Master would never have cared about such things. Upon hearing this, the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother was also stunned. And after a moment of silence, she gently shook her head and murmured, "I don't really understand. But I guess, Master, there must be a purpose for it. Right?" As he said that, he couldn't help but look at Tong Tian. A hint of thoughtfulness spreading across his face. She always felt as if her master was on purpose, looking for trouble? Right. That's what it feels like. Trying to find a random reason to start a fight. In fact, it was not only the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. That the flood world powers who were paying attention to this place also vaguely sensed this Tongtian's meaning. They were puzzled in their minds. Could it be that a holy war is really going to break out today? Dang! And just when the crowd's heart hesitates, somewhat puzzled, that above the void, there is another golden aura surfacing. Immediately after that, another Taoist figure appeared on top of the spirit mountain. I only saw him come slowly, with chaos chi still wrapped around his body, and walked to Tong Tian, bowed to him, and spoke softly, saying, "Fellow Taoist, why do you need to bother with a junior like this? In that case, won't you get the reputation of bullying the small with the big?" A faint voice echoed between heaven and earth. It's like a pickup? Looking at this Taoist, the entire flood wasteland shuddered again. The two saints of the West both appeared. Reception? On the other side, Tongtian's brows were also frowned, then stretched out, smiled faintly, and opened his mouth, saying, "That's right. Today, this seat is bullying the small with the big. How can you?" In fact, the reason why he insisted on doing so was just to ask for a suitable reason. Even though Bixiao's murder is not related to this Buddhist sect. However, even if the drama ended up in the end, that Buddhist sect would be able to clear up all the karma by pushing Manjushri out of the way. After all, from the beginning to the end, the one who fought with Bixio was Wenshu Ka, as well as many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, can be treated as unaware. If you force your hand, the karma will fall, and you will be unhindered. But this group of interceptor disciples will have to pay some price. But now it's different. One seizes that RA with Macron DHO with Macron RA with Macron S sentence and puts the karma on this RA with Macron DHO with Macron RA with Macron S body. Then, another battle would be well justified. This Buddhist sect. It's not like they're pushing out their own Buddha. Right? If this were to happen, it was feared that most of the chi that the Buddhist sect had gathered over the years would dissipate in an instant. This was a price that was by no means something that Jain and Junti were willing to bear. Chapter 65, Receiving the Guide to Give In. Once a disciple of the sect of the Interceptors. At this moment, Tongtian's voice, with a hint of provocation, echoed above Spirit Mountain. Reception was also silent. Is this really going to hit? But the problem was that now the Buddhist sect was the number one great religion in the floodplains. And it was magnificent and incomparable. Coupled with the heavenly quantum of plunder, the West flourished. The West is now a bigger family than the penniless one it was at the time of the sealing of the gods. On the contrary, this Tong Tian, in addition to the hundreds of disciples, but also most of them on the list of God feudal, is simply alone. In a real fight, he was indifferent. But what about yourself? In case something goes wrong and then the entire Buddhist sect is hitched. It's too much of a loss. Reception really doesn't want to fight until it's absolutely necessary. Fellow Taoist, is there really not the slightest bit of room for discussion? After a moment of silence, Guiding looked toward that Tong Tian and spoke in a deep voice, saying, "This is no longer the feudal period. The two of us, all these years in the midst of chaos, have not been without refinement. What's more, your friend's immortal execution four swords are still with the Tao ancestor. Right? Back then, under the boundary monument pass, Tong Tian laid down the immortal execution sword formation. The four saints joined forces. The three churches put to death. The four swords of the immortal executioner, immortal killing, immortal trapping, and immortal extinction were broken by Taisheng, Yuan Shi, Jiayin, and Junti. And each of them was seized by Hierophant disciples Guangchengzi, Red Essence Z, Jade Tripod Truthfulness, and Taoist Heavenly Father to take a bite of each of them. After that, the Taoist ancestor descended and took away these four immortal execution swords. Nowadays, although this Tong Tian is out, the four immortal exorcism swords may not be carried on the body. Without that immortal execution sword formation, what kind of backbone would he have to dare to face these two saints of his own? Now, receiver opened his mouth like this, uttering this sentence. It is to warn Tong Tian that the West is not as weak now as it was before. This is the opposite of the other. He, the two saints of the West, compared to you, the saint who lost the four swords of the exorcist. Not yet a battle. Try it then? At those words, Tong Tian's expression remained unchanged. Only that the sword of Qingping in his hand steeply trembled. In a matter of moments, there was a flow of swords, straight to Spirit Mountain. Boom! The next moment, the original Junti cloth, that Spirit Mountain above the golden aura, was dispersed by this sword aura, revealing which the building, for the most part, all of them became a bit shaky due to this sword. It looks like it could tip over at any moment. It's true that he didn't bring the four swords of immortality. However, it was not something that these two Guiding and Junti, who had won the futon by selling their misery and making grand wishes to become saints, could underestimate. You. Seeing this scene, both Jie Gui and Junti's faces sank. Somewhat speechless. This Tong Tian, really this doesn't care anymore? To be honest, Guiding and Junti somewhat understand the state of Tong Tian nowadays. It's really possible to do something out of the ordinary in a state of near nothingness. Think of them, when after the sealing of the gods, not only together with Taisheng and Yuan Shi, will intercept the religion of many disciples captive to the West. Even that hierarchy was not spared. Not only did he poach a few of the 12 golden immortals, but he also brought the hierarchy's vice priest to the West with him. Nothing else. Just barefoot. That Yuan Shi. In case he was really annoyed and wanted to fight them. Reception and Junti are not afraid either. The big deal is that it's just going to make that already barren Western land a little more barren. And if Yuan Shi was afraid of karma and had not fought, then they would have made a lot of money. As it turned out, that was also one of the wisest choices made by Guiding and Junti. If it were not for the fact that, at that time, he himself had taken that group of people captive and tricked them, how could there be the present magnificent Western Buddhist sect? However, now, facing such a Tong Tian who was also somewhat mixed up. Jiayin and Junti had a bit of a headache. Is this retribution? Thinking of the time when he took away a group of hierarchy disciples. That Yuan Shi's gloomy face like water. Jiayi and Junti were somewhat silent. Fellow Taoist, what exactly are you going to do about it? After a few moments of silence, the receiver clenched his teeth and spoke in a deep voice, saying, if it's not too much, I'll answer it all together. He compromised. It's not that they don't dare to fight, but they can't. After all, this was during the quantum revelation. In case the battle of the saints caused a change in the rules of the heavenly Tao, leading to any accidents in the westward journey, then they really have no place to cry. Moreover, the reception also see out in front of this Tong Tian has been mouthed to say that the war. But even just now, that Qingping's sword stirred and only broke the barrier of that spirit mountain. I'm afraid there is still some other purpose. Now reception decided to try to fulfill whatever this Tong Tian asked for. The big deal is that when the Western quantum leap is over and the West is in great prosperity, then we will get it back altogether. Yes? Hearing this, Tong Tian in front of the body of the green ping sword awnings, slightly convergence of some, faintly smiled, softly opened his mouth and said, since you mentioned the God-sealing battle before, as this seat remembers, there are quite a few disciples of the Interceptor sect that have been taken captive by you in the West. Right? Back then, after the battle to seal the gods, there were quite a few disciples of the Interceptor sect who returned to the West. Even some were taken as mounts. This time, Tong Tian intended to bring them back. Interceptor disciples? Is accompanying the 7 immortals? Hearing this, Guiding frowned. This Tong Tian for their sake? It is important to know that in the Interceptor Church back then, in addition to Tong Tian's own 4 major disciples as well as the outer disciples, there were also the accompanying 7 immortals. They are, respectively, Yu Yun Sen, Golden Hoop Sen, Vishnu Sen, Ling Ya Sen, Gnarly Head Sen, Jin Guang Sen, and Long Ears Ting Wang Sen. These 7 people, their strength is not weaker than the hierarchy's 12 golden immortals. Even that Wu Yun Xian alone had defeated Guang Chang Zi and Red Essence Zi in a few rounds. Its strength is evident. In fact, in the battle to seal the gods, most of these 7 went to the Buddhist sect. Or tackle. Or drop. Now, this Tong Tian is blackmailing them with that karma? Yes. After a long period of silence, the receiver nodded and spoke in a deep voice, saying, however, if I release those people, you may not pursue the previous karma. Although that attendant's 7 immortals were strong, their status within the Buddhist sect was far less than that of Rulai. Under these circumstances, the receiver still made a choice. No problem. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian nodded casually and spoke faintly. And, if so, this seat will no longer pursue the matter of Rulai's insults. A faint voice that echoed out. This made reception's face, which was a little better. Immediately, he gently reached out, and a golden aura emerged, slowly diffusing. In the next moment, some shadows were vaguely transformed out of that golden aura. Looking closely, it was a pond, in which a golden AO, with its whiskers and hair radiating golden aura, looking sacred and unusual, was struggling in the pool. It looks somewhat tragic. In front of it, there is also a bamboo that seems to be suppressing this golden AO, making it impossible to break free. It's a Yu Yun Sen? Seeing this scene, a group of disciples of the Interceptor sect immediately jealous. Back then, when that cloud immortal was taken to the west, Guiding had said that he was enjoying the bliss of ultimate happiness. But whoever thought that it would be like this for people to tease? Chapter 66 Vishnu Immortal, Guju Rudra. How dare you make a false saint? Thinking of the beginning. This Wu Yun Xian is also a great beauty. A plain robe, showing the Taoist immortal wind. But now, actually in that 8 treasures merit pool, suffers such humiliation? Moreover, the crowd also saw that Wu Yun Xian had sorrow in her eyes, clearly not having her memories erased and losing her mind. And so, alone, he endured the years. How does one not let the mind wander? Humph. Seeing this, Tong Tian also snorted coldly. And with a slight stretch of his hand, there was a green aura flowing, rescuing that Wu Yun Xian from the 8 treasures pool of merit. Dang! At the same time, a spiritual light surfaced and was injected into this Wu Yun Xian's body. At that instant, that Wu Yun Xian radiated a faint spiritual light all over his body. And his figure gradually changed, eventually manifesting into the appearance of a Taoist. Long beard and black face, dressed in soap clothes, with silk tapestries at the waist. Although the face is haggard, you can still see something of what it once looked like. Thank you, teacher. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, Wu Yun Xian made a deep bow, his face slightly a little vicissitude, and spoke in a deep voice. Back then, in the Battle of the 10,000 Immortals formation, he chased after Guangchang Zi and Red Essence Zi, who were defeated and fled. But he did not want to meet Junti. With the phrase having a destiny with the West, he was fished by the 6 roots of purity bamboo and then brought to this pool of 8 treasures of merit by the child of water and fire. To this day, even Wu Yun Xian himself did not know how many years had passed. Originally, Wu Yun Xian realized that this life was hopeless. After all, he was well aware of the karmic taboo. Even if the teacher, with the dignity of a saint, were to force his way into the spirit mountain, he himself would not be able to withstand that great karma. Death is inevitable. However, when the 2 saints of the West stepped out, the 8 treasures pool of merit and virtue's connection with the outside world had been opened. He could see the outside world clearly. In any case, Wu Yun Xian hadn't expected that in order to save himself and the others, his own teacher would find such a karma. Even at the risk of falling into sainthood, he would fight. This made Wu Yun Xian's mood a bit mixed. What kind of a presence was the teacher when you think about it? In this flood, there is no existence that can make it bow down. To go as far as this for the sake of people like himself. The battle back then was the fault of the master. Looking at this Wu Yun Xian in front of him, Tong Tian sighed slightly and spoke softly, saying, all these years of suffering. Stand down. After master rescues the others. Said. The eyes looked to that guide. Before the sword of green ping. Still have the sword flow. The intent is clear. There are others. Seeing this, the receptionist's face sank. Somewhat ugly. Nevertheless, he waved his hand and opened a secret room in Spirit Mountain. Immediately, there was a quasi-saint level of aura flowing straight into the sky. What? Snubbing Master Dao again to become what Buddha? Tell you what. I, Vishnu Immortal. Even if I starve to death and die here, I will never become a Buddha. Bah! Don't think you can pretend to be a Buddha by putting a robe on Master Dao and getting some Buddha's light. And you deserve it? Taoist me. Even if I become some kind of laborious Vishnu Shakyamuni Buddha, The first thing I'll do when I go out is to set off the spirit mountain. Just see. That secret room. A head wearing a 5-leaf crown. Dangling cloak. Filled with a few points of gangster silhouette. Is seated on the ground. Cursing. One could tell that there were a few oddities about the figure. Obviously dressed in a robe. He wore a Taoist crown with 5 leaves separated and what appeared to be a small gourd in the center. Seemingly tired of cursing, this eccentric Taoist glanced outside that secret room and was suddenly stunned. Directly frozen in place. Teacher? He blinked, seeming a little unresponsive. But in the next moment, as if he thought of something, this Taoist cursed once again and, "Good you Rudra! In order to fool Master Tao, you even dare to pretend to be a saint?" said. And rolled up his sleeves. And stood up. And went on cursing. And, "You have the guts to let Master Tao out. If Master Tao doesn't beat you up, he'll take your last name?" The sound echoes and endures. At that moment, the entire spirit mountain, everyone's face, became extremely odd. This Vishnu immortal. It seems there's something wrong with his brain. Vishnu, don't you even recognize this seat? Even Tong Tian was a bit unable to look at the situation. His brows frowning slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. "Taoist, I know you chicken. Hey!" Upon hearing this, Vishnu Xian subconsciously wanted to curse. But suddenly blinked and once again stared at that Tong Tian for a long time. Becoming a bit hesitant. Muttering darkly that, "You don't say. It's a good time to pretend." Even the Taoist master feels that the teacher has truly descended. Surprisingly, there's also Wu Dang and Jinling. Even that kid Zhao Gongming is there. Wait. The more closely you look, the more alarmed Vishnu Immortal's mind becomes. Even he saw the 2 saints of the West. That Guiding and Junti? Is this Ka's special effort to fool himself? Or is this really a teacher? Vishnu Sin was a little confused. Since the sealing of the gods, all these years that Rudra has not been thinking of normalizing himself all the time. Even he was given a robe and ordained as some kind of Buddha. But who was he? Vishnu Xian. And how could he possibly be a Buddha? What's more, is oneself still oneself after becoming a Buddha? He did not forget that Rudra predecessor, his own big brother duo Bao Taoist encounter. After becoming a Buddha, you're a completely different person. In this situation, Vishnu Sen has been fighting with Rudra. Now, suddenly seeing the secret room where he was held open and meeting his own teacher, this Vishnu Immortal's first reaction was naturally disbelief. He felt that this must be that old boy Rudra, designed to fool him. But this time it really looks like it's pretending. At this moment, Vishnu Immortal was somewhat emotional, feeling that without the previous scene of fighting with Rudra, he was afraid that he would have believed it. But who is he? Vishnu Xian thinks he is no weaker than anyone else in terms of intelligence. How can this little trick fool him? His own teacher? When he fought with the lost 4 saints and forced himself to go against the heavens, he had already formed boundless karmic consequences. How could it come here? Rulai. The Taoist master advises you to save your breath. Thinking of this, Vishnu Xian glanced at Rudra, who was not far away, and spoke faintly, saying, "Anything else? If it's gone, the Taoist has to take a nap." Hearing this, Ka was stunned, and was also in a state of distress. Even he regretted having revolutionized this Vishnu Immortal. This guy, there's something wrong with his brain designation. Vishnu. Looking at this, Vishnu Xian continues to hang around the appearance. Tong Tian is also a little helpless. Shook his head. And then a stream of holy might flowing from above his body. Madaka. Seemingly sensing something, the sword of green ping in front of him was also a ripple, transforming into thousands of sword awnings. All of a sudden, the entire spirit mountain was enveloped in that sword aura. So much so that, not far away from the receiver, Junti. The color is a little heavy. Always prevent this Tong Tian suddenly difficult. However, it was a good thing that the sword blade came and went quickly. In a flash, it disappeared without a trace. The breath. And after feeling the might of that sword blade, the Vishnu immortal, who had just yawned and seemed to be going to sleep, froze violently, and a trace of essence flowed out of his eyes as he directly froze. This is a teacher? Suddenly, a wave of indescribable elation surged out of the Vishnu immortal's mind. This is not set up by Ka? But before he could speak, he suddenly realized that what he had just done. Then the whole thing froze in place. Teacher. After a long time, Vishnu Xian raised his head pitifully and looked at Tongtian's slightly serious face, and somewhat weakly opened his mouth and said, I was wrong. Chapter 67, Longyear Dingwang Xian. Traitor of the Interceptor sect. Vishnu Xian was a little flustered. That's really a teacher? That himself just. Thinking about his previous actions, Vishnu Immortal was a bit torn. It did seem to be a bit too wild? Blame it on this Rudra. Only for a moment. Vishnu Xian's gaze fell on that Rudra. The heart cannot help but flash a trace of resentment. If it were not for him, who was full of thoughts to realize himself as some Vairocana Buddha, would he have been so? All the responsibility is on Ka. All these years, it seems like you've been doing okay. Glancing at this Vishnu immortal, Tongtian shook his head and said, without any goodwill, don't come out yet. Could it be that one still wants to stay at Spirit Mountain for dinner? He was also a bit speechless about this Vishnu immortal. This guy, he's still as bubbly as ever. It was even more unreliable than it was back then. Before the sealing of the gods. Holler. Hearing this, Vishnu Xian grinned and busily nodded his head, smiling happily. He knew that his own teacher wouldn't bother with him. This shitty place. Finally, I don't have to stay. Boom. Thinking of this, a spiritual light swirled above this Vishnu immortal's body, having completely gotten rid of that prohibition. Then, without hesitation, he ripped off the robe and stepped on it twice in the process. This scene was seen in the eyes of that Buddhist sect's crowd, all of whom had their faces sullen and the corners of their eyes constantly throbbing, obviously holding back anger. However, in the way of the saints, they did not dare to say anything more. Also, the green lion, the white elephant, the golden roar. Seeing this Vishnu immortal return to his position, that Jain didn't wait for Tongtian to point his sword at him this time. He directly waved his hand and transformed a Buddhist light. Instantly, at the foot of that spirit mountain, 3 low roars echoed slowly. This green lion, white elephant, and golden roar are respectively the gnarled head immortal, spirit tooth immortal, and golden light immortal among the 7 immortals accompanying. It was taken as a mount by Manjushri, Pu Xian, and Sihong respectively in the battle to seal the gods. In later years, the 3 great masters converted to Buddhism, and this green lion, white elephant, and golden-haired roar naturally became the beasts protecting the mountains of Buddhism. Even this Western quantum of solace has a chance for them to make an appearance. However, The present-day receptionist could not care less about this. He then wanted to hurry up and send this plague god of Tongtian away. The sooner the better. Otherwise, not to mention the great revival of the Buddhist sect. Even the mountain of the Buddhist sect is afraid to be cut down. Thinking of this, reception hated it with a pang of hatred. How can this Tongtian become so shameless? Boom! Only to see that, as that one Buddha's light filled the sky, there were 3 paths of rushing blood chi that surged above the dome of the sky. Immediately afterward, 3 figures with a slight mangy aura manifested above the dome of the sky. It was, among the 7 immortals who accompanied them, the gnarled head immortal, the ling-tooth immortal, and the golden light immortal. Only, at this moment, they had transformed into their original bodies and were covered in bruises. And mostly old injuries. There are even some with new scars from old wounds, now stacked. It looks a little bleak. Greetings, teacher. Seeing Tongtian, the 3 of them all had an excited look on their faces. And after sweeping the surrounding area, they roughly knew the cause and effect of it, and hurriedly transformed into human form, kneeled on the ground, and opened their mouths in a deep voice. They had suffered a great deal of shame over the years, being taken as mounts. Now, once he regained his freedom, his heart was naturally excited. Upon hearing this, Tongtian nodded, and with a slight wave of his hand, 3 streams of light emerged and swept into the bodies of these 3 people. Immediately, a faint spiritual aura emerged from the bodies of these 3 people. Those injuries, in a matter of moments, turned into nothing. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, can you leave now? Seeing this scene, Guiding took a step forward, looking at Tongtian with gloomy eyes, and spoke in a deep voice, saying, "The disciples who returned to the Buddhist sect in the battle to seal the gods back then are all here." Guiding knew that his move would definitely cut into the Buddhist sect's chi. However, the lesser of 2 evils. Compared to a direct battle with this Tongtian, this was some price he could still bear. One more. Seeing this, Tongtian shook his head, raised his eyes faintly, and spoke softly, saying, "Hand over one more person, and what happened just now can be written off." At this moment, Tongtian's voice was flat, but his tone carried a hint of unquestioning. Vaguely, a hint of solemnity could still be felt. "Who is it?" Seeing this, Reception frowned and opened his mouth to ask. At first, after the battle of the 10,000 Immortals formation, there were indeed quite a few disciples of the Interceptor sect who were taken away by him. In addition to this entourage of 7 Immortals, there are several others. For example, that one air immortal Ma Yuan. It's just that this Ma Yuan is brutal by nature. And even if he becomes a Buddha, he still can't change his cannibalism problem back then. After receiving the knowledge, fearing that it would harm the Buddha's chi, he sent him to the North Club continent. That desolate place. Anyway, the North Club is good at killing people, and is clumsy in nature. So it won't hurt to die a little. Nowadays, it is not in the Spirit Mountain. And who else would it be but him? Long ears. Ting Guangxian. Looking at this reception, the sword of green ping in front of Tongtian slightly swung, and opened his mouth word by word. In that battle to seal the gods, most of the disciples of the Interceptor Church who survived in the world returned to the West. Among them, there were some who suffered greatly from Buddhism, and Tongtian would naturally save them. However, for those who have already converted, or only have a shell left, or have a change of heart, Tongtian will no longer save them. For example, Ka. Also, that. Ma Yuan. In the beginning, this Ma Yuan was also brought to the West. And shortly after the time, he was ordained as the Ma Yuan Zun Wang Buddha. Sort of a total conversion. In this regard, Tong Tian naturally wouldn't mention it. What's more, this Ma Yuan was trespassing on killing living beings and was tyrannical. Before sealing the gods. For this matter, Tong Tian actually did not know. After all, there were many disciples of the Interceptor sect, good and bad, and he had not paid attention to them one by one. Inevitably, there will be some outliers in this. However, after that god-sealing battle, it allowed Tong Tian to recognize Ma Yuan's nature. Cruel and murderous. Even choosing to eat human flesh alive in order to replenish his spiritual power. This move is detrimental to the peace of heaven. Even if he had not gone through the sealing of the gods, Tong Tian would have expelled him from the sect of the Interceptors. Nowadays, it's natural to be even less likely to save. The one he is talking about is a different person. Although it has converted to Buddhism, Tong Tian does not intend to leave it to its choice. Instead, find it out. That is, among the 7 immortals, the long-eared Ting Guangxian. Also, the real traitor of the Interceptor sect back then. In the beginning, Tong Tian laid down a backhand, wanting to use the 6 soul streamers for the final battle. However, the long-eared fixed light immortal with the 6 soul streamers has long since defected to Buddhism. The people of the Interceptor sect, who originally had the power to fight, suffered a complete defeat. Countless disciples were killed. This was an account that Tong Tian had never forgotten. Now, it's time to reclaim it. Long-eared fixed light immortal? Hearing these words, Guiding's brows immediately frowned. A trace of gravity appeared on his face, and he spoke in a deep voice, saying, "No way. Now, that long-eared fixed light immortal has returned to the Buddhist sect and become the fixed light joyful Buddha. No longer a disciple of your Interceptor sect." To reception, a long-eared fixed light immortal was naturally nothing. However, if one is coerced step by step by this Tong Tian to hand over the Buddha who has been converted, then who else would dare to easily convert to Buddhism in the future? This matter is injurious to the foundation of the Buddhist sect. Never say yes. Chapter 68, Guiding, fellow Taoist Tong Tian. You've passed. Saints. Are they really here? In the middle of the Spirit Mountain, in a side hall, there was a figure with a pale face that was shivering. The man was oddly born, with ears hanging off his shoulders and teeth showing, somewhat pointed. The eyes narrowed slightly, taking on a ruddy color. Although the Buddha's light swirled and wrapped around its body, it appeared to be a bit obscene. Exactly. The long-eared fixed light immortal. It is also the Ting Guang Joy Buddha of today's Buddhism. In the beginning, during that god-sealing battle, the long-eared fixed light immortal betrayed Tong Tian and defected to the West. He has lived a comfortable life over the years. Moreover, since it was an active defection, the Buddha he ordained would not only be free, but could also truly enjoy extreme happiness. Whenever he saw the miserable appearance of that Wu Yun immortal, Golden Light immortal, and the others, the long-eared fixed light immortal couldn't help but feel grateful in his heart, feeling that he had really made a wise choice in the first place. But all of this was completely shattered after Tong Tian appeared. Saints, surprisingly, have descended? And naming yourself? At this instant, the long-eared fixed light immortal only felt a dimness in front of his eyes and was completely stunned. In fact, when the sealing of the gods had just ended, the long-eared fixed light immortal was really scared for a while. afraid that one day a saint's sword would fall and cut himself down. However, due to the two saints in the West, after briefly explaining cause and effect to himself, he didn't have that kind of worry. In the view of the long-eared fixed light immortal, he now belongs to the Buddhist sect and is the Buddha of definite light and joy. It was already very different from his own self when he was a disciple of the interceptor sect. Even if Tong Tian resented himself in his heart, he couldn't make a rash move. Otherwise, stained with karma, saints are not well off either. However, the long-eared fixed light immortal did not expect, in any case, that Tong Tian would come up with such a reason to impose karma. Is this just cheating? Also, after the sealing of the gods, so many disciples of the interceptors chose to convert to Buddhism, and the saints didn't even look for, preferring to find himself. This to say that is not revenge when he betrayed the interceptor church in that god-sealing battle. I am afraid that the long-ears fixed light immortal himself does not believe. Granted, that six-soul streamer might be useless against saints, but without his own betrayal. In the battle of the 10,000 immortals formation, the interceptor sect would not have suffered such heavy losses. Under these circumstances, could one still have a shred of a chance to live when one fell into the hands of Tong Tian? However, no matter how scared this long-eared fixed light immortal was in his heart, there was not a single thing he could do in the face of that exchange of words between saints. The current him could only silently pray in his heart that that sage receiver must not compromise. Otherwise, one is really dead. And in the long-ear fixed light fairy hiding in the hall, shivering, that spirit mountain above, the guide is also a step forward. There is a small green flag in his body around the surroundings. Vaguely, it exuded an aura of greenish mongrels. This is the Green Lotus treasure flag? Seeing that small flag, the people of the flood wasteland were slightly stunned and somewhat clamored. Legend has it that at the time of the opening of the heavens, the 5 lotus flowers of the green lotus of creation were transformed into 5 banners. All of them are innate spiritual treasures. Collectively, they are known as the 5 square flags of the first heaven. Even if the 5 flags were united, they could be worth an innate supreme treasure. The end is sacred and unusual. And that green lotus treasure color flag is one of these 5 square flags. Madaka. And it seems to feel the power emanating from the top of this green lotus treasure color flag, that the sword of the green ping steeply trembled. There is a sword flow, as if it wants to compete with it. Fellow Taoist, you passed, only to see. The receiver looked up at Tong Tian. A trace of gloom flashed across his dry and thin face, and he spoke faintly, saying, "The battle of the saints turns the sky upside down. The poor Taoist just doesn't want to impose karma without authorization. Do you really think that don't dare to fight?" Boom. After saying that, an infinite amount of golden aura surfaced above receiver's dry and thin body. The holy might is vast. You wouldn't dare. Hearing this, Tong Tian looked calm and faintly said, immediately, straight away, bypassing the guide, the sword of green ping pointed and landed on top of a remote hall on the spirit mountain. Boom! In the next moment, that Qing Ping's sword swung and the sword awnings flowed, directly turning that great hall into ruins. At the same time, in the midst of those ruins, a figure with a face full of panic, somewhat at a loss for words, slowly manifested. Long-eared fixed light fairy, the last of the 7 immortals in the entourage. Also, the only traitor of the interceptor sect in the battle to seal the gods back then. And seeing that he was exposed to the crowd, the long-eared fixed light immortal only felt a roar in his head. Earlier, he was praying that the saint would not notice him. Or rather, the sage receiver could block Tong Tian. But before he could react, the only hall that sheltered him directly collapsed. Then, he saw a pair of gazes, all looking towards him, including saints. Subconsciously, he raised his head and glanced towards the front, only to see that, not far from there, the Tongtian sage stood silently. The sword of Qingping flowed and seemed to obliterate everything. This scene really made Longyear Dingguangxian's liver and guts crack. And his mind went blank. Even forget about running away. Perhaps even he instinctively felt that in front of a saint, escaping was almost an impossible thing. On the other side, seeing this Tongtian acting so audaciously, Jia Yin's face sank like water. His body's holy might flowed, pointing directly at Tongtian. Cut it out. Push it too far. Reception was really angry. Have you already done this by backing down at every step of the way yourself? This Tonto, surprisingly, is not satisfied? Even striking out in front of his own face, he shattered one of the Spirit Mountain side halls. And directly step into the Spirit Mountain. How is this a lesson for the long-eared fixed light immortal? It's like a hard slap in his face. And there was that line earlier. Don't you dare. Does it really feel like you have no temper at all? Tongtian, if you take one more step forward, the heavens will turn upside down. At this moment, looking at that Tongtian holding a sword, step by step toward the long-eared fixed light immortal, out of the appearance of the receiver clenched his fists, indifferently opened his mouth and said, all the causes and effects of this, it must all be borne by you. He raged, even wanting to go out of their way to fight on the trail. Mainly, this Tongtian bullied people too much. If one were to tolerate it step by step, what would happen? Stepping. And in the instant that the receiver's voice fell, Tongtian, as if he hadn't heard it, directly took a step forward without hesitation. Above the footsteps, above the ruins of that partial hall, it echoed slowly. He walks very slowly. It was as if challenging the patience of reception, or making that long-eared fixed light immortal endure more torment. Click. Just when this Tongtian is about to walk to the long-eared Dingguangxian front, and even that the sword of Qingping has been against his throat above, when a green lotus treasure color flag swung slowly. Manifestation comes out. At the same time, Guiding and Junti simultaneously appeared behind the long-eared fixed light immortal. There is a holy might swirling around. Enduring. Chapter 69, Beheading the Long-Eared Light-Defining Immortal. Western Sage's Anger. Stepping. Tongtian stopped his pace and gently lifted his eyes, which seemed to have a divine aura emerging. He's calm. Even in the face of the two saints, he remained calm. Only that Qingping sword, swirling up some sharpness. The sword sound flowed against the long-eared Dingguangxian's throat. In the meantime, a small tree with 7 treasures hanging from it, gold, silver, and glazed objects emitting light, floated behind the head of the fixed light immortal. The 7-treasure wonderful tree. This is a supreme treasure, which is the magic weapon of the sage Xuanzang's testimony. And it is claimed that nothing cannot be brushed. And above that 7-treasure wonderful tree, a picture of the green lotus treasure color flag hung silently. Green ons flowed. Quiet. At this moment, the entire floodplain was dead silent. It's like saints holding it against each other? If it was not done properly, the flood could really be turned upside down. And in the brief silence, A trace of eccentricity grew on the faces of the people. Truly, the scene before us was a bit bizarre. No one has ever thought that the long-eared fixed light fairy head has become the place where the three saints hold their own against each other? I'm afraid this fixed light immortal is scared silly. Right? In other words, if they were to be held against the three saints' supreme treasures, they were afraid that their hearts and minds would have already collapsed. Unable to help it, the crowd felt more than a hint of sympathy for that long-eared fixed light immortal. That's too bad. If the saint had chopped down with a single sword and killed that long-eared fixed light immortal, it would have been a little less painful. But now, this is really torturous. Might as well be a pain in the ass. In fact, the long-eared fixed light immortal was indeed about to collapse now. In the face of that sage's might, he only felt his legs tremble, and a warm current vaguely gushed out. A great Luo golden immortal was scared to pee? Seeing this scene, the pity in the eyes of the crowd increased. However, quite that long